visibly my feed at all. So I think actually Twitter might have rebooted the space framework or something.
Okay, so if it was me, I just like destroyed everything. Fantastic, excellent.
Elon might have had it in for you or something.
I think that's highly unlikely, but who knows? Anyway, we're back, and we're slowly repopulating. I think with people. We have a few up. We're not up to where we were before. So everybody, if you could, as Ming just said, if you could retweet the space.
Maybe we should wait a bit this time before we retweet that we're up.
Thank you very much, Bruce. This is the MriyaReport. The timestamp is 3 minutes after the last crash, so we're at I think it's 12:33 in London. That would be 14:33 in Kyiv. It's 19:33 in Japan. I'm afraid I can't give you the other time zones, but just sort of standard arithmetic should help you to work out the other times. That's the second crash in 5 minutes, so things are going pretty fantastically here. As was just said, please retweet the space and try to repopulate the space with all of your followers and friends. And let's hope that this time the reboot holds and we're all up and ready to go for a while. Ming, this is exciting, isn't it?
That's I haven't had a double crash before, I have to say. So that's a new one on me. But anyway, it is what it is, and we're back again.
It absolutely is what it is. Okay, and we're all good. Okay, good stuff. So, as I said, I kind of rushed back from work to come and co-host, and I've got a few things which I've kind of saved to my bookmarks. Have you seen Beefeater's post today, Ming?
I have not. I haven't seen what Beefeater said. I normally follow what he says quite closely, but I haven't seen it today, unfortunately.
Well, apparently, the first thing that he talks about is that they're basically dismantling the Volkswagen plant, which was sort of nationalized, possessed, whatever, by the Russian state. So they're slowly laying off the workers and cutting up all of the workshops with grinders. So that sounds like a fantastic point of progress for the Russians there. And the next thing that he talks about is the phone-in, which you're kind of half following, and I've kind of been looking into a little bit. I kind of like the way he frames these things. What questions the president will answer, he will choose himself, said the head of the executive committee of the Popular Front, Mikhail Kuznetsov, sounds better. Putin is only able to answer questions that fit the regime's framework of eradicating Ukraine permanently. He will not answer any questions on how many hundreds of thousands of Russian men are dead, and he especially does not want to answer questions about his mother fantasies. Excellent. I love that very much. The economy is also pretty much trashed, apparently, but those kind of things that we know about. Sales of Chinese cars in Russia have fallen by 60%, is another thing that we are seeing. And apparently the reasons for this are the increased recycling fee and the central bank rate. Up to 80% of cars are purchased from car dealerships on credit, the expert explained. As the interest rate increases, which I think is currently, what, 16%, 18%, it becomes unprofitable to take out a car loan. Yeah, tell me about it. He also says that apparently Cristiano Ronaldo has invested in the Belarusian football simulator UFL. When the game will be released is unknown. He has no problems with the 500 political prisoners and disappearances in Belarus. This is about money for him. Viva Ronaldo. Always knew he was a wrong, but hey, never mind. So that's what Beefeater has been saying, but it looks like Ming, you just got booted out of space or something. What's going on?
Yeah, that was completely my fault. I was trying to edit the title and accidentally, so I thought I'd copy and paste it from the previous space, but accidentally kicked myself out. So there we are. I'll fix the title in a sec. I'll have to wait a minute or two. But anyway, meanwhile, updates from the Putin presser. He has said that there are 617,000 Russian soldiers fighting in Ukraine. Now, I have to say I'm slightly skeptical about that, but because I'm pretty sure he'd want to inflate that number to increase the sense of doom and gloom that he's so good at spreading everywhere. So I have to say I don't really believe him.
That might be the total number of soldiers that he sent to Ukraine, possibly. Not there now, but perhaps over the whole near 2 years. Several of them have not kind of made it back. It's a possibility. So maybe he's kind of, I don't know, well, why would he even bother making it, twisting the truth when he can just tell a lie, I suppose. But hey, there you go.
But meanwhile, an old Russian tradition is carrying on in Moscow. This is separate from Putin's presser. Igor Girkin is in court for his closed doors extremism trial. So we won't really know what's actually going on in there. But no doubt we'll hear the verdict quite soon, later today or tomorrow or the next few days.
Quite. Well, we shall see what happens there or not see what happens there. But yeah, this whole completely messed up thing anyway. So, I mean, who knows what's going on with that? Who knows indeed. Was I going to do the MOD report? Is that what my job was next? Let me just bring up the screen. Okay, it is there. So the intelligence update for the 14th of December 2023 from the British Ministry of Defence. In early December 2023, the newly formed 104th Guards Airborne Division, the 104 GAD, of the VDV, Russia's airborne forces, highly likely suffered exceptionally heavy losses and failed to achieve its objectives during its combat debut in Kherson Oblast. The operation took place after the division joined Russia's Dnipro group of forces and its attempt to dislodge the Ukrainian bridgehead near the village of Krinky on the east bank of the Dnipro. 104 GAD was reportedly poorly supported by air power and artillery, while many of the troops were highly likely inexperienced, you think. Following the incident, Russian mill bloggers called on the Dnipro Group of Forces commander, Colonel General Mikhail Teplinsky, to resign. This is a blow to Teplinsky's reputation as one of the more capable Russian field commanders of the war. In his routine role, he is also commanding general of the VDV. So that didn't seem to go so well for the newly reconstituted VDV Ming.
Well, so this is interesting. Mockers and I were talking about Teplinsky yesterday, and Teplinsky is generally viewed as being fairly capable. Now, he also has run into trouble in the past because he's criticized the Russian army's methods of basically just sending mass men undefended into sort of attacks, these human wave attacks. And he also went extremely quiet after the Prigozhin mutiny. So it was unclear exactly why, but you have to wonder, because this is kind of interesting that the MOD intelligence report should cover this today, whether they, for instance, in this case, have an agenda that they want to push this guy, help in maybe pushing this guy out, because apparently he's, by all accounts, fairly competent.
Yeah, a bit of a sort of psyop going on there, perhaps. That's a possibility, isn't it? Yeah, and those reports about people complaining about him and things, they may be true, they may not be true, I don't know. But that's what the mill bloggers are reporting. So maybe they're working with a colonel there.
It's also interesting that they remark that this particular bit of the VDV is largely inexperienced. As we know, they suffered huge losses at Hostomel and elsewhere. The VDV is very much like the core, viewed as the elite of the Russian army. They have a day to themselves every August, Airborne Troops Day, where they just go mad, and anybody living in Russia basically leaves the streets to the VDV and to the riot police to keep them under control, because they're completely drunk and they trash everything. But no, so they are viewed as pretty well the core elite of the Russian army, and but the fact that the MOD is remarking on their inexperience, I think, is also quite telling and interesting.
Because they must have been, some of these sort of VDV units must have been reconstituted like, what, twice, 3 times even? Because they're just getting especially thrown into meat waves and things. And it's no surprise that they're inexperienced, or even highly inexperienced. But also interesting that they were trying to dislodge the bridgehead around Krinky as well, and failing, which is good news, very good news.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to tell what's going on over in Krinky. But clearly it's something that the Russians are getting quite upset about.
Absolutely. I guess if we're doing the MOD, then we could do the numbers as well while we're at it, just to in case anybody is waking up somewhere in the world and wants to know what's going on with those.
I haven't actually seen the numbers, Jon,
Okay.
so I'd be delighted to hear them.
I've only seen like the kind of the headline figure. What would you call it? The top kind of personnel who were taken out, which was quite a big number. And I don't know whether it's a record, but it's certainly close to being one. Let me just dig them up and then I'll come and report those for you if you like. Is that okay?
Yes, please, Jon, do go ahead. Roos.
Yeah, it looked like Putin said, actually commented on the bridgehead and said it was purely a political bridgehead of no importance. I can only interpret that as that they will not be able to dislodge it.
I think that's a very good point, Roos. So they explain their failure to dislodge it by saying it's unimportant. I think that's a very likely interpretation of what Putin's actually saying here.
Absolutely, yeah. If you can't do anything about it, then it's not important or something. I have the numbers. Would you like to hear them? God, I am really being a sort of... okay, let me go through this. Okay, so personnel. Ming, 1,300. 1,300 personnel were eliminated on... that's what's reported today on the 14th of December. 10 tanks, 22 armored personnel vehicles, 12 artillery systems, and 1 MLRS, which is, I think that's quite an increase on yesterday's, isn't it? I think yesterday it was a bit quieter. There were also 33 UAVs, and I think there were like 42 launched overnight, of which 41 were shot down. So whether these numbers relate to last night or the night before, I'm not sure. 10 cruise missiles, no submarines, 13 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 9 special equipments. Special equipment is equipment. Equipment is not a countable noun, is it? So presumably it's 19 pieces of special equipment would be the grammatically correct way to talk about that. But those are the numbers that we see from yesterday.
Yeah, so I've just taken a quick look at Ragnar Gudmundsson at his feed. He basically does a commentary on the numbers day to day. It's not, the personnel losses at 1,300 is exceptionally high, but it's not a record. It's the third highest. The other thing he notes is that it's the most engagements since March, with strikes on both sides above the 7-day average, but a drop off in artillery fire. And it's nice to see special equipment up there again. They've been missing from the loss report for a bit now. I think there's been onesies and twosies, but that's a pretty chunky number. So it's good to see that.
So he said the highest number of engagement. So this is like what sort of Russian attacks on Ukrainian positions. Is that what he's talking about with that?
Well, so I don't think it's in terms of who's attacking who. So I think there are probably pretty balanced numbers of attacks by Ukrainians and by Russians. They're just in different places, obviously. But apparently the number of engagements, so what he's actually saying, strikes on both sides above the 7-day average and are the highest since March earlier this year.
Well, that's interesting. Because the Kremlin is very much kind of pushing the idea that Ukraine is on the defensive, and Russia is kind of, got all the momentum and got the initiative and pushing on. But Ukraine, of course, are doing their bit as well. It all feels very coordinated, doesn't it, Ming? This whole, what are they calling it, Maidan 3 or something? And all of this information space activity, and sort of trying to link this to these kind of relentless sort of human wave attacks. And certainly I think it kind of suggests to me that they're actually in a lot of trouble if they're sort of concentrating so much in one place at one time to try and convince everybody that Ukraine is about to roll over or something. Kind of clearly that is not the case. But they're trying to get to a place where they can sue for peace, I think.
Sorry, John. I was just fixing the title on the space. So it was something I'd forgotten I had to do, and I've just managed to get it done. Do apologise, left you hanging there.
Not at all. Not at all. I'd completely forgotten about the title of the space. So yeah, and if you do try to edit it, you have to keep away from that leave button, don't you?
Well, actually, I did something much more stupid than that. I went back to one of the older spaces to try and copy and paste it, which just automatically kicked me out and tried to get me to join a space that had already crashed.
Listen to the recording. Yeah. Okay. In sort of other fairly good news, I think. There were Ukrainian government meetings with the IMF. I think was it the day before yesterday, which were extremely positive, I think. And Julia Mendel is reporting that Ukraine's national debt repayments have been sort of suspended as a moratorium until 2027. And I think that's going to be good news. The IMF is aware of the situation and is making allowances accordingly. So that's obvious, that's going to be a piece of good news there.
I'm just reading the Russian version of the updates on Putin's speech. So I'm looking at Kommersant, and they don't filter things as quite as much as the Western sources do. So what do we learn from the Russian from Kommersant? Putin commented on the possibility of opening an airport in Krasnodar. It's like now I think there's been talk about this for a while. I mean, I do commercial aviation stuff, so but Krasnodar Airport I think has been closed since the beginning of the special military operation. But they're obviously, or at least they're looking at feeling confident enough to reopen it. The reason it'll be closed is because there's two reasons. So one, first of all of Ukrainian airspace is closed to civil aviation, and Krasnodar is pretty close. The other is that as part of the special military operation, Russia has issued what's called NOTAMs, notices to airmen, which basically closes the airspace to commercial traffic over the Black Sea and areas close to Ukraine. So Krasnodar is probably in a closed airspace area under a Russian NOTAM. And I think what Putin is trying to signal here is that the special military operation is going well enough that we can possibly reopen Krasnodar Airport.
That assumes, of course, that there are enough airworthy airplanes to fly into it and out of it again.
Well, yeah, so that's a separate issue. I haven't seen any updates today on incidents in Russian civil aviation. I suspect the country's attention is elsewhere, but if I do, I'll bring them to you.
Excellent. Yeah, there's this kind of, I mean, you wouldn't wish, you know, an airplane falling out of the sky on anybody, but it kind of feels like it's a matter of time, and that will be certainly interesting to see how that one plays out.
Yeah, and that's a fair point, John. You're absolutely right. I don't wish it on anybody either. What I would like to see is more Ural Airlines style incidents where they land in a wheat field. So if we had more of those, that might get the message across to them, as well as a dramatic, accident involving fatalities.
That sounds like an excellent compromise. I think that would be the best way. Oh. I'm also seeing that apparently Budanov is on the Russian Interior Ministry wanted list.
So this is funny because it's taken them long enough to get around to it.
Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah.
So dramatic intervention by the Interior Ministry put Budanov on the wanted list. When he's been, they know he's responsible for any number of operations inside Russia proper. So finally, it just seems like an oversight. I don't know. What do you reckon, John?
I don't know. Did it have to go through several committees or something? I don't know. It just seemed like the obvious thing to do. I mean, if you're going to do it, just do it and get on with it. Are they timing it especially for today or something? I don't know. It's bizarre, isn't it? But yes, that does seem a very strange one. But apparently he's wanted under Russia's criminal code. It doesn't actually specify what article he's being investigated under, but I guess you could sort of choose from several, many, possibly hundreds, who knows.
Well, perhaps that's the significance of this step. Maybe they've just wanted him, maybe they've got him on a wanted list previously for, I don't know, military war crimes or something. But now they've decided to unleash the full force of the Russian criminal code against him for good measure.
Not sure it's going to make a great deal of difference, but yeah, I suppose, if that's what you want to do, if that's what you need to do, just, go ahead and do it. Very good indeed. Yeah. I also saw, I don't know, Ming, don't know whether you saw these reports of sort of drone attacks on Kaluga in Moscow Oblast. Russia claims, of course, they shot them all down. I don't know whether there have been any damage reports, but more probing going on there. So I don't know whether you saw anything in the Russian media about this. Did you see anything on that?
I have, but then I don't pay. All they'll tell me and what they've told me is that X number of drones have been successfully shot down. So you see that, you park. I just park it. I look for confirmation of that elsewhere typically.
And emergency services are on the scene and that kind of thing, I suppose.
Everything is under control and going according to plan.
Absolutely according to plan. Okay, excellent. So yeah, actually, just I kind of come back to this. I just kind of wanted to take you through what the conclusions of this paper were. Sorry, I'm kind of a bit obsessive about this today, but they kind of did an analysis of this is the Putin's potty phone-in thing. And they did an analysis of the topics that he talks about and how it relates to various other factors. So they analyzed all of the output from these phone-ins, and then sort of ran correlation analyses on various things. And they had 250,000 words to go through, and they used some kind of AI algorithm to kind of work through and analyze this for keywords and so forth. Now, Ukraine came up quite a lot. But what they saw were that the topic of foreign affairs gains prominence over time, from around 4.5% at the beginning to more than 10% starting from 2014. Wonder why? The kind of fixing the cows thing and fixing my outdoor toilet stuff, these became more popular as well over that time, from 8% to 12.5%. And that also, when the economy was going well, he began to talk more about foreign affairs and his imperialist tendencies. And when the economy was not going so well, he tended to talk more about social problems. And this is interesting because the economy is not going well at all at the moment, but he's talking about foreign affairs a lot. So I'm kind of wondering how the Russian people are going to be responding to this as he goes through his crackpot 3 hours. But Ming, I see you've dropped down to listener. I think it's co-host swap time, and Tracy's up. Hello, Tracy.
Hello, John.
I think I recognize that accent. My brother used to live somewhere around Armley Prison, not in Armley Prison, but round that way. So nice to hear the voice from over there.
Well, I spent some of my childhood years in Armley. Thank you very much. Thank you for recognising that, John. And it's nice to co-host with you, even if it is just for a short period of time.
Right. Well, yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure I'll be in Armley again when I go. I think my brother might even still be there. I'm not sure. My brother's gone a bit kind of anti-vax crackpot, but hey, never mind. Maybe we can get him back in the right direction. Ming, thank you very much. I see you've dropped down to listener. It's been a pleasure hosting with you. I think Joanna is coming up next. Is that right, Joanna?
Yes, indeed. I'm waiting for my invite. Hello, John and Tracy. So yeah, I'll be coming up next.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. I will drop down now. Everybody have a wonderful day, and or whatever point you're in at in the day, and I will see you next time. Thank you very much, everybody, and goodbye.
Thank you very much, John, and thank you, Ming. I've been listening for the past few hours, and it's been some very interesting conversations. And thank you to everybody that has contributed as well to those wonderful conversations. So hello, everybody. You are at the MriyaReport. We are a 24/7 information space, and we are here to bring you information about Ukraine, analysis, news, updates, expert special guests, and my dog barking in the background, just saying hello also. And Joanna will be joining me any moment now. She's just jumping up to the co-host chair. And then I'm sure we will both have some very interesting news updates and discussions for you. Whilst Joanna is joining us, I will just ask everybody to do us a solid. Apologies for my dog. I'm just going to move to the other room because he thinks it's playtime when...
Maybe he wants to be co-host.
I don't think he would fit in the chair somehow, Joanna. He's kind of big.
If that's the only problem, I think it can be solved. And we are a multinational space, multilingual space, whatever. I think he has the right to say something. But other than that, I'm quite irritated today because there are a lot of people that speak, and they annoy me to a great extent. And they are much more unnerving than a poor dog. For example, Putin. Putin is much worse than any dog in this world, and Orban also. So they both spoke today, and I'm really not very happy to hear them. And of course, they say only crazy things, crazy stuff, as usual.
Yes, of course, as usual. This is what we've come to expect from them, isn't it, Joanna? I'm afraid. I was thinking of something actually, and I think it was maybe Will Teal that said it this morning. So obviously we've been having people coming to the space and bringing us information that we can use. Started off with the USA because of the bill passing there and all the kerfuffle that's going on in the US. But then, of course, we have G-Man with his petition, and he has the They Work For You, I think it's called, theyworkforyou.com, or it's They Work For You. I'm not sure if it's .com or .org. We'll have to double check that and get those in the nest, because that's fantastic information. And Joanna, like Will Teal said, I think it would be a good idea if we saw other people from other countries doing the same thing. For example, as you mentioned, Hungary, maybe all the Hungarians in the space could get together and put a post together, making it easy for, I don't know, like here in the UK, for example, we have a postcode finder. So you put your postcode in and it tells you who your local politician or MP is, and it gives you their email and contact details, and it makes it exceptionally easy to contact them. I'm wondering if there's the same kind of thing the Australians are organising and doing it. The Canadians are now doing the same thing, and everybody's contacting their representatives. Of course, we can't do anything about getting the bill passed through in the US, but we can target the needs and requirements that we expect of our politicians. So obviously, Hungarian people are not represented completely by their government, and they don't all think the same way. So I think it would be nice to see that. What do you think, Joanna?
Yeah, I think it would be interesting. Unfortunately, I don't speak Hungarian, so it's kind of difficult, but I will try to reach to some friends that do speak Hungarian. As you know, in Romania, there is a Hungarian minority, and maybe they can see some more and do some more about it. That's a good idea. Yeah, indeed. So speaking about what happened in the United States, I'm not very good at American politics, but I really do hope that they will do the right thing, because it's kind of the time to do the right thing. It's not the 11th hour, I think it's the 12th hour. And they should consider, I've said this before, and it becomes kind of a mantra. When you are saying no to something, in the same time you are saying yes to something else. And think only at what are they saying yes if they are saying no to the help to Ukraine. Because Russia, was overestimated at first. Then I think, unfortunately, we underestimate them, because it's kind of a paradox, and it's very difficult to see this from the Western democratic world. But dictatorships are more successful in adapting to a war than a democracy. In democracy, you have to have negotiation, you have to abide to the majority, you have to provide, things for the minorities, you have to talk, you have to discuss. In a dictatorship, it's no problem. You don't have to abide to anything. You can do whatever you wish. If you want to force people to work 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, you can. You have no unions, you have no protests, you have nothing. If you want to force people or not pay them for 3 months, you can, because they will not revolt. They can go on and on like this. And it's almost 2 years, and Russia is adapting. And Russia is a dumb giant with clay feet, but it is adapting, and it will go on for some years. Even if the Russian economy is failing, even if there are amazing losses on the battlefield, even if everything goes wrong in Russia, they can still maintain this war effort for years. And we have to understand this and do the right thing, because I don't know who in this world, in the democratic world, will accept and will sign on Ukraine ceding territories to Russia after helping them for 1.5 years. What you want them to negotiate and give 20% of their territories? Who will sign this? And if you don't sign this, and if you just look away and let it like it happened with Crimea and Donbass, it's another frozen conflict at the edge of Europe, in Europe, and it will turn bad again in a few years. So yeah, sorry, I'm a little bit, angry today. But please, Tracy, and then maybe we should go to Ming.
Thank you, Joanna. No, you're absolutely right, and it's extremely frustrating. But I just think that's kind of what they want, isn't it? Sometimes I wonder if that's just why they say these things, just to frustrate everybody and get everybody in a state. I mean, I'm not sticking up for him, but he's in a very difficult position, and he's going to come a cropper, just like Lukashenko. Everything that he's doing and saying now and supporting Putin and all the rest of it, he's going to come a cropper, because Putin is going to fall, and so is Russia. So it's only a matter of time, really. So I guess at least we know what we're facing, and we know the truth, and we can see reality for people like him that have got to come down to earth a peg or two. We have a saying in this country, when people need to come down to earth a peg or two because they're not living in reality, and I feel that he's not living in reality, and it's very angering and very frustrating, especially when you see the manipulations that he's trying to do. But I kind of feel the EU are standing firm and standing strong, and of course they have to give some, which we don't like. But I don't know. So it's all about negotiations, isn't it? And there's so many people in the EU. I mean, I don't know why we even listen to people like him in the first place anyway. They should be getting nothing. These are the people that complain, like you say, Joanna, about Ukraine being corrupt and all this nonsense Russian propaganda that they push. But yet, at the same time, they can't make their reforms in order to get the money that they want from the EU. When, they don't get that money, they don't get that payment because they've not made the reforms, the necessary reforms that they need to make. So it's not only hypocritical as well, but it's what I call typical Russian behavior. And I don't even think it's him. He's literally just a puppet, isn't he? He's like Putin's puppet. He has so many of them. But maybe I should stop talking, Joanna, before I get on a rant as well. Maybe we should see what Ming has to say.
Thanks, Tracy. Yes, I just wanted to give you a little update on Putin's press conference. It appears that it's not quite as well stage managed as they've been hoping. So apparently members of the public can send in live questions by text, and that these text messages are displayed live on TV screens around Putin. And 3 of them are really very friendly. So one asks, for example, Mr. President, when will the real Russia be the same as the one on TV? Another, why is your reality so different from our lives? Another says, don't run for another term as president, make way for the young. And a fourth says, I'd like to know, when will our president pay attention to his own country? We've got no education, no healthcare, only the abyss lies ahead. But of course, Mr. Putin has not responded to any of these questions.
Thank you, Ming. That's brilliant. Yes, let Putin try and hide these things, but he can't, can he? I was just reading something, actually. Some of these questions also were, when will there be black caviar? When will the gas be released? Why are eggs becoming more expensive? Where is the reality that is shown on TV? This is what the one that you were just saying, Ming. Issues that really concern Russians. I think that's hilarious. What do you think of that, Joanna?
I think that is absolutely impossible to let those messages in without controlling them. it is impossible because Putin is paranoid, because Russian, leadership is as we know it, because they control everything. So it's either a massive failure by the, controlling, uh, you know, those who had to control, or is intentional. It's absolutely impossible to let those messages to go online without controlling them. Believe me, it's not possible. So it's either a big failure, or it was intentional, and they just selected some of the messages that are, not really so strong, like when your reality will be like ours, or our reality will be like yours. It's kind of cryptic, it's not like fuck you, Putin. I'm sorry for using this word, I usually do not swear, but it's deserved. So I'm wondering, what does it tell? Because this is the direct line with Putin and the State of the Nation conference. They used to do this each year. Last year it wasn't done because of the war, because they were too afraid to hold such an event. So taking this into account, and taking into account that they are organizing it this year, I think he should have taken all the precautions, and it's really telling something that those messages appear there. And again, it's not very bad messages. It's a bit bad, but not very bad. It would have been really suspicious to say, oh, thank you, Putin, everything is going so wonderful in our country today after your reign for 20 years. We have everything we need, we don't need anything else, and it's so nice to be involved in a war in Ukraine and so on. So it's kind of illogical to expect to see that. So some half bad messages passed through, and I'm wondering if it was intentional and so on. What do you think about this, Tracy? I'm really curious.
No, I think you're absolutely right, Joanna. It's all for internal show, isn't it? To create that illusion that there's some kind of opposition to Putin, to create that internal illusion and push that propaganda that there's that it's some kind of fair election. It's like pretending to have opposition people to vote for. Like you say, it wouldn't be allowed without extreme permission from him. So we know that even the things that are on television are dictated by him. So he has so much control. I absolutely think you're right. And I think he's specifically chosen those kind of mild complaints, like you say, and ones that are a little bit cryptic, that don't really make anything specific. So I think you're absolutely right, yes. And of course, the other thing it's designed for, Joanna, is to have us all talking about it instead of the real thing. So how do you feel like we should get back to some things about Ukraine then?
Please, Tracy, do. And then I'll maybe bring up a maritime update. Even if today, actually, there is no movement, but I have some figures that might be interesting.
Oh, yes, please. Actually, I've not heard your update for a couple of days, so I would really enjoy that, Joanna. Thank you.
Oh, go first, because I have to prepare all my data, and then come back to me.
Sure, no problem. Okay, so before I go to some headlines, I will just ask everybody to retweet the space. We have had a crash, so we don't have too many people in here. So you could spread the word and share MriyaReport with everybody else by retweeting the space. That helps raise awareness and it helps bring in new people. And of course, if you find something enjoyable about the space, if you get value from the space, then please feel free to share that with everybody else. Many people found the space by seeing these links shared out, so it's a great way to get new people in. That's actually how I found the space myself as well. And of course, we know sometimes indeed that MriyaReport does not show up on the Spaces banner with the others for some reason, just one of those funny little glitches that we have. So of course, that makes a big difference when people are looking for the space. If those links are out there tweeted, then they know for sure that we haven't gone away. But we don't go away anyway. We're 24/7. You know that if you ever can't find us, it's because of a technical difficulty and we're not showing up, or we've just had a little crash and we'll be back momentarily. Of course, there's the YouTube link as well. You can get the space live on YouTube, so you don't have to listen through Twitter. And that's also a really good way to share the space with people that may not listen to Twitter or may not use Twitter, or may use Twitter but don't like spaces. So a lot of people are very familiar with YouTube streaming and they feel more comfortable with that. And then, of course, we have a new Instagram channel, so don't forget to check that out because that's just being built at the moment. And new and interesting things are being added to the Instagram account all the time. So if you need the link for that and you can't find it, just let me know. In fact, I will make a post and post that out for people anyway. Now, in the nest, we have a couple of tweets for you at the moment. One is the first one in the nest, which is our latest fundraiser, and we're collecting for Scruff's Air Recon Unit. So in case you haven't heard Scruff speak in the space, he's a drone operator from the Armed Forces of Ukraine. He's in a reconnaissance unit of drones, and they're in need of, well, lots and lots of equipment. But there are just some of the things on the list that are more important than the others. So they need FPV drone parts, they need batteries, they need all sorts of different types of things. I'm just going to go and find the accurate list, because the list that we've been given, they have chosen the most important things from the list. Obviously, it's a very big list. And as we often find, they do not like to ask for things. So sometimes we like to just raise as much as we can, which is what we're doing in this case, trying to raise as much as we possibly can. And then we'll be able to buy as many of those parts and things that are needed as possible for Scruff's unit. So now then, let's have a look. They need thermal drones. They need batteries, thermal drone parts. Parts are really important. Obviously, I'm sure you don't think of it initially, but when these things break down, they need to be fixed. And they don't always have the ability to go take these to places where they can be fixed. So to have the parts and be able to fix them themselves, obviously saves them a lot of time. And I guess in turn, saves lives as well. So now these guys are getting attacked from all sides, just like all the Ukrainians are that are fighting on the front line at the moment. We know there's a huge increase in these human waves that Russia is sending. So these guys, like I say, are getting attacked from all sides. So let's give them all the advantages that we can. And you can do that by making a donation. If you can do that, please click on the link in the tweet. It's really easy. Or you can do it from MriyaReport.org. It's the same link, the exact same payment page, but some people prefer to do it that way. So please give generously if you can, and consider giving these guys all the advantages they need, especially right now when we've got issues with funding and various slow rolling of things. It's not going to make up for that, but it is a small way that we can help these guys and just maybe keep them going for a little bit longer until more supplies get there. So that's my public service announcement. Now, I heard the previous co-hosts go over the numbers, Joanna, so I don't think we need to do them just now, do we?
I think it's a good idea because the numbers are really beautiful today. What do you think? Let's just get over them again, because I like to hear, big numbers like this.
Okay, no problem. We can do the numbers again. So let's look at the Air Force numbers, because that again was a fantastic result from the Air Force. They've been doing incredibly well just recently, like nearly 100% all the time. It's only just not that long ago they took down 74 out of 75 drones. So last night they were able to take down 41 enemy Shahed drones. They were fired. The Russian invaders attacked with UAVs and S-300 anti-aircraft guided missiles. 6 anti-aircraft missiles were fired at around midnight from the temporarily occupied Kherson region in the directions of Mykolaiv and Kherson. There's been some reports about damage from the military administrations, which I'll bring to you in a moment. the enemy began to attack with the Shahed from about 7 o'clock on December the 13th, and launches were carried out in waves in the directions of Crimea and the Russian Federation. From the Russian Federation, in total, 42 UAVs were recorded. And as I said, 41 were taken down by the air forces, so that's absolutely fantastic. The vast majority of those were in the Odessa region. So Odessa did actually get some hits last night, but let's just look at the numbers for today for the Russian losses.
Just a moment, Tracy, because I wanted to add something. So the 42 drones, of which 41 were taken down, they were sent to the Odessa region, and again, very close to the border with Romania. The Russians attacked, the ports at the Danube channel, and so on. Unfortunately, there were some victims, some people injured. I believe 11 people injured, including 3 children, which are in hospital right now. So this is again very bad. Again, it's civilian infrastructure. It's not military targets. Russia is doing what it has done since the beginning of the war, targeting civilian buildings, infrastructure, and injuring and killing civilians in Ukraine. But one of the drones apparently fell in Romania, at 4 kilometers distance to the settlement Grindu in Tulcea County in Romania. There was a crater of 1.5 meters there. And according to our military ministry, there were F-16s and Eurofighter Typhoons that were brought in the air in order to do supervision to patrol in the area. So some airplanes, F-16 from the Air Base 86 in Fetești, and Eurofighter Typhoon from the German air forces that are located at the military base 57 in Mihailco Golnicianu. This is an airport near Constanța city, were brought up in order to supervise the airstate, the state of the airspace, and the radar system indicated that there were some unauthorized objects that were in the Romanian airspace. So again, the Russian drones entered Romanian airspace, and one of them fell in Romania 4 kilometers to Grindu. So yeah, apparently they took some actions, but I would really like to see some more. I don't know if more is done. Possibly, yes, but they will tell anything because, that's our policy, not to tell more than, the obvious.
Yeah, that must be really infuriating. I would be the same if that was my government too. I don't know what to say, Joanna, because I would feel exactly the same as you. So I completely understand. It's something has to be done. I think eventually this is just going to continue. It's going to get worse, and Russia's not going to stop doing these things, and they're going to continue to find more ways to manipulate those air defenses and to manipulate those boundaries. Everywhere. I mean, even they're even been invading Japan's airspace with fighter jets now, and it's bad enough that they've been doing it to countries closer. I mean, we're used to it in the UK. Really, they've been doing it to the UK for decades. To be perfectly honest, I don't think they ever stopped, and we should have taken it more seriously a lot sooner, because some of why we are here where we are today is because of the weak signals that our countries have sent previously, on many examples, as we've all spoken about in the past, over the last decades, at least in my lifetime. Joanna?
Yeah, indeed. What to say? Yesterday, for example, there were a lot of talks on TV, and people saying that Romania should be more assertive with regard to this conflict, and have, at least at the communication level, more significant statements that what was done until now. I don't know if you noticed, but yesterday Zakharova menaced Romania with action if the F-16s from Romania will fly into Ukraine. As everybody knows by now, there is a training base in Romania for Ukrainian pilots to train on F-16s. Is in Fetesht, which is in Dobroja, not far from the Ukrainian border. And basically, Zakharova threatened Romania with military action, basically, if those F-16 will fly into Ukraine. And of course, a lot of the media was very upset about this because they consider that the political community should do more, and they should be, as I said, more assertive regarding this conflict, this war, and Russian threats. And they discussed about this because of course, Romania has some vulnerabilities, and this quiet time from Romania may be explained by this. One of the vulnerability of Romania is Moldova, unfortunately, because if they really want to harm Romania, the Russians could do some actions in Moldova. As you know, Moldovans are practically Romanians. The split between Romania and Moldova was artificial split after the World War II. And many of the citizens in Moldova are also Romanian citizens. And Moldova is a very vulnerable country. It's a country that practically has no really army, no air defense. They took some actions in the last year or so in order to try to establish some defense capabilities and so on. They had training. They received some radars. They received some other equipment from Europe and Romania. But still, Moldova is very, very vulnerable. This is one. The second one is indeed the political environment, because the Russians, we talked to no end about this hybrid war and the other actions beside the military actions that Russia is doing in many countries in the world, and Romania, as many other countries in Europe, and in fact as US, will have elections next year. And of course, there is a far right in Romania which is fed by these Russian narratives, and it's very vocal. Maybe it's not very important as a percentage, but it increased actually in percentage in the last years, especially because it's fed by these Russian narratives, which are speculating on all the fears or on all the negativity, on the fact that it costs us money to help Ukraine, on the fact that Ukraine never helped us, and things like this, which are, of course, fallacies and, of course, not true. But it's very easy, if you are not educated, if you don't really know your history, if you believe this to fall for these narratives. So this is another very important vulnerability. And there was an interview actually on Romanian TV with an advisor to Volodymyr Zelensky. I don't have his name right now, and he talked about this, and he talked about Russian influence in countries trying to, push the percentages for the far right in the elections and so on. And they are just digging at the foundation of democracy in many of our countries. And we are not seeing this. And if we are seeing this, we are just closing the eyes and not doing much. And we should do much more. And it's not just about Romania, it's about practically every country. We have seen what happened with the Slovakian elections. We have seen their attempts to the Polish elections. We have seen what happened in Netherlands, and we are seeing what is happening in the US. So we have to be more assertive and doing more and being more aware of what is happening. Sorry for speaking so long.
Thank you, Joanna, and no, don't apologise. I love listening to you, and I agree with everything that you said anyway. You're absolutely right. I think that's why we have to do more and keep doing more. Sometimes I think I know I'm guilty almost sometimes of being lulled into a false sense of security, that because we are doing as much as we are to share information and to educate one another and other people, and to push that knowledge bubble wider and wider, and that information. And then, you know, you think you've done so much, and then some things happen that make me realise that actually that we still have so much more work to do. And many people like us doing this work is one of the things, because we can see these things because we're fully engaged with what's going on. But even when you're fully engaged and you know as much as we engage with every day, you have as much information as we engage with every day, as you said, it's still so easy to get sucked in. This example of what's going on with the US politics is a prime example, I think, because I think a lot of what's being said is said specifically to divide people, and to make those divisions that are already there, you know, seem wider and seem bigger, and just to get people arguing. And I think, you know, a lot of it's designed to do that, not just in the US, but everywhere. But I think they specifically try to do that in the US more because there are just two sides. So I think they find it easy to manipulate when and easy to divide people when there are just two sides. Of course, that doesn't mean it doesn't happen in all our countries too. And in particular, the UK has been a victim of that. So I think we still have a great deal to do, pushing that information out. That's why when I listened to Will Teal say that this morning about getting other people in other countries to put posts together, so to help people contact their representatives and what to say, I thought that was a fantastic idea, because I think it's something that we need to do all across democracy. As you say, they're digging at the roots of democracy. They're trying to dig at the foundations and destabilise democracy everywhere. I do take some solace in the fact that they are doing these things because, and maybe this is just me having wishful thinking, I'm not sure. I would be interested to know what you think, because I think when I see them doing things like this, it makes me think that they are desperate. And of course, we know that Russia is collapsing. Its economy is collapsing, no matter how much they pretend it's not. Its civil aviation is collapsing, no matter how much they pretend they're not. Okay, they can beat sanctions to make missiles and things like this, but that's about all they can do, missiles and drones. Of course, I'm not trying to minimize, how much damage they cause and how much destruction. And of course, as you said today, what's happened overnight is an example of that. I was just looking, actually, as you were saying, at the report from Odessa Military Administration, and you are right. 11 people were injured, including 3 children. Children and 2 adults were hospitalized. 2 8-year-old boys and a 12-year-old girl have contusions and closed brain injuries. I think that means a traumatic brain injury. That's what we call it in the UK anyway. So like a really bad concussion that damages, your brain or parts of the brain. That can leave lasting damage as well. 11 buildings were damaged. 2 cars were burnt. A fire was extinguished. After the shelling of Odessa, the Russians began to attack Izmail, and they directed more than 20 drones in that particular direction. This is why I think we have to keep fighting. So many people I find, and I'm surprised every time it happens, and I don't know why I'm surprised, because it keeps happening. It doesn't happen in my immediate circle anymore, because I do as much as I can to inform those people. But when I go out into wider circles that people I maybe not see very often or don't associate with, or sometimes just even strangers in the street, I'm still shocked, Joanna, by the things that they say to me when I try and explain what's happening. Things like, oh, is that war still going on? Like they don't realise that it's a genocide. They just think it's an old-fashioned traditional idea of 2 countries being at war. Not that there is such a thing, but I think you may know what I mean. Some people's idea of war, when this is not 2 countries having a disagreement, it's one country defending itself. And then, is that still going on? And then, or I try and speak about the the scale of the amount of children that Russia has kidnapped and taken away, Ukrainian children that they've taken away to Russia, and are torturing and abusing, trying to force to become Russians and trying to beat the Ukrainian out of them. I tell people about this, they're shocked. They say, you know what they say to me, Joanna, do you ever hear this? Why is it not all over the TV news then? Why do I not see it on the news every night or on the news bulletins? Do you ever get that?
Yeah, in a way, and in a way they are right. Why is it not on the news everywhere? Why are we not seeing this every day on the news, that at least 19,000 children were kidnapped into Russia, and the Russians brag about having 700 and more thousand children brought into Russia. They say that they are refugees, they say that they are rescuing them or whatever. But why is it not more on the news? What is UN doing? What are the big organization, NGO doing about this? Why are we not seeing, as it was done for Israel, posters with the faces of the kids that are kidnapping on every street, on every embassy, on every public structure that is supposed to work for this? In a way, they are right, Tracy. Unfortunately, we are not talking enough, and we are not seeing this enough, and we are not taking it into account. Imagine 19,000 children. These are like families, 40,000, 50,000 people that are affected by this. Imagine this. It's a stadium full of children. It's a number that it's absolutely horrific. And as a mother, I'm just trying to put myself in this position. How it is, you send your kid to school, and then you are told that he was taken to, I don't know, education camp somewhere in Russia, and then you are not hearing anything about him or her. And you are just trying to do whatever you can, and fortunately there are people that help. We had Miriam Lambert from Orphan Feeding Foundation here. We have others that are doing things in order to fix what can be fixed. But again, it's not enough. It's not enough in the media. It's not they are not talking enough about this. And of course, and of course we were addressing this in the space. It is genocide. It is genocide. It is one of the 5 points of genocide, and each of these points means genocide apart. But the Russians, what they are doing right now in Ukraine, they are doing all the 5.
Absolutely, and we see this and many examples of this, and of course then we have the Understanding Genocide in Ukraine segment on a Friday night with Prince Heather, Nancy M and Gina Christiansen. That's a fantastically informative segment, and that covers a lot of the legal terms and the legal analysis and specific reports that are prepared for the UN and various different official reports. So that's definitely something to listen to if you're not sure and you need more information, or indeed just listen anyway, because to share that information and to share that knowledge, it does give you tools, I find, when you're speaking to people, and you can counter these things and combat these things. But it does tell me that, we still have a great deal more work to do, groups like this, and anybody that's trying to share good information about Ukraine and help Ukraine's cause, because too many people do not really know what's going on fully, and that makes it increasingly difficult for people like us to be able to break through those barriers and just open people's minds and get them even to a place where they can believe that something on such a scale is happening. I think if these things were more widely publicised, and we are seeing some of that now actually, there's various different films being made recently, the 20 Days in Mariupol and various other films being made. I noticed the GUR made some documentaries recently, and even the SBU have made some, so people can look at those from different angles, whatever your interest is, whether you want to look at the military aspect or the humanitarian side, or whether you are interested in learning more about the level of genocide that they commit. because it is happening every day. I know myself, Joanna, I've examined many cases that the SBU have prosecuted, have served. Some people are serving sentences for, of course, when it comes down to an individual level, the person is charged for war crimes. So the person, the individual soldier, doesn't get charged for genocide, of course. But they do get charged for war crimes, and many have been sentenced. And it's not enough. We have seen many cases built recently against things that happened in Bucha in particular. Many listeners may remember in the beginning of the full-scale invasion, like a few months after, when things started coming out and we started getting, video evidence and drone footage and that type of thing of citizens just being shot in their cars in the middle of the road by soldiers, by Russian soldiers, indiscriminate fire. Many cases have been built against those people now, and so those cases, some are in absentia and some of them are hiding in temporarily occupied parts of Ukraine. So I'm quite confident that the SBU will catch up with those people, and indeed some of them even in EU countries. There are some extradition orders that are going through to try and bring some people back for various different things, war crimes, evading military conscription, possibly, and that type of thing as well if they've committed a crime. But yeah, we certainly see it. I think that's why it's important that we all keep on doing as much as we can to contact our representatives, like especially in these countries where we need them to do something different, or where they're not doing what we want them to do as citizens. They work for us at the end of the day, don't they, Joanna? So we have to really make them, we have to get together. And I know we have some Austrian people that come and speak in the space that they're not happy with some of the things that their government do as well. And they've been organising and some protests have been mentioned. So I think it would be fantastic if we had somebody that could put together a way to find your MP, however that is in your country, make that in a post, DM it to me if you like, and then maybe we can see about getting some of those in the nest alongside the ones with the other countries, and everybody contacting the representatives. What do you think, Joanna?
As I said, I think it's a great idea, and I will be looking into how this can be done. And of course, I encourage everybody to do the same. Hungary is a very important country to consider. Austria, as you said, also very important. But every country in Europe should have this. And we are enjoying democracy, but democracy should be participative. We should do our part for democracy, for defending the values we care for, and for defending this freedom that we enjoy. So we should do our part, everybody, and try to contact our representatives and tell them how important it is for us and how important it is for our countries to be involved and to help to continue to help Ukraine. So totally agree with you, Tracy.
Yeah, I'm just as guilty as anybody else, Joanna, as maybe not making my democracy work for me and taking for granted freedoms that, I didn't mean to take for granted, but I've not had to fight for those freedoms. Of course, my grandparents did. And, unfortunately, I think you do forget when you don't have to grow up with these things in your near childhood. And, we cannot take that democracy for granted anymore. We have to all push together and all make this work for us, and that's the only way that we're going to win. It's the only way that democracy is going to win. So I think we don't have a choice. We have to keep getting up every day and just doing this over and over again. And when I get fed up and I get stressed, I just try and look at what Ukrainians are doing, because the inspiration I see from those guys, and I know you can't generalize a whole nation, so I don't mean to do that, but everywhere I look, I just see them. Obviously they go through traumatic times and they go through difficult times, but then the next thing is they're just getting up and finding a way to solve it. I mean, even from, older people coming out in the street after missile attacks to help clear up the glass and, coming out with sweeping brushes and all that type of thing. And and all the incredible things that they're doing in terms of civil projects. And, you know, they're not like letting the grass grow, as a saying that we have in our country. I don't know if you ever heard this saying. We're not letting the grass grow under our feet. We're just getting up and getting on with it. And you know, I think highlighting those things is good as well, because that's like a poke in the eye to Putin, I think, when he sees all these countries giving military aid and all these messages coming through of political support and all these countries giving demining machines and doing this and that. All he can turn around and say is, oh, well, Ukraine's had to go and get this and that and the other from other people. But really what he means is, oh, no, I've got to go to North Korea and Ukraine's got loads of friends and we haven't. That's how I like to look at it anyway, Joanna.
Yeah, it may be. It may be.
You have to laugh at Russians at every opportunity. I know it's not easy, but I reckon we have to take every opportunity to laugh at them.
Oh, I do like to ridicule, you know, the leadership of the Russian Federation. And, you know, I'm seeing, I was watching what is happening with the State of the Nation conference. Putin, the question, he apologized for the price of the eggs. Putin, he apologized for the price of the eggs. Imagine that. He didn't apologize for 300 plus thousand Russian that died in Ukraine, but he did apologize for the price of the eggs, which is not really high, by the way.
Well, that's just typical, isn't it? I bet he didn't offer to give them some free eggs or reduce the price of the eggs in any way, though.
Oh, I don't know. He said that he will import from Belarus. So Belarus, apparently, beside potatoes, they have eggs too. Hail to the chickens and hens of Belarus. What can I say?
I wonder if they'll have to queue for them for 2 days. I've got loads of eggs here in my country, and they're actually really quite cheap at the moment. And you know what we have as well? We have lots of nice heating and no freezing conditions. And all the squirrels are running around outside free and not having to worry about being eaten, Joanna.
Yeah, sorry, I was a little bit distracted because I'm trying to catch up with what is happening, you know, in this conference. And as I am reading it, I'm getting even more annoyed and, you know, upset. What can I say?
Don't give him any airtime then. Look at the shipping information instead. So there's lots of snow and but weather's getting worse in Ukraine. I'm noticing all the administrations have putting out notices today about the deterioration of the roads. And they've got lots of various different things out there clearing away the snow. So lots of precautions being taken there. I was looking at something interesting earlier about the IT, about the growth of the IT sector and different jobs and things in Ukraine. So we could maybe look at that information if you like, Joanna. I thought it was
Yeah,
quite
of course. So
interesting.
because you mentioned the weather, indeed it is snowing in Ukraine right now. So it's snowing in Kiev. The most of the snow is located somewhere between Kiev and Dnipro, and it is not very, very cold, but it is colder indeed. All the northeastern part of Ukraine with negative temperatures. Also, the Carpathians with small negative temperatures. I'm saying this in Celsius, of course, not in Fahrenheit. The south of Ukraine is not really cold. About 10 degrees, 11 degrees, you know, that's 10 degrees. But there is a little bit of wind today. So probably because of that, no ships. I'm not seeing any ship in the Black Sea corridor. Unfortunately for today, I'm kind of upset because I'm really glad when I see them every morning. The ships that are preparing to leave the Ukrainian ports are gathering somewhere outside of Odessa, in Odessa Anchorage area, and then they are going south. Also, I'm seeing them in the morning north of Selina, Anchorage area, preparing to go to Ukraine. So it became it became kind of my ritual for the morning to see those ships. So no ships today. Actually, coming back to the weather, so the wind is at about 40 kilometers, 50 kilometers per hour south of Odessa, with some gusts that can go up to 80 kilometers per hour. But good to know, the most of the wind is located in Sevastopol area. So people in in the western part of Crimea will have some difficulties with the wind and the waves, because there are also waves south of Odessa up to 3 meters, and also some interesting waves in the western part of Crimea. So about the ships, because I said I will be doing a little bit of update today, no movement, but yesterday we had a lot of ships going in. The number is so yesterday there was only 3, sorry, but the day before we had a lot of them going in, 12 ships in total. And I wanted to say these are my figures I wanted to talk about. Since the beginning of December, we have 94 inbound ships. And I remember when this corridor was launched like in mid-September, and we were seeing 2-3 ships going through the corridor. I was saying to myself, this is too little. This is really too little. We need 40 to 60 ships per month in order to get to a significant level. So guess what? We are not even mid-December, and we have 94 inbound ships and 88 outbound ships just for the month of December. In November, the numbers were 132 inbound, 107 outbound. Please note that maybe there are a little bit more ships than I counted, because some of them are invisible, so to say. So anyway, over 100 ships inbound in November, 66 in October, 50 outbound, and in September, of course, we had 5 in and 7 out. So if the ratio is keeping like this for December, it will be a record month. Let's hope that the weather will help, and let's hope to see many more of those ships, because the total inbound combined capacity for now is about 10 million tons, and the total outbound capacity of the ships that sailed off the Ukrainian ports is reaching 9 million tons, which is significant, because we reach about 3 months from the start of this Black Sea corridor, and 9 million in 3 months means like 3 million per month, which is close, very close to the level of the grain deal. So basically, right now, Ukrainians are reaching the level that they attained during the grain deal, with the mention that right now they are not just exporting grain, but some other stuff. Iron ore is among the most important of them. For now, there were 8 very big Cape-sized plus ships that left from Ukraine. The 9th is still in port of Yuzhny, which is the deepest port, the only one that can receive such big ships. So the 8 ships that left, the combined capacity is over 1 million tons. And also, I have to note that for the first month, so since mid-September to mid-October, the transit through the corridor was not so significant. So basically, the average for the last month is even better than 3 million tons per month, which is absolutely amazing. And I really hope that December will be a record month. So yeah, basically that's what I wanted to say. These are my numbers. I hope that you are enjoying them as much as I do, because I do enjoy them.
Thank you, Joanna. That's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, and I do enjoy them, definitely, especially as the numbers are increasing, like you say, and the variety of things that they're shipping as well. So it's not just the grain now, because that obviously makes a big difference to the economy, because we know a lot of the grain that they don't always get paid for, because they contribute to the World Food Programme, etc. So yeah, it's definitely good to see that. And it's so funny, isn't it? Like, it doesn't seem that long ago that we were all saying, oh, this grain deal, and Russia's breaking the grain deal, and which was never really a grain deal anyway. It was just Russia being controlling everything as usual, of course. So yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to see these results now, even if there is a little slowdown today.
Yeah, there were days like this. Before we had that big storm, 28th of November, I think. I'm not remembering the date but I think it was 28th November. So we had some days like this before, but just after the storm, a lot of ships went in. So just basically they are taking cover in the Sulina area, and then when the weather allows it, they are going to Ukraine. And also the ships that are in Ukraine right now there are at least 40, if not 50 ships in the Ukrainian ports. And it's nice because you can see them now. They are leaving their AIS systems on, and you can see maybe not all of them, but most of them. And it's really nice. For example, I can see that Lady Speranza is quite close to Saturn G, and Sarah is next to DSM Everton. So there are some nice couples there. I like to joke a little bit about the names of the ships because they are so funny. So funny. We had Castor, we had Beaver, we have a lot of ladies, we have Caramel, maybe Salted Caramel because of course Black Sea, and we have some other ships. And you can go to marinetraffic.com and look at them, how they are nice and smart in the ports, waiting to be loaded and to be leaving Ukraine. A lot of Luckies also. Lucky Brother, Lucky, a lot of Lucky ships.
I guess it's a good name to have when you're at sea, Joanna. And didn't we even, if I remember rightly, have a co-host ship also?
We had Primus, we had Feisty Karen, and we had Peter S. So we had some very nice names. So we have a polar lady now, which is really funny because, you know, new polar bear. Well, in Ukraine, there was a much more elegant ship that went polar lady. And yeah, there are some others. And I'm greatly enjoying the names of the ships. There was a ship that was called Mriya, but it didn't go to the Ukrainian maritime ports. It went to the Danube Channel ports. But Mriya was there on the Kilia Channel and then in Sulina Anchorage area and sailing south.
A dream is a dream, Joanna, one way or another. It's still a dream.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. That's fantastic news, Joanna. It's so wonderful to hear. Thank you for that very comprehensive roundup.
So, sorry, I interrupted you, but maybe now we should go to the numbers. Do you think it's a good time? It must be morning in US, so maybe it's nice to remind them that Ukrainians are doing everything they can, even with low supplies of ammunition, even with low supplies of equipment, and the Russians are really suffering from this. What do you think?
Yes, I think that's an excellent idea. Let's go and look at some numbers. We can tell everybody all those lovely figures, all that heroic work that Ukrainians have been doing, like you say, in the face of such staggering, intense waves. And even with the most limited amount of things. So today's numbers are very good indeed. So I believe for personnel, this is the third in the list, the third highest today. So we have 1,300, yes, that's 1,300 eliminated invaders. And can you actually believe that 1,300 is third highest, Joanna, not the highest?
Yes, I do. Sorry, I'm making some coffee. Sorry for the noise.
Sorry, I'll let you make your coffee, Joanna. Apologies. So, of course, with that staggering amount there, that staggering daily amount, that takes the total to 342,800 eliminated invaders. So, of course, if they keep coming, then Ukraine will keep eliminating them. And today we have 10 tanks, 22 armoured personnel vehicles, 12 artillery systems, 1 MLRS, 33 UAVs, 10 cruise missiles, 13 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 9 special equipment. Wow, 9 special equipment. That's a good haul. I mean, remember in the days when we were saying like 1 and 2 was staggering, just to see them, you know, 1 a week, and now we have several a day, and today 9. I mean, that's just absolutely fantastic. There's no way that they can replace these types of special equipment, and that takes the total for special equipment to 1,185. So those are some of the numbers today. Just the overall numbers since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. We'll go through a few of them, just to give you an idea of the totals. So armoured personnel vehicles, 10,616. Let's have a look now. UAVs, 6,206. Vehicles and fuel tanks, 10,675. Wow. And 5,692 tanks. So these are the incredible heroic things that they're achieving every day. And this is why, of course, we all need to keep on the pressure on our respective officials and MPs and representatives, senators, whatever it is that you call them in your country. Contact them and make your voice known. Advocate for the things that Ukraine needs. Commander of the Georgian Legion said, what was it? Loads more HIMARS and 1,000 ATACMS. So those are the things that the US people can ask for. Germany, ask for the Taurus. There's lots of things you can ask for. If you need any help, just listen to MriyaReport long enough and you will get plenty of tips, and plenty of people coming up from those respective countries to speak about what it is that they feel they need, or they feel that their country can provide. Tony, for example, from Australia, discovered that his defence ministry was auctioning off some winter gear, winter clothing, jackets in particular, and numerous other things that the military were auctioning off. So he made a petition, raised some awareness, even managed to get by posting, by retweeting. So this is how valuable retweets are. And you think that they don't reach people, but they absolutely do. And this is why we ask you to do it. And we know it kind of gets monotonous, but it's really, really important, because Tony managed to reach one of the Ukrainian ambassadors, who then retweeted his tweet. Also, Chuck Farrer and Mick Ryan, was it Mick Ryan, I think, retweeted it as well. So maybe they're sites on it, or all the people on their page, maybe somebody saw that and, you know, that helped there. But anyway, somewhere along the line, somebody has had a hand in these jackets now being pulled from auction. And when Tony, the clever guy, has done a little bit of digging, he has discovered that actually they were pulled by the Defence Ministry themselves. They tried to say by the vendor at first and say that was the auction house, but of course that's not the vendor. And Tony kept digging and found out that they were pulled by the actual vendor, which is the Defence Ministry. So we don't know how or why they were pulled specifically, but I like to believe it was because of Tony, and many others like to believe that too. And certainly it wouldn't have happened, I don't think, had he have put some eyes on that, put some public knowledge on that, and raised some awareness for that. So these are the things that you can do. So don't ever think that your pressure on your public officials is not working. Don't ever think that your tweets and your posts are not working, because they absolutely are. Every single one is being felt. And if we all continue to do this together every single day, then it will be felt more. And that's the impact that we need to have. So, shall we look at some mine numbers for the day? Ioana, shall we see what safety they've done today in terms of getting rid of more explosive items and in deoccupied territories? So let's have a look. Wow, 226.69 hectares of land have been surveyed and neutralised and made safe. So that's absolutely fantastic. And another 146 explosive items. So that's at least 146 lives being saved. Actually, thinking about mine explosives, if you would like something to laugh at silly Russians for, How about them blowing themselves up on their own mines? I think that.
Tell me what happened.
I thought you might like that, Joanna.
And
So,
it's not the first time either.
It is not the first time, indeed. So I make so many tweets now. I'm just trying to scroll back to find the correct one. And I will obviously repost it for people to have a look at. But basically, they blew themselves up in the car. I think it was it in Sumi region? Oh, I have to find it now. Let me find it when I come to it, Joanna. So let's go through some others. Oh, here we go. There we are. There we go. Found it now. So, yes, some officials blew themselves up in Krasnoyarsk district, near the border with Ukraine, as a result of their own explosives. So the administration, Igor Borodrenko, lost his legs and he's in intensive care in a serious condition. Tiny violin knot. Galina Pashenko, who is the head of the administration of the rural settlement, suffered a minor explosive injury and a lacerated wound to the soft tissues of the head. Well, I didn't realise you had any hard tissues on your head, but, you know, there you go. I thought the hard things were your bones, but... And a third passenger suffered a contusion with a closed injury to the chest and abdominal organs. And whose mine is it? Of course, it's a Russian anti-tank mine. So I think that's a lesson to be learned there. What do you think about that, Ivana?
Well, indeed, it's a lesson to be learned, and they destroyed themselves with their weapons, and it's nice to see that. I was thinking when you were talking about the numbers, 10 tanks for today. If I remember well, it's 10 more than they had at the 9th of May parade in Moscow, because they had only one, and because we are still in the month of December, there was the Romanian National Day in December, and there was a big parade in Bucharest, but also parades in some other cities, because that's the tradition in Alba Iulia, which is historically significant, and in other cities. And one of them, for example, is Focșani. Focșani is a small city, like 40, maybe 50,000 people, somewhere in eastern Romania. It is significant because there were some fights during wars in that region. And I must say that the parade in Focșani was more impressive than the parade in Moscow. And also about the numbers, more than 10,000 armored personnel vehicles and more than 10,000 vehicles and fuel tanks, and more than 5,000 tanks, soon to be 6,000 probably. I'm thinking if you line up all these vehicles, you probably can get from Kiev to Moscow. So maybe, it's symbolic that they lost so much. And also about the people, 1,300 today, it's like 30 buses. So practically each day, the Russians are sending 30 buses full of Russians to the death. Well, it's their choice, isn't it?
Well, we've seen recently, haven't we, that they're quite able to protest against some things. I mean, actually, in particular, speaking of that, we saw that they're protesting again in Dagestan recently. I saw that just this morning. They were protesting because they were sick of having...
Makhachkala, yes, the capital of Dagestan.
Yes, absolutely. And did you see what they did? Blocked all the roads with the cars?
I didn't see much about this. I've seen the news this morning that there is a protest for electricity or something like this. They are left without supplies. I will let you tell more about this, but I remember that during the summer, because of the high temperatures there were some problems with the electricity generating plants, and the city remained without electricity for more than a week. Imagine that in Ukraine they are bombing the electricity infrastructure, and in less than a day it is back working. Well, in Makhachkala, which is the capital of Dagestan, it took more than a week, maybe even about 10 days to get it done. And people were again protesting in the streets. And you remember that was a big explosion at a gas station, and a lot of people died then. because they were in the street and they were there when the explosion happened. And again, that explosion was because they did not respect, the security requirements, and there was a storage facility with some very explosive substances close to the gas station, which had like gas filled tanks, and they exploded and so on. So again, we have news from Makachala. I would like to hear them.
Yes, it's funny you mentioned that in the summer, because this post mentions this as well, and there's also a very interesting and quite funny statement at the bottom. In Dagestan, they are protesting again. The electricity has been cut off. They are dissatisfied with the power outage, and they have decided now to come out. In fact, I'll repost this now so people can see what I'm talking about, because there are a couple of videos showing how they are all blocked in the roads. Everybody's driven their cars into all different angles in the middle of the road and blocked what looks like some kind of main street or main road in a town or city. Like you said, it's the capital, so I guess it's in the middle of the city. So they're blocking the traffic. They blocked several avenues, and similar rallies took place during the summer and winter, and now the problem is still not resolved. Now, this is the statement that I find hilarious. It is a good opportunity for Vasil Maliuk and Kirill Budinov. In case everybody doesn't know, Vasil Maliuk is the head of the SBU, and of course everybody knows Kirill Budinov is the head of the GUR. So they are suggesting that it's now a good time for these two to submit their candidacy for the leadership of Dagger Energo, which I assume is the energy company. But before that, they suggest that it will be necessary to remotely check the power system and use crash test UAVs. What do you think about that, Ioana?
Use crash test UAVs? I don't understand this.
So what they mean is that they will have to crash test the power system first by flying UAVs into them.
That's nice. That's good. So yeah, I got a little bit distracted because, I don't know if it's related to this space, but probably is. I'm getting calls from Zimbabwe and messages from South Africa and things like this. So be aware that this might happen, and do not answer, do not respond to messages, delete links or things like this. Is basic security. So yeah, I'm getting calls from Zimbabwe.
Thank you for that warning. And just in case, everybody, actually, just before we go and see what Bull Terrier has to say, you just reminded me about a post that I read. It's a slightly different issue and doesn't target us specifically, but I do think it's important to highlight that apparently there are many fakes around at the moment, phishing examples we call them here. So because of Kyivstar, is it being out, the outages because of the hacking on the network and the system because Russia hacked them. So apparently there are from the Centre for Combating Disinformation and Countering Disinformation from the National Security and Defence Council. They put out a warning to tell people to be careful not to respond to any texts that in terms of compensation for users that have been impacted by this outage, that there will not be texts being sent out offering compensation. So if you receive texts saying, you can get compensation, click this link, for example, absolutely do not click on any of those whatsoever. It's all fakes. The company said that they will not contact you that way regarding compensation. So thank you for reminding me about that, Ioana, because I think that's very important. For any Ukrainians that are listening or anybody on that network that's, in Ukraine and using that network, they could obviously also be targeted. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, Ioana, I stepped on you then. Welcome, Bull Terrier.
I wanted to go to Bull Terrier too, sorry.
Yeah, hi Tracy and Oana, and once again, thank you so much for all your hard work. I don't know if you've seen this. Tracy sent you the article in your DMs. There's a really interesting and extensive article from Reuters about how F-16s will help Ukraine. I'm not going to read through the whole thing because it's very long, but just a few quotes. US-made F-16 fighter jets for Ukraine have begun arriving at training centers in the United States, Denmark, and Romania. Kiev's allies hope the modern aircraft can push Russian aircraft farther from the front lines, target radar transmitters more effectively, and hunt down more cruise missiles. Commander-in-Chief of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, Valery Zaluzhny, said in November that F-16s will be, quote, less helpful now than they would have been a year ago because Russia has had time to improve its air defenses, but they will help address a problem that has persisted from the start of the invasion in February 2022. Russia's more modern combat aircraft have been difficult for Ukraine's military to counter with its own aging fighters. So Reuters examined technical documents and spoke to 8 military experts, including former F-16 trainers and pilots, about the jet's capabilities, limitations, and impact they could have on the war in Ukraine. And it's a very long article with some excellent graphics. And basically, what I wanted to say is that it's really good that it's on Reuters, because it's going to reach a huge number of people. So I'm really happy to see that.
Thank you, Bull Terrier. That's really interesting. I'll have a good look at that later when I've got time to dig into it a bit further. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, everybody. So nobody's coming up to talk to us. So Ioana and I are going to continue to bring you news and interesting topics. If you have anything that you would like to bring up, a Ukraine-related topic, please come up to the panel and join us, especially if you're a new listener. We like to hear from new listeners. Of course, we like to hear from all of our listeners, but it's always nice to hear from new listeners too. And if you're not sure how to do that, it's really quite easy. You can press the microphone icon on the bottom left of your phone, bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That sends us a speaker request, and we can then bring you up to the panel. And then when you come to the panel, you just pop up your hand, and that puts you in the queue. And then away you go with your comment or your question in turn. Before I just forget to tell everybody, apparently the thing that I was talking about, the phishing type of scam that I was talking about earlier, is called a social engineering phishing scam. So I just thought that's interesting. Thank you for the person giving me that information. So yeah, that's definitely very interesting to know and learn and understand these terms. I think it makes a big difference in raising awareness in these types of things. So Bull Terrier, people are showing some interest over the article that you have just sent. So I'm thinking that I might possibly put that in the nest. I'll have a look at that and see if that's something that we can put in the nest. Because as you say, I think it's very interesting that it's coming from Reuters as well. Of course, we can't completely condemn, all these places as an overall thing. I've said, down things about the BBC recently because they've done some pretty rubbishy things and not done some good things recently. But I have to say, just very, very recently, they have also done a couple of good things. So I think when they are doing important things and they are, sharing accurate information with quality journalism, then we definitely should continue to highlight that. And actually, that gives me a good segue into our guest today, because we have our segment where we have joined by journalists from Ukraine. And in particular, we have special guest Katerina Teslenko. She comes to speak with us every week, and it's always exceptionally interesting. So please do join us for that. she usually brings a guest with her as well, and we've heard some and witnessed some incredibly detailed stories, and people have shared their experiences with us. So please come and listen if you can, because I think it's really vital that we listen to experiences like these, that we share them and we highlight them. These are the stories and the personal experiences that can help us connect with those people that we're trying to push this information out to outside of this bubble here. And also, these are very good links. Katerina very often shares on her page and on the National Union of Journalists page. They share stories, individual stories, struggles of journalists that have been targeted, that have tried to escape captivity. There's been many journalists that have been targeted in Ukraine. Of course, we know that Russia likes to target many different types of groups of people, and journalists is one of them. They don't want the truth getting out. And if you've seen 20 Days in Mariupol, you will understand everything that those guys went through to get that footage out to the world. So I think the least we can do, if we have the time, is listen and share these experiences with as many people as possible, and just open as many eyes and as many minds and as many ears as we can, because a great many people are listening, but they're not really hearing the details of what's going on. So these things can definitely help. So join us for that. You'll find that it's a fantastic segment. I bet you'll be glued to every single word. If you're not, well, then you can tell me I was wrong, and take great delight in doing so. David Bailey, welcome.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, there might be a bit of background noise, but hopefully it'll be okay. I just wanted to give a couple of updates on Putin's telethon that's ongoing, and one of the really funny things is that they've got a screen at the back with text messages popping up on it, and two of these in particular caught my attention. One of them was if Crimea is Ukraine, when I drive into Ukraine, why does my cell phone switch between a Russian service provider and a Ukrainian service provider? And the other one was, dear Vladimir Putin, why does your reality differ so much from our lived reality? So it's interesting that they're so disorganized that this stuff can make it up onto the screen during the course of these results of the year speech. It's a couple of other things that have come out of that are measles. So measles is apparently on a massive increase at the moment, and he blames Ukraine for this, strangely, among other things. But one of the major things he said, and the thing that comes out from what he did say, was the reason for this increase in measles cases is because of massive immigration from Ukraine, where he says immunization is very weak, and therefore it's because of Ukraine. 242 times increase from 2022 to 2023, and this is pointed, well, experts, it says experts point towards also reluctance to get vaccinated and also the consequences of the epidemic. But the only thing that Putin highlighted was the fact that millions of Ukrainians have entered the country. There's also an opinion poll that's... Sorry, go on.
Well, I was just going to say, maybe you shouldn't have, like, kidnapped all those Ukrainians then, if you didn't want them all entering the country.
Well, exactly, right. There's another thing. There's a survey that came out as well today or the day before, and I assume that this is purely to do with kind of painting the background picture to the telethon. And among the things stated in that is that they basically, kind of reading between the lines, there's a general perception that things are going not too well. But what the survey authors state is that people are looking at things optimistically for the coming years. So basically the message from the survey seems to be things are tough right now, but we'll pull through. And the interesting thing about the survey is that it seems to put a lot of weight on the fact that, or not the fact, but the assertion that Russia is kind of a harmonious multinational society, which multi-ethnic society.
We lost you, David.
Yep.
Maybe he'll come back. Bull Terrier?
Sorry, was it just me? I couldn't hear anything that David said then, like at all.
I could hear him, but it was really muffled. Sorry about that, Bull Terrier. He's reconnecting now. Carry on, Bull Terrier.
No, that was it. I just wanted to say I couldn't hear what he was saying.
Oh, I see. Oh, I'm sorry. You could have butted in for that. I would have allowed you to butt in for that. But thank you so much for being so patient and for being so polite. I appreciate that. And apologies, everybody, for the bad sound there. Hopefully David will come back to us. So he was basically just saying what we'd already said about some of the things that Putin was saying and just giving his comments regarding that. And one of the complaints that Putin had was something to do with an increase in, I don't know, some diseases or various diseases, and that's because of the influx of Ukrainians. So I said, well, maybe he should have thought about that when he kidnapped all those Ukrainians and took them all to Russia against their will then. Bull Terrier?
Yeah, I heard your comments. Has Putin just given a speech then?
Well, it's been going all day. It's not really a speech. It's this telethon thing that he does every year, you know, where he sometimes is there for hours and hours and speaks to members of the public. But of course, it's all fake. We know that.
Ah, right. I think I read about this. Yeah, it's like an annual speech that he didn't give last year, but he's giving this year. Is that right?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's like a State of the Nation speech, and it has a thing that is called a direct line with Putin. People can submit questions in advance. According to the Russians, they received 600,000 questions. That's what the Russians say, of course. And also there are some selected people that are in the room and can ask questions, and sometimes there are video links with people to ask questions. And apparently there is the questions are put on a screen behind Putin somewhere, and there were some very interesting questions there, but I believe they were like curated. It's not like they let all the questions to be there, but some of them were, you know, mildly bad, like why is our reality so different from your reality, Putin, which is a very I don't know, vague question, but indeed it seems to indicate that there is a little bit of opposition maybe to Putin. But I was on the page that is updated with what Putin has said during the State of the Nation, and some of the things there are kind of interesting. So of course he talked about, quote, special operation in Ukraine. And he said that there is no need right now for a new wave of mobilization. Of course, there is no need for a new wave of mobilization because mobilization didn't end. They said it ended, but there is no decree signing the end of the mobilization, and they managed to mobilize people through other means. They are not giving them, you know, driving permits. They are taking them from the chairs of the faculties where they are students. They are rounding them up from the queues at different things. They are running for them in train stations. They are bringing migrants and so on and so on. There are so many ways to get some a new cannon fodder in Russia. So they do not need a new wave of mobilization. But after these elections, we don't know. After the elections, maybe Putin will feel that he is entitled now for another 4 years or whatever, forever years at the leadership of the Russian Federation, and he may declare war, he may start a new mobilization, or whatever. He can do whatever he wants after he is elected. And also, he said that there will be peace when we achieve our goals, which are, of course, denazification, demilitarization, and neutral status of Ukraine. Of course, this is bogus. There is no denazification. Actually, the Russians proved that they are Nazis themselves by doing this invasion. Demilitarization, well, they managed to demilitarize themselves. And neutral status of Ukraine, I don't know if Putin remembers, but Ukraine was pretty much neutral before the war. So it's just after the war that Ukraine is seeked to get in NATO, and rightfully so. He again said that they don't want to come to an agreement, so we are forced to use military measures. So Putin invades Ukraine, is bringing death and destruction everywhere, is forcibly annexing, illegally annexing territory of another sovereign country, and he is surprised that they do not come to an agreement, and because of this they are forced to use military measures. Of course, there is a problem with the causality chain here, but anyway. He said that the supply to Ukraine from the West will end soon. That's his impression. Of course, all the discussions that are in the public space lately do not help, really. He said that the veterans will be needed to educate the school children after the end of the military operation. What does it mean? It means that he wants to continue this military-focused, take on the reality, this paradigm of being at war forever, because he wants to continue this, and the veterans should educate the school children, of course. And he said that there are 600,000 Russian military personnel on the military operation zone. And the last one, and I'll go to you, Wolf Terrier. The last one, he said that actually they didn't take care as they have should have of the PMC people, and the rights of the PMC fighters must be restored. They must enjoy support and benefit like all the participants in hostilities. Hostilities. This is an interesting word. Anyway, this is just the part related to the special military operation. There is some more, but I would like to hear from you, Wolf Terrier.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, one comment is, the idea of Russian troops with PTSD educating school children. I think it's hilarious. Well, not hilarious. I think it's a really bad idea.
That's a match made in heaven or in hell, whatever. So yeah, exactly. Imagine those veterans coming without legs and arms and eyes and skull contusions and whatever, and educating the children, about how important it is to defend the motherland. Not that it isn't important, but the fact is that right now they are not on the territory of the motherland. They are somewhere else in another sovereign country that they invaded.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I wanted to ask is, I would love to see that speech with English subtitles. So if it ever appears, if somebody can share it, I would love to watch that with English subtitles. It would be very, very interesting.
We will see. Julia Davis usually puts this. I'll search for this, and maybe we'll find something. Yeah, it would be interesting indeed.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks very much, Diana.
Welcome back, David.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had a call. Sorry, I hope I didn't steal any of Joanna's thunder on the update on Putin's telephone. But interesting, this thing about getting veterans to enter schools and teach children about the virtues of being patriotic. And I think, again, it's one of these things that's just for telly, right? So I mean, they're going to have for sure people going into schools, but you can bet your life that these people have got nothing to do with the current war in Ukraine. These people will be especially there, like political political studies teachers that are put in dressed in uniform, claiming that they've had military experience, but in fact having pressed little and there purely to indoctrinate the next generation. So that's the game. I don't think there's any notion of people going in wheelchairs in the process of professionalising the indoctrination of the next generation.
The problem is that they started this already. They issued new textbooks for children 10 and 11th grade, and they are planning to do something for the smaller grades for the next year. They changed history, they rewritten history, because of course you can do this when you are a dictator and when you limit the capacity of people to be informed, and when you can decide whatever you want to teach the new generations. So they are doing this. They replace the self-defense, or the classes that teach you what to do in case of earthquake or volcanic eruption. They do have a volcano in Russia, or in cases that you need to do something to protect yourself. They replace this with lessons how to make drones, how to use an AK-47, how to attack in trenches and so on. There are classes for children teaching them how to fight, and I'm not talking about 17 years old. I'm talking about 10, 12 years old children. So they are doing this. They are putting children to work to help with the war effort and so on. So this transformation is very visible in Russia. They are preparing for forever war. And Putin said that peace will be achieved when our goals will be fulfilled. The problem is that Putin's goal is to be at war with somebody every time. So it's beneficial for his regime because he diverts people's attention from the everyday problems, from the very pragmatic problems of having no running water, no roads, no heating, no electricity like in Dagestan and so on, to the fact that war effort is needed right now. So yeah, again, dictatorship can do whatever they want because they can.
Go ahead, Bull Terrier.
Yeah, apparently co-hosts can hear David, but I can't hear pretty much anything that he's saying. I don't know if David can adjust his connection or something, but I just didn't get any of that at all.
Have you tried the captions on?
I'm sorry, what?
The text, the captions. Have you
No.
tried them on?
No, I don't know how to do that.
So, when you're in the space and you have the space raised up so you can see everybody's avatars and the nest, and then above there are those three dots, those three white dots. Click those three white dots and a list comes up. At the bottom it says view captions. If you click that, then captions come on. So when you lose sound, the best thing to do is switch captions on, and then that tells you whether you've lost sound or whether that person's gone away. Very quickly you can work that out then. And then sometimes if somebody is not very audible to one particular listener, that's a very useful way just to bypass that.
Great, got it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Joanna. Mette is coming up to join us. Did we say Grippin?
I'm trying to bring her up. Well, yeah, you can say it again. Oh, you said it 3 times, so Mette is up.
Oh,
good morning, Mette.
Good morning, Tracy. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. It's probably good afternoon, really, isn't it, Ma?
Well, it is 14:41, so it's afternoon, yes. Thank you for bringing me up. I'm popping in and out, but I just wanted to talk about this, mobilization and Putin not doing a mobilization. How do you think it's going in the occupied areas? Because they are sort of mobilizing Ukrainians who won't take the Russian passport, and they are sending them sort of to war against their own people, the ones who they are waiting to liberate them. How do you think that that's going to end? We haven't seen it really yet, but from the back channels, I hear all the time that they're mobilizing the Ukrainians in Ukraine, in occupied Ukraine, and it's like, it's so sick. It's just so sick. That's my my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Meta. I mean, this has not stopped happening, really, has it? Unfortunately, all the way through. I think the only thing that has changed is the intensity and of who they choose to do that to. Ukrainians have had to become very savvy at keeping out of the way and keeping themselves away from being forced to take that passport. And of course, that gets more and more difficult every day. We hear reports coming from the mayor of Melitopol in particular, but also other places. Recently, the Zaporizhia military administration did say that they had started to receive mobilisation papers of Ukrainians in the temporarily occupied areas. So, yeah, unfortunately, it's happening, Mete, and this is why we need to do everything that we can to help Ukraine. I mean, I know you know this anyway, but this is why we do everything that we do here to help them get those weapons, to help them be able to get the Russians out faster, because that's the only answer. They're not going to leave on their own, are they? So they have to be forced to. But they are getting closer, Mete. Every single day they're getting closer. And in fact, actually, there's been, I don't know if you've heard, you probably heard, Mete, you're always on top of things. There's been some explosions in near Melitopol this morning, apparently.
Yeah, I heard, and I'm so happy about these parties and activities. It's just that, I know also that Ukraine has said that, don't worry about taking the passport if you're forced to, because they're not giving them the medicines they need, etc., etc. But in the occupied areas, it's getting harder and harder to survive, because they're not getting their pensions, they're not getting the medicines, their children are taken away from them, etc. And if you take this Russian passport, I've heard it's a secondary passport, which can send you to the gulags in Russia. And it's like, I really, really hope that Ukrainian army has the ability to liberate these people as soon as possible, and we should do everything we can to help them. Anything, everything we can to help them, because these people are really suffering in these areas, and it's getting harder and harder. And it's the most ridiculous is now that they're mobilized to fight their own country. It's like, it's so sick. Sorry, I can't point it enough, but it's so sick. But we need to liberate these places. Mariupol, Mediapol, at the moment, I think the worst. There's something happening also in other places, but Mariupol and Mediapol and Tokmak are the most suffering places, and these people are so strong and they are so courage, and they do these parties and things and everything, but they are sort of mobilized to fight their own country. It's sick. Yeah, that's my bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mete. Michael, welcome.
Hi, Tracy. Hi, Ioana. So I'm really glad you brought up the whole topic of the schools and some of the items. And one of the areas that I'm really fascinated in when it comes to countries is, I think, if you look at their demography, Iran, for instance, has a very young population, very restless population. If you look at the population pyramid of Russia, it's not so much a pyramid. They have around 30 5% fewer men aged 20 to 25 than they do men aged 55 to 59. They're in a bit of a demographic collapse. When you take, hundreds of thousands of men killed, they're not making babies. The birth rate is incredibly low. And so what Putin is doing is he's trying to shore up, because just the basic necessities. And Tracy, let me ask you a question. I know here in the United States, we have, nursing shortages and stuff. I've read thing, I'm not very up to speed on it, but in the UK, is nursing shortage with the NHS a big issue? Just Tracy.
Honestly, I actually wouldn't know anymore, Michael. I would have known that answer a couple of years ago, and we indeed did have a huge shortage, yes, and some of that was to do with Brexit and people finding it harder to work here. Some of it was to do with other reasons, but honestly, since I became engaged with trying to help Ukraine, I actually have no idea what's going on in my country at all anymore, unless it pertains to Ukraine.
Okay, fair enough. And let's go back to that time, and I'll use that as my comparative data point. Is that in Britain, you had an issue just related to where you had, a non-trivial change in migration, and you had a nursing shortage in the NHS. And that's with a country like Britain that has a much healthier demographic outlook. You've got, your population is still growing. It may not be through just natural birth rate, but it may be because lots of people want to come to Britain. The population of Britain is growing, as you know. Just imagine in a country that has like, a couple generations later, you have 35% fewer people. And what that will do to your social care, what that will do to just being able to put bodies in an army, your skilled labor. And we know there's a lot of out-migration when it comes to Russia. And all of those things, Putin is fighting a demographic toilet. His country demographically is just winding around the bowl and about to go down the toilet if you look at this. And he is accelerating this through this war. And yes, he's looking everywhere. And it is absolutely heartbreaking that, he's going, and that's part of the reason why he's stealing children. Part of the reason why he's mobilizing people in other areas, and he's mobilizing people in the occupied territories. So I encourage everybody, if you want to learn a little bit, and I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer by any means, but if you just go and look at some population pyramids and just look at different age groups, different generations, and you'll see what they're talking about. Because today's 20 to 25-year-olds are going to be, tomorrow's 40 to 45-year-olds. You factor in one other data point I'll put there, and that is the life expectancy in Russia is a good bit lower than what you have in places like Britain. So they may not necessarily need social care, but what that means is they do have other acute conditions. Alcoholism, as we know, is one of them. And so Putin is trying to do what he can, but you can't force that stuff, because if you're a skilled nurse in Russia and you don't have a good life, you're going to find a way to get out, and you're going to go find a way to possibly go become a nurse in the NHS, where you would be wanted, you would have a better life, you would have freedom. In any case, that was my point, is that he is battling a serious demographic time bomb, really. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. No, it's a very good point, and it's actually a really good way to look at things, and to gain a different perspective on sort of the same information, because you are right. We did have, just for that one minor thing that Brexit caused, it caused a great deal of shortages in many industries. A lot of them in, well, I wouldn't say they were unskilled, because lorry drivers, for example, was one. And although it might not be a great skill to drive a lorry, it's still a skill. And if you've ever tried to drive one as opposed to driving a car, you will know what I'm talking about, because I'm talking about big, long distance lorries, that go across on ferries and all these like these that are they've been in these protests. And it caused a huge problem. And it wasn't just that. We had also a problem with butchers, believe it or not, because our government, in its nonsensical way, thought it would make sense to classify a butcher as a non-skilled person, which, again, if you know anything about butchery, you know that it's pretty much highly skilled. Otherwise, you're going to chop off your fingers. So it's a very good example to make. And just that one small thing, that one small hiccup, like you said, say, in a country where we have many, many more resources and many, many more skilled people than they do. And of course, we are making those skilled people every year in colleges and universities and schools and etc. And they're not deciding to leave our country and not come back. Well, of course, some do, but that's a different thing altogether. So I think that's a very good way to put it. Thank you, Michael. Did you want to follow up?
Yeah, just really quickly. One thing I'll say is if whatever country you are in the world, and I'm not going to get into any kind of debate about immigration and migration and stuff. That's a whole other thing, and that's very complicated. But I will just ask yourself this fundamental question. Are people from other parts of the world wanting to come to your country? If people are wanting to come to your country and beating down the doors to your country, then that is an inherently good sign for your country. That means that people do want to come there. They do want to be unskilled. They do want to be skilled laborers. That means that you do have a healthy society, and that's something that you should cherish. And at the end of the day, I know that's exactly what Ukraine wants, and that's what we should all strive to help Ukraine for a better future in the EU and in NATO. Thanks.
Absolutely agree, Michael. Thank you very much. David, welcome. Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I heard you guys are going to win the war and bankrupt Putin by Valentine's Day. Is this true?
What are you referring to, David?
It was something Fuck Tyrant was having a conversation. It's on one of your earlier Spaces threads.
Okay, well, oops, sorry, I just dropped my phone then. I can't speak for Fox Tyrant or that conversation because I didn't hear it. There's probably not anybody here at the time that did hear it, so maybe you would like to ask him that question when he's here.
Okay, it was on the thread with the Prime Minister of Finland making an announcement, so he had a thread for that.
Oh, well, I haven't seen that. Maybe I might have a look for that when I get a chance. Thank you, David. Marcus,
Thank
welcome.
Hello.
Hello,
Yeah.
Marcus.
How are you? Any booms last night, Tracy?
We have booms in Melitopol this morning.
Oh, beautiful. And Mete might have a response, so that's perfect. So in response to David's question, I'm not aware of where Fuck Tyrants might have said that, but I think that would be aspirational, and I support people having aspirations. On the timeline, however, winning and driving the economy in Russia down the driving the economy down and bankrupting them is a choice of theirs, right? They can endure sanctions and continue paying from sanctions, which will build and build and build and build. Or let's put it this way: people are waiting 12 hours in the cold for what the equivalent of a €1 discount on eggs. So they're not doing great, and that's sad. Like, that is sad. No Russian should be struggling to eat. I don't know why Putin's government makes the choice to continue to occupy the borders past his international borders and attempt to subjugate people and bomb people and abduct children. All he has to do is leave and give the tens of thousands of children he admits have been abducted back to their families, which is a low cost, right? That's the minimum he could do. And then the sanctions may be lifted. So that's a choice, right? And I think Russians should ask more of their leadership than making choices like that don't benefit Russia. So it's a shame. It's a shame, but it's Putin's shame. And I think all of us would love to see the Russians thriving within their own borders and not making incursions into Europe and slaughtering people. So again, that's a choice of theirs, and we all support them correcting their decisions.
Thank you, Marcus. Yeah, the economy certainly is not doing well. It's doing a lot worse than they are admitting or even choosing to show. Of course, why would they show that? You know, the examples in civil aviation are one. They've got planes falling out of the sky. They've got planes that can't take off. They've got planes that are landing in fields. At my last count, it was 15 planes within about as many days, something like that. And that was a few days ago. So there's probably been more. So I would say, absolutely, you're right, Marcus. These things don't need to happen. Putin is choosing to put most of his economy to war next year, and all of those people in Russia are choosing to have that war too. While I accept it's got to be incredibly difficult for some of them, what we seem to notice is that they are able to have protests when they feel like it suits them. For example, in Dagestan, they had protests in summer because they didn't like having no electricity. And again, today they're having protests in the same place in the capital because of no electricity. You know, it's not that long ago we saw them protesting at the airports and being really quite vicious and violent because what they thought Jews were on the plane. I mean, of all things, why would you expect a Jew to be able to actually go somewhere and fly somewhere? And really, why would any Jews be wanting to go to Russia anyway? Certainly none with any sense, if you ask me. So I think you're absolutely right, Marcus. It's always important to highlight that this is their choice, and that they have to take agency for themselves. They have to do something about that, and we can't, unfortunately, make those changes for them. I would like to see those independent states be able to get some of their independence back again and fight for those things. But of course, that's down to Russia and Russia's internal politics. And we just need to leave them to get on with that. And absolutely, until they're ready to enter the human race and act in a humane way towards other peoples and other nations and respect other people's boundaries and rule of law, then I don't really think we should have anything to do with them in any way. If it was up to me, I would just cut them off completely from the rest of the world. I would just North Korea them, as the expression is. But of course, it's not quite that black and white. I do understand that. But I think I've waffled on with my opinion for long enough. Marcus, did you want to follow up?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. There's a good model for this, but that was still in Putin's reign, I suppose. And that was before, was the second Chechen war after, I think it was after 9/11. But there was a period where there was relative peace. He had invaded Chechnya again, or Georgia, or Syria, although it's air quotes in Syria because he didn't invade it. He just used air power to bomb them into oblivion and create a humanitarian crisis that flowed up into Europe, in addition to all the suffering there that remains. But before he did those things, there was a relative era of peace and prosperity where Europe was normalizing Russian relations, and it felt like everything was better for people in Russia. But I just don't understand why they decided to invade their neighbors and commit war crimes. It's a crying shame. I think they might need to change the leadership. That has to come internally. So great points all around. It's a bummer and we'd love to help them, but we can't regime change, right? So ultimately, Russians have to choose peace, and I hope they do.
Thank you, Marcus. I hope they do as well. And it looks like we'll be having a little co-host swap sneakily in the background. But in the meantime, we will go to Mette.
Yeah, I wanted to comment, Marcus. You're so right in so many ways. But the thing is, for Finland, you know, we have winter war and sort of 800 years of depression from Russia. I'm not worried about Finland at all. You know, come on, show us. Come to our aqua park. You know, we have 1,000 lakes and every one of them is defended, and we have shelters for our entire population. You know, and we have 5 million people, but 280,000 of them are already in in days and 900 in weeks. And I have no worries. We don't have nuclear weapons, yeah. So, but I have no fear from Russia. It's just that it's so uncomfortable. And what they're doing to Ukraine disturbs me so much. And I hope we would give more capabilities, even if it's risking our own defense. And I guess that's what you know, after US pulling back, or the Mike Johnson pulling back US from the aid, means that we Europeans need to do more. And it's I agree. We should do more, and we have to do more, and we have to defend our continent. We just have to do it. And I hope that, salting is in its final stage, that we get Taurus and we get more shadows. And I know that Finland has capabilities, but everything needs the US green light. Tony, the hero of Australia, has been active about the F-18s in Australia, and Finland would be perfect place to train the Ukrainians on that. We have to do more. But, my take on, as a Finnish person, my take on Russia is that they won't stop. They will never stop. And they just won't learn. And it's sad. It's sad for them, but it's the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Never trust a Russian. That's my take on it. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm jumping in as co-host, but I'm in speaker still. We're waiting a bit for the invite, but here I am, Tracy, and good to see you. Good to co-host with you as always, and Meta and everyone who spoke so far. Good responses, and I would only say that that the collapse of Russia right now is a benefit to the world, as far as I can tell, until they stop aggressing. And they drive almost all the world's refugee crisis. Maybe climate change will catch up with that someday, but so far it hasn't. It has not. It is Russia that drives them. Syria. They tried to start another genocide in Africa by cutting off the grain. That would have certainly caused more crises. And every one of their wars, and they have serial wars. They have war all the time. So it all drives refugee crises. And so the best immigration policy to have is a decisive defeat of Russia on the battlefield. That'll help so much. So that's all I got, Tracy, at the moment. And back to you.
Thank you very much, James, and welcome. And you will be joining me very shortly in the seat of power. And we will have just a little short time together. But until then, we will carry on with Hans. Michael seems to have disappeared. He was there with a hand up. Hopefully he'll come back. So Marcus, please go ahead.
Yep, just a quick thing before Bull Terrier pops in. Like James, you're right, and it's a gosh darn shame, because look what they're trying to do in Venezuela. We've heard Wagner is there advising their military there. Every opportunity Russia gets to destabilize the Western world, they appear to take it. If I'm wrong on that, they're not doing a very good job convincing the rest of us that I'm wrong on that. So everywhere there seems to be huge crises or exploitation, in Africa, for example, you look deeper and it's Wagner ferrying gold and diamonds out of Central Africa and helping to kill rebels. So yeah, just I don't get. They got to screw loose up there. They got to clean up their own house. That's for darn sure. Because if they cause a refugee crisis in Venezuela, I think America will become more involved. They might have reached a breaking point. We'll see. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Michael, you popped up and down. You were in the queue, so I will let you go first.
Great. Thanks very much, Tracy. And Meta, I absolutely love you, and I love your comments. I'm going to respectfully disagree with one thing that you said, and I think you'll get what I'm getting at, and that is the answer is Finland actually does have nuclear weapons. People such as myself and Tracy pay for them. The nuclear arsenal of the United Kingdom and the United States is put to NATO nations as a deterrent. So the nuclear umbrella, nuclear deterrent of the United States and Great Britain is covering all the NATO nations. I know France does have nuclear weapons, but they do not commit the use of their nuclear weapons towards NATO. They have it as strictly as an independent deterrent, and they will operate, and their doctrine is completely independent of NATO when it comes to nuclear weapons use. So just on that, you don't have to fear that you don't have nuclear weapons, and you do have 280,000 of the most badass soldiers in the world. There's no doubt about that, even if they're not in uniform at this day and age. And just want to say, as an American, I'm very proud to have Finland as a NATO partner, and I'm very proud that my tax dollars go and just do a little bit to help with your security. And I definitely won't speak for Tracy, but I'm sure Tracy has similar sentiments. But again, Tracy, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Thanks.
No, I agree, Michael, and thank you for coming up and saying that. I appreciate that. Bull Terrier.
Yeah, I happened to notice a CNN report that is really interesting. Apparently, Congress has passed an $886 billion defense bill, and this is mainly about American defense. However, the Defense Authorization Bill would extend the Ukrainian Security Assistance Initiative through the end of 2026 and authorize 300 million for the program in the current fiscal year and the next one. The program provides funding for the federal government to pay industry to produce weapons and security assistance to send to Ukraine rather than drawing directly on current US stockpiles of weapons. So apparently Congress are still arguing about the 60 billion or whatever it is, but they have passed this defense bill, which includes 300 million for Ukraine. It's not enough. It's by no means enough. But it seems that Republicans and Democrats were able to agree on that at least.
Well, so far, that's the Senate. The House is a different matter. And we'll see what happens in the House, which is Republican controlled at the moment. Narrow majority, but they've got the majority. And so we'll see what happens in the House with that, if they leave the NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act, alone or not. I suspect they will. You're right, it's not nearly enough, but and it's certainly not the emergency aid bill that is necessary. So thanks, Bull Terrier. Appreciate it. I wish it were otherwise. And I wanted to take a stab at answering David's question about Folk Tyrant's comments about what was it? What holiday? Well, anyways, I think that the best experts that we have who come talk to us talk about this being a little bit longer than any time in 24. But as Mr. Budinoff said, it might take months. It might take a year. And if you think a year is a long time, then it might be a long time for you. But he doesn't think it's going to be a long time at all. He doesn't think a year is a long time because of the vast amount of equipment that still needs to be destroyed, because it doesn't come all at once, which is good in a way, right? Because then you can destroy it as they send it. And I saw the numbers today, and I would say they're still doing that. They are destroying equipment and personnel at a pretty steady pace, and it's an accelerated pace compared to a year ago or even 6 months ago. In fact, I'm not sure about today's 1,300 dead Russians, but that is near the record. I believe that record is 1,380 for a single day. So they're still doing a bang up job of taking care of business, and with a steady supply of arms, they will continue to, I'm sure. And they are expending about a ratio of 1 to 4. In other words, for every 4 Russians that are killed, there's 1 Ukrainian killed. So they're still paying a very steep price for what they're doing, and what they're doing for us, because, at this point, if um, if the empire of Russia isn't stopped now, it'll keep going. It's said that. It has said that many times. It said it recently. It said it over the years. It's a long way from back when, or I'm sorry, from back when Putin was saying, "Oh, we love the West. We want Ukraine in NATO. That'd be good. We want them in the EU. That'd be good." Well, it became useless to him to say that back then, and he's now saying, "Well, there are no such thing as Ukrainians. They're Russians." And this is where his head is at, and it's sort of a genocidal idea, and the idea that you wipe out a people is in fact a genocide, and that's what he's got in mind. Will he kill them all? No, he is going to take the kids. Is he going to enslave some? Yes, he will. Torture some? Lots. He's been doing that. And it isn't just him. I talk about him as if he's the whole thing. It's the whole system, the whole idea that you rule from within a small group, and you dictate what you want. And if you don't, we'll lock you up if you protest. And oh yeah, by the way, it's illegal to be LGBTQ in Russia now too. So there you go. Anyway, Tracy, I see we have a hand. Meta, hello.
Hello. Yeah, it's incredible that the world hasn't seen it yet. Not all of the world, at least. That Putin will take what they can. They take the children. They take the civilians. 52 injured. 10 children, I think, last night. And they are bombing medical centers. They are bombing, still. And we are almost 2 years into the war, and they are still let to do that. That's what I am so pissed about. Yeah, war is war. Yeah, battlefield is battlefield. But as world watches by, and they are sending these Shaheds, Iranian Shaheds, North Korean, whatever, these dictators and autocrats, and they are supplying these weapons to Russia, and we are watching by while they are bombing civilian cities. And it's like, come on, wake up. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Meta. Yeah, they are. It seems as if most of the Kinzhal missiles have been aimed at civilian targets. They seem not to care so much about the military targets, or at least using their big missiles on it. And I can understand why. They have a harder time hitting the military targets because their stuff isn't as good. The bigger targets, like apartment buildings, they seem pretty capable of hitting those, and they are. And they've been trying. We all recall last year last winter, the Holodomor that they tried to do, the genocide by freezing to death, where they destroyed all the substations and stations that they could that generated electricity to shut down cities across Ukraine. So we are indeed dealing with pretty much of a monstrous nation at this point. And the reports that we've got, the new line, starting with the New Line report, the report on the transshipment of kids across Russia to Belarus, and they're to be held and sent into military camps, even though they're many of them are special needs. Some of them that we saw pictures of were in wheelchairs, and I thought originally that's crazy, but then I thought, oh yeah, the drone war, you really don't need to be able to stand up to operate a drone. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the intended use. And this is not unusual for them. This is sort of standard practice, and it is. It's dark and evil, I guess, is what I would say about that. So I hope that they will change their ways, but I think they are going to need help changing their ways. And I would like to help them with 1,000 ATACMS rockets. I would like to help them with, 41 F-16s to start. I think that's not enough to get to deterrence. Once we get to the deterrence point, after Putin sees fit to join the 10-point peace plan that has been approved by about 50 nations. And once they get on board with that, why then, we'll see about what happens then. But I don't think they're going to go there. I think that Putin's life depends on victory, and he's not going to get that. So he'll die in office probably. So, Meta.
I totally agree. I totally agree with some Taurus, so we can take the bridge down, so they won't be able to supply their evil army. And I agree, but I'm enjoying this discussion. Is Putin still alive at all, or is it just his double and Prigozhin? Oh no, what's his called?
Shoigu?
He's natural, security advisor. What is called? He's some, not the Wagner. He's called Petrusov. Sorry, Petrusov is apparently running the show at the moment, together with Putin's doubles. That's what I hear, and that's a funny. It's just a rumor, but I remember Zelensky said 1 year ago, "Is he still alive?" But he has so many doubles that we can't count them, and it's. But Petrushev, his name is, and he has this 20-year-old kid who's already praised as a successor for Putin. I don't know. I hope this day comes that Putin is away, and all his surrounding oligarchs, and maybe it's time for a younger generation. I don't know. Maybe they are just as bad, but somehow I feel it would be a better choice. And I think that the Russian people are suffering about this. All the sanctions, all the economical disasters. They don't get fresh water, they don't get heating, they don't get toilets. If your husband doesn't make it home with a toilet stolen from Ukraine. So it's just like, someday they will have to, but as a Finnish person, I don't actually oppose at all. Let them all rotten there without toilets, and let's just give Ukraine everything they need, everything, including Taurus and ATACMS and the aircraft. And I hope that Finland helps Australia move those aircrafts, because we have 64 of them coming up. As soon as we get our F-35s, then they have 100 more. It's not just the F-16s that are coming. And I hope Sweden is going to be first to deliver Gripen. And, we just have to keep on giving. I'm ready from my tax money to pay for any Ukrainian weapons, anything we can give, and even, startling our own defense, if it comes to that. I'm ready. Thank you.
Thanks, Meta. Yeah, me too. I think it's a great investment. When I was younger and thought that there wasn't enough money for everything, I thought, no, we should cut that. But now I realize that if you cut that, then you may not have the rest, because you may not be able to defend yourself. And we can really see the dangers now with missiles going across the Red Sea, and with people in various parts of the world ready to launch terrorist attacks. And they have more sophisticated weapons now. And we have sophisticated weapons. But when it comes to air defense, what we've seen in Ukraine is you need a lot of air defense. There's just so much call for it. Kyiv, fairly well defended, but it is a 2-minute trip for a missile from Russia to Kyiv. And so you don't have much time. So you have to have a lot of defense around a city. And they do now. And we saw that, if it isn't cities, then it's the grain depots, which Russia's destroyed that. And some of those anyways. And it's, it's just one thing after another that they do. And we're going to have to stop them by providing arms. And it's a good thing that the United Nations provides a method for us to do this, and without becoming combatants ourselves. It's sort of the best of both worlds. Be involved, but not be a combatant. We're really lucky that way, that Ukraine is willing to step up, and they would, I'm sure, like to beat them all by themselves to make the point, and that would add to their further deterrence. Meta, back to you, and then to Oyvind.
Oh, Oyvind has joined us. Great. But yeah, I think that, until Ukraine has rebuilt their arm industry, which they are doing very quickly in the middle of the war, we still have to keep on giving everything they need. And they really need ATACMS at the moment, because they don't have the Air Force yet. They need ground-to-air missiles, ATACMS, and they don't really cost the US nothing. They have over 3,000 of them in stock, whereof 1,000 is already so old that they can destroy it. They could sell them $1 per missile or something. And Germany finally giving the Taurus. That's airborne, unfortunately, but we need ground to air, and that's ATACMS. So Oyvind may have some great ideas how to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Meta. Go ahead, Oyvind.
Yeah, we need to continue to put the pressure on. Yesterday there was a meeting in Oslo all the Nordic were there. Zelensky were there. Zelensky also spoke in the Norwegian Parliament, and it's very rare that a foreigner can speak in the Norwegian Parliament. Actually, this is only the third time after World War II that happened, and one of the previous who have done that was Winston Churchill. So Zelensky joined the club with Winston Churchill. Also, some aid were promised from Norway, from other countries that joined there. And in Norway, all the representatives from the parliament, we call it Storting, everyone support Ukraine, even the far left. But there are always some people, probably you can count them, they are less than 1,000 in the total country of 5.5 million people, who complain and say they're afraid for their wallets. And I would say to these people, if you are afraid of your wallet and you can't aid Ukraine, you are on the wrong track. Because if you're afraid for the wallet, you should aid Ukraine. Norway have a very big pension fund. It's actually the second biggest in the whole world. The value of that pension fund will drop dramatically if Putin continue and is not stopped. Then so far Norway have we giving annual to Ukraine 1.7 of our GDP. That's probably I think that is the highest of anybody in percent of GDP. But if this pension fund drop, we're talking about 10 or 20% of GDP, maybe in just one big drop on the stock market, because these monies in the pension fund, they are not money in a bank. They are invested all over the world in every stock exchange, in obligations, etc., etc. It's all kind of value paper. It's not a big container full of gold bars. It's invested. So we need economy in the world to continue to be as it have been, a little bit up, a little bit down. But the big trend is that you can make money for the future by having spent money on various stock market. And you need a stable world for that to continue, not the world that Putin wants. So for all these people, if you want to look at your wallet or your future wallet, your grandchildren's wallet, you should aid Ukraine now. Thank you.
Thank you, Oyvind. Appreciate that. Yes, indeed. The snail without the hard shell is easy pickings. After all, we don't want to be easy pickings for the Russians. We want to have that hard shell on the outside to protect our civilization. I guess you could say our very nation, the people, what we've built, and everything like that, and our way of life as well. So appreciate that very much. Thank you. So let's see here. Well, I see two hands. Well, did you see who raised their hand first?
What, are you kidding me? I just showed up. I just rolled the dice now.
Oh, well, then I'm gonna go with Meta, then Johan, and welcome up again. And oh, I'm sorry, and Helmi, I see you there too. But let's go to Meta, Johan, Helmi, I think is the order.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, to Oyvind, I know, we Nordics, we keep, our, we are hand in hand, all of us, and that's a fact. But the thing is that Norway has the biggest pension fund or oil fund or whatever. And it was like, when the war started, it was like, okay, Norway scraped their oil barrel a little bit. So it's like so great that Norway has this attitude and this vote. I think in Scandinavia and in Nordic countries, the support for Ukraine is over 80%, and in Finland I know it's almost 90%, and it's like, you know, those who are opposed to it are like they don't know anything, and I appreciate the Nordic Union on this, but I also I posted something about the Nordics, proud to be Nordic thing, and then I immediately got a response from a Dutch person who said, we in Netherlands, we also want to be part of these Nordics, you know. And then the UK person said, we also want to be part of the Nordics. And there is something called DEF. And that's all of these air forces fighting together and giving each other security guarantees, and I don't know if that would be a solution for Ukraine for a while. But you know, I think, you know, the support for Ukraine in the Nordics and in Netherlands and in UK is so strong that it might be a solution. But that's just something I thought about. What do you think? Thank you.
I think that that is helpful in and of itself. I think that the fact that NATO is there as backup is very helpful. I think that these increased military spending from Ukraine's partners, especially, and it doesn't seem like it's impacting them much, but it does. In fact, Japan's move to 19% of their GDP going to military is an astounding number. And the way that it helps Ukraine is that it takes some of the pressure to defend that part of the world. They're defending it themselves. And so it may not do more than deter the Chinese, but that's a lot. And maybe it also goes some ways to directly deterring Russia. But we shall see. What do you think, Will?
Sorry, mate. I was right in the middle of swallowing something.
No problem. No problem. It happens.
Look, I don't really know, but look, we've got to have deterrence, like you say, James. So, yeah, I don't have anything to add. I don't think, right, to your point, Meta. Yeah, I'll catch up a little bit closer on where this conversation's going and have something to offer in a minute. But I can't really add anything beyond what you just said, James.
No problem. Thanks, man. All right, Johan, welcome.
Yeah, I don't know if I've got anything constructive to contribute. I just thought, well, I mean, I really noticed that there's quite a I mean, how the discussions are going within Ukraine itself and among Ukrainians has really taken a much darker turn. Today I interviewed for an organization which is working in Lviv, which is working with war traumatized children, and I really want to go there. I really feel that my own anxiety about Ukraine can actually best be helped by actually going there and doing something than just ranting on social media about it. But it seems like when I actually asked one of the program officers, well, how's the mood? And well, she said, well, she's actually not Ukrainian, but she said, well, I mean, among Ukrainians now, it sinks in slowly, very slowly, that probably the war is going to continue for very long and not necessarily end with a victory. And that's something which really kind of gives me a sting. That because this whole, yeah, I think one of the aspects which kept me from really going insane over the last 2 years was really that Ukrainians still kind of self-evidently firmly believe in victory, in ultimate victory, and in reclaiming their territories. And now I've got the sense, although it's just anecdotal evidence, it's just anecdotal, but it's still. I sometimes I'm actually afraid to ask people how they are doing and how they're feeling, because I'm afraid to hear the answer. I'm afraid to hear an honest answer, which is, yeah, that maybe an answer that you're actually getting a bit skeptical about the possible outcome, and that it's not a given that Ukraine is going to win. And this is really, I don't know, this is something which I don't know. Yeah, the balance. It's certainly not a good idea to keep lying to oneself, but at the same time getting all depressed and all defeatist and all giving up because giving up too early is also not good. And I just wonder what a good balance would be. But I think for Ukrainians, it's certainly very important to understand what the hell is going on in the US, and whether what happened during Zelensky's visit is already kind of prejudging the outcome, that is, or if a deal is still likely to come. And I've heard both, so I'm really confused about that. Yeah, but it's really, I guess, for us also to understand that, well, there's no, Ukrainians don't have, even though they have surprised us many times already now, but there's no, like, there's probably also a breaking point, and we can't just trust that they will always somehow manage, and that they will win. It's not a given that they will win. We need to keep supporting them, and we need to keep supporting them as much as we can. And in my country here in Germany, it's really driving me insane how little Ukraine is still in the news. It's great that it's different. So I've recently been to Vilnius, and I've really seen what it looks like when an entire country wholeheartedly supports Ukraine. And it was very, very uplifting. But Lithuania is also a rather small country, and we really need to get a pro-Ukrainian mood back into action in big EU countries. In Germany, in France, in Italy, maybe, and in Spain. It's somehow, I mean, really, thing which bothers me the most. How can we turn this thing around? How can we, again, ensure that Ukraine and the genocide which is happening right now is getting the attention that it needs? And this is. And it's great. This Twitter space is there, but this Twitter space has a fairly limited outreach. We really need to think about, what to do really to broaden. I mean, it's not. I'm probably not the first person to come up with this question, but it's getting more acute, more salient by the day. Sorry for ranting, and then maybe I should just end here.
Thank you, Johan. I do think that there's reason to be concerned about Russian influence in all of our countries. And the best thing that we can do is make sure that our own nations are doing everything that they can You're worried about the United States, and I appreciate that. And it is sort of a pickle that we're in. And I would have loved to have seen a clean aid bill, just funding for what we'd asked for without a big policy attached to it that hasn't been solved in 40 years. You know, it's going to be something where I expect that one way or the other, aid from the United States will resume one way or the other. And there are different ways it can resume, and I don't want to go into it. I think that the most important thing is that we all do all we can to keep the aid coming. It is simple as making sure that our representatives have their feet held to the fire. Of course, that's a metaphor, right? We don't actually want to torture them. Well, anyways, no, won't go there. But anyway, let's see. Helmi, thank you for coming up. Welcome.
Thank you. First, I want to tell you something funny I just read about the European summit. Orban gave a hand to the Greek minister, and Macron was standing next to them, and he said to the Greek minister, "Watch your wallet." I thought it was very funny because Orban wants to have money all the time. So,
well, and I heard there's $30 billion on the table, which that's a lot of money in anybody's pocket. I think you might even need a wheelbarrow for that much money. I'm not sure what denominations you've got, like. Anyways, but yeah, that's a lot of money, and he's got his hand out again. And isn't he one of the most needy countries there in terms of getting the most out of the EU? I thought he was. I don't really know.
yes,
but,
yes, he
yeah,
is, certainly.
there you go.
Yeah.
We've got some of that going in the United States too. Not everybody gets the. Well, here's what's important in the United States: is we try to distribute money per person rather than per state, right? It's not like California gets the same amount of money from the government as, I don't know, our smallest state, Rhode Island. That's not the case. We do try to make sure it follows the people, but that doesn't mean that it reflects the income. And so we're like the EU countries. We're all trying to make sure everybody has their basics taken care of, and I think that would be the point of government. But that could lead into a long side discussion that we probably shouldn't get into. But I appreciate it. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, probably. But yeah, I do think that we're on the way in the United States to coming to a critical moment where we'll be able to make a clearer decision than ever before between two approaches to government. And with the election coming up, it'll be very interesting to see who people trust and who they pick.
Yeah, we have the same problem in Holland at the moment, crisis in politics. So I'll have to wait and see what's happening. There was a big debate yesterday, the whole day, with 4 party leaders in the parliament about what they are going to do with the government. And there were already 2 leaders lying. And I was very upset and very angry. They were just lying. And the biggest lie came from Geert Wilders, who has won the elections. And he was confronted with the fact that he had visited summits in Russia. And when he was confronted with it, he said that he was trying to persuade Putin not to send so many refugees at the border. But it was nonsense, because he was some sort of awarded that day, and he came back with something on his jacket, and he was showing it to everyone and talking about it. and it had nothing to do with refugees. That's what I'm sure about. He was just lying, because all the other parties are very concerned about our how do you say that, the constitution? Yeah, I think you say that, of our country, because all the points that are on his bullet list are against the constitution. So it was a big discussion, but we'll have to see what happens.
Yep.
Thank you.
It's almost seems reflexive that politicians lie, some more than others. And the big thing is really is what lie are they telling, and who does it help, and who does it hurt, and how deeply have people bought that lie? Sometimes I think is the key thing. And some politicians don't lie much at all. And they don't get as elected as much, I would say, but because people vote on promises until they get in office, and then it just seems like people vote people back in. Our rate of electing whoever is in office again is about 90%. So it seems like once you get in, it's kind of a safe job. So anyway,
Well,
let's get here.
James, that's because the U.S. system is so dominated by money. You do have a lot of a power of incumbency that goes along with the mailings and things you can do. But my observation is much easier to roll an incumbent in Australia or a parliamentary democracy that's not dominated by money like the U.S. system is. Not, I mean, I'm not saying it's incredibly bad, but it's that's I think the biggest cause.
Well, I do agree with you. Money, and especially the dark money, is really pernicious in our society. And the dark money part is the fact that money does not have to be tracked back to who gave it, and so it allows for potentially huge foreign influence and other things. So we don't know who's really supporting whom. Yeah, and why, and it's an issue. But let's get out of that. Let's talk to Meta and we'll try to veer from politics, but it will raise its head. I know.
But
Go
also, let me add something to Johannes's earlier question. You know, when I noticed the first time I met you, Johannes, I said how you going, like I do, and he was kind of taken aback about it. I said maybe it's a German thing or whatever, but it isn't. It's a Johannes thing, and it goes to the point he made. You know, he doesn't really ask people that because he doesn't want to know the answer because of this trepidation. I ask everybody how they're going because I want to know. Because, but it doesn't mean I want to have a 20-minute deep and meaningful therapy session with you. I mean, when I come up to see you and talk to you and things, are you ready to go, today and what we're doing right now? Or are you fit? Are you ready to go? Because if you're not, you should say, no, I'm terrible. I can't tell you. And I said, good, then you can be taken care of, or for instantaneously or longer term. But really, my take is that I want to know if you're ready to go to do what we're going to do next, because this goes to, what can we do about this whole system? And how do we fix the U.S. system? We can't fix the U.S. long-term system right now, right? The long-term system in the United States, and Mike Weir is going to jump up on me about this, but the long-term system in the United States, I believe, can only be affected, due to my observations, by reducing the amount of moneyed influence in it somehow and getting voting numbers up consistently for several elections. And then you will be able to start solving some of the problems that create the situations where everything turns into a political, a massively polarized shit fight of disproportionate issues, which, if you ask Americans individually, you would still come up with a number that says 69% of them favor military support to Ukraine, and understand the basic reason behind why we're doing that. The support of liberal democracies around the world, when that portion of the polling is read in the United States or Australia or the UK, it's consistent. people basically get this. This isn't rocket science. That liberal democracies are better than the authoritarian alternative, even though the authoritarian alternative has made a lot of people curious recently, James. Disturbingly, a lot of people are curious about whether or not democracy, in all of its messy perturbations and disappointments and half a loafs and all the stuff that makes you frustrated and pissed off about it, if maybe we oughtn't give that up for authoritarianism because it's simpler. And if we can count on them to be benevolent, and of course they said they were going to, then our problems are solved. But that isn't the way. But that isn't the way the world works. And I don't want to live in an authoritarianism system. So I ask everybody how they are and because I actually want to know if the condition is bad, things are shitty on the battlefront. It tells me to look at it in detail and find what they need to fix work the problem is my, my return to cold zero, as Chuck Ferris says it. You got to get up every day and work the problem that's in front of you. If the problem today is to get people to call their representatives and their senators in the United States, that's what you try to do, because that's the control we currently have our hands on in liberal democracy in America. We can't fix voting problems. I can't fix money in politics. I can't fix the long-term things, the gerrymandering, I can't fix all that stuff, but I can participate today by engaging with my elected representatives so they know my views. Is it going to change them? Probably not, unless 1,000 of you ring them. But you got to have a go, right? It's like James said, you do what you can. You contact your representative. You understand what's going on the battlefield and the things that are going on in the world that are causing support to be slowed down or held up or withheld in total, and you attack those things that are barriers to the aid flowing, and for this long-term support to be there. Because folks, I'm telling you, do you want to see, here's my prediction. The United States finally breaks the logjam and puts together a bill that will surprise you. It'll probably be $80 billion, because once it's just about money and it's on the floor and everybody's district's going to be making money off military production of stuff for Ukraine, I'll bet the size of the bill actually goes up on the floor when it goes past the House and passes. That's my prediction. And when it does, it doesn't matter how big the bill is. The psychological benefit that it will give Ukraine and detract from Russia will be worth virtually every dollar that's in that package. Because if they know long-term support is coming, they're done worrying about a lot of things into the future, and they can focus on what's in front of them more, and they'll not have to sequester shells and hold back things and not take risks, because they'll probably be on the defensive straight away. It is amazingly enabling to know that you're not resource constrained. And that's so that you want to turn this war around and make it really positive, break the logjam in Europe or break the logjam in America, and things will become much more pleasant for you in your outlook on life. But we got to work the problem right now. And the problem right now is the Congress in the United States has to get something moved through. So people who know how to move stuff through Congress help with that. And if you're in America, just keep the pressure on, I would say. If you're in Germany, or you're in Denmark, or you're in the Netherlands, or Britain, or France, or anywhere, you got to talk to your representatives, I guess, in the European Parliament, or if you're in the UK, somebody who's in the foreign affairs area. It becomes difficult. Well, UK's just got to do it like it's on its own, right? And like Australia does. We've just got to act on our own, in our own best interest. And if you're living in the UK or Australia, there's also something you can do, because you can also get on the petitions or ring to your members there about continuing and increased support from the UK to Ukraine, because there's specific things that the UK can do that nobody else can. And this kind of goes to their Brexit thing, their independence, their, libertarian side. The UK can make decisions for itself without having to consult with Viktor Orban, for instance. And the UK can decide to step up and lead the world as it has been, well, as it has done in the past. And he's actually showing some indications of doing that again today. The ammunition production that they've restarted in Washington, south of Newcastle on Tyne, excellent move, folks. Everybody who's doing that independently and then can provide shells to Ukraine is solving the problem that they haven't been able to solve collectively. It's a pity our collectivity doesn't work, though, because it provides for an incredible efficiency to know that other people are going to be there to support you when you need them. That's where insurance came from. The pari-mutuel guys meeting in a pub deciding that they weren't going to go out on the high seas and risk it all alone. They got together and decided they'd help each other. And that's kind of what we set up in the world, right? NATO, the EU, all these things that we set up, and we're going to help each other for collective defense so that we didn't have to go it alone. But unfortunately, those systems we designed allow a minority to overrule them or throw a spanner in the works. So we're back to going it alone as countries. And maybe that's a good thing, because each and every country that I know that's a liberal democracy, except for, I guess, Hungary, is fully in support, in massive majority of support of Ukraine. So there's something that can be done every place. If you have a touch into the EU, talk to somebody about how they're going to either sideline or buy off that piece of shit Viktor Orban and can move things, break the logjam there. But it also looks like Switzerland's going to get into the act, and other bad faith actors who decided maybe they liked it when they were the center of the spycraft in the Cold War, and they want to return to that sort of stuff. I don't know. I don't know what their problem is, but essentially we are kind of by default in a place where the EU doesn't work, NATO doesn't actually fully work, and individual countries have to step up, like Denmark has done, and Latvia has done, and Lithuania has done. Poland has done some, but could do even more now that they've actually got a government. And Finland's done a great job of being support. You know what I'd like to see Finland do? I'd like to see Finland build up a significant massive army well up north on the border there with Russia, so that they can scare the shit out of them and think they're coming for St. Petersburg at any time. That'll cause Russia to pull a whole bunch of forces back to protect themselves, and Finland won't have to lose, won't have to come to an actual war. You just have to put a threat out there. That's what I'd like to see happen. But, Finland has made good contributions and has volunteered to provide more contributions. The countries that know Russia well have stepped up individually in this war to help Ukraine. Those who don't have as long a bad history with Russia, have fallen into this almost weird catatonia from indecision and overthinking and hesitancy, and probably some small amount of chaos and disinformation injected into them by the Russian government. So it is despairing, Johan. It is, when you think of those things, but when you think about it, that all you've got to do is help solve the problem in your country for what you can do, then if you're in Germany, it's probably something like release the Taurus missiles and keep coming with the Gepards and other air defense. I would think. Here in Australia, it's a no-brainer. Here in Australia, it is an absolute no-brainer. Because Ukraine's literally told us what they want from us. They've told us they want Bushmasters, that they're their favorite infantry fighting vehicle or armored personnel carrier, and they want more of those. So we should be giving them more of those because we can afford it, and we should be giving them the FA-18 fighters because we have a unique opportunity to do so. And there is absolutely no reason I have ever seen why we shouldn't have done that a year ago. So if you're here in Australia, APH, the Australian Parliament House, www.aph.org.au, www.ms.gov.au, put in your postcode, find your representatives, find your senators, call them, or leave them an email with the contact details that are on there to say, we need to step up and provide more support to Ukraine, a vital liberal democracy, against a genocidal Russian invader. And we have the capacity to do so. Send more Bushmasters and send our surplus F-A-18s. Boom! You're done. If you do that for us, and we keep that pressure on, then the government will have to answer us as to why not. And I can't wait till the day we press them to do that, as soon as we can get enough pressure going to them on them. And I think every day the pressure builds with more people asking. Tony's setting up more of these excellent shaming, what do they call them? Petitions and all that. You know, do what you can, James. You know, and Johan, who's gone now. How you fix this is you do what you can where you're at. If it's retweeting this space, throwing in $1 or $2 when you can to MriyaReport.org so that we can provide aid to targeted recipients over there to make a difference straight away. Or you can, you know, volunteer and work for Maria Aid. You can talk to you can raise money in other ways. It's all, you can find ways yourself that you'll be able to identify for yourself that you're capable of, and you should do that. And it's essentially what we want every country to do. Every liberal democracy should be stepping up to help Ukraine right now, because if we don't, we're each going to be fighting our own battle that's like this in the nearest future. It won't be 20 years, I don't think. Anyway, enough from me. Meta.
Before
Oh
we
my
go there,
God.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt and say that we have our guest here at this point. And so
cool.
let's talk about journalism. Let's welcome up our guest, and Katerina, welcome, and we're so happy you could join us today. We hope you're doing well. How are you doing?
Hello, everyone. Yes, thank you for having me. Missing you last week. Doing busy, working, but yes, happy to be here today. I'm also gonna have also gonna introduce you to another guest today. It's a journalist. Her name is Miroslava Rudek. I will introduce her a little bit later. Just wanted to let you know if you can accept her also for speaking session.
Do you see her on the panel now? I'm not sure how you spell
Yeah, I
her
brought her up.
name. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, just wanted to be sure. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So, but I would like to start with introduction of what we are talking about today. We present a project initiated by the National Unit of Journalists of Ukraine. It's called Executive Free Speech. And in this series, our union collected more than 100 testimonies of journalists. You can follow us on Twitter, on LinkedIn, go and visit our English version of our website. There you will find all these stories. And our goal is to raise awareness about this, obviously to advocate for justice and preserve memory, because that's real testimonies. And we believe that this will help us to spotlight attention to this critical issue, that human rights violations and crimes against journalists and media organizations committed by Russian Federation. And why we are here actually, because this helps us to raise awareness of course, and we always asking you to help us discuss this, share these stories, follow us, because you can find all these stories and what we are discussing on our social media platforms. But also, I usually start with a story that I read. I will do it today a little bit later because I first want to talk with our guest. But also before that, I would like to do some updates. I'm sure you all been talking about that, but that's kind of that I like to remind anyway. So as of December 13th, sorry?
Katerina, can I just jump in here
Sure.
and ask everybody who's listening? There is a tweet up in the nest. It's the Live Now tweet. Please retweet that, and we'll maybe bring in some more ears, and that would be great. Thank you. Go on, Katerina. Sorry for the
Yeah,
interruption.
no. Thank you. I actually like when we have this kind of, conversation, so I don't feel lonely. So,
Well, then I'll keep interrupting. No, go ahead.
yes. So as of December 13, since the beginning of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, 512 children were killed, and more than 1,155 children have been injured due to the active hostilities and in affected region. But again, these numbers, they do not include the occupied territories. More than 4,000 people are in captivity. In Ukraine, at least 7 civilians were killed and 79 more were injured by Russian military over the period of December 8 to December 12 as a result of Russian aggression. Usually I would go even and tell more about every region, but I'm sure you already did that. For me, the most important numbers that I always want to remind, it's about children, about hostages, right, in captivity, because we feel like some of them are there over a year, and I'm not sure if you guys had any chance to watch at least something about at least some interview, because they just recently started showing up about, from the people who were in captivity. And I don't know if you heard about what they are doing there with people, but it's I don't even know how to call it in English. Yeah, someone wanted to say something? No?
No, I think it might have just been a hot mic.
That was me hot micing to jump in and just ask. You're searching for a word. Was it something like torture or something like that that they're doing? I'm not quite sure where you were
of course, torture. But I mean, I can't describe it in a normal way. I meant that they are torturing them, but it's like I don't know. We live in 21st century, and when you hear those people who came back from captivity, you feel like, I don't know, they've been in some, I don't know, thousands years ago. You can't believe that this is happening actually right now while we are talking with you. So I meant that I can't find the correct word even in Ukrainian, how we can call that. It's like inhuman. It's, I don't know. It's just terrible. So
we frequently say medieval.
Medieval.
And it's a medieval practice. It's old. It's outdated what they're doing, and it certainly is. I'm sorry to interrupt again. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. Thank you very much. That's a good word for that. So if you didn't see anything about that, let me know. We can talk about this maybe later. Maybe I can join another session, but because that's like the whole different, it's not the whole different story. It's just like too, I guess, dark and unbelievable. But yeah, today we gonna talk more about journalists, since it's a journalist segment, because a lot of them are, they have to keep working. Lots of lots of journalists who we interviewed in this project, they were in occupied territories. Some of them were also tortured, were in captivity. Some of them had to run with their family. Well, a lot of them had to run, had to find their way with their family, with kids. So at this point, I would like to introduce you to Miroslava Rudek. She is Associate Professor of Department of Theory and Practice of Journalism at Ivano-Frankivsk Lviv National University. She is practicing journalism for more than 20 years, and she's the editor of the local press Voice of the Town Hall and Words of the Nation. She is now working on Polish radio, read news in Ukrainian, host a program about Ukrainian studies at one Polish university. She makes podcasts about media, build cooperation in the field of education, and exchange of experience in practical journalism between Poland and Ukraine. So please meet Miroslava Rudek. I think she will not speak English, unfortunately. So as last time, I will translate for her. Мирослава, вітаємо.
Вітаю, добрий день. Дякую за запрошення. Рада познайомитися з вашою аудиторією.
So hello everyone. Thank you so much for having us today. We are very happy to meet with people who are here today. Так?
Спасибо большое. Добро пожаловать.
Дякую, дякую.
Thank you.
Вопросы есть. Only we're going to speak English through a translator. So you're going to translate for us, or Katerina,
yes.
and we can ask any question of a journalism professor for 20 years. I'll tell you what, that puts trepidation in me, because we're doing something that's almost like journalism here, and none of us, except for a few, very few, have any journalism training whatsoever. So I feel shy to speak, frankly, about ask questions. But
yes.
I'd like to know what Miroslava thinks the status of journalism, the free press in Ukraine right now, because we get a lot of questions and a lot of concerns about corruption and all the Zelensky's a dictator, all that sort of disinformation. Can you or Miroslava give us just a précis on how free and expansive is the press in Ukraine these days in the big cities and nationwide? Because are there multiple independent newspapers and television channels that cover things? And do you feel that the coverage is broad and covers everything, or is it tend to give the government too much leeway, or is it too critical of it? What do you think the assessment is?
Yes, perfect. That's a very good question. I will ask first Miroslava, because I want to hear her first, and if anything I will just add, but let me first translate. Thank you. Мирослава, вас дуже раді тут бачити. Всі вражені. Ну, я вас представила, трішки розповіла про вас, про ваш досвід в журналістиці. Хто ви, то вони вражені вашим досвідом і дуже хочуть задавати вам дуже цікаві питання, тому що вони якби займаються наче журналістикою, але все одно кажуть, що такого досвіду в них немає, звісно ж. І перше запитання вже до вас хочуть задати, в якому стані, на ваш погляд, ну, на ваш погляд, та на погляд журналістів зараз взагалі журналістика і свобода слова в Україні, тому що на фоні тих новин там про корупцію, про якісь там прохання, заборони президента Зеленського до там висвітлювання чогось чи ні. От їм цікаво, в якому, на ваш погляд, стані зараз свобода слова, ну і власне журналістика, і як дорого сьогодні цим займатися?
Дякую за цікаве запитання. Скажу так, попри те, що ми маємо марафон «Єдині новини» і так позірно здається, що якийсь йде наступ на свободу слова, все ж таки ми живемо в інших часах медіаконвергенції і розвитку інтернету, де кожен журналіст може донести свою думку до своєї аудиторії через соціальні медіа, так, через блоги, через інші канали. І ми бачимо, що навіть ті медіа, які не стали частиною телемарафону, вони теж не пропали, а знайшли свою нішу і, можливо, стали ще більш перспективними і популярними для своєї аудиторії. Що стосується, чи журналістика це є праця, де можна заробити великі гроші, мабуть, ні, це завжди є місія, це завжди є більше такий поклик серця і виконання якогось свого обов'язку перед суспільством.
Mm-hmm. So I will try to translate everything correctly. So despite that we have that news marathon, the like United News Marathon, we live in a time when journalists can convey his thought through social media. And today even, and like in Ukraine, no one stops you from doing that. And some cases in Ukraine shows you that if you're doing this good, if you're doing it great, then your social media product will be even more popular than like in regular news or like marathon, news marathon. And so there is still a freedom of speech no matter what, because no one stops you from telling what you want to say. At the same time, to your question about how much it costs, right, today to being a journalist, it's all. Oh, I'm talking? Yes, sorry. It's all. So she described it, let me think. Like,
well,
we call it like
interesting.
calling of a soul. Like, you know, it's a profession that most of journalists in Ukraine, from our perspective, because, you know, we've been the one who are helping a lot of journalists in a very hard situation due to the war. So most of them work this no matter, despite everything else, you know. So
Yeah, like
it's
teaching, they're kind of compelled to do it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, themselves.
Yes, definitely. So if you, maybe some of you have been with us previously, when even when I read stories sometimes, or when we ask guests to join us, and you know, they explain their stories. So if you're talking about how much it costs in terms of like moral health, I don't know, you know, that's a different story. But again, we call it like it's a calling of your soul, right? You just can't, you feel that you just can't do it. But in terms of equipment, it's also not that expensive. I mean, because today you have a lot of instruments like social medias. So basically we had stories where when a journalist only had a phone and she did a lot of a lot of important things with that phone. She was able to to record video, audio. She was able to make notes, photos, etc. But in terms, if we talk about newspapers, yes, it's like a little bit harder. Plus, it's harder for people to buy these newspapers today. If you talk about the whole Ukraine, right? Plus, it's hard to deliver it. It's if we're not talking only about like money to buy it, it's actually very hard to deliver it, especially on occupied territories.
Oh, yeah, and that's why she had said that so many of the journalists now, and like yourself, also heavily use social media to either pump out blurbs, I guess teasers of their stories, or the newspaper or outlet itself also primarily puts a lot of its news on the web. Are they able to make money at that though? Because the problem with social media and electronic journalism is all these news aggregators steal the work, and it's hard to support it with advertising. Is that functioning in Ukraine, or is that a big problem? How are you guys making a living?
Yes, good question. Yeah, let me first ask Мирослава to answer. Мирослава, запитують, так, от вони почули про соціальні мережі, і так дійсно вони там спостерігають, що вони там якби збільшився попит на не попит, а збільшилася кількість журналістів, які вийшли там на платформи соціальних мереж. Але тоді питання таке, чи заробляють вони на цих платформах, чи вони дійсно мають змогу заробляти?
Звичайно, ми маємо зараз більш свідоме суспільство, і з одного боку є інформування, так, але блогери теж і поважні журналісти працюють на системі донатів, так, і це теж є можливість підтримати журналіста і його діяльність. Я би теж хотіла ще розповісти про підтримку, власне, Польщі, Польського університету і того радіо, на якому я зараз працюю, теж українського контенту і України.
Так, зараз ми до цього перейдемо. We have more, is it correct word, like more conscious society? Yes, do you understand what I mean by that?
Perhaps more aware.
Go ahead, James.
I'm sorry, maybe you mean more aware or more conscious of what's going on around them?
No, I meant...
More considerate of people and stealing from them, essentially.
That.
I meant that people started interested more like in history, in what is going on. They became more like involved in political and social life. Like we've been always like that, but even more right now. So
more engaged.
More engaged. Well, it's okay. Yeah, that's two. So how does it work? A lot of bloggers, if we can call them like that, I mean journalists, bloggers, a lot of journalists who work on like different social platforms, we all work with the donation system. So it's like when people can like personally donate to. You probably heard of a system of, for example, Patreon. I think less people now using that after the situation with Come Back Alive, when they was not able to receive money from them, but it was like last year. So now, for example, on YouTube, there is a subscription, and you can pay, like every person can basically donate. Then like buy me a coffee or etc. etc. There is a whole system of donation, and today it's easy for every person to do that, and people understanding that it's, you know, it's important to receive information. Therefore, it's important to support journalists who you like to get information from. So this is the first important thing, because we call it like a donation system. And another thing is that, for example, National Union of Journalists of Ukraine, we look for also donations, but it's more like it's like from organization to organization, you know. It's like for the whole program, we, for example, someone supporting us like UNESCO or like some other bigger organization, and then we are like, as a unit, we can distribute all this support. I'm like, every time when we talk about something like that, we told you, like, for example, or some of our guests would even tell you that we actually provided them with computers or special protection, like wearing, etc., etc. So yeah, that's how it works. And also Miroslava would like to talk about her work on Polish radio, and because it's actually has to do with, you know, support. She works and she makes podcasts. Yeah, let me just ask her to tell us more about it. Так, Мирослава, розкажіть більше про вашу роботу в подкасті.
Так, хочу розповісти свою таку історію, що я ще була на стажуванні в Чецінському університеті у семестрі 19-20 року, і такі приязні відносини у мене зав'язалися, і відповідно вже у часі війни було спілкування тут з польськими колегами, і з літа 2023 року я почала працювати на університетському радіо. Воно називається Ньюс Радіо Щецінського університету, так, де мені директор радіо Конрад Войтила таку визначив мою роль і сітку мовлення, так, тому що я тут готую подкасти про медіа, я роблю такі інтерв'ю з студентами Щецінського університету, які є українцями, які приїхали в час війни чи ще раніше. Зараз тих студентів є близько 500. І також я роблю різні подкасти, розмови про журналістику, про розвиток журналістики у час війни, про ті всі зміни, які ми спостерігаємо у журналістиці. Це такі 3 ділянки. Ще також ми організовуємо і налагоджуємо співпрацю між Щецінським університетом, так, центром. Тут є такий спеціальний центр медіаосвіти та інтерактивності, директором якого є, власне, доктор Конрад Войтила.
Можна я вас зупиню, бо я не запам'ятаю все це для перекладу. Давайте я розповім трошки те, що ви вже сказали, а потім перейдемо до цього, добре?
Так, я можу включити, власне, аудіо, власне, про це радіо більше розповість сам директор.
Добре, давайте я трішки представлю, що зараз буде, бо щоб всі розуміли. Her story is that she was on internship actually in 2019 And so during the war, she already had a friendly relationships with this university. So they started supporting her, and actually, from summer of 2023, she started working there. They invited her to working there. So now she's doing interviews about media. She's doing interviews with students who are journalists. A lot of them are from Ukraine. She mentioned that now they have like more than 500 students like that. And they are talking in that podcast, they are talking about changes that are taking place in journalism because of the war. They are talking about media in general. And also, Miroslava wants to share with you, they specially made a record from the можете нагадати, як звати його? Він директор кого?
Директор Центру медіаосвіти та інтерактивності Конрад Войтила.
So this is a director of Media Education Center in Polish University, Konrad Wojtyla. And she would like to share with you recording specially made for today's meeting. Так.
Це є запис, так? Бо директор є у
Так, я
відрядженні.
сказала.
Так? Угу. То включити можна?
Так.
Pascal, good morning. My special guest, Director University of Szczecin, thanks to which the News Radio works. Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa.
News Radio recently celebrated its second birthday. Please tell us about our achievements. What are you most proud of as a center's directors? What is the key of the success?
Trudne pytanie z tego powodu, że muszę się chwalić, a z tym mamy pewien problem.
This is, of course, an exceedingly puzzling question because I must boast, and we have a bit of a problem with that. Indeed, on December 6, 2023, we celebrated our second birthday. You could say that it is unclear when that time flew. On the other hand, it went quickly because we have been working intensively on something you call a success. I have some reservations using that word, but if we stick to the word success, I think over these 2 years we have managed to create quite a good radio station, a radio with its listeners, intriguing programs, a schedule playing soothing music, and month by month becoming a radio that goes beyond the university walls, beyond the academic environment. Boldly, it's starting to compete with other stations in our region, since we operate on the internet. On the one hand, we are academics from Szczecin, local, but on the other hand, we are global because the internet network allows us to be listened to worldwide. In addition, news radio can be listened to on all mobile devices, thanks to the iOS and Android apps. So, from a small radio, from a small idea, we managed to create something big in the sense that we practically started from nothing regarding the equipment in the studio. Everything in the studio results from our hard work over the past 2 years. I'm talking about the equipment in the studio, starting from the table we sit at, the microphones we speak into, the console in front of which you sit, Joanna, and the cameras we have in the studio, because radio is something more than traditional radio now. In the era of media convergence, you can also watch us, hence the news radio TV format. You can follow us on social media. We are on Facebook and Instagram, and we have a dedicated channel on YouTube, so we are at your disposal 24/7. As I mentioned, you can listen to us worldwide. At the same time, what is most important is the team. The involvement of the entire Rector's College, led by the Rector himself, in getting this radio started in one thing. However, the most challenging thing is to find people who love radio, who want to work on this radio, dedicate their time, and prepare various programs for you. That is what I'm most proud of. I mean, if we talk about success in 2 years of operation, of course, having our listeners, our website visited by 130,000 people in less than 2 years. These are all measurable data, but what I'm most proud of is that we have a student editorial team. Young people focus on the radio who want to do something in this radio. We have a team that works every day for this success.
I przede wszystkim mamy zespół, który na co dzień pracuje na to.
То коротко про діяльність нашого радіо, так, що собою воно представляє.
Дякую. Yes, so that was, thank you for attention. That was the short story of how their radio is functioning.
And
So,
is that the radio station where she normally, or that she was working on in Poland? That's the one
yes.
that and it's only been operating for 2 years. Is it run out of a university, or is it a private exercise?
Yeah, it's run out of university.
Yeah, it's interesting because I also did a little university radio when I was in university. Obviously, I helped out with a show back then, just as a sit-in occasionally with my roommate who did it all the time. And you know, it does strike me that it isn't that hard to set up. You know, like MriyaReport is big and well, not big, but it runs 24 hours, 7 days a week, and it is quite a commitment to get people to do that. But it isn't that hard to set up and run a radio station. It really comes down to knowing how to do the stuff that Miroslava does. And I wonder, does she speak Polish as well? And when she's working on that radio station in Poland, what kind of role does she play there? Teaching the kids how to do, or the young people how to do journalism for that radio station, or is she actually working in the radio station herself a significant portion of the time?
Thank you. Мирослава, до вас є запитання. Поцікавилися, чи це працює саме з університету. Я відповіла так, що з університету. І виявляється, Will також колись працював на університетському радіо, і він сказав, що це дійсно з одного боку досить просто зробити це сьогодні, так, зробити таке віщання. От, наприклад, як MriyaReport, вони роблять це на цій платформі Твіттеру. Але все ж таки все одно питання, наскільки складно це. Друге питання, чи ви говорите польською, коли ви там, якби так, працюєте, віщаєте? І ще таке питання, чим саме ви там, якби в університеті взагалі ще займаєтесь? Тобто, чи ви навчаєте студентів? Тобто, які ще у вас є функції?
Так, дякую за запитання. Справа в тому, що в такий короткий термін дуже складно зорганізувати медіа, так? І те, що зараз є на прикладі Ньюз Радіо, повноцінна радіостанція, конвергентне медіа, так, яке має і ефір в інтернеті, так, і свою інтернет-сторінку, і соціальні мережі. Так, тут є дуже невеличкий штат працівників, і це все дуже гарно зреалізовується. Що стосується моїх обов'язків, то, як я казала, я готую і подкасти, і найцікавіше це є розмови з українцями, так, про їхнє життя в Польщі, про тих студентів, які переїхали в час війни, як вони собі дають раду, яка була в них адаптація, про те, як університет допомагає їм віднайти себе, організувати своє навчання і життя в місті Щецін. Також на радіостанції є новини українською мовою, Так, я ці матеріали перекладаю і озвучую. Також в межах освітніх інституцій ми маємо співпрацю з Львівським національним університетом імені Івана Франка, з моєю рідною Альма-Матер, так, і підписана відповідна угода для обміну контентом. Так, ми поширюємо контент український у себе на сторінках, так, а з січня будемо ще це робити на такому глибинному рівні. Маємо різні організаційні зустрічі, участь в конференціях, в різних семінарах, наукових і майстер-класах для студентів, для того, щоб творити цей спільний інформаційний простір.
Уточніть, будь ласка, я не зрозуміла, ви перекладаєте на польську, тобто ви володієте польською і ведете подкасти польською, правильно?
Так, так. А новини українською мовою і є таким, знаєте, такою сполучною ланкою між Україною і Польщею для організації, наприклад, співпраці, для ведення перемовин. От ми підписували угоду з Національною спілкою журналістів України, то я модерувала цю зустріч і перемикалася між українською і польською, так, для того, щоб все було добре зрозуміло.
Yes, so it's actually difficult to organize the media in such a short period of time, but they are in that place, in that university, they made it very well. They with a very small staff, but it was very well implemented. So she prepares podcasts. She doesn't like teach students, but she prepares podcasts. She does interviews with Ukrainians who moved to Poland, and they even have a Ukrainian program. So like that, they perform it in Ukrainian. But yes, she knows Polish and she perform it in Polish, but also they have Ukrainian program. Also, they have a content exchange agreement with her alma mater, with Ivano-Frankivsk University. Again, she does podcast in Polish and she does news in Ukrainian. And also her job is moderating. Like, for example, if they have some agreements to, if they need new agreements or they have to exchange information, she works as a moderator. She moderates all these meetings because she speaks both Polish and Ukrainian.
І ще я готую такі двомовні інтерв'ю навіть з нашими військовими. Так, теж це є опубліковано і польською, і українською мовою, з провідними фахівцями, науковцями, наприклад, журналістики, з професорами різних вузів, там Дніпра, Львова, наприклад, Києва. Це теж є опубліковано у двомовному форматі, українському і польському. Так, щоб показати ті зміни, які відбуваються в нас в державі і на рівні навчання студентів, журналістів, що ми їм пропонуємо, так, яке це навчання має такі наслідки, так, що кожна, наприклад, дипломна робота теж має такий елемент мас-медійний, нав'язаний до війни, що ми цей інформаційний простір досліджуємо тут і зараз, так, це є дуже новаторські, свіжі дослідження. І ми, як журналістика, як наука дуже динамічна, мусимо впроваджувати, власне, ті всі моменти для того, щоб вже вчити тих журналістів, які завтра чи вже післязавтра будуть писати про війну і будуть тими кореспондентами, від яких буде залежати якість інформування.
She also prepares bilingual interviews with military personnel, with scientists, with professors of various universities in different cities of Ukraine, in order to show the changes that taken place like today, right? Because of the war. Also, they investigate the consequences in information space, in information media, in order to teach the future generation of journalists to make to make a content, because there is a lot of changes, there is a lot of pressure, etc., etc. So they investigated and yes, teach, like, to be able to teach the future generation.
Thank you. James, am I hogging all the questions? Have you got one?
I have questions about the Polish media in general, and whether or not they're doing a good job of covering Ukraine, and kind of how much attention, how often, and what are the biggest points, I guess, that the journalists are trying to get across.
Thank you. Мирослава, таке питання. Як ви оцінюєте, наскільки сьогодні в Польщі покривається інформаційно про Україну, наскільки там говорять в медіа? Ось, ну, як ви можете це прокоментувати? Наскільки покривається ця повістка, скажімо так, в польському медіа?
Дуже дякую за це запитання. Насправді я навіть досліджувала, так, бо теж як науковець роблю теж моніторинг різного роду медій для того, щоб теж побачити цей зріст. І хочу сказати, що від початку війни тема України і війни в Україні є топ-темою в польських медіа, у польській пресі. Звичайно, що всі провідні газети, часописи, так, чи це газета Виборча, чи Rzecz Pospolita, Факт, інші, вони мають окрему рубрику про Україну чи війна в Україні, яка є щоденно заповнена мінімум 5 публікаціями. Так, це є актуальні інтерв'ю, це все, що відбувається в нашій державі на геополітичному рівні, зустрічі нашого президента і так далі. Це є теж публіцистика, осмислення, наприклад, розвитку подій, те, що як це все має наслідки так відбутися згодом, так, тому що Польща чудово розуміє те, що вона є сусідньою державою з країною, в якій є війна. І ми ментально є близькі до поляків, так, і тут теж на рівні університету студенти досліджують, наприклад, вплив російської пропаганди, розвінчення цієї російської пропаганди, досліджують репортажі з війни, наприклад, польських журналістів, які представлені теж тут в медіа і в літературі, так, тому що у Польщі є окрема традиція видавати книги з репортажами, і це дуже добре. Я теж, маючи такі зустрічі з студентами в рамках своїх обов'язків і просто таких, знаєте, хобі, поклику серця, так, то теж бачу велике зацікавлення майбутніх студентів, журналістів до теми України. Так, вони, як майбутні фахівці, теж розуміють, що ця тема не є тимчасовою сьогодні-завтра, що їм треба буде працювати як на такому загальнополітичному тлі, так і з тими мігрантами численними, які є в Польщі, які і залишаться частково в Польщі, бо тут народжуються теж діти, є якесь певне закорінення, так, що це вже є така інша реальність, яку треба прийняти, так, і відповідно забезпечити це якісне інформування для того, щоб не розпалювати конфлікти, не шукати якісь каменя спотикання в історичному якомусь минулому, так, а щоб будувати це спільне майбутнє Польщі та України.
Добре, дякую. So yes, actually until today they cover it very well, and she even made a research, and as a scientist, she monitors different media, and the topic of war in Ukraine is a top topic in Polish media. They have most of the media even have a separate column about Ukraine, and where they have at least five publications, like on a regular basis. And they cover like news about presidents meeting, about situation in different regions of Ukraine, etc. And after all, Polish people, Polish culture, they are very close to us mentally. That is why they also interested in the influence of Russian propaganda. They learn about it. They, write about it. They make reports. Even like in Poland, it's actually they used to do whole books of reports that are published there. Also, even students who are like journalist students, they are very interested in this topic, and because they understand that it's going to be for a very long time, and they have to study it, and they have to master how to do it with how to cover all this situation with good quality.
Thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
good answer. I've got a quick follow-up to that. It's really more of a comment. I'm glad there's continuous coverage. The United States, at least my corner of it, stopped quite a few months ago covering Ukraine on the front page. And then in the Apple News aggregator, which, I use my cell phone first, it disappeared for a whole 2 months since October 7th. So I just wondered, I don't think that happened there, but I just wanted to make that comment because we're getting very little news. It's only now resurging as we're coming to a political crisis about aid. But so no, we are not getting a steady diet of Ukraine news, and I'm glad that that you guys are getting that news out regularly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, так, це був просто, Мирослава, це був просто більше як комент, не запитання, тому що, і подякували вам за відповідь таку об'ємну, тому що, наприклад, він там згадав, що в Apple News зараз останні 2 місяці, наприклад, взагалі нічого не згадується. Це там більше, певно, про Штати була мова. Тому дуже класно, що в Польщі все-таки це досі топ новин.
Так, я ще теж хочу сказати про таку шалену підтримку Щецінського університету від початків, власне, війни, що тут було зорганізовано такі різні акції харитативні для допомоги Україні. Так, тут були збірки коштів, речей, ліків. Так, це все було з перших днів. Згодом були організовані мовні курси для адаптації українців. Був організований дитячий садочок на такому дуже високому рівні, що навіть почесний консул Хенрик Колодій, власне, зауважив, що не кожен польський садочок настільки добре є зорганізований. Так що тут є такі гарні можливості для дітей. Ті діти відвідали університет, відвідали самого ректора Вальдемара Тарчинського, який дуже приязно ставиться до України, оскільки теж його батько народжений у Львові. Так, я знаю це з розмови, жив в районі Знесіння. Але, звичайно, що в часи такі історичні, був випроводжений до Польщі і вже тут якби має своє коріння, але ставлення до українців є дуже прихильне на рівні університету. Їм надається певна і психологічна допомога, так, є певні порадні, відкриваються горизонти співпраці. Нещодавно була відкрита школа українського права при Щецинському університеті, так, де є дуже багато охочих юристів вивчати особливості українського права, так, вникати в цей процес. І на кожному такому рівні, чи медіапростору, який має свої такі напрямки співпраці, чи на рівні освітніх інституцій, це теж виявляється завжди така добра рука допомоги для України. І, наприклад, я теж себе почуваю якби не якоюсь там чужоземкою чи покинутою, так, якоюсь людиною чи тимчасовою в цьому середовищі, так, а навпаки, що це є така довготривала співпраця, і це є та дорога, яку Україна і Польща проходять разом.
So Miroslava wanted to add that yes, it's actually very important, and they received a crazy amount of support from Szczecin University. They at the beginning they performed meetings like actions, fundraiser, like different kind of fundraising, not only like money but also other things in need. They opened language courses, they opened a kindergarten, and all of this support performed on such a high level that even, for example, one consul, forgive me, I don't remember the name right now, he said that not even every Polish kindergarten has such a high level of organization. He said that when he visited like this new kindergarten for Ukrainians. So due to the closeness mentally and culturally, Poland treats us very warmly and continue to support us at a very high level. And for example, even her, she doesn't feel like a stranger, foreigner over there, because everyone treats her very well as a close person. And she feels like Poland go with Ukraine united through all this situation. Yes, thank you.
It is very good to have a neighbor who supports you, and so Poland has certainly been a great neighbor to Ukraine, and understands the risks and of having Russia as a neighbor. So I'm glad that they do. Will, did you have another question? Because I don't want to become the one that takes over, but I have more myself.
Okay.
Well, let me just go. Well, first, let me just go to Chris and see what Chris has to say. Chris, good morning, welcome.
James, well, good morning. Sorry, what is the journalist name that's doing the translation?
My name is Katerina.
Katerina. Okay. So James, well, what I just wanted to say to Katerina that may be of interest. Katerina, do you know the company You Control in Ukraine?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, so we have a partner that's in Poland, right? And they have an initiative, Katerina, which may be of interest. So basically, this person it's a British person that lives in Poland, right? and it is like, and he's like, I call him, let's call him a British businessman, a British entrepreneur type of person, right? And what he wanted to do, he was aware that sometimes Ukrainian people in particular were basically connecting to the wrong sort of people and the wrong sort of companies, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Okay, so his idea is to basically offer you control, if you like, to check people out in terms of business partners. Right. So I don't know if that's of interest, but if it is, then let me know and I can put you and the other lady there in touch. But you know, because I was quite interested in the fact that, you know, she had a podcast there that she was, you know, obviously broadcasting to Ukrainian people as well in Poland. And then just as I'm on that subject, just to mention that you may or may not know, but You Control has free educational courses in things like OSINT, due diligence, compliance, and things like that, right? Which may be useful for Ukrainian people that are in Poland. So I don't know if any of that's any use to you, but I thought it might be.
No, thank you very much. Yes. That's very interesting. Let me translate it for Мирослава. Мирослава, нам запропонували, якщо, можливо, це потрібно, є така платформа YouControl, і я думаю, що ви знаєте, там зберігається якби повне досьє на кожну компанію. Ось, ну, в плані це така перевірка людей з точки зору бізнесу. І в них також є різні навчальні курси. І, можливо, якщо це було б цікаво для тих українців, які зараз в Польщі, то він може нам запропонувати якусь, я так розумію, чи співпрацю, чи, ну, принаймні познайомити нас, звести з цим британським бізнесменом, який... excuse me, so this British businessman, he's like in charge of You Control, or...
Chris?
Yeah.
I don't know what his position is there, Chris.
Oh, sorry, James. I was talking to a muted phone. Sorry, Kat. Yes. So he is basically the representative for You Control in Poland, Katerina. Yep. So, yep.
Тож, так, він представляє якби You Control в Україні, і у них от є там такий навчальний центр з міжнародною спільнотою експертів. Ось, тому ось я читаю, що там є інструмент репутація в медіа, він інтегрує різні медійні розслідування, і так далі, і так далі. Тому, можливо, це буде цікаво от з точки зору там і ваших досліджень, і, можливо, там цим українцям теж буде це корисно.
Так, дуже дякую. Я думаю, що то вартує взяти контакти і цю інформацію поширити, бо насправді українці за кордоном хапаються за кожен шанс, вчать мови, дуже працюють над собою, бо направду із свого досвіду знаю, що це не просто влитися в середовище так чужоземне, є і бар'єр мови, і бар'єр інших таких організаційних життєвих моментів, які треба подолати на рівні там, наприклад, офіційного чи працевлаштування, чи, наприклад, організації собі легального побуту, так, бо теж цей стан війни закінчується, ті статуси Укр і так далі. І це дуже корисна інформація. Я дякую за це і з радістю поширю, якщо нам нададуть якісь там контакти чи більшу таку інформацію про ті можливості.
Yes, thank you very much, Chris, correct? This is very important for us because every Ukrainian, they take any chance they have to in terms of education or in terms of work, etc. So yeah, that would be wonderful if you can share with us or if you can connect us. Yeah, that would be wonderful.
Okay, I will definitely do that. Now, I was looking at your DMs and I couldn't see whether your DMs were open to me. It didn't look like they were open to me or not, Catherine, but it might be my problem and that. So I'll I'll try and DM you, and obviously obviously you know as well, I'm sure that you control for media organizations, so for journalists like yourself, right, and for Polish journalists, and for like MriyaReport is free to use as well. You control makes it free to use for investigative work. For I just thought about that for journalists. I don't know whether you knew that or not, but yeah.
Yes, I knew, and I already used it few times. I don't remember for what, but yes, I know.
Okay.
And that's a very good instrument, actually.
Brilliant. Okay, I'll try and DM yourself if possible, and if I can't get you like that, then somebody will put me in touch with you, won't they? So yeah.
Okay, yeah, MriyaReport, they have with me, like, we have Signal. Yeah, I just don't want to share it like openly because it's like my personal number. But yeah, if anything, you can always ask someone from MriyaReport. They will connect us.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Yes.
Appreciate that. Yes, I have a couple of questions, but there's somebody who popped up who doesn't have his hand up. G-Man, did you want to ask a question?
Yeah, good afternoon, Katerina. I'm just thinking, we have noticed since the October 7th attacks on Israel by Hamas that in some cases, like the people like the BBC are covering less Ukrainian stories on their website than they had been. Have you noticed that people, maybe the BBC, aren't contacting you, or have you been able to see that? And I'm wondering if there's a way that we can boost that back up. Thank you.
Thank you for this question. So no, they actually didn't contact us, and how to be very like polite in this matter.
You don't
Because they do not they do not only cover less news about Ukraine, but they I'm not talking right now about like BBC specifically. I'm talking generally about, for example, like, I don't know, like New York Times, some, all these like high-end newspapers that are famous around the world, and like BBC, Times, like that. They even started covering, if they cover news, it's not even professional from our point of view, because they started even covering it in a negative way. I'm gonna explain what I mean. For example, there have been some rumors about that between our president and between our General Zaluzhny, there is some, let's say, misunderstanding, etc., and maybe they are against each other. So that was a rumor, and I think it was Time or someone else as well, I'm sure they printed it. They printed the column about it. It's from our point of view, when we expect that these media are professional and they have a lot of trust from people, we didn't expect that they would, and it's like worldwide famous media, right? So we didn't expect that they would do such a thing, because it's super unprofessional. You do not expect from such high respective media do so. So again, they do not only cover in less, but they even started covering Ukraine in a negative way. And we don't have answer to that question, to be honest. Like why they do that.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of things going on. I've seen a shift in the press as well, and would not want to draw conclusions from what it means, but I would agree with you that the news coming out gets a certain slant to it that does not help. And I've seen a number of articles in our press that that talk about, oh, the word stalemate, for example, and kind of focus on that without then addressing the other ways that we can measure the progress in the war, which of course probably most important right now are the personnel, Russian personnel and Russian equipment who are destroyed and killed. So we certainly see that. But go ahead and I don't know if there's more to say on this or not, but if you had more comments.
Yeah, can you repeat that? You mean comments on what exactly? I didn't get it.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
just on the failure of the news to adequately or appropriately cover the Ukraine news in the West and especially the big papers.
Yeah, well, we to be honest, I'm still like discovering what is going on. I mean, obviously, the first thing I understood that the interest of audience is less. And yes, I can agree with that because I'm like, for example, I'm now in Florida in USA. And yeah, some people don't even know that there is still war. It's actually worse this year than the last, but they keep asking me for the last few months, like, oh, really? There is still, like, when I meet someone new and I say that I'm from Ukraine, and I say I'm here because of the war, they are surprised. They look at me and like, oh, is it still ongoing? But it's like, it's like vice versa, because on the one hand, if media would cover it more, then people would maybe interested more. But on the other hand, because people are not really interested, so they cover less. Plus, when the war is like going on that long, we understand that, and they understand that, of course, people get tired from from their perspective. It's like the same news. But again, it's my personal opinion, that probably because they don't see anything extraordinary anymore, so they don't know like what to cover. For example, I don't know why is that, because for example, our union, recently no one contacted, and we have a lot of journalists on the field, so is that the media workers, they don't even interested in what is going on, and I guess they probably also don't really understand the meaning of this war, because for example, Russia look at it as a war with NATO and Russia. They even try to call it like because they are kind of losing. I mean, in terms of they have a huge army, right? And they can't understand how we still resist. So for them, it's easier to explain that they fight not just Ukraine, but they fight the whole NATO. I'm sure you are aware of it. But for Americans, I can speak only about, where I'm staying, and like, because that's what I see, that's what I kind of interviews once in a while people here, just to, learn more about what they are thinking. They don't recognize it like that. They recognize this war as something, it's somewhere there on another continent. Most of them. I don't talk about all of, because then we have people like you who are very much involved in what is going on, right? But I'm talking more about like mass of the people that are just living their regular life, and for them they are even thinking that, oh, come on, we just have to, give up that eastern part and that's it, the war will stop, which is not correct. And if they would be, if they would be learning more about that, they would understand that it's actually, well, first of all, again, I'm not gonna get tired of repeating this, because I feel that actually not a lot of people understand that. First of all, Russia, so we had a Budapest memorandum, right? And Russia just broke it. And in this memorandum, not only Russia, US as well, and some other big countries at that time. So we gave up our weapon, I'm just explaining it on a, like simply. So we gave up our nuclear, our heavy weapon, like tanks, etc. Because people think that we just only gave up our nuclear and we had a large storage of nuclear. But we also gave up our heavy weapons to them, to Russia. And instead, in return, those countries, I'm talking now about Russia and US, since, they, and oh, I'm sorry, someone came to me. But anyway, so they're supposed to protect us, not to attack us. And Russia just break that worldwide agreement, if I can call it that in that way. And no one cares, and people don't feel responsible for that. Like, for example, US, they keep talking that, oh, why we should give them money for weapons, etc., etc. Like that, they have their own problems inside, and they just spend money on our weapon. No, we are like, if we would not give up our nuclear weapon, we would not have this problem. And we did that because you guys asked us to do that, and you promised to protect us if anything gonna happen. So it's a kind of obligation, but people don't see it here. People don't look at it like on that problem from this angle. And this is very unfortunate for us, and I don't know how to change it, because again, probably media have that power. Yeah, but they don't do that. They don't research more. They don't understand that it's a global issue. It's not a small country to another small country issue. And don't get me wrong, I don't call like smaller country like issues are not important. No, it's not my point. The point is that Russia did so many things wrong and still did not receive any punishments. And it's like they break all the legal rules that we as a global society built. And no one, like, they don't get any punishment for that. I'm sure people who are listening us and people who are here hosting us, who are interested in, who are involved in all this situation, they understand what I'm talking about.
Дякую, Катерино. Мушу прощатися. Чи є до мене ще якісь запитання?
So Miroslava needs to go. She's asking if there is left any questions to her.
Well, let's see. We've got two hands. If you guys can make it quick and go through your questions. David first, please, and then you, G-Man.
Yeah, Miroslava, дуже дякую. I don't speak Ukrainian very well. Погано по-українськи розмовляю, але розумію. Thank you very much for your time. Can you tell us just a little bit more about your project and what you're doing? I think we've lost a lot of time talking about other things, so maybe you could just spend a little bit more time talking about what you're doing.
Дуже дякую. Приємно чути українську мову.
Вас запитують, можливо, ви можете трішки більше ще чогось, якихось деталей розказати про те, що ви робите? Чим ви займаєтесь?
Дякую.
Насамперед, це є пропагування українства, так, це привернення уваги до української тематики, адже в розмовах зі студентами, які навчаються тут, ми не тільки говоримо про навчальний процес, так, як вони живуть, а про те, як живуть їхні рідні в Україні, і часами ті розмови є дуже важкі, ми можемо і плакати в студії, потім заспокоювати одне одного і продовжувати розмову, так, для того, що завжди цей зв'язок з Україною, він залишається, так, якби навіть молоді люди тут собі добре не влаштували життя, все одно вони говорять про те, що хочуть повернутися в Україну, хочуть відбудовувати Україну. Їхні польські колеги теж в цьому зацікавлені і часом питають, як вони можуть допомогти, як вони ще, окрім тих акцій харитативних, можуть допомогти Україні.
Yes, so basically the main goal of her work is promotion of Ukraine, drawing attention to Ukrainian topic, and on her podcast, her interviews, they are talking not only about how Ukrainian students live in Poland, but also how they live in how their relatives live in Ukraine. And these conversations are often very difficult. So, and Ukrainians always say how much they want to, to go back to Ukraine, and how hard for them, to be away from their family. And at the same time, Polish students and Polish people, they are very much supportive for them, and they are they are always interested in how they can support them, how they can provide anything they need, or like how they can support them in their studying on or in their work, etc. So yeah, excuse me. The short answer is that, like, through all this conversation, interviews, etc., the goal is promotion of Ukraine. The goal is drawing attention to Ukrainian topics.
Thank you for that. Much appreciated. Let's just go right through to the next question. G-Man.
Yeah, I'm interested, Katerina. You say you're writing about Ukrainian people's experiences in Europe, refugees. I was reading on Tanya Meyer's Substack, The Weight of the World, today, and she was reporting on, she's living in Austria, and she was reporting some stories of Ukrainian women in Austria and some of the problems they're having accessing German language classes and other services as well. In addition, I have heard and been reading about some issues that Ukrainian people have been having in Ireland, in the Republic of Ireland. I'm from Northern Ireland, up in the northern part, as part of Great Britain or the United Kingdom. But in Southern Ireland, they're having problems. There's a pressure group saying Ireland is full. It's quite racially motivated, I think, and I'm hearing that Ukrainians are coming under pressure there. That's obviously something that we deplore here in the MriyaReport and just generally in the West. And so just looking to see your whether you've been running any stories like that to try and highlight some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I was talking about Miroslava. So she's the one who is covering those stories, but I will translate your question to her. Мирослава, ви тут?
Так, я є, так.
Є запитання до вас. Слухач, єдине, що я не побачила, хто це говорив, щоб ім'я. Він поділився, він взагалі з Північної Ірландії, і значить, він читав нещодавно якусь статтю, єдине теж не запитання, прізвище не запам'ятала журналістки, яка зараз пише з Австрії. Вона також описує про жінок, які там зараз проживають, українок, переселенок. Вона описує їх життя, з чим вони стикаються, з якими проблемами. Тож його питання таке, чи ви також описуєте саме про життя переселенців, які зараз знаходяться в Польщі?
Ну, частково так, тільки більше моя робота стосується молодіжної аудиторії, і, можливо, різниця є в тому, що з одного боку молоді люди швидше адаптовуються до того, так, бо а з іншого боку це теж є важче з огляду відсутності якогось життєвого досвіду і вміння собі порадити, тому, знаєте, по-різному буває, але я дуже тих людей розумію.
Yes, so partially yes, but Miroslava's works more with young audience, and in one hand, in some aspects for them it's easier to adaptate to the life abroad, but in some other aspects, so they like get used to everything quicker, right, than the older generation, for example. But from in other aspects, sometimes it's even harder because they are younger. But yeah, so the answer is partially yes, but she primarily works with young audience, with like students.
Але вважаю, що більш-менш всі проблеми є за кордоном одинакові, і найбільше те, що наше серце є в Україні. І ми мріємо про закінчення війни і повернення на рідну землю.
But in Miroslava's opinion, actually all the problems abroad are the same, because all the hearts of Ukrainians are in Ukraine, and one thing they dream about is like to go back, to come back to free Ukraine, to come back to Ukraine without war.
That would be wonderful. We're ready. We're ready when they are. But on Ukraine's terms, right? So
right.
Yes, yeah, this has been great. But don't let us keep you too long. But I'm sure we have more questions. Because Raver popped up, and I imagine he has a question as well.
No, I had thought I did, and then the conversation moved in a different direction from where I thought it was going. So I'm just sitting here and listening and learning for the moment.
If you want to change the direction of the conversation by your question, you are welcome to do that.
I actually, if there is no like really questions to Miroslava, because she asked me if she can leave, she needs to go somewhere. So,
Да,
yeah,
можна.
and
Спасибо большое.
Дякую. Було
Yeah.
надзвичайно приємно. Дякую за можливість з вами поспілкуватися, поділитися своїм досвідом. Обіймаю вас. Слава Україні!
Героям
Героям слава.
Героям слава.
Так, дякуємо вам, Мирослава. Тоді щасливо.
Дякую, до побачення.
До побачення. Бережіть себе. Yeah, now we can continue. We don't have much time left, but yeah, I'm here to answer all your questions. Plus, I can, if you want, we actually plan every time to read one of our stories that we collected from our project. So yeah, just let me know where you want to move forward.
Story
Why
time.
don't we go to your story?
Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna read you, and that's gonna somehow relate it to actually our today's conversation as well. I'm gonna read you the story of Anatoly Zhupina and Oksana Pavlenko. They are from Kherson. So Anatoly Zhupina, he is a journalist with 50 years of experience. In 1996, he became the head of the independent newspaper Novy Den, which became one of the most popular publications in Kherson region. In 2008, he was awarded the honorary title of Merited Journalist of Ukraine, inspired by her father. Inspired by her father's example, his daughter Oksana Pavlenko also decided to become a journalist, and now she serves as a deputy editor. She served. So just a few hours before the first explosions, the editorial team managed to publish the latest issue of the newspaper and celebrate the accountant's birthday. Anatoly recalls, on February 23rd, we worked and then congratulated our accountant on his 60th birthday. So as you can understand, there were no thoughts about anything terrible then. We went home, and then the next morning, I received a message that Russian forces had crossed the border from Crimea to Ukraine. Everything changed rapidly in the first few hours. They first captured the Kakhovska hydroelectric power station, then the North Crimean Canal, and by the noon, fierce battles were already raging on the outskirts of Kherson. I told my colleagues not to come to work and to work remotely on our newspaper's website. No one had time to recover when Kherson found itself under siege the next day. Any attempt by people to leave the city ended in death. The same fate awaited the desperate resistance put up by Kherson youth, but resulted in automatic gunfire. Then Oksana shares, in the early days of the war, it seems like it wasn't our life. Many civilians were killed as they tried to leave because they didn't realize how dangerous it could be. Our boys bravely defended, understanding that if the occupiers crossed the Antonivsky Bridge, consider the city is taken. The brave ones confronted the invaders with Molotov cocktails, the so-called Banderivtsi stripes, But unfortunately, they were unarmed, and over 150 boys who tried to defend us lost their lives. As soon as the Russian forces entered Kherson, active preparations for the pseudo-referendum began. However, the people of Ukraine, who are not accustomed to be herded like cattle, revolted, raged, and took to the streets in protests. People came in thousands with flags, slogans, and banners saying, "Away occupiers, Kherson is Ukraine." We were very united. What struck me the most was when one of our young Ukrainians jumped onto BTR, it's an armed vehicle, with a flag, and others started supporting him and applauding. It was very brave. The Russians were not going to admit that the occupiers were not welcome in Kherson. They could only follow the old tried and tasted scripts used in Moscow and St. Petersburg protests, persecuting, kidnapping, and arresting the most active ones to throw them into the basements. Oksana and Anatoly knew that journalists would also be handled by informants and collaborators working for the Russians. So Oksana came up with her first safety rule. Our neighbors said, "Come to us, we will hide you if needed." Of course, no one went alone, but we tried to cover our faces with hats and hoods when we went out. It was still winter, very cold. There were people in the city who had come from the occupied territories. They had already been through such situations, so they gave us life advice. When you leave home, don't draw attention to yourself. You need to be inconspicuous. That's what Oksana reveals, admitting that during those days she worried more about her parents' safety than her own, especially when she found out that Russians had visited her father 3 times. My wife and I had moved to our daughter's place, but I left the car in the garage, not far from our home. So when they came for the 3rd time, I was walking out of the garage and people started shouting, "Where are you going? They came for you." After that, we decided once and for all that we had to leave. I really didn't want to leave the city, and I needed to settle things with my colleagues. But on March 22, we finally left. My wife, daughter, grandson, and our niece, we were all in the car. That's what Anatoly recalls. The family successfully traversed the safest road along the Dnipro River, passing 8 checkpoints. Only one village stood between them and free Ukraine, but the road went over a dam heavily bombarded by the Russian invaders. We drove in a convoy of 4 cars. I was in the front, and the behind were my parents, sister, and another family. We were warned that we had to cover this stretch as fast as possible. Honestly, I had never driven so fast in my life. Imagine me in a red car with a white tulle draped behind me like a veil. The only thing identifying us as a civilians, shared journalist Olena Pavlenko. I'm sitting behind the wheel and my 12-year-old son is beside me, holding a cross while I pray out loud. That's how we were driving. At that moment, people asked me, "Where did you learn to drive so fast?" And I said, "It's a situation where you either fly or fly away. And when we saw our military, people from different cars started offering them treats, hugging them, giving them packages with various goodies, shouting glory to Ukraine. The joy was indescribable. The journalists and their families eventually reached Mykolaiv and then Lviv, where people welcomed them. They were offered assistance with housing and all the necessities for the initial period. Later, the entire newspaper team also left occupied Kherson to gradually return to work. All the equipment and necessary tools for work, of course, remained under occupation. I told my colleagues to take the most essential documents and ask them not to leave anything behind. But where could they take the furniture, the equipment? We had a huge 2-story editorial office and a press club, and it was impossible to anticipate where to hide everything that was taken from there. Some took things to their garages, as I did, but the occupiers came and took everything or destroyed it. They broke the doors and took the most valuable things if there were no owners. So when we arrived in Lviv, we came with empty hands, but the Lviv Journalist Solidarity Center significantly helped us. They provided us with equipment and we were able to resume our work, said Anatoly Zhupina. Before, we only had a newspaper and a website, but our colleagues in Lviv helped us create a Facebook page, a website, and a Telegram channel. In September, we launched a new website, Oksana. Kherson was under Russian occupation for 9 months. On November 11th, Ukrainian forces liberated the city. After the Russians left, there was no electricity, no heating or drinking water in the city. But the most important thing was their freedom. And the week after the liberation, the beloved newspaper Novy Den returned to the people of Kherson. It is very important because there was no Ukrainian television, Ukrainian radio, and Ukrainian newspapers or websites in the city for a very long time. Therefore, people were eagerly waiting for the printed word, which they were accustomed to trusting. At the first opportunity, we will return home and work there. We are looking forward to this moment because Kherson is Ukraine, confidently say Anatoly Zhupina and Oksana Pavlenko. So Anatoly Zhupina and Oksana Pavlenko, it's a father and daughter, they dedicated their lives to the newspaper Novy Den in Kherson, Ukraine. However, the Russian invasion disrupted their work and they struggled to survive during occupation. They experienced the challenges and dangers of reporting under occupation with attempts to suppress free media. Despite the difficulties, they stood firm in their beliefs in the freedom of press and their commitment to delivering accurate information to the people. Eventually, when Kherson was liberated, the journalists and their newspapers returned, bringing hope and reliable news back to the city. They continued to look forward to resuming their work in a free Kherson, emphasizing that their beloved city is an integral part of Ukraine. Thank you. So you can see from this article that, they've been through a lot of things. They at that time when we performed that interview, you cannot disclose a lot of details, but I believe that you all can understand how hard was being under occupation, how hard was to run out of the territories, because As I previously discussed, journalists were one of the main targets, and still they are one of the main targets. But yeah, again, as you can see from this article, that they are very firm in their beliefs, and they are still, despite all of these struggles, they kept working, they kept, even opening a new website, because the old one was taken. So yeah, and you also could hear in this article how they get support in terms of equipment, besides initial needs that they needed. Yeah, if we don't have much time left, but if you have any questions about that, please don't hesitate.
Raver?
So every member of the newspaper and editorial staff made it out okay?
Yes. In this particular situation, yes. We have situations that we cannot disclose names, of course, but we still have some journalists that are there in occupied territories, but now or team members, but yeah, we cannot talk about them, and they cannot, at this point, they cannot also communicate and provide any information, because it's dangerous for them. But at the beginning, like last year, even people from occupied territories, like such journalists like Anatoly and Oksana, even though that they were in occupied territories, they still provided us with information. That's why they had to run.
It's surprising, given Russian brutality, that they had a 100% success rate on getting everybody out. Serious kudos.
Yeah, that's we consider such situation as a lucky one. I mean, of course, we were supporting them, we were helping them to build the road, we provided them on how to act in occupation, how to act when you were trying to leave, etc., etc. So it's like, it's like the whole operations on how you have to get out of occupied territories. And again, there are different stories. Stay tuned with us, and you will hear more, because sometimes you could pass through Ukrainian territory, sometimes you have to go to Russian territory, then cross like all other countries' borders, and only then come to Ukraine. So it's difficult, but yeah, we are trying to support such journalists in everything we can.
Thank you, Katerina. Yeah, this has been great. Very much enjoyed hearing from Miroslava. And she's going to continue to work in, it sounds like, the university setting. And so I'm looking forward to the next time you get to come. But before you go, I will ask the panel if they've got any other questions. Anybody else want to ask a question?
No, I don't have a question, but a comment. Yeah, it was a very interesting story, and like Raver, I find it amazing, how journalists are targeted now, and it's become much more evil and brutal, the treatment of Ukrainians inside occupied areas. When I'm remembering back to some journalists very early in the war, who were caught and said they were spying on occupation forces, and all they did was expel them from the occupied territories into the rest of Ukraine. I'm thinking back to how lucky they were at that time to have been got out then, rather than try to get out now or to cover anything inside Russia or the occupied territories now. It's an amazing contrast. So thanks very much for your time, Katerina. As always, it's great to hear from you and whatever projects you're working on, and bringing extra guests like that, like Miroslava, because it's, well, I'm always very interested to find out the state of journalism in Ukraine and how you're continuing to work and build a capability up there to carry on through the war, and then when the war's over. So it's I'm lucky to get in to sit in tonight for me, when I'm normally not on at this time. So thanks very much for me.
Thank you very much again. Thank you for having us, because again, it's really helped us to move towards our goal to spread awareness. Please, if you can, follow us on Twitter. We also have page on LinkedIn. We have our English website. You can find it on our Twitter page. And please, I'm encouraging you to not only follow, but also you can always write, comment any questions, and we will answer to them in every day. So, and if you because when you comment, when you discussing this situation, this information, that's exactly what we need. That's exactly what we need, because that's how social media works, and that's how it helps us to spread awareness about this. If you also a journalist, or you represent any organization that wants to interview us, we can bring journalists and do interview in your country, remotely. We would like to have any friendship internationally. So again, appreciate that you're having us every week. See you next week, and have a good day, good night, good morning to some of you, and see you next week.
Well, thank you, and a good day to you, and happy holidays. I know that we've got a lot of holidays packed in here, and I know this is your second Christmas, so I imagine you're out, if you're like Americans, buying presents at the last minute for whoever you buy for. Again, because you did it earlier this year. So anyways, we're delighted that you can join us, and we look forward to you joining us next week. So take care, and we will keep you in mind. And definitely people do give her, and I gave Miroslava a follow as well. It looks like she's not a regular denizen of the Twitter, but maybe we can convince her to stay more if we follow her more often. So thank you again.
Yeah, same here. Just my last words. Don't hesitate anyway to follow us. And to be honest, about Twitter, yes, it's for most of a journalist, it's like a new thing. So we kind of we are developing our page, and we are trying to help them to develop their page, because these people who are we working with, they are field people, they are real people who bring you information from the field, especially those journalists who are in this. So Miroslava is not from these stories of the projects of the of the journalists are important, but all the journalists who are in project, they are available, and yeah, that's we are trying to build their activity in Twitter as well, and you are helping us with that a lot. So thank you for that, and see you next week.
Thanks. Take care.
We'll be them.
And Will, go ahead, please.
Oh no, nothing. I was just saying goodbye and see you. Yeah, see you. Hope to see you next week.
And Tavara War Doggos saying hugs and love from us to you in Ukraine or Florida.
Rightio. Well, James, it's just about time for me to clock off and go get some shut eye for a big day tomorrow. I don't know who's replacing me, but it might be Chris since he popped up. But I'll check the calendar and see who's up. I don't know what else we need to cover today. I popped a few things in the nest that I didn't get to because, of course, I forgot we had an interview. But you know, there's things that I thought were just notable through the day. If you're browsing through the nest, you know, more war criminal activity by Russians, more bizarre, shocking behavior by their own soldiers on their own soldiers, and and great tactics of the day. If you haven't seen, the video of the Bradley Army infantry fighting vehicle that held its position while it was being flanked by some MTLBs, but flanking something with a 25 millimeter autocannon when you're only carrying machine guns is, you know, kind of bringing a knife to a gunfight. They were just trying to get past and assault past this Bradley with the standard artillery onslaught and a nighttime attack, and held his ground. And picked off every one of those MTLBs as they were passing on the road. So very good firing, good position, great courage under fire while artillery is landing all around them. And yeah, so I tagged that one up there for people to look at too, because you know, as I say when I bring these things up, usually we are seeing still some very good examples of military proficiency by the Ukrainians, and it does show, as I've said before, this I was expecting the CV-90 to be the real standout in infantry fighting vehicles here, but for reasons that are not fully yet known to me, the praise so far seems to be going to the Bradley, which is impressive. And you know, I know that there are folks like Angry Ants who were big believers before, but I think the results are showing out here that those are being incredibly effective with the autocannon, and we'll have to see how they've gone with the TOW missiles later. I have seen some TOW kills, but I think they were TOWs from ground launch stuff. You don't often see the launching device when you see some of these tank kills, and the ones that I've recognized as TOWs, I'm not sure where they've come from, but that was the devastating weapon of the Bradleys during the Iraq War, and I was expecting similar here, but I was not expecting the level of excellent work of standard gunnery with the 25 millimeter autocannon, suppressing fire, knocking out lighter armored vehicles like this. Excellent work, well done, Slava Ukraini.
Head home, Slava. Thank you, Will. I appreciate that, and the other posts in the nest. I think that that they are doing fine. The equipment that has been sent, that is, just want more and more ammo, right? More ammo every month, more bullets, more whatever it is they shoot, and yeah, hurry. So, Will, in which order would you like to change co-hosts?
I think I'll bail out. Yeah, but I'll say the tagline again. It's XXX $1 million of bullets for everything every month. That's the baseline of what we need for Ukraine, and I think that's probably my 10th month of saying that, and I'll keep saying it. I will say it until Marcus's voice changes. And with that, I'll drop out and give Marcus a chance for a retort. G'day, Marcus, and see you later, G-Man, and hello,
G'day.
Chris and Chris.
Looking forward to my first trip to meet you in Perth. I mean, in person. I said in person.
I can't. I don't even get it. What Perthen? What's a Perthen? Never mind. I get it. I get it. I completely get it.
So
yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Marcus, for that.
Yep.
Good to see you.
So my hand was up
G-Man,
for okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was your hand up first?
Yeah.
Okay? You just went ahead. So go ahead.
Yeah. So everybody, please look at the second item in the nest and make a call to your senators. We need every voice to be heard, especially the voices in those particular phone numbers, or those particular phone numbers hear those voices, and those voices are yours. So second thing, I was wondering, does anybody know of a database of attacks on Ukrainian cities, like civilians? So what I'm looking for, and someone might know of this data set, would be, for example, each month of the war, and then there were X Shaheeds, Y cruise missiles, and Z whatever else shellings, but on civilians. I'm trying to do an analysis based on see if there's it has covariables with some other factors. And yeah, if anyone knows of that, just DM me, please.
Thanks, Marcus. I don't know. I think interesting. There's a web page. I'm not in front of my computer, but there's an aggregate web page that has a whole bunch of information that spreads it out that might be helpful to you. I don't remember. Sorry, it's not in my head right now. It's not in my computer because I'm not at my computer, so it's not in my head. Welcome to MriyaReport. We are a 365 day a year, 24-hour day, 7-day a week Twitter space, or X space, formerly Twitter. We have a few things going on. I will be pruning the nest a little bit to show some of the things that we're looking to promote. We're promoting our friend Scruff. Our friend Scruff is a Ukrainian soldier who is part of a recon battalion, and he is a drone operator. Scruff is also a great cinematographer. And so he's done a little bit of both, but a lot of the drone thing. And so he provides support, reconnaissance, and otherwise logistics for drones and drone functions and things like that work for him. But drones need parts. Parts are expensive. Parts are like batteries and propellers and all kinds of little things. And drones are basically a commodity. Like it's a consumable. So much like toilet paper, you should never run out when you're in the army. So we have a little fundraiser going for Scruff. If you have some last-minute tax obligations in the United States that you would like to ameliorate through a donation to a nonprofit to a nonprofit, then we have your gig. MriyaReport is a 501(c) charity, and it's a tax deduction here in the United States. So donating to MriyaReport and donating for Scruff and his drones will provide you with that tax receipt, and we'll be able to offset that tax burden. Instead of giving it to Uncle Sam, you can give it to Scruff. Much better. Scruff's much more cuddly than Uncle Sam, I think is. So I just see Tracy has joined me up in the co-host seat. Hello, Tracy. I see you've changed. I noticed a couple of days ago you changed your avatar.
Yes, of course. Do you know what my avatar is, Christopher? I take it that's a no.
Sorry, is it SBU something or other?
Well, yes, it would be an SBU flag, because that is the picture of the SBU flag that the SBU team, the Alpha guys, the Alpha unit, signed for MriyaReport to say thank you to all you wonderful donors, all you wonderful retweeters and reposters, and everybody who helped with that fantastic fundraising campaign that we had not too long ago now for the SBU Alpha Unit, where we were raising money for radio communications equipment and ear protection. So, of course, me being the SBU fella, it would absolutely be rude not to display a symbol of their heroism, at least. In my eyes, that's what it is anyway, Christopher.
No, that's amazing. I got caught on a screen trying to enlarge it, but I figured that that was what it was, and so I really didn't need it to be enlarged. I could just take a wild guess at it, I thought, and that guess wound up being correct. So we've had a lot of back and forth today in some of the conversations that have gone on in the last 5 or 6 hours. Is there anything in particular that you thought was most interesting out of that period of time, if you were able to listen?
I've been listening, yes. I didn't for the past hour, I must confess. I had to sneak a little bit of a snooze because after being up all night and co-hosting this morning and now back again, I'm starting to know a little bit about what Mockers feels like. But of course, I don't work nowhere near as hard as Mockers does, so I don't have a full idea, but I needed a little bit of a nap. So apart from the last hour, yes, I have been listening all day, really. There's been some very interesting conversations, quite some variety, which I like to hear, and lots of positive action, things that people are doing, which I like to hear lots of. You know what I'm like. I like to try and turn a negative into a positive. Of course, that's not always possible, but we try our best. And yeah, it's been some fantastic conversation. And I did just catch a little bit of our guest before I nodded off, and then just the last bit as well. So I didn't miss out on too much of our guest, fortunately, because I do enjoy listening to Katerina. I think she's a fantastic speaker, and I do think we all have a responsibility to witness these stories wherever we are able to as well. I think it's the least we can do when they go through so many incredibly difficult circumstances. So, G-Man, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon. I wonder, did you hear about the teenagers in St. Petersburg? St. Petersburg in the Russian Federation, not St. Petersburg in America.
I did not, G-Man. What have teenagers been doing?
Oh, it's terrible. You know what teenagers are like. Well, these teenagers were detained in St. Petersburg because they were very disrespectful to the eternal flame, whatever that is, because they threw snow on it. The violators turned out to be brothers from Uzbekistan, 10 and 14 years old. It is strange, this is ironic, it is strange that their parents' plans did not include a simple explanation of the laws and values of the country they came to. I'm sorry, I didn't think they had any laws and values in Russia, but then in turn, the plans of our country should not include the maintenance and service of people who neglect the traditions, foundations, and most importantly, the laws of the Russian Federation. It's simple, both for parents and for their children, for whom they must bear full responsibility. I just thought that was highly ironic, because Russia doesn't bear any responsibility for anything that they do, or for any laws that would apply to them in international terms. So I thought, I was just reading that on Telegram. I'm going through the ISW report, and it just seemed pertinent and highly ironic. The other thing I wanted to say is that I see that Christopher said he was going to prune the nest. He really has meant business. I'm going to ask for permission to put something into the nest for this day, because I'm going to tell you something you haven't heard before here, but I've got a petition in support of Ukraine in the UK Parliament, and I'd like to put a post about that back in the nest. And I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, go for it, G-Man.
Mercy buckets.
Is it
I signed
is it
G-Man.
fresh? Is it fresh?
Don't regret it.
Is it fresh?
Is it fresh? Like as in like you put it up today somewhere and like it's fresh, like a couple hours old, or is it
No, it's
recycled?
it's a petition that I raised in the Parliament in September. It's going to be there until next year sometime. So, but we still want people to see it, and we want people to sign it. So it's up to you.
No, man, go for it. I was just thinking maybe it would get doctored up every once in a while. That's all.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Okie dokie. So we let's have a look. Now we had a crash a little while ago, so it's understandable why we're not as full as we usually are. So if you could retweet for us, we would be exceptionally grateful. And of course, make sure you go into the nest and check out those tweets there, because those are the either incredibly important and or topical, or usually both. Actually, it depends obviously which host is on doing which things, and things do tend to change throughout the day, especially if we have guests on. So it's usually advisable to check the nest, like with every co-host session, I would suggest, because these things can often change if there's lots going on throughout the day, especially. Go ahead, G-Man.
Yes, earlier on, I was looking a fellow listener who's up here talking, Albion fellow who, if I understand it, is an American living abroad, living in Spain, and he was tweeting to his to I think probably James's senator, JD Vance, who I would be ashamed if he was my senator, and I'm sure James is too, because he's basically a bit of a disgrace. Anyway, JD Vance, that terrible individual who clearly has his priorities all wrong. But I was looking, as many people probably know, but you're going to hear it whether you know it or not. He is the one of the two senators for the great state of Ohio. Sorry, and in a small city in Ohio called Lima, not to be confused with the capital of Peru, but Lima, Ohio, there's a rather important business. There's an industrial facility actually, and builds tanks, and not just any tanks. It actually builds Abram tanks. It's owned by the Army, the factory, and it's operated by General Dynamics. And there's a number of news stories about this, and I was looking up. So not recent. I think the most recent one, sorry, I should say, is from November, which is a Washington Post. Ukraine aid's best secret. Most of the money stays in the United States, and this clearly, I think, it talks about shells, which are built in a plant in Pennsylvania. Plus, there's new ones being built, and so I'll read this one. Here's the best kept secret about U.S. military aid to Ukraine. Most of the money is spent here in the United States. Yeah, that's right. Funds that lawmakers approved to arm Ukraine are not going directly to Ukraine, but are being used to stateside to build new weapons or replace weapons sent to Kiev from US stockpiles. Of the $68 billion in military and related assistance Congress has approved since Russia invaded Ukraine, almost 90% is going to Americans, one analysis found. Now, you wouldn't know that from the actions of some US lawmakers. When Ohio Senator J.D. Vance joined a United Auto Workers picket line in October at the Jeep assembly plant in Toledo, he said he wanted to show some support for the UAW workers in his state. Yet he had not shown the same solidarity with the UAW workers in Lima, Ohio, who are churning out Abrams tanks and Stryker combat vehicles for Ukraine, thanks to the military aid that Congress has approved. Vance opposes Ukraine aid, as does Representative Jim Jordan, or whose House district includes Lima. Ohio voters might have expected their elected leaders to be pushing the reluctant Biden administration to give Ukraine more Lima-produced tanks and vehicles, or to require that more of them be included in the aid package for Ukraine that Congress will soon take up. Instead, Vance and Jordan are fighting to stop Ukraine from receiving any more Union-made tanks and combat vehicles from America's only tank factory. It's not just them. In all, 31 senators and House members whose states or districts benefit from funding for Ukraine have voted to oppose or restrict that aid. They include some of the most prominent anti-Ukrainian voices in Congress, such as Republican Senators Josh Hawley, Tommy Tuberville, and Mike Braun, as well as Republican Representatives Mike Gatz, Phil Posey, and Paulina Luna, and Lance Gooden. He's Texas, by the way, so that's the one that we were talking about in the story about the Shell factory in Mesquite, I think, Texas. It's at a time when both major parties are competing to win working class votes and strengthen the US manufacturing base. Our military aid to Ukraine does exactly that. It is providing a major cash infusion into factories across the country that directly benefits American workers. It is also creating jobs and opportunities for local suppliers, shops, restaurants, and other businesses that support the factories rolling out weapons. Until now, no one has mapped out precisely where these US military aid funds are going. My American Enterprise Institute colleagues Clara Cuse, Noah Burke, and I have catalogued the weapon system being produced in the United States for Ukraine, tracing the states and congressional districts where they are being made and how senators and House members voted on the funding. We analysed contracts and press releases and spoke to defence industry experts, diplomats, and Pentagon officials to determine where US tax dollars end up. And there's a funky map of the states, which is sort of color-coded by weapon systems per state. I might tweet out about this. I think this has been tweeted before, I'm sure, in November, but it goes on to say we have identified 117 production lines in at least 31 states and 71 cities where American workers are producing weapons systems for Ukraine. For example, aid that Congress already approved is going to, among other places, Simi Valley, California, Fullerton, California. There's a whole list of cities here. I'm not going to read them all out. Many of our weapon systems are built for Ukraine in factories around our country. Nor does this list count the suppliers that supply these contractors with parts, such as plastic and computer chips, or produce smaller items for Ukraine, such as cold weather and night vision equipment, medical supplies, spare parts, and millions of rounds of small arms ammunition. As one Ukrainian official told me, every single state in the US contributes to this effort. In other words, as happens with foreign military aid, our aid to Ukraine is not only creating American jobs, but also reinvigorating our dangerously atrophied defense industrial base. Vance said in October that the condition of the American defense industrial base is a national scandal. Repairing it is one of our most urgent priorities, according to him. Well, our aid to Ukraine is doing exactly that. For example, the United States had not built a single new Stinger anti-aircraft missile since 2005. The terrorists we were fighting in recent decades did not have jet fighters, so production faltered. Now, thanks to Ukrainian aid that Vance opposes, the Pentagon signed a $624 million contract last year to build Stinger missiles in Tucson, Arizona, to replace the 1,400 sent to Ukraine. Without our Ukraine resupply efforts, the Stinger production line would have remained dormant, perhaps until bombs started dropping in a conflict over Taiwan. Or take the 600 million being used to build 2 weapon systems for Ukraine in St. Charles, MO. I think that's Missouri, maybe. Anyway, the Americans will know. One is
Yeah,
the joint.
yeah, that's Missouri.
Yeah.
And the other thing that G-Man you should emphasize is that this is written by the American Enterprise Institute. That's a conservative think tank here in the United States. It's got a very long. It's well respected, but it's definitely conservative leaning. So this isn't, this isn't a Joe Biden production. This is
No, I didn't read like one. I'll continue reading, but I'm going to dig further into down into that institute, because this is the sort of thing that, well, this is just manna from heaven, and it's red meat. So take the 600 million. One of the weapon systems is the Joint Direct Attack Munition Extended Range JED-MER, an air-launched GPS-guided weapon that converts dumb bombs into precision-guided glide bombs, which have a range of 45 miles, triple the range of the other weapon, the original weapon, sorry. The other is the ground-launched small-diameter bomb, a weapon system newly developed for Ukraine, which can be launched from the HIMARS missile launchers and can travel 93 miles, almost double the range of current ground-launched precision munition systems that are the HIMARS ones. If we were not aiding Ukraine, the United States would not be producing either of these weapons. The funding Congress has provided to manufacturing both systems injects many millions of dollars into Missouri's economy. That's what you said, and is busy busying production lines for these advanced capabilities. These systems will now be available for the United States and Taiwan should a conflict erupt with China, as well as available for Israel. And it goes on. Are we bored yet? Or shall I go on?
No, you're good, G-Man. This is good. It's nice to revisit this one. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So workers in West Plains, MO, Missouri, are using Ukrainian aid to build a MIM-104 phased array tracking radar for the Patriot missile system that shocked the world this year by downing Russia's supposedly invincible hypersonic missiles. This saved Ukrainian lives and proved the real battlefield conditions that the upgraded Patriot system might help defend against hypersonic threats from other adversaries. Most senators would take credit for these successes, not Hawley, who is trying to cut funding for these systems being built in his state.
Josh, it's just to give some more color to this, to the Patriot system. Schultz is giving another Patriot system, I think, by the end of this year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And then and then the thing about Josh Hawley that made him somewhat infamous was during the January 6th insurrection. There's a photograph of him high fisting the crowd, cheering them on as he's walking between wherever he was walking on the Capitol grounds. So that was it's Mr. Insurrection himself.
Yeah, I don't like to talk about January 6th. It's bad enough, but this here is treasonable. Anyway, yeah, and maybe that riot was too, but this is, if anything, well, in my opinion, worse. But anyway, that was bad too. So, and the same goes for Representative Jason T. Smith, who represents the 8th district in Missouri, where the Patriot radars are built, yet has voted against aid. So multiple times. Missouri's other Republican U.S. Senator Eric Schmidt has not yet voted on Ukraine aid, but said, I don't support these forever wars. Perhaps he will support defense investment that benefit Missouri workers and strengthen our military production to be able capability to defend against communist China. ? We have to see, I guess. Among the most shocking example of our defense industrial base's decline is our struggle to produce the relatively simple munition 155 artillery shells. I've been looking at this as well quite a bit over the past few months. These shells would be in high demand in any conflict the United States fights. Ukraine is firing 6,000 to 8,000 shells a day, and it's fair to say that's a constrained number. I do believe If there was an infinite supply, they'd be firing more of them, or if there's a greater supply, they'd be firing more of them. So that's I mean, in my old supply chain world, constrained supply is when you have to ration. Sorry, I digress. And Israel is ordering them by the thousands. But before Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine last year, the United States were producing fewer than 15,000 shells per month. So the Pentagon has allocated $1.5 billion to boost production by 500%, and is on pace to reach 100,000 per month. And I would hazard a guess that that might not be enough. But with our wizard defense production, so talk about.
Do you want to take some? Do you want to take some hands here, G-Man?
Let's
We've got
take
Tracy. Yeah, let's take some hands. Tracy, do you want to go first? And you've got a couple of others.
Thank you, Christopher. I was just going to add that Germany has announced that it will be financing the delivery of 68,000 155mm artillery shells from the French defense company to Ukraine, to the tune of is that 278 million euros or 2 point? Sorry, I have to just put my screen highlight up because I'm old and my eyes don't work very good. It's 278 million euros after a further 282,000 shells can be ordered, produced and delivered via the framework agreement. Other countries can also participate in the project as it is part of the EU's 1 million shell package pledge. And this has just been announced by the German Ministry of Defence. So I thought that was a good time to add that. And I think it was Chris first.
That's correct. Chris, James, and then Vok.
Oh, yes, I am here.
Oh,
yes. Chris, what is that conservative think tank called again? I have heard of this report, but the American, what is it?
American Enterprise Institute, or otherwise known as AEI. It's the same people that put out the stuff I sent you a few weeks ago.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, and I was I can't remember where I was reading this, but it might have been in that report there that G-Man was reading out. That apparently, Chris, I think they called the Department of Defense or something like that and said, "Hey, we've done this. Like, what do you think of this?" Right? What do you think? Of the data that we've collected, and the Department of Defense went, "Okay, that's better than we've got." Right, which is sort of interesting. So that it looks like that that report is like the definitive report. And it is just absolutely well, to me, it's absolutely gold. In terms of, I mean, not that I actually expected to have any effect whatsoever on what I'll call the MAGA cult people and that, right? But nevertheless, I think it's worth promoting. And then the other thing that I thought was interesting, Chris, was it McConnell, who basically has come out with this thing, this statement saying that already the US has had orders placed for weapons worth, I believe, you guys may know, may check me. Exactly, 90 billion, right? And that is just for orders from Europe for weapons that are basically in action in Ukraine. So as I said this morning, what the number is globally of orders that have been placed with the USA for weapons that have been used in Ukraine, I don't know, but I'm guessing it's going to be a pretty big number.
The thing too that we should keep in mind is Some of these weapon orders have been placed for weapons that haven't been produced in 2 decades. Right, so it's interesting that some of the older weapons that aren't quite as expensive or quite as sophisticated have been making a tremendous impact on the battlefield. And I'm sorry, I'm not up to it. I don't have it. Like I said, my computer's not on. But yeah, that's just amazing. You know what's so difficult? I think it is difficult for these people who belong to the cult that they can't, once they've gotten so far out over their skis, without doing a face plant, they really can't recover. And so nobody really wants to do a face plant. So then they just keep barreling down, downhill the wrong, at breakneck speed. Eventually they're going to hit a wall, I guess. I don't know. I hope they hit the wall sooner rather than later. I'm sorry. Chris, did you want to come back on that?
No. Well, I quite agree. During the Trump years, which was the time I got banned from LinkedIn. Before, recently getting banned for being pro-Ukraine and anti-Russian. During those days, I was trying to work out, well, I was trying to work out the way through, the way through to these people, and I was failing. And then I saw some article of that it mentioned basically what you've said, I think, but they called it sunk cost. I don't know whether you've heard that term. They've invested so much in their cult what's the word, cult philosophy, if you like, that they just cannot go back, no matter how much evidence they're provided with, and that. But yeah, so I forgot the other thing I was going to say now, sorry, but so I'll let other people go.
Very good. James, go ahead, please.
Hey, yeah, Chris, also known as cognitive dissonance. I think that idea that you're so connected with something you can't look the other way even. So I think about that meme of the guy standing between his girlfriend and the other apparently attractive woman, and that wouldn't happen if you've got cognitive dissonance. You'd be stuck on your current girlfriend forever because you can't see or don't want to see the truth. So I think there's a lot of power there. But I really popped up just to say something silly, and that was Josh Running Man Howley. That's what I wanted to say. Sorry.
No, it's all good. That's all good. Because yeah, he is definitely. Yeah, I'm thinking more marathon man, and then he's in the chair with the dentist. Fine.
Hello, guys. I've got some news. It's not a reputable source, but nonetheless, we can dig deeper if necessary. But a German intelligence officer sold secret intelligence data about Ukraine to the FSB for 800,000 euros. And the source is Bild, which is I think a German news source, and I'm not 100% sure about those guys, but it goes on to say Colonel Karsten headed the security department of the German Federal Intelligence Services. First, he gained access to the private chat of Wagner PMC mercenaries. He took screenshots and handed them over to the FSB. He then also took 73 pages of screenshots of internal BND, Federal Intelligence Services, chats, and took them to Moscow and received money for it. Now he faces life imprisonment. So that's the story.
Is this an SBU generated story?
Well, it's a Telegram channel that I follow. It's from a pilot pilot blogger turned military blogger for Ukraine. He usually is the guy who says have peaceful skies at the end of his videos on YouTube. He's quite a cool guy and very trustworthy, because I've been following him for a very, very long time, and he's Ukrainian.
Cool, interesting. G-Man, go ahead.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. So the Washington Post, give me a steer on this. The Washington Post is liberal leading newspaper. Yeah, would that be fair to say?
Yeah, that'd be fair to say.
The Washington Times would be right of center.
Yep, that's fair to say.
Okay, because I've got an article in the Washington Times. I subscribe to both of them. I don't know why, but I guess you have to. You get the news you pay for, I suppose. I'm going to have to trim back. But anyway, the Washington Times has a good article, and it's actually ironically called Sunk Costs, as Biden seeks more money for Ukraine, and look at what has already been sent. And it talks about, I'll tweet it out as well, it talks about exactly what we've been talking about here, that it's been, the money has been spent, most of it has been spent in the United States. It also mentions that although the United States is the greatest single donor in terms of dollars, as a percentage of GDP, a number of states have provided more military, humanitarian, and economic aid than the US, led by Norway and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia. But it also mentions that the 27 nations of the European Union combined had committed through October 31st, 2023, just more than 80 billion in bilateral aid to Ukraine, slightly above the US figure. For the first time, the US is now lagging. Sorry, I missed out a bit. With the status of US support in Ukraine, to Ukraine in question, Kiel Institute analysts say the European Union has surged past the US in future pledges of aid, including a planned 53 billion support package through 2027 approved this summer. For the first time, the US is now lagging behind by a large margin. Also because there have been no meaningful new US pledges over the past months, said Kiel Institute Research Director Krzysztof Trzebiszek, head of the team producing the Institute's Ukraine support tracker. The doubling of EU aid is a notable shift compared to the first year of the war, when the US clearly led the way. The funding impasse has also come as a new report on Wednesday suggested the Kremlin was poised to boost its own spending in the war. We've heard this already. Russian defense spending would rise sharply in 2024 under a new budget signed into law last month by President Vladimir Putin. The measure is a strong signal that Moscow is committed to continuing this two-year war. You remember, special military operation, 3 days, 2 years against a smaller neighbor, according to the analysts by the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. Right, I'll skip that. Maybe go back to the Washington Post article if you.
So just to comment on that, that this is it's a right-leaning publication in Washington. It's not as well read as the Washington Post. It's more of a closer to the Beltway kind of publication, not as inside like The Hill, and The Hill is also one of those right-leaning ones. But anyway, I digress. What's important here is one of the talking points that was in the beginning of the war and not giving Ukraine the aid was, oh, well, should be Europe's problem. This isn't the United States' problem. United States, this is supposed to be Europe. This is Europe's problem. And, U.S. is giving more money than Europe, and so on and so forth. And so that should knock that down if it ever still is percolating up around. I mean, they're going to need to come up with some more talking points to not fall on their face in the snow. It should be like the SBU taking people down in the snow. Some of those pictures are pretty good. Anyway, I digress. Back to you, please.
Those pictures are great of them being taken down in the snow. The videos are even better. And actually, I have a very interesting story from the SBI today. That's the State Bureau of Investigation, for those of you that don't know. But I will hold off on that for a moment because we have some hands. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Tracy. What I think is like really fascinating, again, not that I think he'll change the views of the cult members, but what I think is really fascinating is like the detailed stories that are coming out of the impact of the defense industry developments now. So, G-Man, I don't know whether you picked up, but the other day I was, and most of these, by the way, I'm like picking up on the space. So the other day, somebody answered a question for me because I said, I think Thales are manufacturing something in Belfast, right? And I can't remember who it was. It might have been you, G-Man. I can't remember who it was, but somebody came back with, oh yeah, actually they are manufacturing martlets and NLAWs in Belfast, right? So maybe you'll tell us in a minute whether you know anything about that, sort of like from local knowledge. And then here on the space as well, the other day, Big Papa was like saying, oh, I was driving past the new factory in Mesquite the other day, and like when we sort of said, "Oh, what's it for?" "Oh, I don't know." He said, "It's like secret." But actually, if you Googled it, it told you that General Dynamics were opening a new artillery shell manufacturing plant there, right? So it was common knowledge to some people anyway. And then there's the one that I keep quoting about here in the UK, where BAE Systems, have added 3 shifts in Washington up there near Sunderland, and in Glasgow down in South Wales, and so they've added 100 people on each site. I think those like real stories of the impact on the economy are just quite fascinating. Maybe they're better used with I don't know, the people that live in that area than they are with these people that are voting against Ukraine aid. I don't know. What do you think?
Christopher? Okay, Christopher's obviously busy at the moment. By the way, everybody, for those of you listening who don't know, Christopher is doing 2 jobs because he's editing your Spotify podcasts for all you lovely listeners also, and trying to catch up with them frantically because we've had lots of wonderful guests recently, and some very esteemed guests also. So all of you I know are eagerly waiting for those if you were not able to listen to those segments and those guests live. And G-Man, you had your hand up. Did you have a reply for Chris? Okay, it looks like nobody's talking to Chris.
I'll jump in. Sorry, I made a little stop at the powder room and did not bring the phone in with me. So
sorry, Christopher.
That's quite all right. It's quite all right. Earphones only, no phone. So, Chris, I think what's interesting about you saying that is that one of the things that seems to be a trend with some politicians is that while they get elected in certain, these are from the representatives, right? So while they get elected in certain districts, they may not make a residence really in those districts. Like they didn't grow up in those districts or somewhat, and they didn't. There's a bunch of them. I wish I had the. This sounds like a Marcus kind of thing for him to look up. I'm finding things for the young man to do. But something like Elise Stefanik, right? She's one of those. These people don't really live in the districts that they represent, although they live there. I mean, they have a registered address and so on and so forth, and they meet the voting law requirements for whatever time that they spend there. But people spend more time in Washington or someplace else, and it kind of worries me that it doesn't really worry me. It's just kind of curious, I suppose, that's what your statement said triggered something in my head. That's like, if you didn't spend the time there, if you not really understand, I don't know. And the other thing about smaller towns and things like that is that their local newspapers it's really hurting. Local news has always really been hurting for the last 20 years here in America, and more so in the last decade. A lot of those local newspapers are controlled by conglomerates, like Sinclair News is a big one. And those conglomerates are run by the MAGA-leaning individuals. So the other thing I heard earlier today on the space is that why do we hear a lot about a certain thing in the newspapers and don't really hear about Ukraine? It's because the people that control the controls of those papers are there's an objectivity to reporting, but there's also a bottom line. So if it's an editorial slant that's based upon who owns it, right, then that's where you're going to get that discrepancy in terms of coverage. So thanks, Chris. You want to come back on that?
Well, only quickly, yeah. Actually, what you've said there is interesting, Chris. I agree, right? So I didn't really know what the situation was, but I had sort of assumed that they were well connected with their communities, if you like. So that is actually an interesting point to that, which I'll think about. I mean, I was like trying to think. Like how to get to the public there from here, right? And I'll give it the very short version of this story is that 3 years running, I was the top influencer in South by Southwest, right? But I never went there.
Well, wait, were you with Cary Grant?
No, I didn't. No, I never went there. I was just the top on the leaderboard for social media, right? And it taught me something that I could sort of like basically enter a community. Do you know what I mean? I could enter a community by being there online. Yeah.
Right. So here's the first example that comes to my mind is Jim Jordan, right? So Jim Jordan is an Ohio representative from Ohio. If you look at the map of where his electoral district is, so if you pull up Jim Jordan and map an electoral district, you'll notice that it runs it's kind of this squiggly eye looking thing. It's like, and it runs through the sort of center of Ohio there. And you want to think to yourself, what could like that they drew that specifically so that he would continue to win, right? That's drawn specifically so that seat will continue to be a Republican seat. So how much can you really, if you think about it, how much what kind of constituency can you really glean by that? Because if it's not that wide, it isn't that long, but if you go to either side of it, it becomes completely sort of not the same. So I don't know. I have a real big issue with gerrymandering. I have for a long time, and it's one of the banes of the existence of our systems and how we allow for partisan real partisan politics to take hold and really not let go. But that's another story. But anyway, Meta has her hand up. I'll go to her, please.
Go ahead, Mete. Maybe she'll come back. Either she can't hear us or she stepped away from the phone for a moment, Christopher.
She could have gone to the powder room. It's okay. It might be a trend.
You are so very polite, the powder room.
Yes. Mete, can you hear? Do you wish to go? Your hand's up.
Oh, thank you. I just have a quick some kind of observation. You know, when it comes to aid to Ukraine, US is about to give more than 50 billion, and you have one obstacle, and that's the House Speaker, Congress Speaker. I can't remember his name, but yeah, and the European Union has approved 50 billion to Ukraine, and we have one obstacle whose name is the Victor Picklehead Orban. But I think European Union will. He's demanding 30 billion to Hungary, and I think European Union has sort of agreed to give him 8 billion just to get him out of the way. I hope US comes up with something to the Congress House Speaker. But you know, it's a lot of money, and Ukraine needs it now. It's this political play makes me crazy. But yeah, that was my bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mete. Karen, good day.
Well, good morning. It is 7:53 a.m. here in Alaska, and I wish you all a good morning. I felt the need to interject something. You were discussing sources as to what would be a good conservative source. I would not recommend the Washington Times. However, I would recommend the Washington Examiner as a conservative source. They are a respected publication that has, you know, been around for years, like the Washington Post. Let me tell you about the Washington Times. It was started originally by the Unification Church, which, for those of you that don't know a whole lot about some of the American cultural oddities, in the 70s, Sung Young Moon from South Korea was a religious leader, and who basically started a cult here in America. I don't want to segue into that. But
well, Karen,
excuse me.
We weren't recommending them. We weren't recommending those or endorsing those sources. It was just a conversation topic. But I do take your point.
All
Please
right.
carry on.
I do understand it. You're not recommending. I take that back and I stand corrected. You're not recommending them, but you simply brought them up as. Now, the Washington Times often does print mainstream Republican views, okay? And it seems normal. And it has been espoused in the past by different politicians that we have not, you know, seen as MAGA-type politicians. But every now and then, they will segue into this stuff that is basically conspiracy theory. And because of that, if you choose to read them, I would be aware of that. And I think the Washington, now this is just personal for me, not reflecting on you, but I've take a few newspapers and I've been around a while. And Washington Examiner, and there is another publication called The Bulwark, which is a very good conservative publication. I am a Democrat, but I try to keep up on what the other side is doing, because there are good people on the other side sometimes who you know, I can agree with on certain subjects. But for those of you who are seeking a publication, I would really steer clear, and that's just my personal advice. It's not MriyaReport. From the from anything associated with the Unification Church movement. It has, and if you want to look this up, you can verify what I said. Okay. And it's just that you need to watch them. They have occasionally gone into white nationalism. They have occasionally supported neo-confederalism. They're I don't want to get into any other controversies, but they're not reliable as far as being consistently, being consistently conservative as far as what good conservatives consider conservative. And anyway, I'll end that there. But stay away from the Moonies. Is basically what I'm saying.
Thank you very much, Karen. I appreciate your opinion, and you're absolutely right to point out that do your research, check your sources, verify everything that people tell you. I mean, I would even go so far as to say that includes also anything that I would tell you or anything that anybody here tells you in the space. I would say definitely verify your sources and double check everything. And my personal opinion is that I would not trust any media publication 100%. I don't care which side it comes from. I don't care who owns it. I don't care of its previous reputation. What I care about is the accuracy of the information. And of course, that can change from journalist to journalist. There have been some examples of terrible journalism, and there have been some examples of really fantastic journalism also. And so I don't think it's really fair to condemn any publication overall, or indeed to, say that any publication is 100% fault-free either. Of course, there are many reporters and many journalists that work for each of these organisations, and then you have your editor as well. So there's lots of different levels of responsibility, as we're all aware. But yeah, my advice would be don't trust any of these things completely. Read the information, double check your sources, verify with other publications, with other accurate information from trusted sources that you may have, or indeed come here and discuss the information as you've done today, and then we can all have a fantastic conversation about these things. So thank you very much for that, Karen. Go ahead, G-Man.
Yeah, as I was talking about the article, and not necessarily the newspaper, but the article, which, in my opinion, from reading it, is balanced and timely for some conservatives to read. I don't trust any source either necessarily, and we're just off a spot where I asked the Ukrainian journalists about their media in the West, and it won't come to any surprise that they're very disappointed in famous names, bulwarks of Western media, just to use the pun, like the BBC, like the Washington Post, like the New York Times. I would not forget that the New York Times, once upon a time, had a certain Walter Durante as its correspondent in Moscow, and he conspired with the Soviet Union to cover up the Holodomor and to tarnish the reputation of a young Welsh journalist who risked his life, literally, to breach and break the story of what the Soviet Union was doing in Ukraine. So I also read the New York Times, but I'll take all of them with a pinch of salt because they're journalists. They're someone who's being paid to tell me a story, and often there's an agenda in that isn't necessarily always above board, let's put it that way. So yeah, I'll just take that advice on advisement. Thanks.
Thank you very much, G-Man. And yeah, so please go ahead, Karen.
Well, I just want to agree with you all on the point that you need to question whatever you read. Because even though I feel like the concerns about this one publication are valid on my part, you need to watch everything. And there are things that have made it into the Washington Post and New York Times that have just set my hair on fire. They've really made me mad. They've made me question why I still subscribe, although I still do. But there is no publication out there that's always going to be not swayed by the wrong people. And, it's just, the news is reported by human beings. And look what a mess human beings can be at times. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. So we've cleared the hands, Christopher. So now is a good time for people to come up to the panel if they have a topic that they would like to discuss or a question that they would like to raise for the panel. Or maybe you have something that you heard that you would like to talk about again or go over in a bit more detail. Of course, Christopher and I will be bringing you up to date with all the latest headlines of today. There's been quite some exciting news. President Zelensky has been on his travels again, and I was just watching part of his speech earlier, actually, so that's quite interesting. But before we go to that, Mette, please go ahead.
Thanks, Rachel. I can't wait for your report of the news. I just wanted to say to Karen that here in Finland we call both Washington Post and New York Times as Vatnik Daily because I can't remember which was which, but they have had these pro-Russian articles so many times that I wouldn't trust anything they write anymore. Even if they have, I'm sure they have some good journalists, but these pro-Russian articles are overwhelming in any Western media. It's Washington Post and New York Times. I won't ever believe anything they say, but that's just us here in Finland. But check the sources because they have so many pro-Russian journalists. So yeah, so be careful with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mette. So we've had some great conversations today, Christopher. I think it's time that we go to some news from Ukraine. What do you think about that? I've seen lots of interesting things today. I guess you have too.
That sounds like a great idea. I'm getting my computer powered up, so I'll be right with you.
No problem. You're sounding a little bit rough, Christopher. I don't want to make you talk and have conversations with me when you're sounding so rough. I want to try and give you a little bit of a break. And of course, I'm just dropping everything in the background. So if you can hear me doing that, apologies, guys. I'm having one of those days when I'm very clumsy today. I think we all have days like that, don't we? Anyway, getting back to the Ukrainian news. So news from Ukraine and, of course, news from Europe. There's been lots of very interesting things happening. So, of course, President Zelensky has been on his travels again. I was just actually looking at something. Whoops, now something just fell off the Christmas tree. Goodness me, I don't know what's happening today, Christopher. Everything's getting dropped in my house today. It's one of those days.
As long as the puppy isn't racing to pick them up.
No, puppy dog does not go near the Christmas tree things. They don't smell of meat or anything nice. So although he does try to take his Christmas presents out from underneath the tree and open them before Christmas Day, which of course is not allowed.
He's kind of naughty.
I'm actually not joking either. All my dogs, have always had Christmas presents, and he will actually be having duck for Christmas dinner with me also. So I have to get 2 ducks in my house because we have to make sure there is enough for the dog too.
That's very sweet. Yes, duck would be awesome. He probably can eat the whole thing, bones and all, though.
He probably could if I let him, but duck bones, they're kind of like chicken bones. They're not very good for dogs. Well, enough about me and my dogs. But anyway, bones are not really good for dogs anyway, to be honest. I mean, they're good for the teeth and things like that, but they can cause digestive problems and upset tummies with bits of bones that can get stuck and take a while to go through the system, shall we say. But I think maybe we should leave it there about dogs, or about my dogs. Anyway, let's talk about Ukrainian dogs. Did you know that there are 1,000 service dogs in the Ukrainian Armed Forces, Christopher?
It does not surprise me, but those are officially licensed Ukrainian service dogs, or are they the trench pup? They include the trench pups too.
No, those are the officially licensed, Ukrainian Armed Forces dogs. So actual service dogs, yes.
Wow, that's quite a pack.
I
mean, are they even? That's crazy. Is there a central training facility for them?
Absolutely, they have proper training facilities. I've actually seen many videos of them doing training and lots of pictures from the training grounds. They have a variety of different types of breeds. I've seen some videos of soldiers in the field with their service dogs as well. Absolutely incredible. You know, they do the thing, you've probably seen the type of thing where people do, where they'll be walking along and the dog's like sort of weaving between the legs and things. And then but this is even much better because then the soldier crouches down and then the dog crouches down, and it's just absolutely incredible. And those are just, you know, the way that they're showing you. But I think most of them are with the service of the border guards, because obviously they have duties for, you know, search and rescue and, you know, searching for mines and explosives and all a variety of different type of things. But absolutely, yes, there are 1,000 service dogs in the Ukrainian Armed Forces, which I think is absolutely fantastic. Synology, they call it, Christopher.
It's amazing. You know what's amazing is that the dog really understands what the human is think, like how it should respond and react. So if it needs to be quiet, it'll be quiet. If it needs to, like, you know, panic, it'll panic. If it needs to go into action, it'll, you know, go in, not panic. I'm sorry, that's the wrong word. If it needs to go into action, it will. I mean, it's amazing the amount of synergy that comes between the human and the dog.
Absolutely. I mean, I believe that that's the same with any animal. I think maybe some animals bond slightly differently, but I do think that you do bond with every animal in that way if you allow that to happen and if you treat them in that way. And in fact, actually, I believe if we educated animals the way that we educated children, I think it would be absolutely amazing the things that they could achieve. But yeah, you know, and this is one thing that I really identify with the Ukrainians is their, you know, their love and their respect for the animal kingdom. That means a great deal to me. So that's something that I really identified with. And so to keep up with the information about when I see these things, you know, like those random bits of information about how many service dogs they have, for example, these things tend to stick in my mind. So just random bits of information, but I think it's also very interesting. I hope listeners feel the same. Chris, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Tracy. I just thought this was interesting. I want to congratulate, I don't know if you know this person, Tracy, the NAFO person, SUP Fellas, SUP Fellas, at Monkey Shines 6, right? And the reason I want to congratulate them is because if you do a Twitter search on Vance and Ohio, up comes this fabulous response to one of Senator Vance's posts, right? Where some fellas has basically like ripped him apart, right? With a great post that explains, how much revenue, how much business the Ukraine aid has brought to Ohio. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, it's something that I've been trying to do myself, to basically get a post there, for anybody, if you like, that searches on Vance in Ohio and that sees him getting ripped apart. So I'd just like to congratulate that NAFO fella.
Excellent, Chris. That's great to hear. Thank you very much. Yes, come on. It was very silly indeed, wasn't it? He kind of walked right into that little trap that he set for himself. But yes, thank you to that fella, and all the highlighting we can do and emphasising of these things, then all the better. So thank you, Chris. Mette?
Yeah, Tracy, I just wanted to say that I share your love with the Ukrainians and the care of the animals. My favorite picture from the war, among 4,000 pictures, is still like this little black cat who has this helmet, especially made for her or him. I'm not sure of the sex of that specific cat, but they care for the animals so much. I'm just baffled about the 1,000 service dogs. How do they get them not to panic of all the booms and all the shelling and so on? It's just, I don't know if you know, but it's just, I'm thinking about my parents' dog, my profile picture in the New Year's Eve, and he goes like, absolutely panic mode. And how do these service dogs survive in the shelling? That's what I would. It's not a question. I just thought maybe Thank you.
Well, they're trained from very young generally, and I know from examples in my own country with service dogs, they do take a great deal of time to choose the actual dog. It's not just a case of choosing a particular breed. Even within the same breed, every dog can be different, just like every person can be different, and every dog can handle things differently. So there are some examples when, unfortunately, dogs that are chosen are not able to complete the training because they are, unable to deal with things like that. But they do sensitivity training, so they're desensitized on a very, very low level, so that it's not shocking to them straight away. And of course, they have all the protection and body armor, and like you say, helmets and all sorts of things. It's absolutely incredible. And actually, every time I've seen them when they're out in the field, the dog tends to be between the legs of the soldier, and if they're crouching down, very often underneath them. So actually, I think they're probably protected a lot by the soldier themselves as well. But definitely, it involves intensive training, and a lot of it's reward based. I know from myself, from desensitizing dogs that have suffered extreme trauma. In fact, my dog here was supposed to be put down and wasn't allowed to be considered to be rescued. He was so badly abused, and he was actually tortured and tormented. So I would imagine some of the things that he's had done to him were very cruel. People would trick him with food, and then when he would come because he was starving, then they would beat him and torture him. So the history that he's had, and that was for 8 years of his life previously, for the whole 8 years before I rescued him. So he was an extremely bad case. I was told that he would never be able to be normal and certainly would never be able to be off anxiety medication and antidepressants and those types of things. But obviously for dogs, well, I can tell you now, he has no anxiety issues. He's absolutely fine. He loves people. He loves cuddles. You couldn't even touch him when you first got him. You couldn't get anywhere near him, even with food. He wouldn't even come anywhere near you with food. That's even when he was starving. So it is possible, Mette, to desensitize them in a way that's kind and that's gentle to them. So that's the way that they do it. And obviously they have a great deal more skill at these things than I do as well. So I hope that helps, Mette.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm so touched by your story about your dog. Thank you for doing that, Tracy. Thanks.
Thank you, Mette. And I just absolutely love all animals. Surf Fella, welcome.
Hey Tracy, hi Mette, Chris, etc. Well done, Tracy. First of all, on working with dogs, you know, some of you might know I train and race sled dogs for a hobby. I spoke with Mr. Chris Winley. Ooh. You have to say that now, his name. Ooh, so you have to say it. Yeah, it's part of his name now, part of his Twitter handle. So we train sled dogs and stuff, and same as you, we picked up a dog that was abused a long time ago that became my best mate, Wolfie. Sadly died of old age. A Malamute, reached 16 years old. I know the work that goes into that. So well done, Tracy. Getting back to kind of dogs in Ukraine, Mette, one of the things that we do with our pups to desensitize them when they're younger is we used to play CDs of, you get these sort of relaxation CDs. We play them with thunderstorms and loud noises and stuff on these CDs from a young age to the pup. So we're playing in the background, and that was one of the things we used to use to help desensitize the dogs. And all hours when it comes to Guy Fawkes night or bonfire night, as we have it in the UK, traditionally a big fireworks night. Our dogs used to quite often sit in the garden, in their kennels, watching the fireworks, going ooh ah. They weren't at all fazed by it. So that training starts at a very young age with just some simple things like that. And I just wanted to mention a particular person, going back to Ukrainian dogs, who is sort of flying under the radar.
You're rubber banding a bit, Surf Fella.
A little bit, really. Sorry. It might be because I'm driving. Is that any better, Prince?
Carry on.
Thank you. Not Prince, sorry, Tracy. There's have a look up for a guy called Igor Tracks. Igor, IGOR, and then Tracks, TRACZ. So Igor has been flying under the radar pretty much since the start of the invasion. Igor is multiple times world sled dog racing champion. He's in Poland. And ever since the start of the war, he's been going in, taking dog food supplies into animals in war-torn areas of Ukraine, and then was bringing orphan dogs where the owners had been sadly killed by the Russian invasion. Was bringing those dogs out, and people as well when needs be. I know from the past couple of weeks, having chatted to a friend of mine, Will, who is working with Igor, they've been currently running medical first aid supplies out to Advika. They're going into the front line, to the trenches. He's using his truck, which he uses for transporting his sled dogs to races. He's just come back from the World Champs in Spain, where he got a silver medal, I believe. Came home, unloaded his dogs, loaded up with medical supplies, and then drove to Advika. Will was with him. He said it was quite an eye-opener, and he didn't quite realise at the time whereabouts they were. But he's somebody that is doing incredible amounts of work, and is a real dog person and well thought of in the sled dog racing world. So he's taking supplies in. He's then he's not coming out empty. He's then bringing out dogs and animals that need medical attention and people. He's then using his truck, turning around from the front lines, picking up animals, picking up people, and bringing them back to the Polish border, restocking with supplies, dog food, and then turning around, heading straight back to the front line. So incredible work, and most people don't realise he's doing it. He's not doing a big fanfare about it. There's stuff on his Facebook page if you look him up, but otherwise he's just getting on with it. And having chats with him at a race in Germany last year, and some of the stories I've heard from him are just heartbreaking. So I just wanted to dig him up, really. And if you've got a chance, folks, and you're on Facebook, have a look up Igor Tracks, and give him a like, follow him. I don't think he's taking donations for stuff. He's just doing it. But yeah, just wanted to give you all a heads up on his amazing work.
Thank you so much, Sir Fella. I really appreciate you coming and telling us that. It's really interesting to hear, and it's also really heartwarming. And I think, like you say, you know, these people that are just quietly getting on with whatever they're able to do and just, you know, plodding along. And I think there's many unsung heroes like that. And of course, they don't want the praise, do they? These are the most amazing people that just get on and do these things. And I'm actually really pleased to hear that, because I know there was a lot of charities in the beginning of the full-scale invasion. I saw a lot going on, charities being concerned about, you know, stray pets. But I must admit, what I've seen of that has dropped off somewhat in the past few months, a year. I'm not sure if that's just because there's just so much more content out there, and you know, just so many more atrocities per day from the Russians that just takes a back foot, or whether it's just because people are just quietly getting on with it and not, you know, emphasizing it. But I'm for one definitely really pleased to hear that news and to get that feedback. Actually, that's something that if I were in a better position, would have loved to have been able to do, is go to Ukraine and be able to help, you know, round up all the stray animals and take care of them, and try and maybe help the traumatized animals, because I know from my own dog here, he was so traumatized. He was absolutely petrified of every single sight and every single movement, every single sound, even just the sound of your clothes rubbing together if you moved in the chair would make him jump and flinch. And so if he is like that, I cannot imagine the incredibly traumatized condition some of these animals must be in that have experienced shelling, because of course it's like children, isn't it? You can't explain to them, they don't understand what's happening. Even as an adult, when you understand what's going on, that doesn't mean that it's easy to process that trauma or easy to manage. It just makes you sort of maybe be able to find a way through and to make sense of what's going on. But when you're a child and you're an animal and you just simply cannot understand why these things are happening, or even what's happening, it's desperately sad. So I'm really pleased to hear that, and thank you again, Sir Fella.
Hey, you're welcome. And his dog food sponsor, he did give me a figure, and I can't remember how many tons of food it was, but his dog food sponsor, the sponsor of his kennel and racing outfit, has been providing the dog food and the pet food for him to take in to Ukraine free of charge. And I know I saw one video, his truck was loaded to the roof and his trailer was loaded to the roof with dog food. I think it was 5 tons of food they took over in one hit. Can't remember the name of his dog food sponsor, it's gone out of my head, but yeah, incredible stuff. And that's right, isn't it? With dogs, you know, they don't understand English, if you like. They understand to a certain extent, but you can't explain some stuff to them. But you know, I believe from training and working with our dogs that it's the love and the care, and most of all patience that you show them is eventually what wins the day. And they're very intelligent animals, dogs, more than a lot of people give credit for. And they do have a big level of understanding of us humans. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, Sir Fella. And it's just really nice to know that somebody is going to do that as well. But of course, we have to be really, really careful about scammers trying to trick funds away from people. There have been, not that I'm saying that this guy is doing that, of course, but we just have to make listeners aware to just be careful, as I'm sure you understand, Sir Fella, and ask everybody to do their own research, no matter what charity they're considering giving to, because, of course, how manipulative some people can be, and sadly there are some people that will actually use that love for animals and manipulate that care. So it's just like anything, we have to be exceptionally careful, and obviously we can't recommend or suggest anybody else other than our own charities that we vet or that we work with. And again, I'm just sure you understand that I have to say that, Sir Fella, because we are a 501c3. I think I've got that the right way around, Christopher, the US denomination of it. And of course, we have legal responsibilities as well. So just to say that, thank you. Mette, please go ahead.
Sir Fella, you just made my day, sort of, So I think it would be nice if we could get some videos of these rescued animals in MriyaReport, and that could be something that we could think about donating to, as long as we know who it is. But it just made my day, and I have these visions of all these scared animals in Novakakova after they blew up the dam, and they were drowning, and they were panicking and everything, and and seeing those rescues, taking them into their boats and so on. It was just heartwarming. I'm like you, Tracy. Animals they are more important than humans for me, almost. But yeah, thank you, Sir Fella, for that story. Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome, Mette. And like you, I'm a big animal lover as well. Yeah, I'll see if I can find some stuff. I'm sure I got on Twitter. I know you put a lot of stuff on Facebook, but I'll see if I can find something, and maybe I can send it to you, Tracy. And if you want to put anything in the nest, you can do. Currently driving, it's going to be another half an hour from home, whatever. But I'll see if I can find something later on this evening and maybe send it over. And if you want to, you want to share it, then feel free.
Thank you, Sir Fella. Yeah, feel free to DM me. My DMs are open, so I'll be happy to receive that information. Thank you. Peace for Ukraine. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava.
Thank you so much, Tracy, Chris, and also the other Chris, Karen, Mette, Sir Fella, Elmi, and everyone for contributing and for maintaining this space. I just wanted to share some quite happy, hopeful news. I don't know if you already saw it. I think I missed the last 5 or 10 minutes of the conversation, but this tweet just came out like 4 minutes ago from Charles Michel, the president of the European Council, and I read his post very proudly and very happily saying, "The European Council has decided to open accession negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova." And then his second paragraph, EU granted candidate status to Georgia, and EU will open negotiations with Bosnia and Herzegovina once the necessary degree of compliance with the membership criteria is reached, and has invited the Commission to report by March with a view to taking such a decision. And he ends, a clear sign of hope for their people and for our continent. And I would like to share, of course, the wonderful post of Kaya Kallas, who says, "A historic day, exclamation point, against all odds. We achieved a decision to open accession negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova." Both Ukraine and Moldova have done their homework and are ready to take next steps towards joining our European family. This is the best news of the day for me, to be honest. I think it is. It states clearly, it's a clear sign for the future of Ukraine and integration. This is what they deserve, Ukraine and Moldova. They have done their homework. They have their clear path to integration into the European Union. This is just the start of a lengthy process to achieve compliance and integration of both legal, economical, and so many processes. But this today, after Kyiv, the entire Ukraine being bombed and shelled everywhere by the Russian terrorists, it's a clear sign saying this is our European family. Ukraine is part of it. Stay away. It's not yours for the taking. So we stand behind Ukraine. That's it. So I'm very happy with this news, and I wanted to share it immediately. So I'm sort of emotional. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Peace for Ukraine. That's really great to hear, and I can absolutely understand why you feel emotional. And thank you so much for bringing us that news.
Tracy, do you want me to put the post from the European Council President up in the nest, or want me to send it to you?
You can put it in the nest, please. That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, then I drop down. I put it in the nest and I drop down. Thank you so much. I wish everyone a lovely rest of the day, evening, morning, wherever you are in the world, and please continue to stand with Ukraine. This is the good fight. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Peace for Ukraine, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day also. Well, I don't know, there's not much of the day left now, is there? I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Karen, please go ahead.
Well, if anybody tries to say you shouldn't donate to Ukraine because of corruption, it would be a good idea to bring up just the enormous amount of reforms Zelensky has brought in and initiated, and the number of people he has fired. And he has done an excellent job trying to root out the old Soviet, corruption. But it's, and this might be whataboutism, but I think things like this should be brought up anyway to people like that. I'm just noticing, I'm reading on CBS News website, Charles McGonigal, who was a top former counterintelligence official at the FBI's New York office. He had worked for the FBI for 2 decades. And he's set to be sentenced today for accepting payments from a sanctioned Russian oligarch and close friend of Vladimir Putin. Okay, and that would be Oleg Depreshka. And there's a good story behind that on CBS if anybody wants to read it. But it's humbling because just because you have people that you find are bad and they have to be rooted out and dealt with doesn't mean that the whole country is bad and the whole government is bad. And I just thought I'd throw that in there as a reminder. I'll send the story to the mods here because it really is an interesting story.
Thank you very much, Karen. And yeah, there's absolutely lots of reforms being made in terms of corruption. And one of the most interesting ones that I found recently by the Ministry of Defence of Ukraine was that they've initiated an extra audit system, so that all the checks can be done, and extra checks can be done on weapons, and all these extra checks that people are complaining that they want. So instead of the US having to implement those and it then costing taxpayers extra money, President Zelensky and the Ministry of Defence chose themselves to put these extra checks in place. It will also involve electronic checks, all sorts of different digital things and systems, warehouses following everything from when it's donated right to it being used in the battlefield. So that is something that you can highlight if people try to talk about corruption in that sense. And if you need any links to support that, please feel free to DM me. I can give you those links to the Ministry of Defence posts themselves. It's probably on the Ministry of Defence website anyway, but if you can't find it, please feel free to ask me and I would be happy to give you those links. I do think that's a very important thing to highlight when people, you know, certain sides of are trying to talk about corruption. And of course, we know there's been a great deal of work that's happened on the side of Ukraine to root out corruption. And in fact, I've talked of on many occasions, I wish I would see my country acting so swiftly when it came to such things. But of course, that's just my country. And you know, while we're not under any illusion that there's still a long way to go, and Ukraine admits that themselves, I think they're doing an incredible job and actually being really transparent about it at the same time. And actually, that reminds me of something I was speaking about earlier, Christopher, about the SBI case I was telling you about. I don't know if you remember me mentioning that earlier. So, Christopher,
Yes, I do. You said you were going to put it on the shelf for a minute. It's been more than a minute. So, of course.
It has been more than a minute indeed, yes. So this case has been going on for a while now, and this is being run by the State Bureau of Investigation together with the local police, and they have actually conducted now some searches in a Spanish villa of the former military commissar of the Odessa district, Borisov. So people may remember this. The investigation established that he acquired 2 properties in the city of Marbella in December 2022. He arranged the purchase in his mother's name, and with a house worth more than £4 million, 4 million euros, apologies, and a total area of 867 meters squared on a land plot of 1,530 square meters. So a sizable property. And then again in February 2023, him and his wife purchased office space worth more than 500,000 euros, with a total area of 223.9 square meters. So, of course, this involves the case, people may remember, when he was removed and served suspicion in this case. And obviously this investigation has been going on for quite some time. So on December the 13th, searches were carried out at both of the sites and both of the properties, which document certifying the right of the ownership and disposal of the above-mentioned property by members of the ex-military commissar's family were confiscated. So he basically tried to hide everything in his wife's name. People, like I say, may remember this case because it's been going on for quite some time. I think, if I remember rightly, it's the beginning of May, I think, sometime.
Is this the one where his wife doesn't even drive?
No, this is a different one, but I remember that one. That was an SBU case where he doesn't drive, and that was so funny because he had a fleet of cars which he put in his mother-in-law's name, who didn't even drive. I mean, what kind of a silly person does something like that, Christopher?
Yeah, that's right, the mother-in-law, and that was just I found it very funny. It wasn't even his spouse. It was his mother-in-law. Here's a fleet of a few million pounds worth of cars, and she doesn't drive. Yeah, that doesn't work out so well.
Yeah, so I mean, this guy, like I say, it's been going on for a while, this case. And he was also sentenced to 12 years in prison, but obviously with confiscation of property as part of the proceeds of it. So this is why they're now searching this property, and obviously it's taken some time for the relevant paperwork, etc., to go through, because of course we know Ukraine does things by the letter of the law, and we have seen that in some cases where the prosecutor general has not been happy with sentences, for example, in the Maidan cases just recently, and they are appealing those sentences. And then, of course, we had the recent information about the Kolomoisky case. That's the oligarch who was the owner of Privat Bank. There's a lot of corruption went on there for a number of years, going back, goodness me, he's been an oligarch for many, many years, since the fall of the Soviet Union. Looking at his history, I would call him nothing more than a mobster, really. But yeah, a gangster, that kind of thing, because he went around basically getting everything that he owned by bribing it from people, extorting it from people, that kind of thing. And of course, that's how he became rich. And recently, unfortunately, looking at some of the Lozovoy amendments, he may now actually be able to get away with facing responsibility by some loopholes. But that's not the end of it yet, so don't worry yet. He's not getting away with things just yet. There will be appeals to go through. That will be the first thing. And then there are other legal requirements that are going through. And in fact, these are some of the amendments that the EU want removed, and that Ukraine is in the process of trying to remove themselves. So he may not get away with things just yet. He may find that these loopholes will be closed upon him, which I think would be fantastic. So going back to this case here, let's have a look now. Based on the collected evidence and the request of the SBI, the competent authority of the Kingdom of Spain seized the villa and the office space, the SBI said in a statement. Among the seized property, land plots with a total area of more than 2 hectares in Odessa region, 2 houses in Odessa with a total area of 420 square meters, a home ownership in Odessa with an area of 78.5 hectares, 2 apartments, 2, 1 and 3, so this reads as 2 apartments and 1/3 apartments in Odessa. I'm taking that to mean like 3-story apartments on 3 different levels. And are you ready for the list of cars, Christopher? A Toyota Land Cruiser 2023, a Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG 2022, a Mercedes-Benz EQV 2022, Mercedes-Benz GLE 400 2021, a Porsche Macan GTS 2016, and an Audi A6 purchased in 1999. And I note that it also says etc., etc., etc. So I figure there's a long list more to come. And the value of the watch exceeds his legal income by more than 6,500 times his tax-free minimum income. I mean, how ridiculous can you be to be so over the top about these things? These are the people that need to be rooted out and need to be made examples of, Christopher, don't you think?
I just don't know where he would be able to get I mean, I guess if you have the money, you can buy those cars, but I didn't know that they were particularly readily available.
Well, he's probably bought them in EU countries, hasn't he? I doubt very much he's bought them in Ukraine. But absolutely, certainly. I mean, they're all, look at all Mercedes-Benz and Porsche and Audi, I mean, even the Toyota Land Cruiser is not cheap. So, naughty people taken out of action, Christopher. This is what we like to see. Now then.
It is. I have there's one person I can't bring up for some reason, Independence. I can see him requesting, but I can't bring him up for some reason.
Well, I don't even see a request at all. Apologies. maybe send us a DM if you're trying to get up. Sometimes we can get you up that way. Apologies for any technical problems. We've been having a number of technical problems actually since the crash a few hours ago. So apologies, guys. Please keep trying and please send us DMs. We will both check our DMs now. So now we have Big Bavovna this evening. Bavovna, apparently 3 houses. 3 houses are burning down on Lenadia 13 near Solokov, and the main reason is that the wires have become icy and begun to spark. The fire is apparently already 500 square meters. Well, at least they'll get to keep warm, I guess.
That's more, we could add that. Do we add that to the short list?
What, the short list of wires shorting out?
Yeah, that's the one. Shorting is the cause.
A shorting is the cause. Now, I was just going to try something because I was looking at President Zelensky. I have a short video of just a couple of minutes of the speech that he gave today, and I thought it was really very fantastic. I wanted to try and play it for everybody. Now, I know we've tried these things previously and it hasn't necessarily worked, so I'm not sure if it's going to work, but Cece just came up, so I'd just like to see if Cece would like to speak first. Welcome, Cece.
That sticky mic is really awful. Hi. I was just going to give an update for what's happening in Congress, but I didn't want to interrupt anyone's flow here.
No, that's okay. Go ahead, Cece.
Okay. They're reporting that here's where things stand, y'all. Schumer signals the Senate will stay, says too much on the line to head home. Senator Bennett holding FAA reauthorization, which would keep the Senate here at least an extra couple days. And Republicans say no point staying when a deal is still a long way off. And the House is gone. House has left or is leaving. So that's kind of the state. Oh, McCarthy is on the floor giving his farewell address. He's leaving. Regardless of how you feel about that, that's happening. We expect that the U.S. Congress will soon adopt the crucial decision to continue such vital support for Ukraine. Is out of a Zelensky quote. Senator Bennett has placed a hold on the short-term FAA reauthorization bill. Bennett again forcing pressure on. So I now I didn't even know who he was. I now love Senator Bennett because Senator Bennett is the one that's saying that he's going to do everything in his power to keep everyone there for Ukraine. So I didn't even know who that was, but now I love him. He's from Colorado, apparently. And then also, Mamuka had some great points when you call your reps of what to say. And this is from someone on the ground who's dealing with strategy and has done this for 30 years. So check out his points. Today's our last day to call, guys, because we can't call the same day tomorrow, right? So I've just been behind the scenes writing, calling. And I so hope you're doing the same. So I'm not the only voice here. If we can help Bennett and Schumer and anybody else trying to get people to stay, so at least the Senate one is done, the morale for the Ukrainians over Christmas, I mean, it will be everything. And it'll give the Russians a giant middle finger of, see, we're halfway there to $61 billion coming straight at your face for Christmas. Sorry.
Thank you, Cece. Don't apologise. I think that's a fantastic way to look at things. Everybody needs to really keep pushing now. So everybody in the US that's listening, please, if you've done it already, do it again. Like Cece said, it's the last day now, and this is getting really down to the wire. And absolutely, if we could give the Ukrainians that just a tiny bit of a morale boost, I think that would be absolutely huge. And like CC said, it's a massive middle finger to Putin, because that's exactly what he's looking to do right now, is not only to destabilize wherever he can, but to make these divisions and these worries that we all have seem much, much bigger and much, much worse. They're already bad enough as it is. So for him to try and just exacerbate that, I think we can do a great deal there by highlighting all the good that everybody's doing and really pushing that back at them. Push that back at the Vatniks, show them that we're all standing together, that we're all united from all sides, because we're all here for the same reason. So please, 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 I'm actually really begging you now to do this. And I don't beg many people to do many things, but I am doing in this case. And CC, do you have a post for us? I just put one from the one that you're talking about, I think, with the commander and the images and the things that he's requesting on there. Is that good enough for the nest, or do we need a different one?
You're wonderful, Tracy. I want to leave that as a standalone, full stop, period. And also, I was going to read out Mamuka's Christmas request. So in the interview that I did with him, he said 1,000 long-range ATACMS on HIMARS would absolutely just annihilate them. And so that's a really, we hear so much, right? And just distilling every complicated thing down into 1,000 long-range ATACMS. And we have ones, like, instead of decommissioning them, hey, here's an idea, let's use them. And then the Lend-Lease extension was taken out of the NDAA. It was not addressed, so that's heartbreaking. So let's keep on pounding that for to get that in their minds. And then so some other talking points. No one will trust us if the US does not come through. Like, I'm just so horridly embarrassed what we look like to our allies, and really will look like if this doesn't go through. I wouldn't trust us either. And then, obviously politicians are everything, including vain, number one. So what is your legacy going to be? Is your legacy going to be that you just handed the world to Russia? So that's a huge one, right? And you guys always hear me about funding their opponents. So maybe even tying those two together. And then Guyana, Israel, Palestine, Africa are all different fronts of the same war, which is what he was talking about in this interview, which I thought was a great, concise way to put it. We often talk about, like, Russia has their hands in everything. They have long tentacles and everything. But I love the idea of it being about the war. Like, this is a multi-front war. And if you don't see that, then we're certainly not going to win. So yeah, he as usual was completely selfless. Someone asked him how we could help the Georgian Legion, monetary wise or otherwise, and he said no, help other Ukrainian. They are one of the Ukrainian units. They're not mercenaries, but he said no, help other Ukrainian units who are less known than us. So just such an example of the selflessness and wisdom all around in both these points, and him as a human being. So, and the other thing is they share with Ukrainian units. So if you do ever give to the Georgian Legion, they share. But just such a great interview. So yeah, thanks for putting that up there, Tracy.
No problem, CC. I'm happy to help any way that we can. We all need to be making these pushes from all our countries. Of course, it's vitally important right now what's happening in the US. But we've had versions of this all around Europe and various different elections going on. We're going to have elections here next year as well. Of course, we try to do everything to just make it about Ukraine, but it's definitely incredibly important that we get those posts out there. So, please go and repost it, retweet it. And if you've done it already, just do it again, just quote tweet it, just say, hey, everybody get involved, because we need to make sure that we get this out there. Like Cici said, this is the last day now, and these are the last hours. The European day is slipping away, and we're going into the US, to the North American evening and night time. So time is running out. So time is of the essence. So this is where we all need to pull together.
And
democracy.io,
Tracy, so the whole world is not just for Americans.
Yeah, thank you, CC, for that reminder. That's absolutely a really good point. I'm going to take that advice as well when I finish co-hosting here and do the same myself as I've done before, because, you know, it's absolutely put that pressure on, give them that pressure, because it's just a small side of things and it's a small faction of things, and we need to push back, all of us together, and we can all do that together. The power that we have, if we all stick together and we all unite all across the world in all our democracies, that's what Putin is afraid of. That's what Russia is afraid of, is that power of democracy. They're absolutely petrified of people having power and having choice to control their governments by being able to vote people in and out. So definitely put that pressure on, and whatever tools you need to use to target those politicians, MPs, senators, everybody that you need to target, just do it, use it. It doesn't matter what it is. If you can't reach them with the ethics and the morals, which you should be able to, but unfortunately you just sometimes can't. So we have to be ready to reach people in any way we can with all the forms of tools and ammunitions that we have. So get retweeting, everybody. Get typing, get calling, get doing all those things. Is Introvert Hour coming up very soon, CC, in a few hours' time as well?
It is. Is it Introvert Hour over there in Europe? I guess for some places in Europe, it is Introvert Hour where you don't even have to talk to anybody. And I would just say, if y'all are tired of hearing us talk about this, that may be because there's a little birdie in your subconscious being like, oh yeah, I haven't written enough times to do this. That's why it's annoying, because we haven't gotten to the finish line, right? None of us can be upset until we push this over the finish line. Because I find myself getting tired of it too, right? But like what it stands for, the actual meaning behind it, saving all of Ukrainian kids from having terrible, incredible lives where, half of them are shipped to Russia. If, Ukraine's not going to lose, but like, just keep thinking of what's behind the words and why we're saying this. And that's how I keep myself centered.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're absolutely right, CC. I kind of try and do the same as well. And yeah, if you're sick of hearing us, well, that's because we haven't reached our goal yet. So we have to keep going on and keep going on and keep plodding away. And that's what we're all here to do. And I know you all want to do that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. You're all caring people. You all care about Ukraine and what happens. And that's why you're here. So let's give it everything, guys. Chris?
Thanks, Tracy. CC, while you're here, I just tagged you on a post that I was mentioning earlier on JD Vance's timeline. So it's just an example, CC, right? But there's a post on there from Sup Fellas at Monkey Shine 6, right? Which is firmly on his timeline right now. Tell me this, CC. I'm going to guess that in every congressman, senator, governor office, there's somebody watching his social media or her social media, right?
Well, not as much. I mean, they don't. I thought this, maybe just because we're all so Twitter centric in here. But from every office, because I make a point to ask this question, and Paul Massaro from Helsinki Commission to various senators, reps have all said that Twitter, I mean, every once in a while they do and they'll answer and pay attention. But apparently most of them don't care about Twitter. I still do it just because it's cathartic and like, what if they do? But I would say, like, we all have a chance and limited bandwidth is just to do a call or a note. And you can do a call, voicemail when no one's there. So it's very private and simple. One sentence, hang up, next senator, one sentence, hang up. But Sup Fella, it's funny you mentioned Sup Fellas, because he and I, if you look at my timeline, he and I have been working together on these kind of billboards for each state and how much is spent in each state. So that's funny that you thought of me with something involved with him, because we've actually been, you'll see each state and who to call, and then you have the dollar amount to tell them on their voicemail, like, look, there's $31 million in your district or your state. pay the hell attention. This is a domestic issue. This is not a foreign issue. So that's funny that you saw that. And also, we're looking for anyone from Arizona. If there's any fellas or any Ukraine supporters for Arizona, we have a plan, and it's of utmost import that it come from someone in that constituency. So, or if you know anyone from Arizona, let me know.
So Tracy, Cece, if I may, right? If I may, so just as an experiment, right? If people can go and find that post of Sup Fellas about JD Vance and Ohio, right? And just, retweet it and comment on it and stuff like that. Let's just see what happens, just as one thing that everybody can do, right? Just to see what the effect is of everybody on the space retweeting a post like that, which is Sup Fellas post, which basically
I just put it in the nest so while you're talking, people can reference.
Thank you, CC. Let's see what happens. I guess I probably wouldn't be surprised that every office might not have a social media person monitoring chatter about their governor, senator, congressman, etc. But I think a lot will, CC. I'm just going to guess that I think a lot will.
No, I think it's good. And you know why I think it's good is not because of just their direct office, but because of all their constituents that come by it on their page, right? They're like, oh, shit, $108 million for our state that we're walking away from. Like, that could be Uncle Bob who works in the whatever factory could be working there. It makes it personal. So I do think it's a great idea.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Cece. Yeah, I think it's a fantastic idea. And I'm with you, Chris. I think these things get monitored a lot more than we realise. They maybe just don't let us know that they're monitoring because they maybe don't respond or something. But I'm pretty sure that they pay attention to these things. I just think it's too incredibly important to them, especially if you're a politician that really only cares about your future. So, yeah, absolutely. I'm with you, Chris. Marcus, please go ahead.
Yeah, since the CC Blitz, I've been doing something similar with when I see, especially JD Vance's, but the more problematic senators, I've been just going through and rebutting the problematic responses from idiots saying bad things about Ukraine. So at the very least, anyone going there and clicking it, they'll see where there's replies, they click it, and I reply the refutation with evidence sort of thing. Unless it's something like Jewish space leaders, unless in which case I tell them to stop smoking crack. But mostly it's refuting people. I don't want to leave any comments unresponded to that are negative or problematic for us right now if it's in a congressional tweet. But it is very time consuming, so I don't recommend it unless you're bored.
But I feel like, okay, this is going to be a hilarious way to explain this. So I was just watching this guy who works with wildlife in Australia, and he raises these baby kangaroos. So he was surrounded by these teenage kangaroos, and he's like, look, you can't push directly at them or else they get mad and come at you even more. You have to push them away sideways. So I feel like if you refute them sideways, like as opposed, like either A, use a meme and use humor, right? So it totally disarms it. Or B, embrace whatever it is. Say like you see that they're big on patriotism, then push them sideways insofar as you're like, let's be patriotic and back our own national security and our own self-interest so that America is first. You know what I mean? Instead of like, nanny boo boo, you're wrong. Do you know what I mean? I didn't even see what you did, so it's not a criticism of you.
Wait, CC, you can criticize me all you want. I'm not going to take it personally. But yes, I understand.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, CC. Tony, welcome.
Good morning. I heard kangaroos and come straight up. No. I just want to reinforce and support CC, Marcus, Chris, everyone who's doing here, and I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but if we don't talk about it, if we don't tweet it, if we don't send out the email, nothing happens. And I'm referring to the 660 jackets. I brought it to the attention of the people. You guys supported me. The government heard some way or another. They heard and they pulled the jackets from sale. So I'm not blowing my own trumpet, but it's just an example for all you Americans and around the world. Australia's sleeping now, but I just want to reinforce that. Yeah. Plus, no other Australians up, so I thought I'd get up. Yeah.
Thank you, Tony. I'll definitely blow your trumpet for you, or I should blow. Or I will blow a trumpet for you, Tony, because I think it was incredible what you did. You did that off your own back. You found out that information all by yourself. You thought of the fact that you could make this complaint and then make the petition, and that obviously raised awareness. And this is exactly the example that we're talking about. All these things where we can see the direct feedback. And if everybody gets together and does this big push, and don't forget, it's not just the Americans, democracy.io, is it CC, where we can all write? I'm sure I need to write this down. I keep forgetting it.
That's it, democracy.io or resistbot.bot. But I was just, I was thinking, I was talking to a couple people the other day, and we're coming up with a, excuse the language, but a fuck it plan. Like, any size. So Tony's doing his jackets. Trenzu, my friend, does her own fundraiser for her units. Like, everyone, just if all of us have some little plan, and so we've been calling it our fuck it plans. Like what Tony just said is like, or Marcus, I forget. If you do nothing, then nothing will happen. But what's the worst that can happen? You'll fail. Like, say if you try to get $100 from family members and friends for a Ukrainian charity, Maria Aid, anybody else, doesn't matter, and say you only get $20, that's not a failure. You just got a cat tourniquet for, you know what I mean? So like, if we all have our little fuck it plans, like there's no downside to this, which is rare in life,
And continue the fuck it plans. Don't stop. Find a new fuck it plan.
And continue to donate to the swear jar.
Oh yeah, that's my first time. I'm allowed a couple in a year and a half. Yeah.
It was just the pronunciation. It was just like fuck tyrants. It was a fuck it plan.
Ah, okay then. Sorry. Can I just say, I didn't do anything. I just noticed the jackets, yeah, and made the change petition. It was here, the group here, who then spread it, shared it, and it went everywhere because the petition signatures came from all over the world. No one in Switzerland or South Africa and stuff like that would have known about these jackets being sold in Australia. But it was from here, from sharing it and from screaming it out. And that's what I'm supporting CISA to do, whatever you can do there. But yeah, signatures came from around the world. I mean, 268 until we won the jackets, and 2/3 of those were Australians. Now, you've only heard me, Aaron, Norma, and Will here. That's 4 Australians. 2/3 of the signatures were Australian, so it did get out there. You got to do something. That's what I'm getting at. Reinforcing what CC's saying. Everyone call someone. And just lastly, I'm just retweeting because I do now Shame Day at Defence Australia. So there's a tweet about from the Ukrainian squad of 2 guys in a trench sleeping in a sleeping bag. Now, on sale that finished on Wednesday was 2 pallets or 3 pallets of sleeping bags, 2 pallets of tarpaulins, a pallet of folding cots. It's just ridiculous, that we see it, but the politicians don't see it. So we've got to highlight it so they see, why are we selling this stuff when there's guys in a trench, on an open trench, uncovered, you know what I mean? So anyway, you know what I'm saying, but I'm just for everyone else, get in there.
Thank you, Tony. But yeah, it's absolutely important to remember that you brought that to the group, though. So without you bringing that information to the group, then we would not have been able to put all our power together. So that's an excellent example of what people power can do when we all do it together. And that's exactly what we need to be doing now. Like you said, Tony, those signatures came from all around the world. And this is exactly what we need to be doing now, making those letters, emails, contacts, calls come from all around the world. And, you know, if you can get your neighbours to sign one, your family members to sign one, even if they're not prepared to write one, they may be able to read one that you've written and then be happy to sign yours. So you could write that out and get them to sign it and get that sent as well. And then that's more contacts from more people. You're not doing anything wrong. You're just helping them along, because they would say that anyway, but they just maybe don't have the time or whatever. You know, we can all help each other out in these ways. And you know, it's not nice to say that we don't have the time when we think of what Ukrainians are going through, but we also have to be kind to ourselves and remember that everybody's extremely busy, everybody's extremely stressed, and everybody's, you know, got a lot on their plate. So if we can make these things easy, like CC said, make these reminders easy, and make it easy for people to do, then I think that helps a great deal. CC?
I was just gonna say, it's really it's, if not sad, it's also just enculturated in all of us to you know, even if we're told officially, like when you're a kid, like, oh, you can be anything you want to be, you know, the actual like policy in schools, just thousands of messages we've always heard is, you know, fall in line, kind of do what everyone else is doing, you know, to be part of society, right? And we forget that, like, all of our own individual traits, all of our own individual kind of strengths, like, you don't have to do much in order to not just be on the sidelines and sit and watch. And we forget that just because we've really been, you know, programmed and enculturated to do, especially those of us who had authoritarian parents, you know, it's just to like be polite, be passive, be good at your job, and go home and do it, and then do it all over again the next day. And we just forget, right? We have it in our subconscious that we're just supposed to be a certain way, and we don't realize that we can do really heroic things with just the smallest moves, because our subconscious, you know, contains this thousands of these messages, you know, of just do normal things.
Thank you, CC. That's so true. Chris?
Well, Tracy, I was only going to really say what you said to Tony and that. Tony, be quiet and accept the praise. You had to do something, mate, which you did, and then we supported you.
Thank you, Chris. Sorry, go ahead, Tony.
No, I was just sorry to. I just said thanks, Chris. Thanks, but it was nothing. Keyboard stuff. 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Chris, and thank you for saying that. I absolutely second that. Mete?
Yeah, anyone who says that Tony hasn't done his bit, you know, Will and I have been sort of uplifting about, you know, opportunity to, you know, do this F-18 stuff, but it was you who said that they were there lying around and being sold for nothing, more or less, and didn't if you didn't remark it, we wouldn't have picked it up. And I don't know if we can pull this off. It's quite a bit, you know, 41 F-18s to Ukraine, and that Finland takes them on and you know, trains all the crew. So I don't know, but it's a logical thing and it's something that we can do. But if it hadn't been for you, Will and I hadn't picked it up, sort of, and come up with this plot. But we'll see what happens with it. It's, we need green light from US, and it's a lot of stuff, but if we can pull it off. I've written my Ministry of Defense that we should, if not buy them, then pressure Australia to give them to us. I've written them, and and I know Will has written the Australian government. So we'll see what happens. But think about it. If it happens, you can congratulate yourself. And it would be a great thing for MriyaReport anyway. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mette. Tony?
Thanks, Mette. I just want to say, no, I didn't bring it up. Everyone knew the F-18 was here. I just stumbled across those Senate papers and thought, what else can we do? This is out in the public domain about the sale, and what I was getting at before about supporting CC, what she does, and contacting your reps in the UK and everywhere else, was that all I done was pick up the wheelbarrow and keep pushing it down the road, but I done it via keyboard and an FOI request. That's my God-given right in this democracy, because they are accountable to me, because we pay their wages, like Mick Ryan said. And just so you probably didn't hear, I updated yesterday. Defense Department sent me back an email regarding my appeal to what they gave us, the answers, which was nothing and redacted. So they've invited me to submit a new FOI or appeal the decision, but because of Christmas, it may take longer. So they're suggesting that we do a new FOI, and me and Will are going to get to that over the next week or 2 weeks and submit a new FOI request of where they are, what they're doing, what condition they're in, just a whole bunch of questions. We're just going to cover everything that they didn't answer in the first one. And we're also going to request, can we buy one? So that's it. And we'll let you know and keep you updated on that, Mette. Obviously, you'll know.
Thank you so much, Tony. And just before we continue with the hands, I just have a little bit of news. So it seems there's been some, let's have a look. Orban leaves the room as EU leaders vote to start Ukraine membership talks. Most votes count, so he stands alone and he stands against Ukraine. So I think that's definitely good news. I like to see his nose being put out of joint. And let's hope he cannot have any effect. He's trying to manipulate everything, as we know, but we have to, I guess, just believe in the power of the EU. The leaders of the EU have said that they've decided to start the negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova on joining the European Union, and that's from the head of the European Council. Actually, I did just want to. I wanted to play this part of President Zelensky's speech. I really think people should hear what he said. It's only 4 minutes long, so I'm happy to wait a little bit longer and then we'll continue with the hands. Marcus?
Yeah, thank you. So everybody, Mette, I just wanted to call you out and congratulate you for your writing letters to your representatives. And everybody here, Tony calls himself a little guy. Little guys don't usually get that much work done, so I think he's a pretty big guy, but I'll take his word on it. We can all do this, right? It doesn't just have to be other people that we're seeing doing it and congratulating. And don't let anybody tell you that your call won't make a difference because of XYZ. It can only make a difference or do nothing. It can't hurt. It can't hurt the Ukrainians, right? Unless you really drop some horrifying language. So there's that. The second thing is it's a historic day for Ukraine and Moldova, and a really strong statement made by the European Union. That, in addition to the money that's been pledged by European countries this week, might be something to mention in your call to your senators or congressmen. Actually, just call whatever numbers CC gives you. If she gives you a number for a restaurant, just call the restaurant and tell them about Ukraine. So mention that, hey, Europe's ponying up right now. Europe's committing billions. And look at their GDP. Say, hey, look at their GDP. 6 billion from this combined GDP is a lot of money, right? They're doing their part. They're ponying up. We got to show them. We got to show them what we're made of too. You know, you can't get into the position Ukraine's gotten into in the EU and reform yourself that quickly during a full-scale war and not be doing the right things. So let's continue pointing out the wins, right? Because they're getting wins. And we have to be able to say, these wins are meaningful and they show significant progress. So get calling. Whoever calls the most wins the knowledge that you saved lives.
Yeah, you also win a patch from Mamuka, a signed patch. In fact, I'm feeling anxious that I'm not doing anything. So thank y'all. I'm gonna go run and do my calls in democracy.io. And thank you to those who've written me that you're doing democracy.io too, who are not in the US. You guys are the best, literal superheroes.
Thank you, Cece. You're a little superhero yourself. We hope you have a great day. Mette, please go ahead.
I'll just round it up. You know, Tony, you're a superhero. You're a superhero. Whether we get this thing done or not, you're a superhero. I would have not had, you said everyone knows that we have the F-18s. I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have had an idea about it. But then you open your mouth that we have 41 F-18s lying in the desert, sort of in a warehouse. And I'm like, hey, we are flying those birds, you know, until we get our F-35. So it's just like, you know, opening your mouth and you are a superhero. If we get this through, then I feel like a superhero, but it's you, Tony, who started this. So don't put yourself down. You're a superhero. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Go ahead, Tony. Thank you, Mette.
I'm starting to get a big head with Meadow blowing my trumpet. And I just wanted to say thanks, Meadow. Thanks, Marcus. Thanks, everyone. But again, it's just typing, yeah. I think when you contact your representatives and shout it out everywhere, I just wanted to stress that guys, defenders are raising their hands and trying to surrender in Ukraine and are getting murdered. Kids are still trying to sleep in Odessa and they're getting bombed. So I think that's something it's to stress. It's unacceptable that these guys run out of ammunition and need to surrender only to be murdered. And that's what it's all about. Bringing, you know, saying that, mentioning that, tell your politicians to look at news feeds on Twitter, because that's where the news is and you can see it firsthand. You know, kids are dying and guys are being murdered. War crimes are being committed if we don't act. Anyway, cheers.
Thank you, Tony. Fox Tyrants, welcome.
Hello, guys. I just wanted to mention what a great opportunity for Ukraine and what a historic moment for them has been for joining EU. Well, the first step to join EU. And I think Ukrainians should celebrate today, and they should set their ambitions really high. And I don't think they should be comparing themselves with Poland. They should compare themselves with the likes of Germany or perhaps France and Great Britain. They should really aim that high because they've got the capacity, they've got the capability, and they've got the education level, if you like, and this could change everything for Ukraine. It could be the difference. It's unsurmountable. I don't even know where to begin, but Ukraine is a vast country. It's a big country. It has a lot of resources to make hot mic to make use of their resources. They've got food sustainability to sustain half the world, and they should take advantage of this moment, and maybe they become one of the leading countries in Europe once they join and just create that climate within their own country to become the leaders in Europe rather than the followers. So it's all about your ambition. Congratulations and aim high.
Thank you very much, Fox Tyrant. Yeah, it's definitely an historic day. I'm really, really pleased. I don't want it to be shadowed out by everything else that's going on. Of course, we don't want to forget about everything that's going on and all the work that we all need to do to keep pushing our politicians to go in the direction that we want them to go, whichever country you live in. So we cannot forget that. But I do think we also need to celebrate these momentous moments. And as Marcus said earlier, something that I wholly agree with is to highlight these things and poke them right in the face of Putin. The more we share these positive things, the more we share this news, the more he sees the unity amongst Europe and amongst other democratic countries that are supporting Ukraine. 54, I believe, from around the world now. So this is exactly where we need to keep fighting. And maybe it seems like I don't know. I wanted to really play this before the decision came, but I still think it's relevant. So if people don't mind bearing with me a moment, I'm going to see if I can try and play this short part of President Zelensky's speech in Brussels today. Hopefully this will work. So you will have to give me a wave if you cannot hear anything.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, greetings to you all. Thank you for this opportunity to address to you. Today is a special day, and this day will go down in our history, whether it's good or bad for us. History will capture everything, and every word, every step, every action and inaction, who fought for what. So this year, we didn't make any mistakes, not a single one. Europe went through this year with dignity, and there was no cowardice, no indecision. And Putin gained nothing over the year, neither in the battles against Ukraine, nothing, nor in the attempts to divide and demean Europeans. And he lost everything this year. It's crucial that he lost not just in Ukraine, but in every aspect of European life. Europe maintained its unity, and Europe didn't let its people get dragged into any of the crises the Kremlin always dreams of. And you all realized that now is not the time for half measures or hesitation. Europe has made strong decisions. I'm very thankful. Europe made strong decisions and implemented them effectively. And I'm grateful for such strength in Europe. And it's very important that Europe doesn't fall back into indecision today. Nobody wants Europe to be seen as untrustworthy or as unable to take decisions it prepared itself. Dear colleagues, today is the day when determination will either be in Brussels or Moscow. People in Europe will not understand if Putin's satisfied smile becomes the reward for a meeting in Brussels. And these days I've communicated to many of you, and we are talking about a decision that was promised. And I haven't heard any counter argument as to why we shouldn't implement the plan agreed upon by all of Europe. Last year, Ukraine received clear recommendations on how to move forward, and we have passed the key laws. And you all emphasize, all know well that we fulfilled every obligation. And there was a clear schedule for the EU. Today is the day for a political decision in response to what we've accomplished. It's about opening accession negotiations with Ukraine. And in March next year, approving the negotiation framework for moving forward. No bureaucracy. Everything is very, very clear. And this isn't about what politicians need. It's about what people need. All those people in the trenches, shooting down drones and missiles every night, and all those working so children can learn, even under constant Russian terror. And doctors can save lives, even when Russia tries to destroy our energy or communication systems. Today's decision on opening accession negotiations is also vital for all those people in EU countries who believe that Europe can avoid falling back into old times of endless, fruitless disagreements between capitals. Europe deserves to be strong. Europe's strength is in unity and resolve, and Europe deserves dignified policy, deserves to have agreements respected, and for people in Europe to know they will not be deceived. 10 years ago in Ukraine, people rose up under the flags of the European Union. It was a symbol of truth for them, and it should remain so. And I ask you one thing today: do not betray the people and their faith in Europe. If no one believes in Europe, what will keep the European Union alive? People in Europe will not see any benefits if Moscow receives a pass from Brussels in the form of negativity towards Ukraine. Putin will surely use, of course, this against you personally and against all of Europe. Don't give him the first and only victory of the year. Europe must win, agreements must be honored, and words must matter. Thank you so much, Charlotte. Thank all of you. Slava Ukraine.
Heroim Slava. I hope that came through okay for you all. I'm actually tearing up a little bit now. That's the second time I've heard that today. And I think, although only 5 minutes long, I think a very powerful speech. Did that come through okay, Christopher?
Yep, no problem.
Thank you. I was watching the emojis, so I was hoping that it was going okay. I was getting some good emojis, so I'm really, really pleased that you allowed me to play that. And thank you so much, everybody. Mete, please go ahead.
Here I am, Slava. That's all I can say about that speech. But yeah, it's Zelensky is really, he never sleeps, and I'm sort of getting worried about him. But you know, apparently there's no need. He's like a battery or something. Yeah, but yeah, I just wanted to say that I need to look up. The only thing I came up for is I need to look up a video of Viktor Orban in the room. It's just making me laugh so much. just the thought of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mette. And some more good news. So let's have a look now. We're getting more positive news. So the Swedish government has authorised a 124 million euro winter aid package for Ukraine, underscoring its significance in bolstering civil infrastructure. So more excellent news coming out to poke in the eye of Putin. Independent, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Oh, wonderful. So yeah, I dropped a proposal out there in the nest. Actually, I've been chatting with you folks a lot on the nest, multiple tweets, but I don't think that they're monitored. So if everyone can go over and take a look, I was proposing that we step up the seizures of the exports from Putin and, you know, just cut him off so that he doesn't have opportunities to sell goods anymore. Yeah, if you guys could share your approval, disapproval with me, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Independent. But we do have an ask first nest policy here. So if you weren't aware, I obviously understand that because every space is different. So just for you and anybody new that wasn't aware, we like people to ask first before they put posts in the nest, just so we can keep some control over what goes in there and make sure it's topical to what we're talking about. And not that I'm suggesting that you would, but we have had bad actors in the past try to slip things in there that are not appropriate.
Oh yeah, I
we
don't mean to be a bad actor, but absolutely, I'm a novice. In fact, I just learned from you guys about that whole ellipsis thing and bringing up the text so that you can read the text going by. So I'm here for training as well as sharing ideas.
I appreciate that and I understand that. Thank you so much. And thank you for understanding. No, I wasn't suggesting you were a bad actor, and I kind of knew that you're new to the space. So that's why I thought I would just explain that situation, because when you're new, it's not something that you always hear straight away. So maybe it's something that we can start adding to our public service announcements when we talk about the retweets, and then we can help new listeners in that way. I think that might be a good idea moving forward. Thank you very much, Independent. Tony, please go ahead.
Yeah, great speech. I was just while listening to that, I just wonder whether MriyaReport or Elon Musk can change the emojis down there, because it didn't do it justice. So I'm just thinking, what if we change the thumbs up to Zelensky with the fist, and then the thumbs down with Putin in drag or something? That would be a better thing. That's just a thought.
That would be fantastic. If we could do that, that would be so great, Tony. But never mind. Until then, we just have to make up our own emojis. I think that would be fantastic, Christopher. What do you reckon? We can have Putin in drag for the thumbs down.
I don't know. I think that's an insult to drag.
That's a good point. So, okay, so now I am going to do a small public service announcement, actually, because Christopher and I will be leaving you very shortly, not too long now, about 20 minutes. And then I believe we have Axel and Brian coming up after that, and they will no doubt take you away with a lively session. So make sure you all bring your questions and comments, and no doubt there will be an excellent panel. Go ahead, Independent.
Oh, thanks. So how do I bring up the proposal? I was hoping that you guys would either approve or disapprove the idea of increasing the seizures of exports from Putin.
Well, I approve personally.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so what we do, if you want something to go in the nest, you can just DM it to either one of the co-hosts, and then we can have a look at that and pop that in the nest if we think that's appropriate. So that's usually the way we do things. Does that help?
Yes, I will send that to you as a DM. Can I just send you the link to where it is, and then you guys can use it or delete it or whatever?
You can also, independence, you can also put it down in the little purple bubble that's at the bottom right hand of the screen.
Oh,
Right now,
okay.
mine has a
That's where
26.
it is.
Yeah,
It's in the it's in the
you
purple
can click
bubble.
it in there.
I thought that was the nest.
Oh, yeah, no, that's our feed for that keeps going, that keeps incrementing until the space crashes and blows up. As you can see, it's 26. We've had a blow up recently, so.
Okay, wonderful. I'll send you guys a DM link to the
That's great.
specific tweet. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you.
If you want to find the Nest Independent, it's above where everybody's pictures and avatars are. So when you have the space maximized and you can see everybody's avatars, if you look above there, there are some grey dots. If you click on those dots, each one of those is a tweet, and that's the nest there. So you can click on the dots and then you can click on each individual tweet. Have a look at that, and then you can come right back. It doesn't take you away from the space whilst you're doing that. So we put all the topical and useful tweets in there. And actually, you will see one for our fundraiser, which is the first tweet in the nest. So we're helping Scruff's Air Recon Unit. They're a drone reconnaissance unit. And Scruff is in the Armed Forces of Ukraine, and he is a drone operator. Now he comes to visit and speak with us regularly. So if you've been lucky enough to hear him whilst in the space, you know who I'm talking about. And if you haven't been lucky enough, then you need to be here more often so you can catch him. I must admit, he usually seems to come late in the European night time, or sometimes the middle of the night for me. So I guess that's like about 10 p.m. ish onwards. In the US time, but of course that's just an estimate from when I've seen him here. He could come at any time, but we're collecting for his unit. They're in desperate need of FPV drone parts, batteries, thermal drones, a whole heap of things. There's a great big long list, but they've just given us a list of the few most important items that they need. So if you look at the tweet, and if you would kindly like to retweet that for us, if you would not mind, that helps us get that out there, raises awareness, and lets more people know about the campaign that we're having. And also, you can tag people in that as well if you want to post that out. That's what I do. I tag all the people that I know, and then they also very kindly retweet that for me as well. And that's a great way to be able to, rather than just retweeting, is to tag people in it, and they'll probably retweet it for you. That's if you feel so inclined to help in that way. If you can't donate, that's a great way that you can help, because you never know who that tweet will reach, who that post will reach. And of course, you don't just have to share it on Twitter, or X as it's now called. You can share it on other social networks, share it with people in your daily lives. Christopher and I asked our friends and family to donate to the previous fundraising campaign instead of buying Christmas presents for us, because that was more important for us. That was the Orphans Feeding Foundation fundraiser that we had, and we raised a fantastic amount of money. All you wonderful people in this community do so much good, and it's so heartwarming to see the way that we all pull together, to contact our politicians and our representatives, to push democracy in the direction that we want it to go in, to support each other in any of the ways that we can to help Ukraine. It's something absolutely incredible the way this community has just organically sprung up. Obviously, thanks to people like Yehuda and the other founders of the space. Without them, we wouldn't be here at all. And as you all know, we have some fantastic segments and special guests. So if you can consider donating to this, please do, because just like most of the Armed Forces of Ukraine units, they're getting attacked from all sides by the Russians. They have this intense human waves coming at them, which we see reflected in the numbers every day. And of course, in winter weather, these more time to work, they use more power and they run out quicker. So just like with anything in winter, they need a great deal more of it. So click on the easy payment link in the tweet, the one that's got the finger pointing at it, where it says bit to start with. That's so easy. I love that new payment link. It's much, much better than the old PayPal. It's so much quicker and easier, and I never seem to have any problems with it. Whereas with the PayPal one previously, I constantly had to keep loading it up and trying to put the donation through several times, which was mightily frustrating. But of course, I persevered. But now I don't have to do that. You can also go to the website and direct. We've got people working very hard to build a new website. And of course, remember, everybody's a volunteer here. So many people also have full-time jobs. And then, of course, we are also lucky enough, as you can see by my avatar, to sometimes get wonderful things like my flag in my avatar is the SBU flag that was signed by the Alpha unit because we had a fundraiser for them and we bought some radio communications equipment, ear protection, and if I remember rightly, I think we also got them some metal detectors, but I would have to double check that. That could have been the National Guard unit that we collected for. So many wonderful people and things that we can help. And that is one of the things that I love about MriyaReport, actually, is that we get to be able to give to a variety of different needs. You know, they're all non-lethal, but, you know, we help units and military units. We help civilian units. We've helped humanitarian needs. We've helped schools and children's hospitals and all sorts of things. So consider donating if you can, and just remember what a gift that is that you're giving to them, that unit, to give them that extra little advantage. And then I will also finally tell you about some guests that we have coming up this evening. Of course, we will be having our Israel and Gaza segment, and that will be coming up at 9 p.m. UK. Is it 9 p.m. UK? I think it is. Let me double check now. I get confused with these time zones, Christopher. I have to always go and double check them. So I don't do too bad with the US, you know, funnily enough, but it's the European ones that confuse me because there's just so many of them. Did you notice that, Christopher, when you came to Europe?
Well, yeah, sort of. What I do is I have a on a Windows machine, I have a clock app, and I just go ahead and plug in all the places that I want to have time zones for, and I just bring the app up.
Well, that's very clever. I should do that, shouldn't I? I'm just not as organised as you, Christopher. So, yes, times check. I am right. It is 9 p.m. UTC, which is 9 p.m. London, and that makes it 10 p.m. Berlin, 11 p.m. Jerusalem, 4 p.m. Eastern and 1 p.m. Pacific time. And of course, that will be M and Yehuda, and they will be giving us a Middle East update. So join the discussion on all things Israel, Gaza, and Hamas. And of course, you'll be getting the latest developments from on the ground, all the updates on the hostages and basically how it connects to Russia and Ukraine. So definitely join that. And if you would be so kind, please consider retweeting that also. If you find value in these segments, then share that with other people, and again tag them, because sometimes people just don't notice things unless you tag them. Sometimes we get so many notifications, all of us, on a daily basis. It's easy for these things to slip past sometimes. And then for all you lovely, wonderful listeners, Christopher and the edit team have been working extremely hard, and we now have some more podcasts released. So in case you missed the Understanding Genocide segment in Ukraine with Gina, Prince and Nancy, and this is the December the 8th one, you can now listen to the full episode on Spotify. The main MriyaReport account has tweeted these out and posted these out, and I've also reposted them, so you can find them there. And oh, look at that, we have a Crime and Punishment SBU podcast, Christopher. Now, where did that come from?
I don't know. A little gnome must have been busy.
Somebody has definitely been busy. I think it's an elf at this time of year, but that's just me. So yes, we have the December the 9th episode of the SBU Crime and Punishment, and that is of course with myself and Prince Heather. So that is there for your enjoyment too. And I have not finished yet for all you wonderful people. More guests, because of course it is Thursday night. So we will be having the Thursday night edition of Bullet Points with our very own Navy SEAL, Navy SEAL Team 6 Squadron Leader, and that is Mr. Chuck Farrer. And we will be obviously talking about all the latest news and developments and things on the battlefield. So do not miss that. That's at midnight UTC, midnight London, 1 a.m. Berlin, 2 a.m. Kyiv, 7 p.m. Eastern and 4 p.m. Pacific. I guess I should really start with the Pacific and Eastern, as it's kind of 4 hours, 7 hours backwards. But as long as people get the times, I guess that's all that matters, Christopher. And so many lovely guests and so many podcasts. Wonderful.
Yes, quite wonderful. So, it's funny that you've got, so maybe, I don't know, Chris, I'm banging on Vance again. And it's like, so the reading his quote and his press release about why he voted against the NDAA, I looked up did a little investigation about what Ohio benefits from the NDAA. And, there are investments in military installations in Ohio. There's support for veterans that he turned down. Semiconductor chip plant construction that he turned down. Domestic energy production turned down. Support for critical industries and technologies like advanced semiconductors again. Military family support, this man turned down. National security parts, like including counter threat measures and money going to that to fight against China and Russia. It just, and he said, I've worked tirelessly, I've worked in good faith, but the committees that this guy is on, none of them worked on the NDAA. So it just is like he's on the Banking, Housing, Urban Affairs Committee, Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, and Joint Economic Committee, and the Special Committee on Aging. These assignments don't involve direct work in the NDAA. So it's just a whole, it's a big pile of doo-doo, Chris. Chris is probably falling asleep. Woo! Anyway, I thought I would add that. I was doing a little recon in the background on Vance because it just like the man wrote a book. He was sort of popular. Hillbilly Elegy. It was back in a time when it was cool to make fun of hillbillies. I don't think it's so much fun anymore because that's part of our problem. But he made his money, got himself into Congress, and now he's going to wind up with a great health plan for the rest of his life because of this. Jesus. Well, it's the American dream, I suppose. Anyway, back to you, Tracy.
Yes, the American dream indeed. But never mind, we're having a European dream today because today the ascension talks have started for the EU, for Ukraine to join the EU, and of course for Moldova. Let's not forget Moldova as well, because I think that's incredibly important. And actually, I'm really pleased to see that they're included in that. I think that's a very important signal, Christopher. What do you think?
Oh, I love it. I just saw the best picture of what's his face, and it's just yeah. I just saw the best picture of him before he walked out of the meeting. It was fabulous. It's just like, wow, this guy's like a one of those, one of those squeezy dolls that you have that squish and the eyes pop out, and it's like the rubber. It's kind of like, yeah. So anyway, back to you.
Whoops, sorry, my mic would not unstick then, so sorry about that. Half a second of dead air. I don't like dead air. Do you, Christopher? When I'm a listener, I'm like, oh no, dead air. We don't like dead air.
Well, I just think that maybe I fell off. I always look to myself to be the culprit of something going wrong. So there you go. Back to you.
Okay, so we only have a few minutes left. We will probably have our new co-host coming up very soon. So let's have a look at a few headlines, shall we? So, what's been happening today? Oh, goodness me. So we have the anti-aircraft missile units of the Air Force, of the Armed Forces, have destroyed one more Kinzhal missile in the Kyiv region. Actually, I saw something from I don't know if you've noticed it at all, Christopher, but Yuri Ignat, the spokesman for the Air Forces, he normally comments quite a lot. He normally says quite a lot of things. But I noticed that the post he said today is that although they're saying that, yes, they did shoot down one of these hypersonic daggers by the air defense, he's stipulated because both Mockers and I and some other people speculated about this morning's report from the Air Force. They mentioned the takedown of all those drones and mentioned that there were 6 missiles, but they never said where these missiles went or where they hit. Usually we get information about that later. Now, I noticed that he did say that he will not be specifying where they hit and let the enemy work that out for themselves, he said, which I thought was actually fantastic because we should not be giving them that information. Absolutely.
Well, not on that. Certainly not on that particular one. But if he's using if they're using the Shaheds and they're using the S-300s, where you know exactly where those are moving from. So the other one's a plane launch missile. So yeah, you don't want to give away that necessarily, but good on them. That's pretty fantastic. More Patriots, please. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. More Patriots. We will love more Patriots. Now, I think we will be getting booted out, Christopher, very shortly in the nicest possible way, of course. I'm just trying to bring Brian up at the moment. So I've tried to approve him 2 or 3 times. Maybe you can try because it doesn't seem to be working for me. I think my app has decided.
I've had issues. Oh, I'm sorry. I've had issues all night about trying to bring some people up. I figured it out by getting through DMs, but I mean, sometimes it's been anyway. Alex has a hand up. Alex, go ahead, please.
Thank you. A long time. Yeah, it's historic day. It's maybe the current events is like look like they are, and they are important. But I think it's historic day, and I want to also congratulate the Georgia has got candidate status, which for me personally, I am very pleased. And also the wording was like that we must speed up these processes, which is a good sign. It looks like while US is really it has difficult moment, I should say so. Europe is clearly stepping up and very rightfully so. It's as an economy, it's a huge superpower, and I think it should play also a bigger role in world politics too. At least where its borders matter and its security matters. So, and I think they are stepping up, which I can only welcome. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. But yeah, I've been away for some time. I started new job and was like 100% into that. Today I'm just sick and like spending time at home, and that's how I found some time to kind of. And it's the events are historic indeed. So anyway, congratulations to everybody who is supporting Ukraine. It's a big day, and in general, who is supporting Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex, and it's great to hear you back again. Nice to hear your voice, and I'm going to say good evening to Axel.
Guten Abend, bonsoir, good evening.
Good evening, Axel, and good evening, Brian.
Hello, everybody. Good to see you, Axel.
Hello there. Are we going to do some crossfire?
I'm game if you are.
So thank you so much, everybody. Christopher and I will be leaving you now in the very capable hands of Axel and Brian. So please stick around, please retweet the space, and please keep up all the hard work that you are doing to fight for democracy. And have a very good evening. And thank you, Christopher.
Thank you, Tracy.
Tracy and Christopher.
Thank you, Mr. M. Real quick, we are this is MriyaReport. We are a 24/7, 365 Twitter space, formerly, well, X space, formerly known as Twitter. Probably can't get that right every time. We are here to support the voices of Ukraine. We're here to support the people of Ukraine. We're here to support Ukraine fight against its genocide, the genocidal invasion of its sovereign territory by a fascist Russian, whatever they are known as at this point, the Federation, the Russian Federation. We have a few things coming up today. We've got bullet points, and it'll be a good show, I'm sure, with Chuck later on. And now that I see Brian is up as co-host, I will take my leave of everybody. Thanks so much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Christopher. Much appreciated. Glad to be back. Bringing my pal Axel up here. Let me see if I can do that. I'm not very bad.
That ain't working. I got to do this on the host phone. But I'm going to be right with you as soon as Christopher is done.
Got it. All right. Well, some logistical issues here while we're getting warmed up. Axel, I wanted to remind everybody on this day that our United States House of Representatives has bravely gone home without reaching a deal on Ukraine or Russia aid. Wanted to just remind everyone of what one of our founding fathers, John Adams, allegedly said: "One useless man is a shame, two is a law firm, and three or more is a Congress." Now, actually, Axel, the real historical John Adams never said that. The line comes from the musical 1776 that came out in the 1970s, and some Broadway writer wrote that for Mr. Adams. But I still think it's true, at least today. What do you think?
As always, everything which comes out of the house of Sorkin and his friends ends up being more of an urban legend than anything else. No, I tend to agree. It's just like with our friend Boris Yeltsin being somewhere out on K Street trying to order pizza, standing drunk in his pajamas, and then having to be safeguarded by Bill Clinton's Secret Service. It's absolutely true. The US Congress still has the possibility to do something tomorrow morning because some of its committee chairs are still there, as I understand, and the Gang of Eight is still in place. I'm not quite sure that the Speaker has already retired because for him, Fridays seemingly are quite important. He typically, he goes to the little chapel in the House as well, as I understand. And but tomorrow early afternoon, everybody will clear out, right? I mean, they're leaving Reagan National Airport.
Yeah, and the good news though is that the Senate leader Schumer has directed that the Senate will keep working until December 21st, which is still marginally lazy for people who have their full-time job representing us, but it's better than usually happens. And so, if, as you suggest, Axel, the House there's enough House members of authority around to negotiate, then we still could wind up with something good, and people can always come back to make a vote. So we'll see what happens. But at least you folks over across the pond are doing the right thing today.
Well, that's the least we can do. But then again, it's not quite done yet, all of it. I mean, it's in process. Let's put it this way. The good thing is that, of course, President Zelensky has taken up, the job of flying around Europe. He arrived yesterday, literally on time, coming out of DEC into Oslo to the summit of the Scandies, meaning both Scandinavia as well as Finland and the Baltics were represented in one or the other fashion. And then he addressed, by the way, in a very, very poignant and exceptionally well worded speech, the Parliament in Oslo as well. So that was a good summit. President Niinistö of Finland had a one-on-one meeting with him. He had meetings with the Swedish Prime Minister. I understand that the Danish Prime Minister was there as well as the Danish Defense Minister. So it was a huge array of people who could make decisions. And if you look at the fact that Denmark has now promised 1.8 billion, okay, 1.8 billion, which would represent out of 8 billion in total, say their military budget. That's quite something. Norway added another billion. That's quite something. And the European Union. These are all military aid packages, by the way. Finland gave, as always, only one statement, that they are increasing their support of Ukraine, meaning there's something big, but we're not going to tell you what it is. I love these kind of press conferences. So that was a good evening, actually. And Sweden also said something. I just forgot the number. I'm sorry.
Denmark actually had a doubly good day because the Mossad and the Danish intelligence services also broke up a planned Hamas terrorist attack. And I've done a little bit of work in my post-government life with some of the government leaders in Denmark, and their intelligence services are pretty badass. They're not probably as badass as the Mossad or certain places I used to work, but they're pretty good. And they had a big day today, stopping probably a lot of people from getting killed.
Yeah, and if I understand this correctly, one part of the overall approach of Hamas would have been actually in Germany.
That's what I read as well. I'm sure there was more than one target in their on their list if they had succeeded. So it was a good day across Europe in a lot of ways.
Just imagine if we could now find out that somehow, somewhere in summertime, someone from Russia supported Hamas in coming to terms with how to find their way through Europe.
Well, I'd be shocked if there is not massive Russian intelligence and logistical support, as well as, of course, the ongoing propaganda wars. We may never know the full extent of it, but I'm sure it's there.
So what on earth would one do in such instance? You would observe them in order to be able to then, gain more intel, and only when you feel reasonably comfortable that you have to actually prevent a real kinetic event or a disaster, right? You have to act anyway, but you would still try to maximize and optimize the amount of intel you generate, right?
Yeah, this is an ongoing difference of opinion that our CIA and our FBI in the United States have, and I'm sure intelligence services around the world have, which is, in general terms, the FBI in the United States gets their big rewards when they arrest people and have a public trial and get people sent to prison, which is very important. And the CIA is more usually on the side of, well, as long as there's no real physical danger, let's watch people and see who else we can identify that they're working with and figure out as much as we can about their methods of operation. So I'm sure those discussions went on between the Danish and the Mossad and various law enforcement agencies. And my guess, which is just a guess at this point, is they were quite certain that they needed to move when they did in order to keep people safe. So hopefully they were onto this for quite a while and they have the whole network identified. But I think the fact that they acted means that they believed at least that the terrorists were getting pretty close.
It's interesting because it fits so well to what we've discussed yesterday. We had yesterday, yet again, Jonathan Fink and our colleague David Bailey, who's joined us here on the panel this evening as well. And we're talking about the fact this was more focused on the narratives and the meandering exploitation of Western media, left and right, and say the gullibles, as well as how messaging actually happens. But at the same time, many of those messages are always connected in some shape or form to operations which are ongoing. Many of them are connected or based on what Thomas Reed once described as the only real Russian invention. And I don't know, how do you see this? Are we in for more of a ride in the next couple of weeks of destabilizing measures, active measures of the Russians?
I think a lot of it depends on how they perceive their success on the battlefield. I would say the more we see kind of these one-offs happening, and I don't believe Russia controls everything that happens in the entire world, of course, but to the extent they do have a say in these events that aren't directly on the battlefield, I think generally speaking, the worse they think they're doing, the more they want to distract attention from that. And so I think that's a lot of what was happening in I think it's a lot of what was happening in the Middle East, that the interests of Iran in derailing the Abraham Accords coordinated perfectly with the interests of Russia in distracting from the Ukrainian success on the battlefield. And so there you have it. Now, I'm not suggesting something as horrible as all that's going to happen, but I would imagine the more they want to distract from the narrative of their losses, which are staggering at this point, of course, the more you're going to see this sort of, I'm going to call it tomfoolery, just to say a funny word, but obviously it's not funny if people's lives are in danger.
Very good point. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to highlight this to our audience in North America. You will like to hear this because people can close borders if they want to and if they see a real risk. And I know that, and we're going for a Novak and Kingsley impression here, but still, our Finnish neighbors here, so to the north of Tallinn, have just closed after having opened about 2.5 hours the 2 border crossings into Russia for, say, local, say, neighbor kind of action and transport, and people who were, say, living in proximity of the border. They have registered a massive amount of migration, a significant uptake in movement of migration right behind the border as Russia tried to immediately capitalize on the opening which had been announced beforehand, because they are trying as an asymmetric form of warfare to bring migrants Russia has incentivized to come into Russia from very, very, say, precarious places in the world, to push them across the border into Finland. Amongst them, always one of you not so migrants, meaning rather more talented personnel with new legacy kind of narratives to throw around. So Helsinki, as always, consequent as our Finnish friends are, very specifically immediately shut down the borders and said, thank you, but no thank you. And nobody crosses here.
Yeah, that was I suppose not surprising move, but it was good to see it. I wonder what's going to happen to all those migrants. I'm sure the Russians are going to treat them very well and humanely, and put them up in dashes outside Moscow.
No, absolutely, you're completely right. I mean, they'll be fed nicely with the same kind of high quality nutritional rations they're giving to their own troops, right?
Exactly. Should we see what David has to say?
Sure, David.
Good evening, folks. Yeah, I was just going to say that the tricky thing about this Russian subversion, if you like, is just the volume of it, and it's difficult to really understand if there's a stroke of genius about some of these things, like Hamas, for example, or if it's just the fact that there's a volume of stuff which has been going on for decades, and in multiple instances, this is kind of showing fruit now. So I think Venezuela is another example, maybe of that. Often we come out and talk about there being a high chance of Russian involvement, for example, in Venezuela, and it's quite easy to get how do you say a little bit over convinced that that's the case. If you're somebody that's observing Russia for a long period of time, sometimes you have to pinch yourself and make sure that you're not drifting into conspiracy theory territory.
Yeah, it's a good reminder, David. I don't disagree. Generally, I do think that Russia would have had at least some foreknowledge of what Hamas was going to do, whether they knew the day, place, time, and everything, all the details of it. I'm not suggesting that, although I'm sure the SVR has them plenty penetrated. But I don't think it's an accident. I don't think the timing's an accident. But it's a good point. Even Putin and all his body doubles don't have time to pull every lever everywhere in the world all the time.
They're just not really good at exploiting every situation when it occurs. Even the fact that we are now projecting, or that we're assuming that they might have had a hand in it, is part and parcel of their power projection.
Yes, you're right. The Hall of Mirrors. It's a dangerous, scary place to walk. But we must. We have no choice. What say you, Ghost of Mr. M. Fella?
I wanted to refer on those migrants on the border of Finland. There is also another possibility that Russia just collects them and sends them straight to the front in Ukraine, because that's what they do. That's what they do with all foreigners that come into Russia. They also can be conscripted.
Well, that is definitely a possibility, given the fact that they have if they have no reasonable use for them, they might very well do so. I can see our friend Yehuda is joining us. Just hold on 1 second.
I would just like to see Edward Snowden put on a uniform and head to the front in Ukraine, since he's a Russian citizen now.
Yes, of course. He should be fighting in the Great Patriotic War of 2023-2024, right?
That's a great idea. That's such a good idea.
I would like to see that. Falk Tyrants, what say you?
Hi, Brian. Legally speaking, is there anything that can be done about these borders things? Because they've done it in USA, Finland, Poland, and elsewhere in Europe. Is there anything legally that you can sort of at least warn them or declare war because they obviously attacking your borders, right? What would it take?
It's not quite an attack, and it's asymmetric warfare. That's why they're doing it. They try to be below a level of threshold, or below a threshold level which would require a more substantiated response, I think.
Yeah. There is a point at which forced migration can also become genocide against the people that you're forcing to migrate, which is probably not the case here. But also can be considered an act of aggression, whether or not it would be enough to authorize the other party to use military force. I don't know, and it's hard to imagine Finland doing that. In our border situation in the U.S., what we have is just a massive failure of political will over the last 2 decades. I still have the scars on my back when George W. Bush tried to make a comprehensive immigration deal with the Democrats in the Senate and the House 20 years ago. And of course, now, if you if you watch cable news, certain cable news networks in the United States, you'd think the only national security problem we have is our southern border. But again, we're not going to.
But we know, Brian, that the real problem is the northern border, right? These pesky Canadians over there.
Well, as long as we can keep Yehuda out, I figure we've had a good day.
I sent him a speaker invite because he was cycling before he was shown us connecting. Yehuda, if you can hear us, you have an invite. Press the button. Let's have you up here. And in the meantime, we can make fun of northern border conflict, of course.
Well, I always like to tell this story when Yehuda's around. Maybe this will summon him. Back in the days when Quebec, the province of Quebec, was constantly every year or two trying to vote to secede from Canada, their slogan was "Oui ou non?" ? And you'd see it on all the billboards up there. And I went up to Montreal for a wedding one time, and I got myself in a little trouble because I kept telling my Canadian friends, "Oui, non, whatever you guys want to do, we'll just send the Vermont National Guard up there and make you the 51st state in a weekend." That did not go over so well.
But the good thing is that the people who train in Vermont are very adept at winter warfare. You could even take them over the winter.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's where they shine. What is it, Rogers Rangers? I think back in the pre-revolutionary times. And then Yehuda's going to pop up and remind us how Canada burned our capital. So I'll just. Oh, Yehuda, by the way, I went on a West Wing tour last week when I was in DC, and they don't show that part anymore. I was very disappointed.
What happened, Yehuda? What happened to the plaque of the Royal British? It's the Royal Engineers, isn't it? Who laid actually the fuse, if I'm not quite mistaken. So it wasn't even Canadians.
I don't know that, but that deserves a response.
We'll get one. I'm a little preoccupied, and frankly, regretting inviting Brian to the team. How dare you? How dare Quebec sovereignty? Really? That's where you want to go?
Did you see, Yehuda? Did you see the Wall Street Journal article about the language police now advertising to people that they're willing to, if you have exemption rights to not having to speak French, that they're willing to talk to you in English, but the sign with which they display this is in French.
No. Listen. I'm pretty sure that Brian still working for his former hand. No, I'm just kidding. Look, it's such a weird conversation to have. It's a provincial issue, so a state issue, perhaps. I can't believe you even brought it up, Brian. Like, that's a low blow, even for you, former CA.
I didn't bring it. Hey, I didn't bring it up. That's Axel, pal.
Yeah, no. I introduced the Northern Border conflict and the revised 1927 or 1924 plans for 1924 plans of the U.S. military to take over control of Canada.
Listen, you gotta be prepared.
Canada.
I can't hear anyone.
I can hear you, Brian.
I can hear you too, Brian.
All right, very good. What is I did want to put out a shameless plug, everybody. I had Colonel Spencer on my history and drinking podcast that dropped on Monday. I'll go back and pin it to my profile. And the reason I mention it is not only because I hope people will go watch it or listen to it wherever you get your podcast, but to note that John gave a great gripping recounting of the helicopter rescue of Mariupol, which I know he's talked about here before too. So check it out.
Yehuda, can you hear us? There's
No, I
seems to have been-
didn't hear anything since you said something about Brian's fault, so it's fine. What's going on?
all good, all good. No, he was just giving a plug that he, on his History and Drinking podcast, he had the famous Ranger teetotaler John Spencer.
And if I don't know if everybody
enough.
heard me, I was getting kind of an echo, but he tells the story of the heroic multiple helicopter runs into Mariupol during the siege. So it's worth a listen.
Yeah, it's right up there with the heroic burning of the White House that we did, and we're sorry about that, Brian. It looks like you rebuilt it. Looks really nice.
Well, Yehuda, one of the things I think you missed or you ignored was I mentioned that I took my new wife on a tour of the West Wing of the White House last week, and they're no longer showing the remaining burn spots from your little adventure a couple hundred years ago. I'm not sure why.
I wouldn't want to do it either. It's one of those things like, you know what? Let's not advertise it, you know? Anyway. All right, listen, we got someone coming up to the panel. I got a special guest, Brian and Axel. You know who that is?
We do not.
Zero idea. Please tell us.
All right. Brian, do you know who that is?
No, I don't. I really don't.
All right, let us bring up. We're going to bring up. Hold on a second. We're going to change the title to space. Hold on. What is your handle on Twitter? If you see
who's
Mahmoud?
You talking about me, or are you talking about our guest?
Yeah, the guest.
He's talking about a guest he doesn't want to name to us, so that we both are surprised. And he wants to change the title of the space, which he can't do unless he has a host phone in front of him.
Well,
so you
can I? We're gonna.
That's a Mr. Pickle we find ourselves in, isn't it?
Probably. All right. Listen, the world's a changing.
This is fantastic. This is great radio, by the way.
It's not great. It's average. It's average radio, and you two, sirs, are average, just as I am. We're not anything special. We're not the second coming of the Christian Christ or the first coming of the Jewish one, frankly. Okay.
I like when they periodically do a survey of how many people think they're above average, and it's like 90%, which of course is impossible.
You never saw What's Hot or Not. It's a website.
Can we just get M up here so that we have the Mesopotamian book club filled up?
Yeah, we could. And when we say book club, we mean cuneiform and tablets. Okay, we're old school. We're not. I mean, Axel, whilst the ancient Israelites were
scrolls and tablets.
Scrolls and tablets were worshiping the one true God in Jerusalem. Axel and Brian's ancestors were running around the island or northern Europe in loincloths, chasing boars. You know.
By the way, that's what we call Wednesday here in Seattle.
You, sir, are horrible, man. All right. Speaking of horrible, we have Saeed. Baba Saeed. Are you there?
Yes, I am here.
All right. Is this my Saeed or my friend Saeed, or is this another Saeed with a similar name?
There are so many Saids, but this is the one you just texted me. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm here.
All right. Saeed, we want to talk about MriyaReport. Okay. How do I get into? You know what? I'm sick of. Actually, can I get up there? See, I got to put a title.
Maybe you need to be a co-host. I can drop for a second.
No. You know what? I don't know. It's like German Estonian guy or former CIA agent, like Jason Bourne, Brian Bourne. We're gonna call you Brian Bourne. That's your name, or Jason Cunningham. What do you want?
I like Brian Bourne better. Alliteration.
I like it. So, it's kind of a personal story today, Axel and Brian. Do you know why?
No, we don't. But I can drop for you, and then you can coordinate, and I'll be right there.
Will you be on the host phone? Yeah.
I have everything here. Give me a sec.
All right. This is so exciting. We're getting seen behind the curtain of the Maria Report.
You are seeing behind the curtain the tiny little person behind the Emerald Isle or whatever it's called. What is it? Yeah, what is that thing? Kansas thing? Dorothy.
The Wizard of Oz. You talking about
Wizard?
Yellow Brick Road?
That's what I said. The Wizard of Oz. But obviously, Brian doesn't remember that because they didn't have television when he was a child.
I'm gonna have to run out to Papyrus Mart to get my writing materials.
Papyrus Mart. I get it. All right. So listen, we've had a bunch of people that have dialed in, and look, let's do this. What shall we do, Brian? When I say Brian,
Save the world.
Breaking.
Defeat Russia.
Breaking.
I'm just hoping sometime this hour we get Saeed up here so we can find out what he has to say.
He's literally up here, Brian. But if you ever stop to not hear yourself speak, you'd recognize he was here.
Well,
Okay?
I'm looking forward to your interview with him. How about that?
Well, how about that? Said, all right. I'm just kidding. I can't keep joking around. Listen, everyone, I'd love for you to, first of all, retweet the space. Let everyone know we're here. I'm disappointed with the numbers, frankly. We should be sharing quite a lot of information here. Origin story. Hold on a second here. Brian of the MriyaReport. Okay.
Yes, sir. I just retweeted it. I followed my instructions.
Your instructions. Make it seem like it's a Rothschild's thing. Okay.
Oh, don't worry. I've already been accused of that. I wish I was a Rothschild.
Me too, right? Who wouldn't like to not work for a living?
I'm still waiting for my 21 years of back pay from the Central Intelligence Agency. Also, since
It won't happen. You've got a good pension. No one cares. Like literally. Like really? You want to go there? Alrighty. Okay. So here we are. We're gonna invite some people up. Let's work up the crowd. Axel, are you still there? I saw.
Of course.
Okay. For those who don't know, now they know, brother. So how did MriyaReport get started, Axel? Work with me.
I was just asking myself that very thing.
It got started because you conjured it up out of thin air, quite literally. And it got started because it was a necessity to do something because you couldn't stand idly by.
It's a good answer, but not the right answer. The right answer is, for those who are listening in the crowd, and do listen, this will go viral. Tweet, retweet, tell your mom, tell your dad, tell anyone. Because of this guy here in the panel, Saeed _199X, because of him and his grandmother. That's how MriyaReport got started. Did you know that? I bet you none of you knew it.
Did not.
Rubel.
Well, I know a few stories.
Yeah. Well, you never met Saeed. You didn't even know Saeed existed. All right.
No, you told me a few stories as to why you were motivated to do what you're doing.
Yes, but did you ever expect after 2 years that Saeed would be here?
Certainly not.
And here we are. So Saeed's uncle has lived in Canada for about 15 years. And I met him. He was a handsome young man. No, he's an older gentleman, and we spoke. And it was 2017, I think. And he said to me, he heard me speaking Farsi on the telephone with my cousins in Los Angeles, where there are wont to be a lot of Persian Jews. And he said to me, he goes, oh, "Chi call me Baba Hubasti." I said, yeah. And he said, well, I'm Jewish. I'm an Afghan Jew. I said, oh, that's a cool story. I didn't believe it, Long story short, someone in his family once upon a time was a Jewish person in Afghanistan. And what happened was we became friends. Nice guy. engineer. He studied in Russia, and he said to me, you know, I need to get my mother out of Afghanistan. And like a normal person, I didn't care. And then I did. And then I think it was 2021, we started a process in which to evacuate this man's mother and 35 members of the family, including a young, super smart, and I'll tell you one thing, this guy is super smart, family members from Afghanistan. And that young man is named Saeed, and he's here today with us. So, as many of you know, I think I've been here for 2 years fighting the good fight. But before we fought for Ukraine, we fought for Israel vice Hamas. I had a personal mission to help out one family in particular so that they should leave Afghanistan because the Taliban weren't big fans of them. So they're not just Jewish, they're Muslim, they're from all over the world. They're very kind and smart people with an illustrious background. And I didn't personally care what background they were from. Saeed's uncle was someone that meant something to me. And I said, you know what? Done. How can I get you out? Now, I lied to his uncle and I said to him one night, I go, I will get your family out of Afghanistan. And that was a bloody lie. I had no idea how I would do it, but I said I would. So now in 2023, it's 23, yeah. His family's been here for almost a year in Canada. And I have something shameful to tell you, Brian. Do you know what that is?
I can imagine many things. Enlighten us.
Shut up, Brian. No, I've not met. Yeah. I've met his mother. I met his family, his grandmother. I'm uncomfortable to meet them, but because I'm so like struck in awe that they made it. So here, listen. We talk about human rights. We talk about Ukraine and Israel and Palestinian people, innocent civilians, and we talk about you know, our care for them. But here is a family that ostensibly I helped survive. And I think I spent the better part of probably 400 days, I think I counted it, while they almost got killed by the Taliban, while we moved them from their houses in Kabul to Kunduz, to Mazar-e-Sharif, to a plane in Mazar-e-Sharif to Abu Dhabi, from Abu Dhabi, some of them to Albania, from Albania to Canada. But after all of this, guess who is here in Canada and who are now technically my neighbors? Saeed and 35 of his family members. So I wanted to share that with the audience because it's kind of a feel-good story. So for those who are wondering, you know, what are you weirdos doing here on MriyaReport? Yeah, support freedom, you support, you know, humanity. It all started with not me, it started with Saeed. So Saeed, can you do me a favor? Without getting into religious discussions, can we talk about the human aspect? I met him on WhatsApp probably, what, 2.5 years ago? And for 2.5 years, we've been talking. And why I want to share this with the space is I want people to know that this is a guy, he's super smart. He was my contact because he spoke the best English, even though I can speak Farsi. He was my contact, and we had a good time. And I remember the scariest day of my life, Brian. Scariest. Now, I've been in combat. I've had a good time. Being shot at when you're a young soldier is kind of interesting. But being an adult with children and hearing about, I think it was your uncle Saeed or your aunt messaging me and saying, we're being shot at, we're in Kunduz, the Taliban have come. I have never been more scared in my life for human beings. So I you guys made it. You made it through Afghanistan. You went through other countries. You're in Canada. You're in Canada now. So I'm so honored to have you here. I'm sorry for not coming to visit you, but I hope you understand. It's
Yeah,
quite
that's
emotional for me. Anyway, sorry. So Saeed, can you
amazing.
please?
Amazing.
No, can Saeed please introduce himself?
Welcome, Saeed.
Thank you. Once again, everyone, Brian, Yehuda. Yes, it's a very extraordinary incident. Actually, the event, the story itself. I always agree with the famous saying. They say, um, "Let the actions, let your actions speak louder than your words." And this is what exactly has happened. I love it. Um, Let me take you guys back to a few years ago, at least. So yeah, we were in Afghanistan. I was driving. I was doing a lot of things. Had crazy dreams. But back in Afghanistan, oh my god. Anyways, the government collapsed in August 2021, and then here are my families. Everyone is desperate. What's gonna happen because of the history we had with the Jewish identity and stuff. So we were so lucky. I can't believe it. If this is not a miracle, I don't know what is a miracle. So we meet Yehuda here. I mean, my uncle meets him somewhere somehow, and then everything builds up, and he tries everything. He does a lot of work, day and night. I see it. And then we couldn't believe it. Everyone in the families, they were laughing and making jokes. No, there's no way we can get out of this situation. The whole government, it's so chaotic. And then it happened. It actually happened, as Yehuda said. Some of the families went through Kunduz to Albania, and another part of the family, we went to Abu Dhabi. We stayed there for a while, and it's very, I would say, nobody could imagine that we would be here in 2023. And now in Canada, oh my God, so like since I came here in Canada, sometimes I just smile like crazy, for no reason, because I see the difference, I see what I am gifted with, the life and the freedom that is given to me. And I can speak for hours about how it could go in the future. I mean, how would it benefit me? How would I then pay it forward? I mean, how would I be able to support others? How much it inspired me. But I'm sure pretty much everyone can understand that. But yes, this has been a very heroic story of not just myself. I came here with 34, and also one guy later joined us, 35 members of my family. We are all here, and frankly, we had so many other family members here too, like from late 90s, they came here, and now we are all here together. Imagine 60, 70 close relatives. I mean, my uncles, they're all brothers, right? They're right. So many, and also my cousins, everyone. So we're a whole family. Now we're living a happy life here. Watching my siblings going to school. I got engaged this year in Afghanistan. I wouldn't even be able to
Mabruk,
do it.
mabruk.
It was thank you. Yeah. It was not possible in Afghanistan, because they were in Europe and we couldn't travel. We couldn't do nothing. There was so little. Oh my God, I can speak for hours about this, but it has been extraordinary. It's been a miracle.
How
And
crazy
thanks.
is it, Saeed? How crazy is it?
I can say that, but imagine, like, when you let you
Do,
can
do you
you
know
can
your do you know your aunt said to me? She says, "You're the godfather of all my nephews and nieces."
I would agree. I would agree with that. Yes,
God, you
that's
guys,
true.
you know what? She drove me nuts for about 8 months. She called me 50 times a day. But I swear to God, it was the 26th of September, 2021. And we got the whole family. I remember it was my son's 3rd birthday, and I got a very desperate call from all Yahya and his family, and they're like, "We just got raided by the Taliban." And then they took our handler, they took the Afghan guy that was working for us to get them out, and then everyone scattered. It's a small provincial town in Afghanistan, Kunduz, and we were scared. We're like, where is everybody? And they, there was an NGO I was working with. They picked them all up. They had 2 buses. The bus broke down from Kunduz to Mazar-e-Sharif. Do you remember that? You had to switch buses.
Yes, yes. So many scary things happened back there in Kunduz, and we were watching this in real time happening before our eyes. The Taliban captured them all. They actually found them, identified
They
them,
took your
and they
passports. They took your passports.
exactly they saw the passports, and they warned them to death. So they were like 7 members, including elders like my grandma and stuff. And they warned them, if you're returning back from Kabul from your home, if you're not leaving to your home right now, we will you
You'd be
I mean,
arrested.
yes, it was a warning to that. So but they still had no choice. There was no going back. And no matter how much desperate they were, but they didn't want to go back because it was a dark future. Even if there was a future, it would be very dark. And yeah, it was worth the sacrifices. And then they kept on going, disguising, and it was all you. I knew everything. I
No, it's
mean,
not me.
we were
It
in
wasn't
touch.
me. There's a lot of people.
You
I'll
did
tell
a
you one thing.
lot of things. I cannot go to details. So
No,
much happened.
we all of them. The funny thing is, when the Taliban took their passports, I'll tell you this now. It's been long enough. I can say all of their passports were forged, or not forged, but they were incomplete passports from a foreign country where the Afghan government still functioned. So it had their IDs, it had their pictures, but didn't have their biometrics. And so we were all scared like shitless that they would figure it out. But thank God they're Taliban like clowns, and they didn't realize that the passports weren't completely bona fide. But what happened was we got them to a hotel, and I remember Yahya sent me a video. I didn't know him at the time. I knew he was like a nephew of one of the people we were trying to rescue, and the video was of them at a hotel near the airport, and they had, for the first time, they had meat. I remember that they had like like a decent food dinner. And
Yes.
do you remember that? Do you remember you sent me that picture?
Yes, I do. We were actually, yeah, lots of things happened to that old hotel too. The location was kind of compromised, and the guys knew that we were there, and it was informed to us that we should change location.
Yeah.
And we stayed there
Well, we
just for
had
the
to pay
night.
them. We
In the
had to pay
midnight,
them.
we received. Oh yeah, exactly,
We had to
exactly,
pay them.
exactly.
So
So many things happened. I know.
it was all
It was
bribes,
all
so we had to pay
tragedy,
them. They're like, we found
desperation.
out. I got a message saying we need to cough up more money because Taliban know where they are, so we moved them to another location. And I was freaking out. I remember as I said, I've been in combat. I've had a lot of shitty experiences. I've never been so scared in my life because at the time it was as I said, my son's 3rd birthday, and all this shit was going on. I was buying bagels at Bubby's Bagels in Toronto at Lawrence and Bathurst, and I remember throwing up in the bath.
I know it was hard.
Hey,
Anything could go
Saeed.
wrong.
Hey, I hate to interrupt this great story, and I won't, but at some point, I think people would love to hear, to the extent you can safely talk about, kind of what your life and your family's life was like in Afghanistan before the Taliban took power again, and then after, and it kind of just a
Sure.
little more background would be interesting, I think, too.
Yeah, no, let me, sorry. It's an emotional time for me. Um, I just want to say that it was funny that I was doing this bagel run. I was buying food, and I remember my family being like, "Oh, you're gonna get food?" I'm like, "Yeah." And then Saeed's aunt called me, and she says something's wrong. Call the NGO. And I called the guy who ran. I'm like, "Yep, it's all fucked up. The fucking Taliban have raided the safe house. Everyone's scattered, and it's my son's third birthday." And I'm like, "Fuck." And I remember driving in my car in Toronto to a and here I am. I'm literally ordering bagels and schmear and like cream cheese and smoked salmon. And I was having like a conversation like as if it was a normal day. And I was so scared. But the NGO people, who will remain anonymous, but funny it's funny because they're a country being attacked today that everyone's against, but these guys, they I remember calling one of them and I'm like, "Oh my God, what the F is going on? Like, I thought you had this under control." And they said, "Yehuda, we got it, no problem." Within about 3 or 4 hours, I got a call saying everyone has been located. They're on a transport, they're on a truck, they're going back southwest towards Kabul. They're going to go west to Mazar-e Sharif. I'm like, to where? I'm like, the airport. I'm like, the airport's like controlled by the Taliban. I'm like, we've got this. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I remember Saeed was literally on his phone on WhatsApp talking to me on the bus. They were sending me pictures. They had food, they had this. And I'm like, what is going on? And then they get to the airport of Mazar-e Sharif area. They had to move hotels once. And then I think it was 2 or 3 days later, they were on a flight. And what you don't know, Saeed, and I'll tell you this for the first time, um, I got a phone call and they said, "Oh, there's a problem. The people who we thought were on duty are not on duty at the airport, and everything's gonna get all effed up." And I was very upset about it. And then I got a phone call saying, "Nope, we cleared it. The the business, or I don't want to say what country, but the country that did this and that, they've cleared everyone." So basically, Saeed and all his family had fake passports or incomplete passports from an Afghan embassy somewhere in the world. It means they didn't have biometrics. They had their picture, but no fingerprints or anything like that. And then I remember the videos. His family members actually sent me the videos at the gate where they weren't letting him on. They're like, "These aren't biometric passports. Screw you." And then some other individual came down. They waved the whole family. They got them on the plane. And then um, once the plane left Afghan airspace, the family called me. And you know what I did, Brian? Can I tell you?
Preach it, yeah. Uh-oh, I can't hear Yehuda. Can people hear
Sorry.
me?
So we did an interview on yeah.
Okay, go ahead. We couldn't hear you for a minute.
So what happened was once they cleared customs and they got on the plane, they sent the videos, the pictures, and then I think about 1 hour later, I did an interview in Canada for the evacuation of the family, and it was very beautiful. I'm not gonna lie, super beautiful. Anyway, Saeed, I didn't want to see Saeed because I felt, emotionally like, scarred from all of it. Like your aunt is a psycho, right? She called me 100 times a day, and like, God, you better give her a big old hug because she's great. Thanks, Saeed.
Exactly.
Anyway, so Brian, do you want to bring people up and ask them? We got Nico. He's a big old poop talking Persian from Chicago. Doesn't know who I am. He thinks I'm a bit of a clown, but now he knows a bit more about me, Nico.
By the way, those two things can be true at the same time.
Obviously.
Yeah, I'm happy to take hands. I would love, like I said before, personally, I'd love to hear a little bit more from Saeed if you can safely talk about it, about what your family's life was like before the Taliban retook power, and then in the time before you were able to get out with Yehuda's help. I'd love to hear about that.
Sure, why not? Um, so it it wasn't even as good, I would say, or it wasn't even as bad even before, like before the collapse of the government and even after, because it's still so, I would say, so back in time. The country, it is so, like, now I can see it. Now I can compare where we are standing. As I mean, of course, that's the first country and the third world countries, right? So for me personally, why it was very challenging, because I had dreams. I had some vision. From 2016 or 17, when I was done with the college. I mean, I pursued bachelor in computer science, and then I started my own business because I wanted to develop an app. It started from there, like my career, let's say, or my adventure and my dreams. I worked day and night. I never watched time. Even now, like even now in Canada. I don't want to brag about this or talk about this, but time doesn't matter for me. Like the moment I wake up till I go to sleep, it's work for me. But imagine being in a country where you don't even have energy. I mean, electricity, right? The power. You don't have internet. I still have some of my team members back in Afghanistan. Like one, two guys are still there. Some managed to leave, and we cannot even communicate. I mean, the internet speed is, I don't know, 10 kbs per second, 20 kbs per second. And at good times it's like 200 kbs per second.
Wow, that's
So
like so
it,
it's like
it,
dial up.
it
It's basically dial-up speed.
exactly, yeah, yeah. We were recently introduced to 3G, so this is just. I mean, it should give you a glimpse of what it's like living in Afghanistan and having dreams, wanting to pursue your dreams, and then being head of the family. That's my thing. I'm also the head of family, and having minors in your family, having people to support. It's just it doesn't make sense, being in there. So of course, what happened after Taliban came, the whole economy was shattered. The economy collapsed. There was no business, there was no trade, there was no currency. Even the banks were closed, no payouts. Everything is frozen in the banks. What would you do? Like you are left in an apocalyptic situation type of things. I would say in a zombie land. What would you do? Like it's that crazy, believe me. Especially when you live there. This is what it is, and I still follow the news. I still, like, sometimes I don't want to um, bother a lot thinking about Afghanistan. I don't even think about that anymore. Like I don't.
But you shouldn't have to say, like, this is where you're from, right? I mean, I don't know you from a hole in the wall, but I know your uncle. And can I ask you something?
Yes.
People are asking me about your grandmother. I love her. Um, I don't. There's a video you see. Well, no, you weren't there yet. Do you remember the video or no?
From Albania or from where?
From your uncle's house in Kleinberg. Do you remember that video or no?
I've seen most of the videos. I'm just not sure which one we're talking about.
I'll send it to you, but
Exactly.
I mean, it's one of those really like crazy situations. And I've been asking, send it, but yeah, it's kind of like super emotional for me to this day. Again, I've done a lot of cool things, but this is one of those things that it's like, wow, you know.
Yes, yes, exactly. Lots of emotional things happen here. When everyone, yeah, we came like in bunches, because the flights and it was all chartered flights, that we managed to get into. So we were coming group by group, and
And do you, do
sometimes
you, do
there
you,
were.
do you, do you know that a lot of there was about at least $40 million spent by people in Canada to make sure your family got here? Not just your family, but about
Wow.
25,000 Afghans and my Afghan list was about 1,500, and your family come from they were constituents of about 35 of them. So you're my
Yes, yes. I don't know the numbers, of course.
Yeah.
It has been a lot of work, and so many things happen. There were times of hopelessness even here,
I
like until the
remember.
last of us came here. I remember it was one of my cousins. It was just one person. The parents came here, the brother came here, and he was left at
Yes.
Abu Dhabi waiting for his flight. And it was getting delayed, it was getting canceled. So many things were happening, and then there was hopelessness sometimes, but eventually it all worked out. And yeah, every time we reunited, there were tears, there were emotions, and yes. So since we came here, I got a good house here. I
He's got a
immediately
great house.
got my I immediately tried to do my own, chase my own business, the one that I had. But like it takes time. It takes time for me, I think.
What's your
I
business?
was
What's your
expecting it.
business? Talk to me. Talk to us.
Yeah, sure. Um, as I said, I pursued computer science, right, and software, especially the software major. And I opened a software development company even back in Afghanistan, and we had clients. Interestingly, from US, from Canada, we had clients here back. That's where I learned some of my English skills. Some people are wondering,
Well,
like I was saying, no, I was.
listen to everyone. So while I was like spending whatever I could to get this guy's family and himself out of Afghanistan, he was literally running an IT company. Listen to what I'm
Yes.
saying. So he was literally saying, if I live or die, that's fine. I'm going to keep working. I love this guy. I love his family. Please do, if you can, help out at MriyaReport. So we fight disinformation. We support Ukrainians dying under Russian genocide. But one of the other things I've personally done, and I will share this actually. I spent almost actually over $600,000 to help Afghan refugees find a better life. Saeed is one of the families. It's actually a very personal story because his grandmother has a very unique story. She was Jewish in Afghanistan. She moved on in life. Her family left for Israel, and then she married a Muslim guy, and then they married Muslims. And we have Saeed is the grandchild of that. And here's the thing: in our community in Canada, no one cared in the Jewish community what their background was. Everyone cared about getting them out of Afghanistan because the Taliban had decided that they needed to die. And so, a lot of really amazing people put their money where their mouth is, and they fought. And, against all odds, it's not just my interest to help, but Saeed and his family, plus another 1,500 Afghans, are here in Canada now, some in the States. These are all
Yes.
people who fight the good fight. A lot of them were women judges, female police officers, civil rights workers, human rights activists. And I think Afghanistan's loss is North America's gain. So I wanted to share it with you. He's one of them. I get a lot of questions about the past. I get articles come up. And so I wanted to share that with you. So thanks so very much.
Absolutely.
And they're a bunch. Brian, go ahead. I have.
Well,
to
I
take a
just wanted to
pause.
say, I just wanted to comment on what a remarkable story this is of your heroism, quite frankly, and Saeed's family's heroism. And Yehuda, I can't stand you as a general proposition, but amazing work. And to be honest, everybody, I knew a little bit of this story. I didn't know the amazing details that we've just heard. I knew a little bit of this story, and frankly, it's a significant part of why I decided to volunteer to help MriyaReport. I'm obviously a strong supporter of Ukraine also, but this is truly, whatever God you believe in, this is God's work. So thank you, Yehuda, and welcome, Saeed. And I think some folks will have some questions for you if you have a minute.
Thank you. Sure.
Nico, go ahead.
Thanks, Brian. I don't want to jump over fuck tyrants. His hand's been up a long time. I'll go after him.
Sorry, I thought you were first, but I love the way you say fuck tyrants. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. I didn't think mine is going to be that important, but I'm glad you 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 got there in the end. Um, the story felt a bit related because I had to do kind of similar story myself when I was barely a teenager, traveling across many countries alone to come to UK. But ironically, I come from Albania. So my question would be, how did you find Albania, and whereabouts did you stay there, and perhaps how long you stayed there?
Sure. And thank you for the question, for the introduction. I loved it. Actually, the thing is, so we were divided into many groups for so many reasons, and a few of us were in Albania, and I was not amongst them. But I knew all the details, and I was actually communicating, not just communicating, but I was also organizing. I mean, helping in organizing things with Yehuda and other friends. So Albania, I mean, even I mean, we went to Abu Dhabi. Even we were wishing that we were in Albania. I would say it was that good. The thing is, there was starting from the weather, the climate, and then the hospitality, and then the government, and then the people back there. You know, I would say the city. They were in the capital, I think. It was all good. It was all good. You know, even when I speak to my cousins now, they say we should arrange another travel and we all should go back to Albania someday soon. I'm like, yeah, definitely, because we were not there.
Let's
So
not do it.
it was
There's a
that
shitty town in
favorable.
Albania.
It was that good.
No, you know what? I was happy when his family got to Albania, but the truth is, that stayed there. There was a very big, famous Canadian benefactor who paid for something like 5 or 10,000 Afghan refugees to live in Albania at a resort. And I remember, I think it was 50 euros a person for room and board. And you know what? That's why, Brian, that Canada is so much better than America, and we have so much more love for people. I'm just kidding. So there was a very successful business person who did pay for that. And one of the highlights of my life, Saeed, you don't know this. I'm going to share with you something in the public. Is that fair?
Please.
So never, so Saeed's family that were in Albania, I was a very petulant, disrespectful person, and I bothered a few hundred people, and I said they need to Kalamate. I said they need to get their family from there. So a certain embassy flew their identification section over to Tirana. That means aspetta un attimo, pa. Quello. So what happened was they moved the entire identification section from the Rome embassy to Albania to videotape and take pictures and take biometrics of Saeed's family, plus 100 other Afghans on our list. It was the highlight of my life because never, if anyone has ever worked, Brian, have you ever worked for a government? Imagine someone to do something so out of the ordinary, extraordinary, in fact. And they did it. And now Saeed and all his family live, guess where? Saeed probably lives 50 kilometers from me. That's 30 miles. I've never seen him. I should see him though. Anyway.
Yeah, you guys definitely got to get a road trip going.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. You know who else is incredible? A very annoying Persian guy from Chicago. God knows I hate him, but he has his hand up. Go ahead, Nico. Nico.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Yehuda. Thank you, Brian. And what's up, everybody, top to bottom? Saeed, can you?
What about Saeed?
Well, hold on, I'm getting to the point, sir. Come on now. Let me get my engine warmed up over here.
Just don't be silly, Nico. We know you love silly.
Come on now, hold on. Saeed, can you hear me, brother?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
I do, Nico.
Do you speak Farsi?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. I'm happy to hear that.
Bora, bora, bora.
Yoda, let me get my mic over here. All right.
I'm just saying, will you sing to him the Black Cat song? Yes or no?
Brian, he's killing me.
We don't know if he's Persian. He could be playing around.
Oh,
He could be Hispanic.
Yoda, I'm gonna lose my train of thought, dude. So, speaking
Sorry
of,
about that,
no,
buddy.
it's
Go
it's
ahead.
okay, no worries. I'm just kidding. Hey, Saeed, so you know as much as I know, that the Taliban came to power from the Afghan Civil War, which was around 92 to 96, and Taliban emerged around 94, and it became stronger with the help of Pakistan. Fast forward to today, with the help of Western government, Taliban is in control of Afghanistan. Okay, what do you think the future will look like for this? I will say terrorist regime. I'm hoping you don't have anybody supporting Taliban, but as far as the terrorist Taliban regime, okay, what do you think will be the future of Afghanistan? One, and two, do you think that they will work with the Islamic regime in Iran, which is another terrorist regime?
Well, actually, Nico, politics is, let's say, not my specialty, right? I don't have a great understanding and analysis of all the things, everything. But anyways, like as a normal citizen, I have my own guesses and what I think, being there, living there, and
Yeah, just
knowing the
the
history.
reason why I ask you, say, I would
Yeah.
rather listen to humans who lived within the Taliban regime rather than foreign professional analysts, overnight seasoned political careers or whatever, right? I would rather hear from someone like you who lived there. Does that make sense?
Right, exactly.
He
Yep.
he barely lived under the Taliban because we got him out. So go ahead.
Well,
That's also
during
another
the
thing.
time,
But
I
I know.
understand. But give me your opinion.
Yes. Let me share my opinion. Okay, so the last time we know it has been far worse. Far worse. I mean, they were actually shooting people like in the public, on the streets. But this time they're trying to at least kind of disguise it or hide it or don't do it. They have a bit slower approach this time. That's the difference actually. But the thing is, personally, I don't see a future for this regime. Honestly, like that's my personal opinion. To keep it very short for you, Nico. Um, I think the history will repeat again. I don't know how. I don't know what will happen. I don't know how long would it last, but I don't think anything more than 5 or 6 years like the last time. I mean, that's what I think this regime will change, because fundamentally they're not right, or fundamentally they have errors. They don't believe in in human rights and in democracy and so many like values that the world has adopted, let's say, or it requires for any civilization, for any nation to have those values, and they are not just not supporting it, but they are against it. So that's where I can see there's no future
And
for this.
I agree with you, Saeed, because when you have a terrorist regime, a dictator regime suppressing women and children, or should I say girls, not allowing them to get the basic fundamental, teachings or education, right? That right there just takes it back another 100 years, right? Because, like you said, history will repeat itself because the way they're dictating Islam, and I believe, Said, if I'm not mistaken, they're using the Sharia law, correct?
Yes, and taking it even to their own extreme version.
Exactly, right. And I don't need to get into the culture and everything else on the Taliban, give a history lesson. We all know what it's like even right now. But the
But
scary,
Nico, we have to stop. We need to make it clear that this isn't really Islam. This is a very retrograde force of people who say that they this, that, and the other. And you know, Jewish people,
well,
Christian people, we all suffer from the same
right,
thing.
if I say this, Yehuda, if I say this, you make a great point. However, this is the Islam, the version of Islam that the terrorist Taliban is dictating in Afghanistan. Does that make sense? I'm not saying all Islam is like this.
It does. But it's like saying I'm the smartest, stupid person in the room. It doesn't mean so much, right? They're not representative. I've helped more Afghans. I swear, I feel like I got the whole country out. So who's left? Right, the crayon eaters, like not very sophisticated.
Right, but what I'm just saying in general under the terrorist Taliban regime, and the reason why I bring this up, so you understand where I'm coming from, Saeed. It's going on in Iran right now, as you know. Even worse, I think you mentioned a few minutes ago, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes ago, it's very hard to get cell phone reception, if I'm not mistaken, right? Is that what you said, Saeed?
Yes,
Right.
even
Right now, it's the same thing happening in Iran. Now, if
he's in Canada, his Wi-Fi is good.
well, we're just speaking about the the region and whatnot. I know he's in Canada. You helped me. I was listening.
By the way,
just,
it doesn't matter. But do me a favor, if you want to help out, Saeed, sorry, Nico, let me interrupt. Look, if you want to help them out, him and his family, plus another 1,500 Afghans, just got news of an Afghan colonel in the Afghan army. He was pretty nuts. He got to South America and he crossed the border from Mexico into the United States legally. He's in California. If you want to help them out, he's got 5 kids. MriyaReport donors contributed to their survival in Brazil and Colombia. If you could help out, donate to MriyaReport.org.
Well, Yehuda, I don't have $600,000 like you, buddy.
Well, screw you. I didn't have it either. That's called the credit line, you dick.
What about Brian? Brian, how much do you have?
Brian's got a lot of money. He's a CIA guy, so it's basically a black. What is it? Black blah. I can't talk. Brian, where's all the money at?
I just want to remind Nico of something I said last night, which is if you keep using that picture of my torso, you're going to get a cease and desist letter from my expensive lawyers, on whom I spend all my money. There, I tied it in a bow. You're welcome.
Hey, Brian, the only gentleman who's allowed to put handcuffs on me is you, buddy.
Oh, that's super weird. Thanks, Nico, for creeping us all out. Nico has, you know what? Love who you want to love, Nico.
But let me just thank Saeed. Saeed, I'm happy that you live in Canada. It's a great country. You're going to flourish. And Yehuda, thank you so much for helping him. And hopefully you guys could help more Afghan refugees. You guys have beautiful culture, Saeed, in Afghanistan. It's a beautiful country. It is a big country. And I know the future will look bright for Afghanistan once the terrorist Taliban is gone.
Amen, brother.
Agree.
Hey, Saeed, if you could do it safely, I at least, and I think others would be interested in knowing more about your software development company, so that if we need the services, we know how to find you. But only if it's safe.
Why not? Yes, I I appreciate even sharing about my company. So I'm gonna type the website here.
So I was
Actually,
trying to tell you, Saeed. Everyone wants to help, even Brian.
exactly. Thank you so much. So yeah, I named the company Software Wow, and it's gonna be a local Canadian company. Actually, like that's the first thing. So we're trying hard to support local businesses. So that's the first thing. It's small businesses, but then it also has a parent company. Like it's a whole structure, and everything. So it's a different strategy. We're also doing custom software development. Like we do mobile apps, we do e-commerce, like on a global scale, I would say. We currently have clients from Texas, from New York, and also from Europe. One client, actually, one finished. So it's all about software development, and we're trying hard to get into AI. We want to launch a product very soon. Like it's a generative AI, especially dealing with visuals and stuff like that. So I have a brilliant team. That's my superpower, and they're all scattered everywhere in Europe, and here in US. They were, most of them were Afghans, but they left and they had the opportunity to leave. They had worked with the government. So yeah, my guys are still there. We are working on some great applications. I shared one of the websites. I mean, just for the reference, I shared it here: softwarewow.ca. Softwarewow.ca.
What about cybersecurity, Saeed? That's a flourishing business. I mean, Brian knows all about that too. Yehuda, is that something you're planning on implementing?
Honestly, not immediately, not soon, because we are already we are already focused on many things, including digital marketing. So digital marketing, software development, these we do like basic, let's say, stuff that is needed for our own project, but we are not specializing in cybersecurity, and it's not in the strategy. I'm developing the strategies, right? So it's not in the plan, and also we don't have the, let's say, we are not prepared for that either. We haven't invested on that. As long as we don't find a, let's say, a great source of motivation, I'm unsure whether we will get into cybersecurity.
It's a completely different sector.
Yes.
Well, one thing about it too is Nico's right. It's very much in demand, but it's also very competitive. There are many hundreds, thousands of cybersecurity companies competing. But I just encourage everybody to go find software now. And if you have any needs, hire Saeed. Obviously, he's a smart, very capable guy. I just want to know, Saeed, what would it cost to build an app, AI fueled app, that would just 24/7 follow Yehuda around and heckle him in every space he's in? How much would that cost me?
All right, we're gonna say goodbye to Brian.
I
He's
think
a
the
horrible
person who should determine the price would be Yehuda himself.
Brian, don't play with me. Don't play with me. Okay.
I won't. That's what I need a bot for.
No, well, you. Oh God, Jesus Murphy. All right, Saeed, thank you very much. Your passport will stay. I'm just kidding, Brian. We're gonna deport Brian actually. All right, let's go to. By the way, Nico, like, how dare you? I'm gonna eat Nico up. He's a little, like, a bite-sized bodybuilder. Good for you, Nico.
Yehuda, leave me alone, all right?
I will. All right, so listen, a lot of hands up. Let's get them up here. Retweet the space. It's a good time. Who's next, Brian? Is it Independent?
Looks like yeah, it looks like Independent. Yep, go Independent.
Hey, that's me. Thanks. You guys are just hilarious. I can't believe you're going to build an app just to follow them around. That's good stuff. I like creative software development. Back to the scene in Ukraine. I don't know, maybe I should actually read it and share it with you. It's in the purple bucket down at the bottom. If you hit that purple blob, and then the article is all about the Russian exports. So here we are.
All right, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Independent. Do you know the expression "read the room"? Curious.
Yes, what's going on in the room as I look away?
Can you read the room right now, or am I losing my mind?
Let me go back.
Yeah, read the room. We're talking about Saeed and his family being saved from the jaws of death of the Taliban, and you want to talk about another topic. My brain is a little confused. Listen, I'm not the smartest guy in the world. God knows I'm married, right? So I'm obviously not very smart. Brian's like, I've been there. Okay, so do us a favor. Yeah, do us a favor. Reconstruct that question. Let's listen. This is a bit of an emotional situation for Saeed, not me, because I have no emotions. I'd like someone who wants to talk to Saeed. It's kind of like a wonder story. Brian, am I lying? I mean, Brian is like what? He eats babies, CIA, they invaded Guatemala.
No, listen. Yeah, whatever. Listen, I've been involved in some hostage rescue stuff myself back in the day, and this is just beyond. This is next level extraordinary.
That's all
I
I'm
mean,
asking.
Yeah.
Wait, what was Brian doing in Guatemala anyway?
Well, I can't say.
Nico, this is not about pan pizza, so stop. Let Brian talk.
No, my point is this is just an extraordinary story, and the scale of it. I mean, I guess 45 people just in Saeed's family and 1,500 people total. It's just the ability to have operational security and the logistics and the timing. It must have been amazing. So I guess, Saeed, again, don't say anything that'll risk your family's safety, but I'm very curious about the first experience you had once you were successfully, safely out of Afghanistan. I mean, first of all, talk about what it felt like when the airplane crossed out of Afghan airspace, but then were you in Albania first, or what happened next?
The first group actually was 7 individuals.
50-50, right? 50-50.
Yeah. Like we were, as I mentioned earlier, we were divided into many groups. So the first group, they were sent through Kunduz, as Yehuda mentioned, to Mazar Sharif, and then to Albania. It was another flight, and then we were working on others to get others
The
on the
rest,
plane. Yehuda was
yeah,
working a lot.
you were the shit disturbers. You were.
Well, yeah. So then, what happened?
You were difficult for us because we had to get you. We couldn't get you to Albania anymore. So
Yes.
anyway.
Yes, I was scheduled to take the second flight, and the others, like, yeah, they had some issues communicating and managing stuff. Anyways, so then another flight was scheduled later on. I don't know, it was like maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks later we got, but it was different, a different route, a different fly and everything. Like the approach was somewhat different than the first time, and then we waited in
Do you know
hotels,
why that
shelter.
was?
Sorry,
Do you know why that was?
the
So
differences.
no,
Actually,
because the routes from the Taliban guys, they got compromised. The bribes got too high, so we had to rejig the situation, and that's why we had to move you differently. This was very
right,
disappointing. Yeah.
right. I expect, yeah, something like that has happened. But I'm actually wondering how it happened the first time. Forget about repeating the same, or having the luxury of doing the same for the second time and third time. So
What
it was a
happened
miracle
was
in the first time.
the landlords and the safe houses started raising the prices, and they threatened to bait us to the Taliban. That's why.
Yes, things like that happen. So later on, we went to Abu Dhabi, and then another group came after us. So like we were all, I mean, the whole family, because 35 people, that's not an easy task to manage, right? Especially when there are at least like 50-60% of them are all minors, kids. Like
Yeah,
60%
no, it was really
kids.
shitty. The thing is, we tried getting everyone out on the first flight, but your grandmother, we wanted to put in the first tranche, and then what happened was you have an uncle that lived with your grandmother. We wanted him out with her, but we couldn't do it, so we split up the crew. It was one of the shittiest moments of my life because we're like, your aunt said, let's get my mom with my brother out. And it broke my heart and it didn't happen. But at the end of the day, 2 years later, every single one of this person's family are comfortably north of the American border because God knows we don't like Brian.
I'm sorry, Saeed, that you guys had to go to Canada. You couldn't come to the great United States of America, but
great
still,
States, you bastards. Anyway,
You would have, Brian, you would have opened the northern border for him, right?
yeah, like I said, the Vermont National Guard's not busy. We can take it.
You probably would have given him a speeding ticket. You're horrible. No one likes you, Brian. Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to share this with the audience. A lot of people ask the questions. We have Saeed, and I hope but Saeed, your story is not unlike other stories. A genocide committed in Ukraine by Russia. I'm not saying that we rescued your whole family with, Afghan passports from Russia. That would tell too many people too many things. But I'll tell you one thing. we fight the good fight here. And if you could be so very kind as to retweet this, but I hope if you're not following Saeed, if his profile is silly, give it a follow anyway, because this guy, he tickles my heart. He pulls at my heartstrings, and his family. I mean, this guy put up with so much shit for me. Like, yeah, I'm gonna get you out tomorrow. Even though I didn't owe it to him, I still tried to get him out, and we got him out. And here he is, living not 50 kilometers away from me, and the guy's never complained. I've never heard from Saeed, I don't have a good time. I don't have. The guy's like, hey, this guy is so friggin' happy to be in Canada. It's incredible. So when people say, oh, I don't like immigrants, they're stinky, blah, 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 I'm like, I will have an immigrant. I would have one immigrant like Saeed than 10 other people. What a hero to me. He thinks I'm a nice guy. I think he's a better guy. So I want you to follow him. And if you're in the IT world, you need a computer, whatever he
Software
does. No one
design.
really cares.
Software
design, hardware design. No one really cares, Brian. Give him a call.
I'll bet Saeed does.
This is a guy.
We got some people requests. I'm going to push some people down. Don't take offense. I just got to bring a couple people up that want to talk to
drop
Saeed.
Nico. He's horrible. Just kidding.
Brian, do the Canadians have a little statue somewhere which says on a
All right,
plaque,
listen.
"Give me your poor and huddled masses"?
No, Axel, we don't. All right, it's enough. I'm
But
just
they have
kidding.
back bacon, so
There's only one bacon, the back bacon. We call it turkey bacon. Saeed, stick around. We're going to bring up Bella. It rhymes with Shmela. We're going to bring up, oh, geez, not going to bring up him. And a bunch of other amazing people. Let's go. Tyrant.
yeah, guys, if you're on the stage, you should be asking questions. It's a team
geez,
sport here.
Louise, there's 100 people that want to talk to Saeed. Why are you here?
Go ahead, Bella.
Wait.
Oh,
Is it me or someone else? I'm sorry.
I picked you because fuck tyrants. No, I'm just kidding. But you're up, Bella. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, this completely made my day to hear this story, and also Yehuda, this makes me think a lot more of you than I thought before. I love to hear your voice. I go to spaces where you are, but this was an incredibly heroic, wonderful thing that you did for all of the people that you got out, and I am so proud and so happy at this moment. I just want to say thank you to both of you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, who knew we could like Yehuda? I think there's a lot of people feeling the same way that you are today,
Yeah.
Bella.
No.
Go ahead, fuck tyrants.
thank you. And how very dare you, Brian? Yeah, just remember, I'm Albanian. You've seen Taken. Only joking.
Understood.
Only joking. You're a CIA agent. Saeed, do you have any?
I lost fuck tyrants. I think he's gone actually.
Can't hear him.
Yeah, he shouldn't have threatened the CIA. That was a mistake.
Bad move. All right, let's go to some other hands.
Let's see. Sky Kiss is connecting. Oh, there. Oh, now fuck tyrants is requesting to come back up, but now he's back up. All right, let's definitely prioritize some dead air around here, you guys.
It's getting silly. We're getting
It's
pretty
almost-
big here.
It's almost like at night when Yehuda goes to sleep and we have a ghost space for 5 hours.
Screw you, Brian. No one likes Brian.
Okay,
It's a horrible
Sky
guy.
Kiss, what say you?
Hi. Oh, this has really been great. Yeah, I've been moved to tears a few times. Really happy tears, though. I heard, Yehuda, I've heard you mention a little bit of this, here and there over the last 2 years, but my goodness, to have the origin story. And hello, Saeed. It's so wonderful to hear all of your family, and definitely you need to visit with Yehuda. That would be so great. Anyway, I just wanted to say hello and how absolutely happy that makes me to not only hear that again that the whole family got out and that you're all together. That must be really wonderful every time you have like a wedding or something going on in the house. And congratulations, Saeed, on your engagement. That's all for now. Thanks.
Exactly. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your kind words. And yes, yes. I think you understood it really well how it's like, especially the parties, the gatherings, everything. As I mentioned like earlier, if I like to me personally, this is a miracle overall. This story. It's not just extraordinary. Personally, to me, it was a miracle because the government moved beyond their uh, their limits. I mean, as Yehuda described one story, so many things happened like that, and to me, it was a miracle, and I'm grateful, very grateful. Thank you for the kind words. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think Nir had your hand up. Did you take it down on purpose, or do you still want to speak?
Or maybe it was near and far wherever he are.
Oh, rim shot. Go ahead, Nir.
Hi, how are you guys? Hello, Bella. Hello, my friend. Hello, Sky. A lot of my friends are here. Hi, Miles. Um, I lived in Los Angeles for 40 years. For the last few years, I'm here in Israel, for only one reason: to take care of my parents. Um, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what you guys talked about. I just can tell you one thing that
Oh, come on. You hear about Saeed's story?
no,
Get out of town
I did
here.
not. I'll be honest with you. I was asleep because I was exhausted. And Yosepo Bishvil, because I want to I want to raise the voice that a lot of Israeli people, we really do believe in peace and in Israeli.
לא אכפת לי.
Okay.
תשמע, יש לי חבר מאפגניסטן, הוא יהודי מסבתא שלו,
Okay.
we got him out, ואתה רוצה לדבר של הימי של ישראל? לא, שנייה. זה סיפור גדולה פה,
Okay. אז על מה אתה רוצה
אוקיי,
שאני אדבר? What do you want me to talk about?
הבנתי, אני יודע מה זה.
Oh, I can shut up if you want to. I'll be okay with whatever you decide.
תגיד סעיד של יהודייה מאפגניסטן, like what's going on? How are you? הוא בקנדה עכשיו. זה בעיה,
Oh, okay. So congratulations for being in Canada. So I do have to say that it's good news, and I have a lot of good news for other of Palestinian, people that I think left the Middle East to a better place in United States
לא,
and
אבל
Canada.
תגיד לו סעיד, this is Neil.
Saeed, hi, how are you? I do want to say congratulations. I just heard little of your story, but I do think it's great that you moved to a better country with less headache and less hate, and I think it's good
אבל
for you.
אתה יודע למה? ככה,
I don't know, לא, אני לא יודע
סבתא
למה.
שלו היא יהודייה.
Oh, wow, this is
כן,
incredible.
מאפגניסטן.
Yeah, okay, so this is really,
אתה
really
יודע עכשיו?
special. It's very, very special story. I'm honest with you. I did not hear it. I just woke up and you can hear my dog is freaking out on me. I do want to say congratulations, Saeed. And I don't know, where are you? In Montreal, Toronto? Where are you? Where is Saeed? He's staying now. Where did he move to?
I'm actually at the we call it GPA. I mean, Greater Toronto area.
Okay.
It's west of the Toronto.
Oh,
in Ontario.
It's great. I tell you one thing about what I know about Canada, because I am a businessman and we have a lot of stores include in Canada. You are in a great and an amazing country. I think it's not such a perfect country, but it's definitely better than
It is a perfect country. Shut up, Nir.
Okay. So it's a perfect country for you. For me, it was too cold. So I guess in the winter it was not so perfect. Maybe in the
Yeah,
summer somehow. Thank
we're
you.
not murdering each other, you dick. Like, come on, it's too cold. The carpo
Wow,
ani
keeping it
loide
spicy.
makorev.
Well,
Jeez.
after living in Los Angeles for 40 years, it's pretty hard for me to. Every time I would
Yeah,
fly
you're
to,
spoiled. Nir, you're spoiled. You're a
I
big
am
old baby.
spoiled. Yes, I'm definitely spoiled.
Tinok gadol,
I am a baby. I mean, listen, I always tell in all my spaces when I host that I want to stay a kid and I will die as a kid. I'm 60 years old and I hope I would last. My dad is 91 years old. He's a Holocaust survivor and he's still a kid and I hope I will be just like him. I want to stay a kid. I never want to grow up. I want to love. I want to get love, and I want to know that everybody in this world is have a great life. And it's very sad to me. And for somebody that suffer from panic attack, living in Israel, I'm more baby than you think. Every time that I see a Palestinian child or Israeli child or anything bad happen, I cry just like a kid. So you're right. I am a baby, and I'm not ashamed of it.
What? There's sliced turtle. Sorry, guys.
Oh, it's okay, Barry. I just want to say one thing that I really hope. I know it's holiday season. You know, today was the last candle for the Jewish people. I'm not a religious person, but I respect people that do celebrate holidays. But I do have to say, as a bad Jew, that Christmas is my favorite holiday. And please
All right, you're a
remember.
horrible guy. All right, Nir.
Damn right, Nir. Damn right.
I'm sorry. I'm like the Jewish Santa Claus, and I always been. And I do want you to think that we have a lot of people all over the world right now that are suffering, and we need to think about them. We need to help if we can.
Think about the
We need to
children, Nir.
smile. I'm sorry.
Think about the children, right?
The way I look at it, yes, to me it's about the elderly and the children. Yes, those are two subjects that are very close to my heart. I support people that know me, and there are some here. I open a home for the homeless people in Los Angeles for many, many years. Worked with the homeless, love the homeless. They are my friend. They are my family. And yes, sometimes I always tell people, yes, maybe outside they don't smell good, they don't look good, but they're just like us. Absolutely.
Amen.
So
Amen.
happy.
Amen. Yeah.
Hey, Nir, since it sounds like you do a lot of great business, just I don't know if you heard this, but Saeed has a software development company, Software Wow. So check it out if you need any software built for you.
Saeed, can you raise your hand so I see you? Because I don't, I'm trying to, oh, okay, I found
He
you.
thinks y'all look the
I
same.
followed you. I just followed you, Saeed. Okay, I will be in touch with you. In again and again and again. For me, the bottom of my heart, not because you have in your family a mother, Jewish, just because you are a person and you're a citizen of the world. I wish you the best of the best in Canada. I think you're gonna do amazing. And I don't know. I just really think that people should just be having the best. You deserve the best, and good for you. And I'm giving you a big hug, and not because I'm a gay man, just because I love people. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Nir. I'm not sure who was next, but Brian James has not spoken, I don't think. So go ahead, Brian.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the Yehuda Appreciation Society, I mean, I'm in it. I don't know who else is there. Yehuda, I'm got a bit fascinated lately. You mentioned having been associated with a Highland unit. Now, Canada has few of them around. I won't speculate. OPSEC applies, but so there are still quite a few of them around, and I can't help getting the suspicion. Yeah, I can't. I mean, you've got ones like they've been around since the First War, like the Toronto Scottish or 85th
Boer
Battalion,
War,
Cape Breton Highlanders.
since the Boer War, 40th Highlanders to Canada.
Yeah, and there's at least 2 battalions of the Black Watch, and there's the Seaforths are in Vancouver. Oh God, are they gone? And the Argyle and Sutherlands are in Hamilton, as far as I know. I just can't help getting the impression that you probably have more than a common or passing knowledge of and appreciation of the music of the pipes within a military setting. And since we don't quite know what you look like, so just this Yehuda, the international man of mystery.
Gorgeous, gorgeous.
Yes,
Imagine
I'll take that then at face value. Let's assume that you have that epic beard of biblical proportions, and now let's just put him in a kilt. There you have it.
All right.
The James Bond of the Great White North is complete.
Brian's gonna get a picture. He's gonna get a picture.
Well, you know what? That's a good thing for Saeed's software company to design is the Yehuda with the ZZ Top beard and the kilt. He's like a combination of ZZ Top and AC/DC.
All right. By a show of hands, who should show me in a kilt? Do you want to see me in a kilt? In the messages here. Should we do it? Shall we do it? Can we do it? Is it appropriate to do it? All right, fair enough. All right, you've forced my hand. Let's do it. Here we go. All right. If you can, do retweet it. Just say, wow, pretty hot in the kilt.
Where is it? Is it in the nest?
No, it's not in the nest. I'm not putting it in the nest, okay?
Well, I don't know where you're putting it. You
All right,
probably
I'm
have a
gonna
big
put
enough ego to do that.
You're a horrible man. I mean, you were in the How were you in the CIA? I mean, it feels very weird. I think you're lying. I think you're in the Central Ice Cream Agency. Is that what you were?
They had lower standards back then, Yehuda.
I knew it. I knew it actually.
I
All
was
right.
smarter than both of you. I never even served in the army. I went to Los Angeles to serve in Los Angeles instead of the IDF.
I bet you did serve in Los Angeles near. You sound like a Los Angelian. All right. I'm just kidding. Let's go.
All right, let's hear from Sky Kiss before the Yehuda's picture scares her away from the space.
It won't.
It won't. I'm at least a quarter Scotch. So it won't.
So what do you
A
want?
quart
Right?
of
For free?
scotch
I don't
is
get it.
always good, especially if it's fluid.
Well, I wasn't making a national comment. I was making a comment about Yehuda's legs that we're about to see. But go ahead.
Yeah, my legs.
Oh, well, yeah, but have you seen his legs? They might be okay.
I can
Right?
neither confirm nor deny.
Okay, well, and maybe you worked for the Culinary Institute of America. So,
Well, I can tell. I'll tell you right now. My wife wishes I had, but no.
no, but that's what we say in NAFO.
Fair.
We say not the CIA, but then again, maybe the CIA. So, Saeed, I know a thing or two. I'm not going to speak of it now, but I know a thing or two about dreams deferred. And I mean, I'm going to be an old lady by the time I get my architecture degree completed, and maybe by that time I'll be able to go to the Middle East and things will be improved. I just truly hope so, because some of my very, very favorite architecture is there. So, and I do want to say my family's tiny, and one of these days it's going to be just me. But I adopt people, like I have adopted aunts where I
What if
relocated
you
to.
adopt me? I like a lot of presents. So can you do that?
You have a family, Yehuda, but
Yeah,
okay.
no, I'm the one that gives the presents, so I'd like to get some more.
That's
Frankly.
right. And anyway, I just love the story of Saeed's family, and the Jewish and the Muslim people in the one family, and it's like that just feels kind of like my life. I mean, I'm Scotch, Irish, and English, but half my friends growing up were Jewish. I mean, big American city, huge. The hospital that saved my life, run by the same Jewish family now, still. They refuse to be, taken over by some big corporation. But anyway, software. I'm going to keep that in mind, Saeed.
Hey, listen, if you don't have anyone, call someone else who needs software help. Say he needs help. You know why? Because there were people that believed in him. It might be me and some others. And
No.
he's here now. He's in the right.
Right.
Listen, the
And
guy's
he's
come across.
here.
He's come across the planet. You know how many times Said called me for a handout since he got to Canada? Never.
Never.
Not
No.
one fucking time did he call me. You know why? Because he's so happy to be here. And it bothers me. And I said to him, Said, come up. Oh, I don't want to come up. This guy is so shy. He never wanted a handout. He didn't want a handout or a heads up or whatever. But I disagree. I think this is where we need to come around as a human society, even including people like Nico from Chicago, who's a horrible person, and just say, hey, let's help him. Nico, I'm kidding. You still are horrible.
Hey, just a
Nico.
quick admin thing. I've had to move a couple people down to get some new people up, so no offense to anybody. Also, don't forget to retweet the space. Extraordinary, miraculous, as Said calls it, story. But I think one of the strangest parts of this whole story is that Said and Yehuda have still never met in person, even though they're 30 clicks apart or something. I mean, there must be a Tim Hortons in between you somewhere.
I met his grandmother. That's the only claim that's the only promise I made, that I'd meet his grandmother and welcome her to our country, and the rest I didn't want to meet, not for any bad reason, but because it was too emotional. Like, getting this guy's fucking family out of Afghanistan was the most difficult thing I ever did. It was painful, it was stressful, and the reason why is I didn't have a rifle to help the cause. It was all quarterbacking it on a phone or WhatsApp or Signal from a country far away, and it was a very uncomfortable feeling, and it broke my heart. And the only happiness I've felt in the last 2 years is when the last goddamn foot of this guy's family landed on
Well,
Canadian
guys,
soil. Listen, Brian, was when the last member of his family's foot touched down in Toronto, in Canada. That's when I could finally rest. So I'm happy for that.
Yep, and I was just going to say that whatever your belief system is, everybody, not all miracles come from the heavens. Some come from human beings. Heather, go ahead.
I'm not sure whether I can after that. Yeah, Yehuda, I've known you since, the Walter Report. So a long time. And I didn't know that much. Thank you so much. You already know I think you're incredible. And Saeed, I'm so glad that you're here in Canada. You had me crying ugly tears. And I'm out there in the chicken barn, and I realized that my request went through, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I hope the mic's not on. So if you heard, guinea fowl and me talking to chickens, I'm sorry, but thank you so much. What an incredible.
No, it's totally fine, Heather. The only cock crowing around here is Yehuda. We didn't hear any of that.
Did you say buck, buck, buck?
Yeah, buck.
No?
Yeah, I'm the mother chicken, so of course I did. Just thank you so much for being an incredible creature and for being so selfless. Thank you. You know what I think of you.
Listen, it's Saeed. Look, listen, this guy.
I know.
I literally watched him. He's actually the linchpin of the family. When they were on buses to Kunduz, some shithole town in Afghanistan, and then everything went fucking sideways, and I was panicking. And this guy, he meant, we're good. I got my grandmother. We're doing this. We're doing that. And then he was like, we're here. We're there. And he kept us cool. I kept my cool only out externally. In my heart, inside, I was falling apart. And this young man,
oh my goodness,
yeah,
he's an amazing individual.
One second, no, this young man, he kept us cool and he kept his family safe. And he kept him proper, and I remember having to talk with him at the airport, Mazar Sharif, and I said, "Listen, don't fuck around. Like, just shut the fuck up. Do what the people tell you to do." And he's like, "No, yeah, Joe, Yehuda, we got it. Blah blah blah." And the next phone call I had was on a Wi-Fi from the airplane. He goes, "We're free," and
Yeah,
Saeed, I'm so
I was
sorry.
asking.
I'm so glad
I
you're
was
here.
asking. I was asking Saeed earlier about that moment when the airplane was in the air, and especially then when it crossed the border. It must have been. It's hard to even imagine how miraculous that felt.
So you can tell
Very
us
much.
about that?
Very much. Yes, of course. There was a small detail to this. I want to start with that. There were like 5 buses, I think. They were large buses. I don't know, 50 people on board or 60, 70 people on each of the buses. We arrived to the airport, and we see one bus being returned. They were not allowed. Why? God
Oh
knows.
God.
The Taliban stopped them. They actually entered. They actually searched all the vehicles, and they were asking people. Like I don't know how to call it. We were shaking. We were shaking that. Oh my God, are they coming now? Are they asking us? Are they going to investigate us? What's gonna happen? But one bus returned, and I think the second one also returned. But then our
Yeah, it
buses
did.
did enter the airport. I mean, we didn't know why. We didn't know how this happened. But it was crazy,
Bakshish.
and we were not believing it. We were not believing it. We entered the airport. We had our luggage and stuff, and anyways, we managed to enter the airplane. We were on board, and we were thinking that, like the bus, the Taliban would just come on board on the airplane, because they had everything under control, right? They were inside, they were out, everywhere. We were thinking they would come. We were just praying that this airplane flies off. This just has to get off the ramp. When we fly, then we will be, like maybe then we will breathe
I'm gonna tell
a
you,
little bit.
Saeed,
By
do
the
you know,
time, even in the
Saeed,
airplane, we were
Saeed,
shaking. It wasn't
Saeed,
easy.
Saeed,
Yes.
I literally got like calls every like 15 minutes. It was all bribes. Everything was bribes. It was like they want this, they want 10,000, they want 20,000, they want 15,000. It was such a fucked up situation, and the purse strings were out. We're just like, for me and 2 other guys were like, do it, go, go, go. So those 2 other buses, the first bus got turned back, and then they had to go, and they were bribed by a smaller Taliban group, and they all got out. At the end of the day, the group that I worked with, even my list was about 1,500, but the other ones were 40,000. So 40,000 Afghans, not just vulnerable people. And Said's family is very unique because his grandmother was technically the last Jewish person out of Afghanistan, but others were women police officers, women prosecutors, human rights activists, and it was really pretty fucking surreal. And so there was a lot of interest to help them get out, and it was in one of those positions where the Taliban had just taken over Mazar-e-Sharif, and the United Arab Emirates had a security company that ran it. So the Taliban knew if they wanted to be able to fly planes out of their country, they had to follow international regulations as per the IAEA. And so if they wanted to have the rights for international air travel, they had to do it. So an Abu Dhabi-based organization did it, and I won't say any more than that. But I'll tell you one thing: there's a whole bunch of Gulf Arabs that helped get his family out with a bit of cajoling and promises of financial gain, and we got him out. And here he is. So I don't know. Maybe we should do a vote. Should I
Great.
meet Saeed?
Absolutely, you should.
Yes, absolutely. Someday soon, we have to.
Are you surprised? Do you know I met your grandmother and a couple of your uncles?
Actually, I wanted to share this. See, it's not just me who wants to meet you, and you have to just meet with. You have met with tens of our families already, and there are. I'm still sure, like my cousins, others who are still waiting, let's say, or want to meet you.
Do,
And
do, do
I
you know
can
your
imagine
cousin?
it's hard for you, but yes, I know. I'm aware that you're meeting
Hamid,
everyone. You're in touch with everyone.
your first cousin Hamid is coming over on the weekend, Sunday. to pick up from the storage a bunch of furniture for a house. There's about 3 bedrooms of furniture plus baby children's clothes. Hamid's coming, by the way, to the house. Anyway,
All right.
that's yeah. Too much information. Thanks for being a part of this. It's kind of a cathartic, therapeutic session for me because it's been something in the making for 2 years. So if you can help out, share with other people, let them know that we have Saeed and all sorts of other people here that want to help out. It's a good thing. Fusilier, Fusilier. He is one of my friends from Australia. You might know the place. It's a horrible country. It's where everything gets murdered by bugs and ants and all sorts of weird things. So Fusilier, welcome to the panel. We see you.
Morning, Yehuda. Oh, yeah, that was an amazing
Sa!
story. I had no idea, absolutely no idea that you'd done that. Fantastic.
I have to ask you, Yehuda, did you just wait for Fusilier to get here to post your picture in the kilt, or why is that on hold still?
Listen, because I'm gorgeous. It's not my fault. All right. Did I post too much? Anyway.
No, it's been
there's never enough. There's a lot more you can post. Why don't you start with a picture of the head of the family if you can?
Who's Saeed's?
Yeah, the grandmother, the one who drove it.
All right, so Google Tova Moradi. We're not going to go into Saeed for personal reasons. You may not know that's not his real name. His name is actually Stephen. I'm sorry, Saeed, to tell everyone your name was Stephen. No, we're not going to share that name. There are a lot of very nasty people in the world that aren't so friendly. So she is, gosh, what a woman she is. What? Anyway. Saeed, what do you think? Is this, Saeed, I told you about our space about 6 months ago. You didn't come in. I know you get it. You were getting established. But would you resolve it and make it a point to be here so you could learn and share? There are so many people that want to help you. We are a loving, warm crew minus Nico. He's from Chicago. He doesn't wear a shirt. But if you want to come here more often and share with people, and frankly, all of them said, no, thank you, Joe. We don't want to ask for any favors. You got us to Canada. We're good to go. I'm like, no, F that. You're here now. And my friends will help you out. If you're in Canada or Northern United States, like New York State or Michigan, whatever, and you think, or where, I don't know, it could be internet related. If you want to help out Saeed and his family, and there are 35 of them, with jobs, maybe internet stuff, and just say, hey, listen, I'm here to help. I think it would be super important. I may have been responsible for getting him half this way over a horrible, shitty situation with Taliban psychotic monkeys trying to murder them, and it was a bad go. But here we are, and if you could extend them the love and courtesy to say, listen, welcome to the free world. Thank you. And if you could help them out, I think it'd be a great thing. Anyways, thanks so much.
Thank you, Saeed. Thank you, Yehuda.
Thank you. Nova Scotia says hello to Skykiss, and the chickens say, I'm so glad you're here, Saeed. I have to step down now. I am literally in my barn. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Heather.
Hey, Brian, are you doing your space tonight?
Probably not. I got in a little trouble with the family last night, so I might not. But I might. We'll see. I'll message you directly if I do.
Okay.
Nico, read the room, Taco. Fuck, friggin' everyone's here to talk about Saeed. Jesus, Murphy. Persians just hate Afghans. Nico, thanks so much.
Hey, the kilt photos are in the pill though, so check them out if you haven't already. And Saeed, one more time, the name of your company, Software Wow, yes?
Yes, correct.
All right. Well, I'll be watching for opportunities, and I'm sure lots of other folks on here will as well for you.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. It's valuable.
So I don't know how much longer we have, Saeed, but anyone else that wants to say something or ask a question of Saeed, put your hand up if you're in the panel, or make a request if you want to come up.
Let's do it. Anyone who wants to come up, let us know. We're here for a bit. All right. Brian, you've been a hero.
Everyone's in tears. That's the problem.
That's a lie, in tears. Anyone who cried over this is a loser. Because I know I didn't shed a tear.
Yeah, fair enough. Hey, I did want to hear. I don't want to take away, but here we got. Here comes Fuck Tyrants. Let's get him back up. He's probably got something else to. Let's see who can go down. Let's see, Sky Kids. I'm going to push you down, unfortunately, just so I can bring someone else back up. But throw up another request if you want to come back. Okay, here comes Fuck Tyrants. While we're waiting, though, I'd love to hear Brian James's thought about Yehuda's kilt. Or we could just have dead air for a while. That'd be good. Fuck Tyrants is on his way in. Sure, he's got something to say.
Hey, I got a question for Saeed while he's coming up here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Saeed, have you spent any time yet with X's Grok? If so, any thoughts?
Sorry, with whom? I didn't get that.
It's the new AI that X, formerly known as Twitter, is trying to deploy. They call it Grok, Grok.
With the Grok? No, I haven't.
I think they charge extra to have access to it, so I have not tried it myself.
Right, Brian. I signed up for it to, support Elon Musk, in his platform. Otherwise I wouldn't have done it. But I think depending on what state you're in or country, I mean, for me, it costs around like $20, which is not a lot, but I support him.
I think somehow it looks like we lost Fuck Tyrants again. Shotzi's coming up. Maybe Shotzi has something to ask or say. Yep, go ahead, Shotzi.
Hi, can I ask a question about Ukraine? I don't know if you're quite on that topic or the Middle East.
We're not there yet. We're not there, but we will get there very shortly.
Okay, I'll step down. Thanks.
All right, so then let me ask Saeed another question since nobody else have their hands up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you ask Nico?
Well, dude, it's
ask
right.
An intelligent one. Ask an
Listen,
intelligent
it's hold on. It's right up his alley. He works with technology and all that. Saeed, so have you worked with Chat GPT?
I did, and recently I launched an application. It's called revived.ai. If you have ChatGPT 4.5, you can access it. It will resemble.
Yes, I was just that would have been my follow-up question.
He doesn't even know what that is. Nico, explain it. Let him explain. Poor Nico. Nico, are you gonna give this guy some business or what?
Yoda, come on now. Hold on. Let me finish the conversation. So that would have been my follow-up question. Saeed, they just rolled out the 4.5 AI. And I would love to, hear your opinion on that as well if you work with it yet.
Well, so actually, the thing is, yeah, we are using AI extensively in most things, but mostly open AI, and of course ChatGPT. And the good thing I just mentioned, we recently built an application. Nowadays, like ChatGPT, they give you the let's say the tools to build your own apps. So I built an application with the ChatGPT. It's kind of resembling someone who is dead, who has passed away. And I had someone with whom, I mean, someone who tried the app. They were actually in tears because they were thinking, "Oh my God, how does this happen?" It's resembling actually the dead people. Let's say the people who has passed away. Like something similar happened, I think, this week in Germany. Van Gogh, the artist, the famous artist, like they were resembling him. So it's a similar app, that we built based on OpenAI. And yeah, we're good. We're using OpenAI as much as we can, but we're also focused on other AI technologies, especially the visuals and generative AI. That's what I wanted to mention. But feel free
Avaret,
to ask me any other questions.
Avaret, welcome to the panel. Do you have a question or a comment for Saeed?
Hello, Saeed. I want to say that I felt a lot of shame when the United States left so many people behind, and it's very healing to hear your story and the story of your family. And you just mentioned you're doing AI work with people who have passed, and I'm mourning my husband, and I'm going to come to you and see if there's some way you can help me with that. And bless you. I'm so happy you're in Canada, and be well, and thank you.
Thank you, Avert. May his soul rest in peace, your husband. Yeah, please, I'm gonna share the link here. You can give it a try whenever you want it to. It's just, you know, for the comfort of heart, because my father has passed away like 2 years ago.
Yes.
I know the pain, and I wanted to have that platform where it could at least, you know, remind me of the memories, or let's say, or what could possibly in this situation my father tell me what should I do, you know. And the AI has helped with this. Oh my god, like it's very emotional. I'm gonna share the link. Please
Thank you. I think.
try it out and see if it can help you anyways.
Thank you. I
And
think
thank you for the thing.
you have a good heart to think of using it that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Avert.
Well, everybody, we just facilitated another miracle, so thanks. Everett, I'm going to push you back down. Oh, you already left? Thank you very much for sharing your story, and sorry about your loss. I'm going to bring Skykiss back up. Yehuda will tell us. Oh, Yehuda's gone. Interesting. In fact, I'm all alone up here all of a sudden. Boy, are you guys in for a bad time. No, I'm just kidding, of course. There's some glitchiness happening right now. Skykiss, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I'm an artist, and computer graphics and motion graphics, video, filmmaking, all that. So I'm very interested recently in getting into AI, and so it will be something that I'm looking at, and I will be putting together some sort of memorial to my beloved mother, who I lost about 18 months ago. And so, Saeed, I'm listening for ideas, which I can talk to you about in DMs. I've followed you now that I've met you, and so I want to hear more about what are some of the areas that you work in or have worked in. At some point here in the Western United States, I hope to found a studio for special effects, etc., that go into, because it's usually like small studio production companies who work for big productions like The Lord of the Rings, which, WETA is in Canada, and they did a lot of work. It's WETA. They did a lot of work on The Lord of the Rings. So that's my area of interest and expertise, other than architecture. And I kind of dovetailed in with our friend Scruff, whose wonderful video is up in the nest, because Scruff used to work in sort of an architecturally aligned before the Ukrainian defense of their country. So that's all I have to say. Thank you, Brian, for bringing me back up.
Well, what a great community we have, and great connections being made right now in real time. So glad we have Saeed here. Falk Tyrants, go ahead.
Thank you. Finally, I felt like I was excommunicated there for threatening you, Brian. I'm
Oh
so
yeah.
sorry.
By the way, no. It was just let me say it was very, very difficult to bring you back up. I'm not sure why. I tried about 8 times before it finally worked. So I don't know what was going on. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. I was just going to ask Saeed, do you still have any family back in Afghanistan, or have you guys all made it successfully?
Not any close family members, like all the close family members. We all came here, my uncles and everyone. I can barely think of my close relatives back in country, and we are happy. We're happy. Even my other friends, I mean, other close friends, who we spend a lot of time. Even my colleagues, coworkers, team members, everyone left. I mean, I can't think of a numerous people of whom I know staying there anymore. They're all out, everyone, and I'm glad. Actually, I'm very happy because at least they can have a future. At least they can have a happy time. If not now, maybe tomorrow, maybe later. But thank you for asking. We're all out.
Well, I would also think, Saeed, that it gives you a lot more feeling of security that you can talk about yourself, you can talk about your business, you can talk about your family, because if there were still people back there, they might be at risk if you spoke as freely as you have with us today. Nico, go ahead. Nico, my friend, you got a hand up. Don't make me improvise. You won't like it. All right. Well, Yehuda's back from whatever frolic detour he went on. We'll bring him up. Nico, you can feel free to speak if you're able. I think maybe you got a connection issue or something. So I guess I have another question then for you, Saeed, especially knowing that you don't have anyone back there that could be at risk. And that is, how well do you keep in touch with the group of you that are in Albania, and where are there people in your family that are elsewhere besides Albania and Canada?
No one is actually in Albania. We're all in Canada now. Everyone has
see.
arrived. Yes, we're all safe now.
I guess I misunderstood. I thought some of them actually had settled in Albania, but I didn't realize all of you were in Canada. Wow. Well, you got to definitely have a big family reunion sometime soon then, if you haven't had one recently, or I suppose your wedding probably was that, huh?
We had so many. I had my own engagement party here. We were all together, and then we had so many other parties, so many other engagements of cousins. Everyone, we gather every once in a while. A lot of families, 60, 70 people gathering. It requires some hard work, but we do it. Especially the summer, we had lots of activities. We are reunited, and it's a blessing. It's very inspiring to all of us.
Yeah, that is. I just want to tell Yehuda and the folks in the background where I'm having a lot of trouble bringing people up. I think Yehuda may be up now, and I wasn't able to make him a co-host. So hopefully, whatever the glitch is, we'll get it figured out soon. Nico, are you back, my friend? Nico's got his hand up, but he's absent. Yehuda, what's coming next around these parts, buddy? Oh my gosh, you guys are going to get some dad jokes pretty soon if we don't get somebody else talking besides me. All right, I'm going to tell the same lawyer joke I told yesterday until somebody throws a hand up. This is how I torture you. The National Academies of Science have stopped using white rats for experiments and started using lawyers. And there's actually 3 reasons for that. One is there's more lawyers available than there are rats. And the second reason is it's possible to become emotionally attached to the rat. But the most important reason is there's just certain things you can't get a rat to do. And the crowd goes wild. All right. Well, you guys are leaving me up here hanging. I don't appreciate it, but that's okay. Because I definitely want to hear more from Saeed if you can stick around for a few more minutes, my friend, my new friend. And that is, you mentioned you just recently got married. Do you want to tell us anything about your wedding that we haven't already heard? What was it like?
Well, actually, the marriage is still there to happen. I mean, we're having plans for the next year, but I got engaged. And actually, engagement, like in our culture, it's quite a celebration. It's quite an event, you know. We celebrated the same way, like almost, let's say, as if it was a marriage. And yeah, we all gathered here. It was actually two parties. One was in Europe, in Germany, because my fiance is in Germany currently, and she just got her citizenship last week, and now we're arranging the plans for her to come and live in Canada. And so it was great. Yeah, we celebrated here and went there. The families, you know, we like in our culture. It's really unique. I wouldn't say unique, but it's really interesting. Like everyone gets involved. I mean, even if it's an engagement, everyone celebrates. Everyone is coming. You know, the cousins. They all feel kind of obligated to, you know, to help out and to do something. Everyone tried hard to support you and contribute as much as they can.
So is
So
the
you can
Saeed,
imagine. You
sorry
can
to interrupt.
imagine.
Is the engagement party bigger than the wedding then usually, or not? Not normally.
Back in the country, it is similar. It's almost the same, you know, same number of people, like 500 people, for example. Typically, we invite in our engagement parties, or sometimes it's 1,000 back in the country. But in the West, like here, because it's so expensive,
Yeah.
it wasn't as big. We cannot do it as big, but I wouldn't say similar to the marriage parties, but we do a lot. You know, we do everything we can to have fun, to celebrate, and
Well,
it was
I just got married myself a month or two ago, and boy, having paid for a wedding, I can't imagine paying for two in the same year or the same 18 months. Fusilier, go ahead.
yes.
Brian, did you call on me? I'm sorry, I was away.
I did, Nico, but we called on you a couple times. You're a ghost ship, so go after Fusilier.
Okay, sorry about that, brother.
Yeah, Saeed, hi. I'm not sure how old you are, but I first went to Afghanistan in 2001, actually, straight after 9/11. And I remember going into Kabul in, I can't remember whether it was the end of the year or the beginning of the new year in 2002. And I don't know if you remember Kabul then, but it was the most wrecked city I've ever seen. Brian, if you imagine I don't know if you went there at that time. I know you were serving, but it was like a mud brick city where every single building had been either destroyed or damaged. It was extraordinary. And we sort of found a relatively intact house in Wazirat Barkhan, and we sort of sited ourselves there. And we employed a couple of local people to look after us. And there was an old man who used to clean up. And I'm really sorry to say, you know, in the arrogance of youth, I used to sort of pretty much ignore him day after day. And one day I sort of bumped into him and said, "Excuse me." And in perfect English, he said, "Oh, that's fine. Don't worry about it." And I found it extraordinary that he spoke English, and we had a conversation. And the other thing about him was he was probably about 60, which in Afghanistan at that time was incredibly old. You very rarely saw older men.
100 years old.
Yeah, and if you did see older men, they were often missing a part of them. It turned out this guy had been the English professor, or the professor of English at Kabul University, and was now cleaning, you know, the floor of our toilet. It was extraordinary. But he told me something really interesting. He said, you know, one of the biggest curses for this country is that because we've been at war for whatever it was then, you know, 20 years, 25 years, everybody with any sort of capability, anybody with any nous has left the country. We're a country of imbeciles. And it strikes me that, you know, a second diaspora of the best and the brightest in Afghanistan has happened. I wondered, Saeed, it's a question about where Afghanistan is now and what's going to happen to it. I'm sure you've got friends and family back there, but in your experience, has the same thing happened? Has anybody with any get up and go now left the country with a sort of void of of capacity and entrepreneurship and energy. I just wondered if you could give us a quick update on what's going on there now. And before I finish, Yehuda, I've known you now for some time. We're sort of friends on speaking. I had no idea what you'd done, mate. And there's one thing doing, carrying out amazing deeds, but to do it with the humility that you've done it, not to for you not to brag about it or widely share it is even more admirable. So thank you, my friend. It's really impressive. But Saeed, yeah, I'd just be interested to know where we are now.
So Fusilier, before you go on, I didn't do it because it was some. I didn't do it because I didn't want to delete my mitzvah. A lot of people, not a lot of people, but Saeed and his family knew, and his aunt said to me, now that we're safe in Canada for about 10 months, like, you should let people know. And I said, I'd prefer not to. And she said, if they knew what you did, maybe other people will help out our people. And it impacted me because I thought, I didn't realize that maybe sometimes good deeds are infectious, that they help other people. So you can ask Saeed, after his aunt spoke to me a few months ago about it. He made a Twitter profile, and I never called him because I never wanted to share it, to be honest with you.
Well, I think
it's amazing thing.
Yeah, and
Truly amazing.
We've seen the mitzvahs continuing today. I just wanted to thank Yehuda again for the great work. Thank you, Saeed. Great to meet you. I'll keep you in mind for software, as I know many of us here will. And I'll see you guys next time.
Thanks, Brian. What I was going to say is that although I didn't want to do it, I realized that I had to park that personal emotional experience and realize that people like Saeed need your help. They're here in our country now, and they've overcome like absolutely fucking ridiculous odds to get here. With clowns like me, on the phone quarterbacking exfiltrations and evacuations. I'm literally a nobody. I have a big mouth. That's all that matters. But they're here now, so I'd like anyone who's listening or anyone who knows anyone that could help to help them, because they gave up everything. They believed in our dream of democracy and freedom and women's rights, and to believe in whoever you want to and love whoever want to. And I'm not a philosopher, or I'm not even that sophisticated, frankly. I'm a good speaker, but they're here now, and I can't help them any more than I already have. They need your help. So if you could reach out to them, I think it'd be a great thing if you could reach out to them, because they deserve it. They've sacrificed everything. They've done the right thing, and I don't know of a more deserving person than Saeed and his family that could get your help. So I decided today to just say, you know what, this is who they are. I played a very minor role in helping them to get out, but here they are. And so, with lots of love, if you could follow Saeed and ask him questions, reach out to him. He's a very open person. I think that would be great. Thanks so much, and welcome M, our friend from Egypt. You might know the place. It's in the Middle East. Sorry.
Yeah,
Anyway,
Yehuda, before I leave, I just want to thank Saeed. It was nice speaking to you in the space. Been here for about 2 hours and whatnot. Good luck with your computer tech startup. Best wishes. And you can catch me usually in Yehuda space or Iranian American spaces. There's lots of us, and I'll be more than happy to introduce you. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Yehuda. Thanks, Sam.
thanks so much, Nico. M, welcome to the panel. We've got a few people up here. Chuck, get up on here, Chuck. We've got some friends here. I'm not a big fan of pun name people, so we're gonna drop you. All right, M, can you hear us? What are you wearing? What's going on?
Loud and clear. I'm here.
All right. So what happened was we exposed the Afghan Genesis story of MriyaReport. We got Saeed. Remember I told you about Atova Muradi? Well, this is her grandson, M. His name's Saeed. Not his real name for legal reasons.
Yeah, I remember.
I'm on the phone. I'm on the phone. Get out. Oh, sugar. All right. So where are we at, M? Near? Far? Wherever you are?
Yeah, I'm in Tel Aviv again. I did not move from Tel Aviv. I'm still here. I want to tell you something, Yuda, that you're very inspiring to me, but I do have to tell you something because I read a lot of about you in the last few minutes. I did learn because my mom worked in a hospital in Shiva Tel Shomer Hospital with my dad for over 50 years. She passed away last year. I do want to tell you that it's okay. I know it's a mitzvah, and sometimes we talk about mitzvah that, you do it quietly, you don't want to share it. Today in our world, where we have so much people that try to take our human rights and our freedom, we need to speak out. And I think you're doing an amazing job. And I used to think like, you do things, don't share it. You do it because it's better that nobody knows. But I find out that the more we share what we do good in the world, the more people join us and more people get together and do other things. And love, it's just all over. It's like addiction. When you start loving, everybody else start loving. And we must raise our love, our freedom, our peace. We need to share it, because if not, guess what? We're going to be very quiet, and those people that don't think like us are going to take over. So I just want suggestion to the people that they think that it's not okay to share when we do good things. I think, to me, at least in my opinion, this is really an amazing thing, because you will find out a lot of beautiful people coming out and raise up and help other people. And it's all what I want to say. So thanks, Yuda.
Thanks so much, Amen. Yeah, sorry about that. A bit of an emotional go. Randy, we think you're Randy. That's what they say. Chuck, welcome to the panel. Chuck was actually there with me 2 years ago, and he asked me what's going on. I'm like, oh, we're just trying to save some Afghans on the phone, and he thought it was weird. So Chuck, I'd like you to meet Saeed. Saeed, meet Chuck. Chuck's a Navy SEAL. I don't know if you know what a Navy SEAL is in Afghanistan, but it means like a pretty big shit kicker who breaks down doors and saves the hostages and renders the bad guys inoperable. So this is one of my friends who was here. Actually, M was also one of my friends at the time, and they were always on board with helping your family. So I think it's kind of a coming togetherness. Saeed, meet Murad from Egypt and Chuck from Louisiana. It's kind of the shittiest state. They have catfish and all sorts of weird things over there. Chuck, I'm just kidding. Chuck's not even from there.
Saeed, it's a pleasure to meet you. I think the world of the things Yehuda has done, they are truly amazing. In fact, for one person to have done everything that he has done is almost unbelievable. But I tell you what, I've got the receipts. Let's just put it that way. He has done amazing things. His goodwill towards fellow man is boundless. And you know what? I love the guy like a brother. I'm so glad he's in my life. That's all. I can't think of a higher compliment than that.
Chuck, it's a pleasure to virtually meet you here. It's really great you shared about your side of the story, and great now I know you. Of course, it's it's an inspiration. You know what Yehuda is doing and has done. It is an inspiration. I cannot like I believe this will continue on. I believe this will kind of transform, let's say, or pass to other people, to other communities, to other generations, either through me or maybe through anyone else. But what an inspiration. I love it. I appreciate it. I'm an evidence. You said you have the receipts. I will say I am an evidence. I am a witness
You
to
are
what
the receipt.
Yehuda has done. Yes,
Yeah.
kind of.
Yes, you are the receipt. Yes, absolutely.
Yes, and you, of course, you had a part in this. I didn't know, but I really appreciate it. I know it's a lot of teamwork. It is a collaboration. It has been a collaboration always, and that's what has helped
Well,
us as people. Thank you.
Thank you, but I have to get out of the firelight here. This is Yehuda's W. He did the most amazing things that one person could ever do. He did
So
things that
amazing.
I've seen hundreds of people fail to do. One guy. So there is no better friend than Yehuda, and I shiver for his enemies. That's all I'll say. But Saeed, it is wonderful to meet you, and you have a friend in me, brother. I hope to meet you very soon.
I really hope so. Thank you so much.
So guys like Chuck and whatever, they were there when I would cry and be upset and feel I didn't do enough, and they always said keep your head up, because Chuck's like what he's 80 years older than me, like super old, and I'm just kidding. Chuck would say, no, it's a good thing, and like keep your head down and do the right thing. So thanks so much for the compliment, Chuck. But if it wasn't for stalwart friends like you, I don't think I would have made it through. I mean, emotionally, it was quite painful and difficult to look at people like Saeed and his family and just be like, we're going to keep going. And it was a constant shit show. I mean, for the love of God, I don't think I was ever more pissed off and friggin' angry at systems and processes and, private individuals getting people like him and his family out. They were in, I think I had half of his family were in Albania in a resort paid for by a rich benefactor. And all I was trying to do was get them their goddamn papers. They had literally everyone on board to help them out. It was really, truly an extraordinary event. And so the reason why, Saeed, I wanted you to hear from me and the team here at MriyaReport, like we've been doing this to, you're not Ukrainian, but we've been trying to help Ukrainians after the Afghans. But you know what? I've always told everyone in the space, my first love was to help the Afghans out. And I said, well, who are they? And here you
Okay.
are.
Can I we
Pardon?
talk يعني? Can I talk?
I know you may not interrupt me when I'm speaking, so do me a favor, put your hand up like everyone else. I'm speaking to Saeed and his family, who came a long way around the planet to live in Canada in peace and happiness. So do me a favor, do not interrupt, have some respect. All right, so Saeed, friends like M who knew about it, and Chuck. Sorry, Fusilier, for not telling you. Why should I, right? Something that's a personal thing, right? And there's no benefit to that. All right, so here we are. Retweet this space, let people know you're here. It's a Middle East update, breaking origin story of the MriyaReport. If you speak Spanish or Portuguese, it might be the Mariah report, but it's not. It's Maria. It's Ukrainian for hope or dream. Do come in, share, tell a friend, wheel out the grandmother from the home and put her on the phone. We're here to talk. Saeed, please do stay as long as you want. You have a lot of friends here, including Randy. Randy is the most Randy Republican I know. Excitable, happy, good guy. And now, without further ado, let's go to Dr. Dick, who interrupted, but he didn't
Okay,
mean to.
I
Go ahead.
am from Middle East. I have
Nice. Where are you from?
big family. You don't have family. Maybe you don't have wife.
I don't
Also,
have. Where are you from in the Middle East?
I am from Dubai. Okay.
Dubai. Okay. So
Yeah.
did you just say to me that I don't have a wife?
I don't have. You are broken heart, broken in money. Also, you divorce. Also, you are broken. I know. If you talk about big family in Middle East, you must respect yourself. Okay?
دكتور ديك انت
This
جاي
is
تهزر ولا عايز ايه بالظبط؟ علشان بس
لا لا
ايه
لا لا شوف أنا أتكلم عن okay in
yeah,
English
so
please.
yeah, in English, and please be
Yeah.
respectful. Otherwise, I will have to take you to school.
If you want to disrespect me, that's fine.
No, no. If
انت
you
كلام.
talk about Middle East, respect yourself.
Listen
Please.
to me, Dr. Deek. If you come up in our space, have some respect. Okay, this isn't a bordello. Okay, you know what a bordello is?
I know you are broken in your heart. I know
انت
you are
مجنون. Hey,
broken
listen. Okay, you know
in.
what? Who are you? What is this clown show? Is this Cirque du Soleil?
I have a lot of
Oh,
money.
you have a lot of money. Can I borrow $1
I
million?
am in Middle East. I am owner of a lot of company.
Amazing.
You are a broken little in space in Twitter in X space. Okay.
انت
If you
حمار.
know of
تسمع
BlackRock company,
تسمع
Vanguard
حمار حمار
company,
حمار حمار
if you know
حمار
about
حمار
Dr.
حمار
Laura,
حمار حمار تسمع حمار يعني. Okay, no one cares. You take your money, roll it up in a dollar bill, and stick it where the sun don't shine, because no one cares about your money. Okay, we're talking about a good story, and I don't know who you are or what planet you come from, but go back to it. You know, get in your spaceship and fly away. Was I being rude, or was that man a very discourteous individual?
I don't know what was that about.
I have no idea, but apparently he has a lot of money. I hope he can buy himself some manners, sir. Okay, he's coming back. All right, listen, we're having a good time. Deke, let's, oh gosh, I feel like a moth to the flame burned by the fire. It's a Madonna lyric. My love is strong. Can you feel the desire? Let's bring up Deke again, because I hate myself. Deke, do me a favor. Can you school him in Arabic? No one cares what you say. Just bash him in Arabic, linguistically.
from Christopher Columbus ship in the United States. You
Go
know,
ahead.
United States number one in Corona. United States number one in. Okay, respect yourself, please, in the Middle East, please.
So, thank you so much. So, what did you say about who's number one in Corona in the
United States. Yeah,
Who's number one?
in Corona, United
Yeah.
States. Yeah. Because the Pfizer company,
Please, I brought him up for you. Can you deal with this or no?
I deal with you, no problem.
دكتور ديك مساء الخير، حضرتك عايز ايه بالظبط؟
I know this guy from Egyptian. If you're
Yeah,
from
so
Egypt,
حضرتك عايز ايه؟ Yes, I'm from Egypt. Yeah.
I am from Middle East. I have big family in Middle East. This guy.
Yeah, so what?
So what? I have a lot of money. I have.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Can money buy you
I have
wings?
a petrodollar.
Oh boy.
Petrodollar? I don't think
Yeah.
this guy's serious.
You know what? I think someone is trying to make fun of Dubai.
I think so too.
That's what I think. I don't think this guy is from
Also,
Dubai.
I have
think
lost
his
it.
job is to make Dubai look stupid. Well, I'm sorry, bud. Please be polite. Please.
That's too much.
I have an Irish temper. You're welcome to say pretty much anything if you are respectful.
That
And
wasn't respectful.
I would just we were just talking about a man who has done so much for so many and put what little money he has into helping others. And to you, brother, and I say this with all respect, you're making yourself look so foolish. Everyone here is laughing at you, but please pull it around and try to say what it is you want to say.
I don't think it's just a troll. Yehuda, his bio reads that he's the manager of all chicken farms in the world. So there's no need to do this, for the love of God. Let's just skip.
I tell you what, I think one of the chickens has gotten out of the farm. That could be it.
Yeah, definitely. Bakak. Dr. Deek, thank you so much for your contribution. Just you can listen. We're not going to kick you out. You're so much fun. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, everyone. It's 11:43 p.m. in Kiev time, 21:43 UTC. MriyaReport Middle East segment. Adnan has just joined, and Marcus. So let's go to Adnan first, and then Marcus. Adnan, please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Adnan Naji. I am originally from Lebanon, live in the United States for about 47 years. And what I think about Arab world, they still under influence of colonization from 500 years ago, from the Ottoman colonization, then after the empire of French and British colonization. They're still under this influence in the Arab world, mentally at least for the moment right now. But what we are talking about is about the conflict in the Middle East. The solution is simple. If we are looking for it, I am from Human Rights Affiliate in Washington, D.C. The conflict is, it's simple to use, simple to solve, two-state solution. Israel will not can win the war with the Arab world. The United States is in favor of that. The peace talk between Saudi Arabia and Israel, it was almost in deal, but Iran went through that and annihilate this deal for two-state solution, with Israel was accepting that. I hope one day we can get to this point. I hope, that's my hope though, from American Lebanese to do the solution. And I think I don't think there is any other way to solve this problem unless we got on the table of negotiation and find the deal. That's all what I play for it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Adnan. We'll take that as a statement. Marcus, please go ahead.
Yeah, I have a message for Yehuda. Yehuda, you're from Toronto. Very sad. No Stanley Cups. I come here from Calgary. Many
Do you want to get booted from the space? Just curious. Because I'll do it. I hold no shame. No one cares where you're from, and no one cares that Harold Ballard grew in the Leafs. Okay, we get it. I know. Go on. It's a joke to everyone listening. Canadian rivalry. Guys in Calgary know that we're better than them in Toronto, but our team sucks. We get it.
I'm actually from Halifax. We have no Stanley Cups in Halifax.
You have no team, so good for you. I'm just kidding. All right, what happened to him? Did you boot him, M?
No, I didn't. He just left.
Well, fair enough, because no one cares about people from Halifax. I'm just kidding. All right, Chuck, Fusilier. God, I've never heard anything stranger. Fusilier has been called Fusilier for the last 4 days. I feel this is a Russian disinfo op. What do you think? He doesn't care. All right, Marcus, welcome back, Halifax man. What's going on?
That's it. I just enjoyed it. I thought that guy's thing was silly.
Dr. DEC. Anyway, go ahead.
Right, so we will try to bring a very quick summary of all the news coming out. So it seems that the first trial of pumping seawater into Hamas tunnels in the Gaza Strip has been successful. And there will be more news coming out regarding that, but it's starting to pay off. A lot of people said it's not going to work, but it seems to be working. The other thing is that we have Yahya Sinwar's statement last night to discuss, as well as the retracted interview to Al Monitor by Abu Marzouk this morning, local time. He gave an interview to Al Monitor that was released earlier today, and then a couple of hours ago, he kind of backtracked what he said in that interview and said it's not on the table anymore. So that's also open for discussion tonight. And back to you, Yehuda.
All right, let's go to Nir and far wherever he is.
Again and again and again, I'm in Tel Aviv. But I do want to say one thing, because the gentleman was talking about the two-state solution. I do want to say one thing that, first of all, thanks for, it is true about what you said about the water in the tunnels. But I hope I'm not getting myself in trouble here. It's coming from the right place, so I hope I can say it the right way. But I do think that we need to worry about the people of Palestine, because not every Palestinian is a terrorist. We have a lot of children, a lot of people that we need to take care of. And one thing that I can tell you, as long as we have our prime minister, and I hope I'm not getting in trouble here, Bibi Netanyahu, it is not going to have a peace. Benjamin Netanyahu does not care about the people of Israel. His government is right-wing. They don't care about human rights. They don't care about people. And my suggestion to anybody, as somebody that live here, and for 39 or 40 weeks, our friends went on the street, and nobody's going to take our democracy away. Not nobody. We are here to stay a Democrat country, and I don't care. But we need the first step Israel need to do. We need to change our government, and it's for simple reason. The people that's sitting in our government right now, they really, really don't care about the people. They care about themselves. And, the 64, I don't know if it means anything to you, but, what Bibi Netanyahu and what we saw today, what's happening in Israel, where the money is going, instead of supporting the people he needs, it goes to fanatic right-wing extremists. It's absolutely destroying our country. And the only person I can blame is our Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu.
All right, Nir, we get it. We get it. It's the same thing you've been saying for a while, right? So we get it. No one likes Netanyahu with the brain. Got it. Let's add something constructive to the conversation, man. What about 80% of the people of Israel that don't like him? What about that?
What we are
Talk
doing?
about that?
Yeah, we can talk about it. So we have WhatsApp group.
יש לנו מה?
Say it again.
כמה אחוז אנשים בארץ?
We are 10 million people, and we are about.
How many percentage? כמה אחוז? How many percentage of the people of Israel care? So why do you keep talking about Netanyahu? He's going to jail. Kleptocrat. Money stealing. Move on.
So far he's not going to jail. So far he's laughing at us and he's doing what he's wanting, and we are just, taking it like it's okay. And we are about, I would say, 65% of the Israeli people, they're standing against him. I think we're going to get more because what's happened after October 7, but I don't think we have right now more than 65%.
Okay. Cool, too. There are like more than half of Likud voters who want him to resign or quit or hang. So I think, let's be honest. All right, fusilier, or as they say in French, fusilier. Attends, on y va.
Good morning. Yehuda, as you know, a typical infantryman is a very slow processor, and I'm very typical. And there was a conversation that you and Em were having. It may have been yesterday, but it may have been the day before. About messaging, about combating, in the information space, the fact that sometimes our perspective is drowned out by many more and louder voices, even though they're often ill-informed or just plain lying. And I was thinking about that, and something struck me. When I first started listening to the MriyaReport, I remember listening to Chuck, who I think's on here actually, and he'll probably jump in and correct me later on.
He's average.
But yeah, Chuck was talking about the importance of two things in the information space. One was getting your messaging right and simple and spreading it far and wide. And the other was discipline in that messaging in the information space. And I thought to myself, what's missing here? I don't know how many people are listening to this. There's maybe 10 active speakers, and then there'll be, the best part of 1,000 people will listen to Chuck's updates. A lot of those people, a lot of the people who support It's much easier to tell a lie, as you know, than it is to tell the truth and to be informed. And through no fault of their own, people have busy lives. They don't feel informed enough to have a conversation or to counter a false narrative. And I wondered if it would be possible. You know, we've got some really capable people here. We've got Brian, you know, with his legal background. We've got you. We've got, you know, lots and lots of people. M especially. If one sort of had a rolling 3 or 5 point brief, no more than a couple of sentences, about the top 5 points that are being discussed at the moment that can be countered really easily. So, you know, the genocide narrative. You know, the word genocide is often thrown around. Well, it's patently ridiculous. You know, the population of those people who designate themselves as Palestinian has increased exponentially since 1948. You know, terms like carpet bombing. I mean, we could just have the top 5 sitting in the nest, the top 5 points, and that if everybody on this space or elsewhere, we were provided with a sort of a rolling 5 point list of talking points, of bullet points that countered the current false narratives, and we had the discipline to play that back to people when they spewed out ethnic cleansing, genocide, carpet bombing, whatever the narratives are at that particular time, war crimes. You know, Brian, anytime anybody ever brings up, you know, some false claim of war crimes, Brian knocks it down in 5 seconds. Somebody comes out with genocide or ethnic cleansing, you knock it down in 3 seconds. If somebody comes out about resistance or you know, justification, M knocks it down. We had those 5 bullet points listed, and we had the discipline as a group of people to respond to the individuals who raise that. I think we'd be doing a lot better in the information space. That's my point.
Thanks so much. M,
It's
reply?
yeah, it's a very good suggestion. The way I see it, so to just like sort of reach a middle ground here, you highlighted the top 5 disinformation themes: genocide, carpet bombing, ethnic cleansing, they're killing babies, the October 7th didn't happen in a vacuum, whatever, or those were resistance attacks, and therefore they're justified, and the IOF is an occupying force, and therefore it doesn't have the right to defend itself, all that BS. The best way to do this actually is to create short videos with graphics, footage, and information, infographics. Because of the proliferation of social media over the last couple of years, the attention span of almost everyone has decreased significantly. And therefore, good information needs to be packaged in the same way that disinformation is packaged, like on TikTok, like on Instagram. So they use influencers. Did you know that Jesus was Palestinian? No, he was a Jew. Right. So the best way to do this is to package the good information that responds to the misinformation and the disinformation out there in the same format, short videos, but more appealing, with better infographics, with better footage, with better facts. I would argue that specifically on MriyaReport or X Spaces, because audio social is the next frontier when it comes to human interaction. The way audio social was born was that everyone started getting worried about astroturfing, about typing comments and tweets and replies, and wondering if those are being done by a bot or sock puppet accounts controlled by one operator running multiple ones, or basically a meat puppet, someone who's actually a human being but paid to do so. And audio social came to give a voice to the kosher accounts, if I can call them that. And it's part of the game. It's part of that dynamic, the push-pull dynamic, and the interaction between voices to see how the battle play out in real time. I mean, in my opinion, it leaves more room for maneuvering. And sir, what you've suggested is actually quite good, that we can be prepared, or we can have small audio clips that we can just play back. And But that actually is how you game audio social. That's what will happen next, is that you will have AI agents that will significantly have very human voices, and they will be doing just that automatically. I mean, in my opinion, this is what's going to happen next. It's already happening. Probably there are a couple of neural networks learning from spaces now how to refine their speech capabilities.
I think that's a absolutely brilliant suggestion, actually, and you're spot on. You know, I mean, I had a conversation with my wife this morning, you know, in which she's having these backwards and forwards with her friends from Melbourne, and you know, I said to her, you know, if Israel lasts for another 1,000 years, you know, more, you know, is it an existential threat to the Palestinian people? And the answer is clearly no. But if Hamas or you know continues for 1,000 years, yes, every one of us is at risk. Being able to express that, as you say, you know, that generation, they do express themselves in a much more visual manner, and it would be really useful, I suppose. Just following on from your point, Em, it would be very, very good if, you know, maybe on this space in the morning, you know, if you've seen maybe one or two really good infographics, as you say, that give the counter narrative, and you can say to this group of people, you know, look, the current, you know, maybe just a very 2 minutes of Em saying, right, the narratives at play today are, because, you know, the other side are very disciplined. So the narratives at play today are genocide and the justification of October the 7th, whatever the narratives are playing that day. And here are really two good, you know, infographics that counter those. So if you see them occur, have the discipline, you know, save them onto your phone, save them wherever. And if you see those, pop these infographics up. You know, you'll see that I often use one about genocide. You know, this is genocide, this is ethnic cleansing, this is neither of the above. It's a very clear pictographic. But I think that would be really useful. And coming from you and Yehuda and Brian, who've got that really deep experience and background knowledge, who says, look, this infographic really effectively counters that narrative line. That would be a really useful thing to do as a sort of piece of discipline in the mornings when we. It's mine. You know, when we listen to you every day. Sorry.
Well, absolutely. That's a good idea. There are 2 points to highlight here. The first one is the exploitation of technology. So the other camp is organizing using social media and cell phones, smartphones, computers, and readily available services online. They even made a Google Doc of names of Arab Zionists that they want to target, for instance, right? So they are using that ecosystem to produce disinformation and to spread disinformation. Now, because the amount of effort needed to do so is way less than the amount of effort to actually debunk disinformation successfully, it's one hell of a job. It requires almost full-time attention. Like, you need to observe the narrative, you need to observe the theme, you need to observe the talking points, and then you need to go and research good information from reliable sources that has produced infographics and other multimedia content that can be used to counter the previously said elements of disinformation. And that's why AI will be leveraged here, because at some point, humans or human operators will rely on AI to do the job of fighting back against disinformation, because it has the capability to detect it in real time, to analyze it in real time, and then to go back and search through its knowledge base to find the most appropriate pieces of information to respond to that disinformation, right? But the thing is, it's a full-time job, and sometimes you'll have to create those infographics yourself from data that is not present in visually appealing formats. A report, a UN report. Sometimes they always say the UN said this, Amnesty said that, Human Rights Watch says this, but there are other organizations that also produce factual reports, and usually they have tables and numbers and statistics and curves. The idea is to delve very deep into those documents, and then after studying them, reading them, processing them, not just skimming through them, you have to basically read the document inside out, and then produce visually appealing infographics and other multimedia content, such as like short videos, and add maybe captions to it or voiceover to it, and then push it out. So it is a full-time job, and it requires the collaboration of people with training in different subjects, international law, economics, law enforcement, defense, international cooperation, and then you need graphic designers and other people who can actually produce that. I'll try to do my best to find infographics from.
I've just
Go
put
ahead, sir.
I've just put 2 examples in the comments box, but like I said, I think one of the masters of this, somebody I think has been really exceptional in this space has been Chuck. I mean, his infographics. I know Chuck gets some stick from those who can't be bothered to do it himself about accuracy sometimes, but you're producing maps of the quality that, or infographics of the quality that Chuck produces. You're bound to get some wrong sometimes. But
he's no Yehuda Amzalek, that's for sure.
But were we able to do something like that almost on a daily basis? Just have these, like I said, those infographics I've just put up in the comments section. I find those really useful, but I'm not capable of producing those. I've got thumbs on each finger. God knows where Chuck gets it from. I mean, I've barely met a SEAL who can read and write, so he's either got a team or he's the smartest.
It's just me, brother, but I get somebody to read it to me.
But I just think, you and Yehuda would be the perfect people, almost like morning prayers in the military, where you sit down, you go through your set list, and then the 2IC steps up there and says, right, the core things for today are, there's the enemy are using narratives, these 3 narratives today, they're pushing them hard. This is the counter to them. I've put up these, here are the infographics. And I think as a discipline, because I'm going back to that point Chuck made, it's all very well having those narratives at hand, but having the discipline to use them. Whenever you see that narrative raised, if everybody on this space banged out that infographic, the sort of Hamas fangirls who propagate this shit, it would be a really good counter, even if we just did it on this space. And then, if that doesn't work, we let Iris loose on them.
Well, absolutely. Welcome, Iris. Do you have any updates for us?
Wow. Hi, good evening. It's like midnight here. I don't know, what did you talk about already or nothing?
No, we just mentioned Yahya Sinwar's statement yesterday. We didn't expand on it. And then we mentioned Abu Marzouk's interview with Al Monitor today, which he retracted a couple of hours later. And using seawater to flood the tunnels. Just headlines. We haven't expanded on anything.
Okay, so basically there are a few things happening here. Sullivan, the US guy that you probably all know, is in Israel. He had some meetings with Netanyahu this afternoon and with the Gallant here in Tel Aviv regarding what are the next stages of the war and also what's going to happen a day after. So these are the talks. A lot of American representatives are going to arrive in Israel in the next few days from the Biden administration. And mainly the talks are going to be about, how does Israel see things moving forward and what's going to happen after. So this is one thing. The other thing is that the Israeli Mossad and Shin Bet worked together with the intelligence authorities in Denmark and found 7 Hamas terrorists that were planning to do terror attacks in Denmark against Jewish and Israeli institutions. It was a collaboration of these 2 intelligence units, and it was very successful. And then there was another. They caught another 3 Hamas terrorists in Berlin also with weapons, also planning to do some stuff there. So we're seeing that in Europe there is definitely Hamas is in Europe, and Hamas terrorists are there. So this is something that we'll need to look at moving forward, because I'm sure there'll be more news coming about that. More so, the battles are intensifying mainly in Sajaiya, which is a very, very problematic and challenging area to have battles. That's why we heard about about 10 soldiers that were hurt there, and it's not an easy battle. And the other fronts are Jabalia and Khan Yunis. So this is mainly where things are concentrated on them. Today there was some footage that came out of the tunnels. The IDF managed to eliminate some terrorists that were in the tunnels, and one of the messages to Hamas, because all the heads of Hamas are hiding in those tunnels, that we will get to them also. And then there's friction, and you probably know them, between Hania and Sinwar and Mash'al. I think there are there's a lot of friction there and misunderstanding that's going on. Then I talked to you today about it in the space regarding a deal that they're talking about. It was on all the 8 o'clock bulletin news here, that next week they're going to form kind of a deal. Maybe you want to say something about that. And Egypt's role in it and everything. What else? The Houthis, you probably talked about that they launched 2 missiles today against ships. One of them didn't have any injuries. I don't know, but I didn't really read the other stuff that is happening. So that's another front. And of course, Hezbollah, that we are watching carefully, and we're seeing how this is going to develop. So this is mainly what's going on. 10 more other things probably, but I think that's the main issues. If you want to elaborate, on any of them, I would love to hear you. So yeah.
Sure, sure. Let's start with Jack Sullivan and the United States government.
Okay.
Do you know, or do you have any general idea about what are they asking for? What are they hoping for? What are they hoping to achieve, or what are they saying? What they communicated to the Israeli government, and how the Israeli government is dealing with it or considering it? If you can expand on that.
Yeah, so basically, the request is they want Israel to, first of all, lower the intensity of the war, and they want to know deadlines to when Israel is planning to finish the mission, right? They want answers. On the other hand, Israel says to the Americans, and gave them a plan that, they're estimating that the war will probably, the intensified part of the war will take till January. And then throughout 2024, there'll be operations that are not so intense, but there will be more operations throughout 2024. And then the talks about what's going to happen in Gaza the day after the war, which we don't know when it's going to be yet. But there's lots of kind of speculations of getting in some kind of today I saw that they're talking about bringing they're talking about an international force, and they're talking about the PA and everything. There are lots of friction about it with Netanyahu and some others. So we don't know yet where we're going with that, but there's mainly is the pressure to finish the war. And it's a bit problematic, and they say Israel has all the right to do what it does now, but it needs to really give us deadlines of where we're going and understanding what's going on. So what do you think about that? Did you follow that? Do you see the notion? We are as Israelis, we know that we have missions, and we need to make sure that those missions are going to be accomplished. Also remember, and we're telling them, we have 135 hostages in Gaza. And they are really they talk a lot about the hostages and everything. So this is where we're at. I'm sure that in the next few days, it's going to be really interesting, because more of them are coming into Israel. So there'll be discussions. But the line of Netanyahu and Gallant is very, very kind of, they go on the same level. But I think that I see some signs at the moment in Gaza of like less airstrikes that I'm seeing in the last week or two. Something is going on. So yeah, so I just want to, what do you think and how do you see it? Or how does each, I don't know, whatever you want to elaborate on that.
So I think that the U.S. government and Jack Sullivan, this administration is very risk averse, and they are trying to get answers because they want to base their calculations for the next elections on the outcome of this war, and they want to reduce the impact on the voter base in the United States. That's probably one of their priorities. Also, they are trying to stabilize the whole situation in the Middle East, maybe to avoid a confrontation. But I don't think that there's a risk for escalation here because Hezbollah's activities, in my opinion, remain ceremonial. I mean, there is pressure on them to push them back to the Litani River and have the 1701 resolution actually carried out instead of just dancing around it. Maybe that's going to be next on the political agenda, but so far the pressure I'm seeing by the U.S. government, or the not pressure per se, the dynamic of this administration is that they are trying to minimize the impact to the political capital, both that of this administration and to the state of Israel. Maybe that's one of their priorities right now. I know that they understand that the military operation in the Gaza Strip needs to proceed and needs to achieve its military objectives. So it's not that they are giving up on the operation or the declared objective. They just want to see like better results faster in a way, which I think it's unwarranted in my opinion, because that's not how you run a war, basically. And so there's that. The other thing here is that reducing civilian casualties, and you mentioned that there has been a reduction in airstrikes into the Gaza Strip. It's possible that the IDF is taking extra precautions to minimize civilian casualties, and they're relying more on airstrikes called in by troops on the ground to minimize collateral damage, which is good. And it was only logical to happen because that's basically what happens when you have troops on the ground inside a geographical area. They call in airstrikes that are slightly more precise than, well, then again, the airstrikes have been not relatively fairly precise since the beginning of the war. I saw the report of CNN trying to make it look like as if using a specific type of bombs is indiscriminate or something that warrants or causes collateral damage, which is not true. That was very false framing in a way, and I didn't know why they went for that. Then again, CNN. Let's jump to the other side, the other team. So you saw the statement of Yahya Sinwar yesterday, and then you saw the interview Abu Marzouk gave to Al Monitor this morning, and then retracting his statements or trying to issue, quote unquote, an explanation for what he said earlier. In my opinion, I think that there is a division between, of course, the political wing and the military wing. And then we can see the division within the political wing. So the statement of Ismail Haniyeh is completely different from the statement of Abu Marzouk. Then Abu Marzouk had to retract it a couple of hours later. So the way I see this is that the political wing is still trying to maneuver. Ismail Haniyeh is trying to rile up the emotions of the Arab populations and is trying to provoke Arab leaders to take a harder stance on this. Whereas Abu Marzouk came out today, earlier, local time, saying that maybe the path forward is to fold under the PLO and join the PA and recognize the state of Israel, only to retract it a couple of hours later and say that the only option going forward is through armed resistance and continuing the fight and not recognizing the quote-unquote Zionist entity. How do you see this, or how were those two statements received in Israel the last 24 hours?
So basically, I don't think anyone takes what was said in Israel seriously. People were saying, like, that it's like that, as I said to you, I think in the other space, that there's a tactic that is used here by Hania and by Marzouk. And I think that we discussed it and we said that Hamas is starting to understand, obviously, that it's starting to go down the hill. So they're trying to find some kind of to leech on the political rhetoric, and that's where I think is the friction between them and Sinwar, because there's really like that. I saw some very interesting article in N12 this evening regarding the big misunderstandings. They're pushing to one side, he's pushing probably to the other side. So I wonder if we're going to see this moving forward, this kind of misunderstandings moving forward, and I don't know how it will affect Hamas as the days go by. And what do you think?
Well, I think that they are both trying to save face, but on a personal level, each one of them has a certain network of patronage or patronage, and they are trying to leverage those networks to try to score a political position going forward. So each one of them, at some point, will have to start fighting for himself. I don't think that Hamas is moving as a cohesive as a cohesive unit. They're not moving as one unit right now. I think that the schism within the organization is expanding, and the rift is getting deeper between both wings, and then between the leaders of each wing. Maybe the military wing is a little bit more cohesive than the political wing at this point, because they are isolated and they are still in the fight in a way, and their situation is more and more desperate. I don't know if they are in touch with the political bureau or if anyone is facilitating any comms for them with the political bureau. I don't have any information on that, but what I do know is that there is a concerted effort led by Egypt right now to pressure Hamas to release all the Israeli hostages in one go. What in exchange for what? It's unclear yet, but it might involve something that the leaders of the military wing would ask for. Whether or not it will be accepted by the state of Israel, I simply don't know. But I do know that Egypt is currently working on a deal to try and free all the hostages at once, as soon as possible. Back to you, Iris.
So this came up. Just a second, I'm getting some other news. So this came up today, and they said that one of the things that they're talking about is to get Sinwar out of Gaza, and then to get all the hostages out. This is something that you're also hearing. I don't know if it's something that is logical, but this was something that I heard today in the news. So yeah.
So no one here, or I have no info on the what they would get in return. I haven't heard that the what's on the table is allowing safe exit for Yahya Sinwar out of Gaza Strip. But if that's the case, I don't think they should let that happen.
No.
Honestly, no, I don't think that that should fly, and because that will deal a blow to no any strategic assessment for any social cohesion within the state of Israel would reject that proposition and would reject that notion. Maybe, I mean, what I heard is that they want to get certain families out of the Gaza Strip. That's it. I didn't hear anything about Yahya Sinwar, honestly.
Yeah, so that's what they were saying today, but which I think is interesting. Now I see that the Americans are addressing Sinwar and saying that he has blood in his hands, and some American officials talking about this now. So yeah, there's a lot of rhetoric around Sinwar and everything that's going on at the moment, and we'll see it more and more moving forward. So yeah, that's my take on it.
Hypothetically speaking, would the Israeli society accept liberating all the hostages in exchange for allowing Yahya Sinwar to leave Gaza, knowing that they can get him later, or is this a complete no-no?
Well, I think that the families want the hostages back, and there's a big push on the Israeli government at the moment from the families of the hostages to bring their loved ones back home. And they're saying also that every day that passes is really dangerous and puts the hostages in risk. But yeah, this thing I don't know how the Israeli people want Hamas to be eliminated. They don't want Hamas. And it was promised to us in the beginning of the war. It was promised to us that there will be no Sinwar and no Hamas in Gaza. Not talking about the ideology. This is another issue to tackle, and it's really complicated, but that's what we were told. And this is what we want to see. People will not go back and live in their homes in the south. People will not go and live there. And this is like, so what? So you promise us and soldiers are getting killed, and then you're going to tell us, no, we didn't get the heads of Hamas. So it's very, very delicate for the Israeli people regarding this, and we'll have to see, because there's also the hostages, the families. It's very, very upsetting. So let's see where we get with that. I just want to see all of them home already. It's draining physically and mentally, and it needs to happen. But I think it's not going to be easy. Tonight, one of the hostages was released. They're talking. All of them are now talking and saying what they went through there. It's just like, it's crazy. So yeah, that's on that.
All right, we discussed a couple of points. Let's take a few hands and then go back to discussing the
Okay.
remaining points, Aris. Nir first, then on Israel. Nir.
On was in front of me, so let him talk first.